Fu Guang nodded and said, "Sure. Once I learn, I'll catch rabbits for you to eat every day." "Great, I'm looking forward to it." The siblings walked into the mountains, collecting treasures along the way. By the time they came down, their basket was full, overflowing with herbs, 3 wild rabbits, and 5 wild chickens. Fu Guang was thrilled with their haul, chatting excitedly with Yun Bei and showing no signs of tiredness. When they got home, they found Si Nanzhao there as well. Yun Bei asked in confusion, "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "I forgot to tell you. Since we are getting married, my boss approved 3 days off. Today is the 2nd day, and I have 1 more day to rest. If I had known you were off, I would have waited for you to go to the mountains with us." As soon as Yun Bei finished speaking, Fu Guang chimed in, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. We caught a lot of game today. Look, this is what we got." He lifted the herbs to reveal the game inside the basket. Si Nanzhao was impressed. They had indeed caught quite a bit. If he had gone along, they could have had even more dishes for the feast. Yun Bei, unaware of Si Nanzhao's thoughts, took out the herbs and handed the basket to him, saying, "You can handle the cleaning." "Sure, no problem," Si Nanzhao replied with a smile, then took the basket to the water basin to clean the game. Fu Guang followed him, eager to see how he prepared the animals. Si Nanzhao glanced at him, but didn't send him away. Although Fu Guang was still young, he was different from other kids. He had experienced a lot and was braver than most. At first, Fu Guang felt a bit uneasy, but he soon watched intently, thinking that if he learned how to do this, he wouldn't have to bother Si Nanzhao in the future. Yun Bei left them to their task and went to find a place to dry the herbs. When she went to the village to serve as the village doctor, she would need to prepare some herbs herself, as some illnesses respond better to herbal remedies than to Western medicine. By the time Si Nanzhao finished cleaning the game, it was almost noon. Yun Bei took a rabbit and a wild chicken into the kitchen, planning to make chicken stew with mushrooms and spicy rabbit. Seeing Yun Bei start cooking, Si Nanzhao got busy too, salting the other game for preservation. Both sun-drying and air-drying are fine, and it won't spoil. Fu Guang was very helpful and went to the kitchen to help start the fire. After eating, Yun Bei and Sinanzho didn't rest. They went straight to the cafeteria to prepare for the wedding that evening. Although it was a small event, they still wanted to have the necessary ceremonies. After working hard for most of the afternoon, they finally decorated the cafeteria festively. They were tired and decided to go home to rest for a bit before changing into their outfits. The wedding was in the evening, so they had enough time to change. When they got home, they rested for half an hour. Yun Bei changed into a festive outfit, while Sinanzho remained in his military uniform. Yun Bei also dressed Fu Guang in a new outfit bought in the provincial city. Once they were all ready, the happy family of 3 headed to the cafeteria. When they arrived, guests had already started to gather. The handsome man, the lovely woman, and their adorable child made a charming sight. After waiting a bit longer, most of the guests had arrived. The host took the stage and began the wedding ceremony. Compared to weddings in Yun Bei's past life, this ceremony was very simple. In less than 15 minutes, the ceremony was over. Yun Bei and Sinanzho came down together, inviting everyone to enjoy the food and drinks. Instead of a toast with alcohol, they served drinks. Even so, everyone was happy and enjoyed the meal. Thanks to Sinanzho's generosity, there was plenty of meat, and everyone could eat their fill, which made them very satisfied. Since everyone had training the next day, they didn't stay too late. After dinner, most guests left. Yun Bei and Sinanzho didn't need to worry about cleaning up. The cafeteria staff would handle it. They just needed to see everyone off and give the staff a small red envelope. Of course, Yun Bei and the others not only gave a small envelope, but also a handful of candies to each person. Fu Guang eagerly took on the task of distributing the candies. His small hands meant that a handful wasn't too much for each person. Seeing him so eager, Yun Bei didn't say anything. Fu Guang quickly finished his task and returned with half a bag of candies, proudly saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, look, there are still plenty of candies left. We can take some home and enjoy them slowly. All right, you can take charge of distributing the candies." Whether you give some to other kids or keep them for yourself, it's up to you. Really? Sister, you're not lying to me? Fu Guang couldn't quite believe it.
There were still plenty of candies left.
If he ate one a day by himself, it would take a long time to finish them all. However, he was planning to gather some friends, so he could share the candies with them. Thinking of this, Fu Guang hugged the bag of candies tightly, afraid that Yunbei might change her mind. Seeing his nervous expression, Yunbei found it amusing and gently patted his head, saying, "Don't worry, sister has never lied to you." "That's great," Fu Guang said with a big smile, unable to hold back his thoughts. Si Nanzhao, who was nearby, looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that Fu Guang, at such a young age, already thought about making friends. However, it was important to teach him. So, he looked at Fu Guang seriously and said, "Fu Guang, when making friends, you need to be sincere. That way, others will truly like you and want to be your friends. Relationships based on benefits don't last. When the benefits become too tempting, people might betray you and leave. I understand, brother-in-law. Don't worry, I will be a good friend to everyone, make them like me, trust me, and then they will want to be my friends." Yunbei almost laughed out loud at this, but she kept quiet. It was good for kids to have their own ideas. She wouldn't interfere unless it led to bad outcomes. By the time the three of them got home, it was already late. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao still didn't live together, so after washing up, they went to their separate rooms. Fu Guang noticed this and asked, puzzled, "Sister, brother-in-law, didn't you get married? Why are you still sleeping apart?" Before they could answer, he continued, "I heard that if two people sleep together, they will have a baby. You don't want a baby, so you're sleeping apart, right?" "Fu Guang, what are you thinking about every day?" Yunbei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect him to know about this at such a young age. "Sister, did I say something wrong?" Before Yunbei could respond, Si Nanzhao said directly, "Fu Guang, you should go rest. Adults will handle their own matters. Your sister and I didn't choose to sleep apart. She just wanted to get her blanket." "Really?" Fu Guang looked doubtful, seeming a bit unconvinced. Regardless of Fu Guang's doubts, Si Nanzhao had made his point, and Yunbei had no choice but to go get her blanket. She really didn't expect that Fu Guang would turn out to be a bit of a troublemaker. However, Fu Guang was not wrong. They were already married, so they should naturally live together. Otherwise, if they continued to live apart like before, it would seem a bit strange. Fu Guang was still standing outside, looking serious. Si Nanzhao had no choice but to follow Yunbei into the house and then bring out her blanket. Once they both entered Si Nanzhao's room, Fu Guang finally closed the door. However, what Si Nanzhao and Yunbei didn't know was that Fu Guang had a sly smile on his face. Don't think that just because he was young he didn't understand anything. He had already learned yesterday that his sister and brother-in-law were sleeping separately.
How could that be?
They were a couple. They shouldn't be sleeping apart. He had heard that if a couple doesn't sleep together, their relationship might not be good. Plus, he wanted them to have a baby soon. If they didn't sleep together, where would the baby come from? After Si Nanzhao and Yunbei returned to the room, they didn't know what to say for a moment, so they just looked at each other. Finally, Si Nanzhao spoke first and said to Yunbei, "Yunbei, you won't blame me, will you?" "No, I won't." Yunbei was referring to the fact that he had just tricked Fu Guang, and she shook her head with a smile. Her previous actions weren't very appropriate anyway. Of course, she also knew that Si Nanzhao was just going with the flow. It was fine since they were already married. Living apart didn't make much sense. "That's good," Si Nanzhao sighed in relief. He was genuinely worried that Yunbei would blame him. After all, he hadn't discussed it with her before saying that. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Thinking this, Si Nanzhao placed Yunbei's blanket on the bed while putting away his own. His blanket was a single size, which wouldn't be enough for two people. It was better to just use Yunbei's. Yunbei saw him putting away his blanket, but didn't say anything. Her blanket was large, so it made sense to use hers. If they had two blankets, one would seem a bit small, and hers would likely hang off the bed. Rather than getting the blanket dirty, it was better to share it. After making the bed, Si Nanzhao turned to look at Yunbei, who was standing quietly beside him, feeling a bit shy. To be honest, although he liked Yunbei, the thought of sharing a bed made him a little uneasy. At this point, Yunbei was more at ease. Sooner or later, they would have to face this day. Whether it was today or later, it didn't make much difference. She glanced at Si Nanzhao, then got onto the bed and lay down. Si Nanzhao followed and, seeing Yunbei pressed against the wall, hesitated for a moment before moving closer to her. The sudden contact made Yunbei blush, and she instinctively shifted away, but since she was already against the wall, there was nowhere to go. She turned to Si Nanzhao and said shyly, "I'm not ready yet. Can you give me a little more time? Don't worry, I won't touch you. I just want to hold you while we sleep. If you're not comfortable, that's fine," Si Nanzhao replied, moving a bit away. He reassured himself that there was no rush. Since Yunbei was still hesitant, he could wait. After all, they were already married, and she couldn't escape. Si Nanzhao closed his eyes. Yunbei noticed he didn't come closer and also closed her eyes to sleep. She thought she wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but surprisingly, she drifted off quickly. It was unclear if she was truly tired or if she had let her guard down around Si Nanzhao. Si Nanzhao, seeing Yunbei asleep, opened his eyes again. Looking at her peaceful face, he smiled slightly, clearly in a good mood. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. However, after a short while, he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes to find the woman had moved into his arms, leaving him both amused and perplexed. When she was awake, she tried to keep her distance, but now she was right next to him. Without hesitation, Si Nanzhao wrapped his arms around Yunbei and closed his eyes again. When Yunbei woke up, she felt like she was next to a warm furnace. Turning her head, she realized she had somehow ended up in Si Nanzhao's embrace. What surprised her even more was that Si Nanzhao was still sleeping in, not up for his morning exercise. Si Nanzhao had been awake, but didn't want to let go of Yunbei, so he stayed in bed. When he saw her waking up and trying to quietly slip away, he opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "Good morning, dear." "Good morning," Yunbei replied, feeling embarrassed, not expecting him to wake up at that moment. She had hoped that as long as Si Nanzhao didn't see her in his arms, she could deny it. Now, she realized it was impossible to deny it. Fortunately, Si Nanzhao, although reluctant to leave Yunbei, understood the importance of knowing when to stop. So, he opened his hand and asked with concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" What could Yunbei say? She simply nodded and said she was fine. Indeed, she had slept well. At least, she had no idea how she ended up in Si Nanzhao's arms. However, she wouldn't doubt that he had secretly taken her into his embrace while she was asleep. She believed Si Nanzhao wouldn't do such a thing because he was afraid it would upset her. "As long as you slept well," Si Nanzhao said happily. This at least meant that Yunbei didn't mind him holding her while she slept. Yunbei didn't say anything more and quickly got out of bed. To be honest, she felt a bit uncomfortable with their close proximity, so she just escaped. Seeing Yunbei's hasty exit, Si Nanzhao couldn't help but smile. This was a good start. Si Nanzhao thought as he got out of bed. When he walked out of the room, he saw Fu Guang peeking into his house. He walked over and gently tapped Fu Guang's forehead with his finger, smiling as he asked, "Fu Guang, what are you doing up so early?" Nothing much. I just wanted to see if my brother-in-law was up yet." Fu Guang felt a bit shy. He had gotten up early today, waiting for Si Nanzhao to take him to training. However, he had waited for a long time without seeing him. With no other choice, he decided to check. Who would have thought he would be caught red-handed? "Come on, it's not too late. I'll take you to training," Si Nanzhao said, picking up Fu Guang and heading out the door. Once outside, he noticed Yunbei was still getting ready and remembered he hadn't washed up yet. So, he prepared water for both himself and Fu Guang, and they washed up together. Afterward, he told Yunbei not to make breakfast because he would get something from the cafeteria. "Okay, then I'll make some porridge," Yunbei said before heading straight to the kitchen. Although the cafeteria had porridge, she preferred to cook it herself. Si Nanzhao took Fu Guang out and half an hour later, they returned with breakfast. Just in time, Yunbei had finished cooking the porridge, which smelled delicious and looked appealing. Yunbei served a bowl of porridge for each of them and added a little pickled vegetable, then started eating with her bun. After breakfast, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei had no plans, so they decided to take a stroll around Liang City. Although Leader Wang would help Yunbei solve the medicine issue, Yunbei still planned to visit the county hospital for a chance. She intended to ask Director Yang if they could purchase more medicine when they ordered supplies. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about running out of medicine one day. Fu Guang had nothing to do, so he went along with her. He could ride at the front of the bicycle while Yunbei sat at the back. The three of them rode their bicycles and quickly left the family compound, heading towards Liangcheng. Once they arrived, Yunbei first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some candy, which she then took to the hospital. After all, she wanted to share her happy news about getting married with everyone, especially with Gao Lanlan, who had always treated her as a friend. If the wedding banquet hadn't been held at the military cafeteria, making it inconvenient for outsiders to come in, she would have definitely invited her. Now, she could only invite her separately. Seeing Yunbei, Gao Lanlan was very happy and immediately hugged her, saying, "Yunbei, you haven't come in such a long time. I missed you so much." Looking at the enthusiastic Gao Lanlan, Yunbei felt a bit awkward. Si Nanzhao was even more jealous, thinking that he hadn't even hugged his wife, yet someone else had. Gao Lanlan didn't notice Si Nanzhao's jealousy and hugged Yunbei for a while before letting go and asking, "Why do you have time to come today?" "I got married and specially brought you some wedding candy," Yunbei replied as she took a bag of candy from Si Nanzhao and handed it to her. "You got married? When? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't prepare a gift for you." Gao Lanlan was both surprised and happy, but also a bit upset. How could Yunbei not tell her about such an important event? Seeing Gao Lanlan's disappointment, Yunbei quickly reassured her it was a last-minute decision, and "I didn't have time to tell you. Besides, I didn't invite many people. We just had a few tables at the military. I came today not only to bring you candy, but also to invite you to dinner. What do you say?" "Of course, I'd love to." Gao Lanlan was delighted to hear that Yunbei wanted to treat her to dinner and began thinking about what gift she could give Yunbei in return. After chatting for a while, Yunbei said her goodbyes. She still needed to find Director Yang to ask about the medicine. When Director Yang saw Yunbei, he was also very happy. However, aside from his happiness, he felt a bit guilty, because he couldn't keep Yunbei and couldn't protect her. Yunbei didn't mind. She first gave the wedding candies to the other person and then brought up the issue of the medicine. When Director Yang learned that Yunbei had married Si Nanzhao, he was very happy. He readily agreed to the medicine issue, partly because he felt guilty towards Yunbei and partly because she had become the village doctor in Yang village again. Although he didn't know whose path Yunbei had followed, he was glad for her. He knew she was a good doctor and would shine wherever she went. After discussing the medicine, Yunbei felt good. Seeing that there was still some time before finishing work, she decided to take a walk. Earlier, she had used Chenfang's help to deal with Madame Chu and wondered how things were now. Since she was here today, she decided to inquire about it. With this in mind, she said to Si Nanzhao, "I need to meet a friend, and it's not convenient to bring you along. Can you take Fu Guang to explore and help him get familiar with this place?" "Sure, you go ahead and I'll take Fu Guang around," Si Nanzhao replied without asking more, and he left with Fu Guang. Yunbei didn't waste any time and went directly to find Chenfang. When she arrived and asked, she learned that Chenfang had been promoted to director. Yunbei took the opportunity to inquire about Madame Chu and found out that she had resigned and left, following Chu Feifei. It seemed that Mu Yuanqing had indeed managed to get Chu Feifei out. But now that he was inside, she wondered if he would regret it. This thought only crossed her mind briefly before Yunbei pushed it aside. Since Madame Chu and the others had left, they probably wouldn't meet again anytime soon. She hoped that after this incident, Chu Feifei could let go a bit and not trouble her again. Otherwise, it would surely make the other party regret it. Having gotten the information she wanted, Yunbei didn't stay long. She didn't even meet Chenfang and left directly. With plenty of time before dinner and nothing else to do, Yunbei thought for a moment and decided to check out the black market. To her surprise, she saw Sinan Zhao there. Although Yunbei had disguised herself, the moment their eyes met, he recognized her. Not just him, but Fu Guang also recognized Yunbei and ran towards her with a smile. Fu Guang reached Yunbei and hugged her leg, looking up and asking, "Sister, how did you know we were here?" Yunbei looked at Fu Guang with a bit of helplessness, pinched his little face, and replied with a smile, "Because sister has a special talent." As soon as she finished speaking, the leader of the black market saw her and exclaimed with surprise, "Andy, is that you? What good stuff have you brought us today?" Upon hearing this, Sinan Zhao and Fu Guang both looked at Yunbei. Sinan Zhao then said to the speaker, "Don't call her auntie. That's your sister-in-law."
What?
Sister-in-law? No way. Zhao Hu said in disbelief. "Boss, you can't be joking, right? We've seen your sister-in-law. She's young and beautiful, and she doesn't look anything like this auntie here. Do you think I would joke about this?" Sinan Zhao replied, looking serious. He never expected his beloved wife to come to the black market, especially not dressed like this. It seemed she had even traded with his men. Is this true? Zhao Hu looked at Yunbei again, his face full of questions, as if asking, "Are you really the sister-in-law, or just an auntie?" Logically, he wanted to believe his boss, but his eyes told him this was indeed an auntie. From her clothing to her appearance, she looked like a middle-aged woman. At that moment, Yunbei spoke up, asking, "Is there any water? I need to wash my face." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll get you some water right away." Zhao Hu replied quickly as he rushed to fetch water for Yunbei. With the face of a middle-aged woman, Yunbei smiled at Sinan Zhao and asked, "How did you recognize me?" "People can change their faces, but their eyes don't," Sinan Zhao said, glancing at Fu Guang. He was surprised that Fu Guang could also recognize Yunbei. Fu Guang looked back at Sinan Zhao in confusion, as if asking, "Brother-in-law, what's going on?" Sinan Zhao turned his gaze away, unaware that Fu Guang had seen the disguised Yunbei before in the provincial city. Additionally, he had a secret that no one else knew. His nose was particularly sensitive. He could smell Yunbei's unique scent, which allowed him to recognize her. Even though she had changed her appearance, her scent remained the same, a very distinctive fragrance that was hard to forget. Of course, not everyone could detect the scent. So far, only Fu Guang had noticed it. Zhao Hu quickly returned with the water. In front of everyone, Yunbei removed her makeup, revealing her true face. Seeing Yunbei perform a face-changing act, Zhao Hu finally believed that the woman he thought was just a big sister was actually the boss's wife, his dear sister-in-law. Excitedly, he looked at Yunbei and said, "Sister-in-law, how did you do your makeup? Can you teach us? You want to learn this?" Yunbei was surprised. She didn't expect a big man like Zhao Hu to be interested in makeup. "Hee, I want to learn," Zhao Hu said, scratching his head, feeling a bit shy. Sometimes, they needed to hide their identities for work. In the past, they would paint their faces black, but if they learned Yunbei's makeup skills, they wouldn't need to do that anymore. "All right, I'll teach you when I have time." Yunbei didn't refuse. It wasn't a big deal, and if they wanted to learn, she would teach them. Unexpectedly, Fu Guang chimed in, "Sister, I want to learn too."
Can you teach me? Sure.
Sinan Zhao had been silent, lost in thought. Yunbei ignored him and asked Zhao Hu, "Is there any meat left today? Let's buy some to eat tonight."
Yes.
"Sister-in-law, wait here, I'll go get it for you." Once Zhao Hu went inside to get the meat, Sinan Zhao finally spoke to Yunbei, "Wife, can you teach my soldiers this too?" "Of course," Yunbei replied without hesitation. She knew Sinan Zhao's soldiers often had missions, and sometimes disguise was necessary. "Then let me know when you have time to teach them. Just arrange it as you see fit. But makeup needs some products, so you'll have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, it won't be useful. Also, ask them if they want to learn, otherwise, it would be a waste of time." "All right, I'll let you know when I'm ready." When Zhao Hu brought out the meat, Sinan Zhao took it directly. Yunbei wanted to pay, but Zhao Hu refused. Yunbei turned to Sinan Zhao, hoping he would say something. Instead, he said, "I've already paid." Yunbei wanted to ask when he had paid, but she decided not to. Forget it. It's better not to get involved in men's matters. After getting the meat, Yunbei and Zhao agreed on a time and asked them to prepare the items before leaving with Xin and Zhao. Once they were out of the black market, Xin and Zhao looked at Yunbei and asked, "When did you come to the black market?" "I didn't know." Yunbei looked at him speechlessly and replied, "There are many things I don't know about you either. Why are you still dwelling on the past?" Xin and Zhao thought for a moment. Although they were once engaged, it was more of a partnership. But now they were married. Even if they didn't have much emotional foundation, being married meant they had to be responsible for each other. So, after thinking it over, Xin and Zhao said to Yunbei, "Wife, if anything comes up, please let me know. Otherwise, I will worry." "Okay." Yunbei nodded and added her own request, "You should do the same. If something happens, I hope you can discuss it with me."
Sure.
Fu Guang, standing between them, looked back and forth, confused, and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, why are you different from other couples? It feels like something is missing." "Really? What do you think we're missing?" "I don't know." Fu Guang shook his head, unable to explain. It just felt like something was off. "Come on, don't tease him. He's just a kid. What does he know?" Yunbei looked at Xin and Zhao with exasperation, then gently patted Fu Guang's head and said, "Kids shouldn't think too much, or they won't grow tall." "Okay, I'll listen to my sister and stop thinking," Fu Guang replied with a smile, grabbing one of each of their hands and skipping ahead. When they reached the parking area, Xin and Zhao hung the package on the bike handle and then lifted Fu Guang, placing him in front. "Hold on tight." With that, Xin and Zhao swung his long leg over and got on the bike. Once he was steady, Yunbei jumped on as well. When they returned to the family compound, the guard said to Yunbei, "Sister-in-law, there's a package for you. Do you want to take it now or later? Is it heavy?" Yunbei asked as she jumped off the bike. When she saw the large package in the guard's office, she couldn't help but smile. It was clearly a package of medicine sent from the provincial capital. "What is this?" "Medicine sent by Director Wang. It looks like you'll have to go to Yang Village for work tomorrow."
Yes.
After a brief conversation, Xin and Zhao parked the bike, and he and Yunbei moved the package onto the bicycle. With the large package on the back seat, Yunbei couldn't sit, so she walked behind, holding onto the package to make sure it wouldn't fall. After all, this is medicine inside, and if the bottle breaks, it would be a problem. Fu Guang watched Yunbei walking behind and wanted to get down and walk too. "This is still a bit far from home. Are you sure you want to get down and walk?" Xin and Zhao asked with a smile. "I'm sure. I want to walk with my sister," Fu Guang nodded. Sitting in the vehicle wasn't comfortable for him because he was sitting on a bar, and it would hurt after a while. "All right, then I'll carry you down," Xin and Zhao said as he picked Fu Guang up and added, "Just don't say you're tired later." "I won't." Fu Guang shook his head and took a few steps to Yunbei, holding her hand and saying, "Sister, my bottom hurts. Should I rub it for you when we get back?" No, I can do it myself," Fu Guang replied while rubbing his little bottom. Seeing his actions, Yunbei found it amusing and said, "When we get back, I'll make you a chair so you won't have to sit like that." "Really? Thank you, sister. You're so nice." Fu Guang was happy to hear that. If he had a chair to sit on, that would be great. He wouldn't have to sit on the bar anymore and it wouldn't hurt. "Of course it's true. I'll make it for you when we get back." Yunbei smiled, patting Fu Guang's head while holding the package as they walked home. When they got home, Xin and Zhao set the package down. Yunbei eagerly opened it and started checking the medicine against the list inside. After she finished counting, a smile appeared on her face. Director Wang really sent a lot of medicine over. It seemed she could officially start working tomorrow. Thinking about this, Yunbei realized she needed to find a box to store the medicine properly. Otherwise, if she used a bag, it might get damaged. However, besides the wardrobe, there didn't seem to be any other cabinets at home. Her gaze swept around and finally landed on the basket in the corner. It seemed she would have to use the basket for now. With this in mind, she said to Xin and Zhao, "Nanzhao, can you go to the mountain and get some vines for me? I want to make a small chair for Fu Guang to attach to the vehicle, so he won't hurt his bottom while riding." Sure, I'll go in a bit, Si Nanzhao nodded, realizing he hadn't thought of this before. After all, it was his first time taking care of a child, and he lacked experience. After resting for a while, Si Nanzhao went up the mountain, while Yunbei stayed home to prepare lunch. Originally, Fu Guang was supposed to help Yunbei, but she let him go outside to play with his friends. Fu Guang thought about his plans and didn't refuse. He put some candy in his pocket and went out. When he returned home, he saw many children playing in the small square. So, as soon as he left the house, he headed straight for the square. When Fu Guang came back with Yunbei and Sinanzhou, the kids had already noticed him. Now, seeing him approach, they quickly surrounded him and asked, "Who are you? We've never seen you before." "Hello. I'm Fu Guang. My sister is Yunbei, and my brother-in-law is Sinanzhou. I just arrived not long ago. Can you play with me?" "Sure." The kids were friendly and didn't mind having another person to play with. They were also curious because they had never heard of Dr. Yun having a brother or seen her bring him along. Now that a brother who was about their age suddenly appeared, they had many questions. Fu Guang was smart and didn't tell them that he had decided to stick with Yunbei. He simply said that he had gotten separated from her before, and this time, she came to find him. To gain their sympathy, he shared some of his past experiences. The kids listened and felt sorry for him, becoming even more enthusiastic. Fu Guang quickly became part of the group and had a lot of fun. When they got tired and sat down to rest, he took out the candy and shared one piece with each of them. The kids had no resistance to candy, so soon Fu Guang became their favorite friend, and they all wanted to play with him. They played until lunchtime, and then the kids went home to find their moms. Fu Guang returned home, went straight to the kitchen, and said to Yunbei, "Sister, I made some friends." "Really? That's great." Yunbei was very happy for Fu Guang. Now he wouldn't be lonely in the yard. Hearing his sister's praise, Fu Guang felt very happy. He had playmates, so his sister wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Fu Guang saw that Yunbei was still cooking, so he sat down to help with the fire. When Yunbei finished cooking, Sinanzhou came back. Seeing the vines he brought, Yunbei was pleased and smiled, saying, "Good job. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Sinanzhou smiled and, after putting things down, was about to wash his face and hands. However, Fu Guang had already prepared the water and was ready to bring it to him. After seeing this, Si Nanzhao immediately took over, praising Fu Guang for being sensible. He said, "Fu Guang, from now on, your brother-in-law can handle these things himself. You're still young, so don't tire yourself out." "Brother-in-law, I'm not tired. I can carry it." Fu Guang smiled, and then went to get a towel for him. After eating, they each went back to their rooms to rest for a while. When it was time to sleep, Yunbei prepared to take some medicine to Yang Village. This way, she could bring the rest over tomorrow. If it weren't for Fu Guang, who wanted to tag along, she could have taken the opportunity to store it in her space while the house was empty. That would have made things much easier. Now, since she couldn't store it, she had to deliver it openly. Fortunately, Si Nanzhao had time in the afternoon to help her take it over. As for Fu Guang, Yunbei didn't plan to take him along. It was a good chance for him to play with his new friends while they were gone. Neither Si Nanzhao nor Fu Guang had any objections to Yunbei's plan. In fact, Fu Guang wanted to go along, but when he remembered that the chair wasn't ready, he decided against it, thinking it would be better to play with the other kids instead. After giving Fu Guang a few reminders, Yunbei let him go play. Once he left, she took out the medicine and packed it into a basket. Since the basket couldn't hold everything, she left half of it behind. "Are you planning to take the rest over tomorrow?" "Yes, I'll carry it over when I go to work tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao said, "I'll borrow a basket so we can take it all at once." Yunbei agreed that it was a good idea. Si Nanzhao quickly borrowed a basket and packed the rest of the medicine into it. Once everything was ready, they didn't linger at home. Each took a basket, rode their bicycles, and headed to Yang Village. When they arrived, Yunbei took out her keys, opened the clinic door, and placed all the medicine on the shelves. There wasn't much medicine, and the shelves had enough space. After everything was organized, Yunbei went to the team leader and informed him that she would officially start working tomorrow. If anyone in the village felt unwell, they could come to see her. The team leader was very pleased and announced the good news over the loudspeaker. By the time Yunbei and Si Nanzhao left, not only the villagers of Yang Village knew the news, but also those from nearby villages. After they left, the team leader called the nearby village. Soon, the leaders of other villages announced the good news over the loudspeaker. Hearing this, the villagers were very happy. They no longer had to go to the county town for medical treatment, which was wonderful. Actually, they could go to the commune for treatment, but the doctors there weren't very skilled. Sometimes the barefoot doctors in the village were better. As a result, few people went to the commune for treatment. They either waited until they felt worse or went to the county town. Only villagers from nearby villages would visit the commune's clinic. When Yunbei got home, she didn't rest. She had promised to make a seat for Fuguang's bicycle, so she got to work. She started processing the rattan and weaving a small chair. At first, she was a bit clumsy and had to think while weaving, but gradually she became more skilled. Sinanzho watched her with admiration and smiled, saying, "Yunbei, I'm really impressed. You can do this too." "It's not difficult," Yunbei replied with a smile. In her past life, she enjoyed doing crafts when she had free time, so this was easy for her. She just hadn't done it in a long time, so she was a bit rusty. "What's easy for you is hard for others," Sinanzho chuckled, then squatted down in front of her and said, "I feel like you are a treasure. It seems there's nothing you can't do." "A treasure? That's too much praise. I can do many things, but there are even more things I can't do. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, right?" "You're right, but I think you have a lot of strengths."
Haha.
Yunbei laughed and didn't continue the topic. Sinanzho, having nothing to do, decided to try learning as well. However, even though it looked simple, it was quite challenging. After a while, he still hadn't succeeded. Looking at the mess he had made, Sinanzho finally gave up and said to Yunbei, "I'm just not cut out for this." Yunbei chuckled at his failed attempt and comforted him, saying, "You just need to lead your soldiers well and protect the country. You don't need to worry about small things like this." Sinanzho looked at Yunbei with intense eyes and asked, "Don't you think I'm clumsy?"
How could that be?
"I just said that everyone has different strengths. You just aren't good at this." "After hearing you say that, I feel much better. It's getting late. What do you want to eat for dinner?" "I'll make it. Let's steam some buns for dinner. You go prepare the dough." "Okay." Si Nanzhao got up and went to the kitchen to make the dough, while Yunbei sped up her work. Half an hour later, she finished weaving a small wicker chair. She held it up to her bicycle to check, and it fit perfectly. So, she took it down and finished the details. When Fuguang came home after playing, she saw the small wicker chair tied to the bicycle and immediately felt happy. She ran into the kitchen to find Yunbei, who was cooking with Si Nanzhao, and said, Sister, I saw that little chair. It's so pretty." "The little chair is not just pretty, it's also comfortable to sit in. Later, your brother-in-law will hold you up to try it." Yes. I will try it later." Fuguang was very happy. She wouldn't have to sit uncomfortably on the bike anymore. Once all the buns were in the pot, Yunbei sent Si Nanzhao out to take Fuguang to try the chair. Si Nanzhao lifted Fuguang onto the bike and rode around a few times before returning. As soon as he got back, he rushed into the kitchen and said to Yunbei, "Sister, you're amazing. The chair is really comfortable. I didn't want to get off. You wouldn't believe it. Some friends saw it and were so envious. They said they want their parents to make one for them too. As long as it's comfortable." Yunbei smiled at Fuguang's happiness. Having a child in the house really changed the atmosphere. For dinner, Yunbei simply stir-fried 2 dishes. After eating, the 3 of them sat in the yard for a while before going to take showers and getting ready for bed. Both Si Nanzhao and Yunbei had to work the next day, so they needed to rest early. However, when they finished showering and were about to sleep, Yunbei felt a bit troubled. She wanted to sleep alone, but the blanket was still in Si Nanzhao's room. If she went to get it and Fuguang saw, it would be hard to explain. But if she didn't get it, she felt a bit shy because she had rolled into Si Nanzhao's arms last night. Even though Sin and Zhao didn't say anything, Yunbei still felt a little embarrassed. When Sin and Zhao came out of the shower and saw Yunbei standing at the door looking conflicted, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yunbei shook her head and ultimately walked into Sin and Zhao's room. Well, since they're already registered, she might as well get used to it gradually. With that thought, Yunbei sat up on the bed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward as she noticed Sin and Zhao's hair was still wet. In a moment of impulse, she asked, "Do you need help drying your hair?" Sin and Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "That would be great. Thank you." Yunbei looked at the towel handed to her and took a while to start. While drying Sin and Zhao's hair, she silently scolded herself for being nosy. Just then, she felt a pair of hands around her waist. Before she knew it, she found herself in Sin and Zhao's embrace. They locked eyes and Yunbei felt a bit dazed, staring at him. Suddenly, everything went dark as his lips pressed against hers. It wasn't until she felt the warmth that she snapped back to reality. She wanted to push him away, but her arms felt heavy. After what felt like ages, Sin and Zhao finally released her. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Yunbei threw the towel aside and went to bed. She actually wanted to run away, but then thought better of it. Running away would only complicate things. Besides, she wasn't really that angry. She just needed a moment to process everything. Sin and Zhao watched as Yunbei lay on the bed, turned away from him, knowing she was upset. He didn't understand why he had acted so impulsively. However, he didn't regret what he had done. In fact, he felt a sweet sensation inside. He hadn't expected Yunbei's lips to be so soft and inviting. Honestly, if he weren't worried about her being overwhelmed, he would want to keep kissing her. But now that Yunbei was upset, he knew he needed to come for her. Otherwise, he might not even be able to hold her hand in the future. So, Sin and Zhao tossed aside the towel, climbed onto the bed, and hugged Yunbei from behind, softly saying, "Wife, I'm sorry. I kissed you without your permission. I promise next time I'll ask first." Hearing this, Yunbei's forehead was instantly covered with annoyance. While trying to pry his hands off, she said, "If I had known you were like this, I wouldn't have married you." "Don't say that, wife. You know I was against marriage until I met you. That's when I started thinking about it." Maybe you were just pretending to be against marriage?" "Wife, I swear on my life." Sin and Zhao was talking while preparing to raise his hand. When Yunbei saw his silly expression, she couldn't stay angry and immediately laughed, saying, "All right, no need to make any vows. It's getting late, let's sleep." "Are you not angry anymore?" Sin and Zhao asked as he hugged Yunbei again. After struggling a bit and not breaking free, Yunbei decided to let it go. However, she said, "If you do this again next time, I will definitely get angry." "Wife, I promise you, there will definitely be no next time." However, Yunbei didn't believe him. Many times she thought a man's words were just words. But she didn't say anything more and simply closed her eyes to sleep. She thought that with his hands around her waist, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Surprisingly, she fell asleep quickly and slept until morning. When she woke up the next morning, Yunbei found that Sin and Zhao was already up. So, she didn't stay in bed any longer and got up to make breakfast. There were still a few steamed buns left from last night, which were perfect for breakfast. So, she just cooked some porridge, sliced some pickles, and made a scrambled egg with green onions. When Sin and Zhao and Fu Guang returned from their morning exercises, breakfast was ready. After breakfast, Sin and Zhao and Yunbei went out together, one to the army and the other to the village. Fu Guang sat on a chair, his eyes constantly looking around. He was very interested in the tall trees along the road, the small grass, the dragonflies and butterflies flying by, and the farmers working in the fields. Along the way, he occasionally asked Yunbei questions. Yunbei didn't mind and patiently answered him. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the clinic in the village. To Yunbei's surprise, someone was already waiting at the door. Seeing Yunbei, the person visibly relaxed and smiled, saying, "Dr. Yun, you're here. Why are you here so early?" "So, I don't have to wait in line, the person replied with a smile. She had been feeling unwell for several days and was planning to go to the county for a checkup. However, she heard that Yunbei was back in the village. This made her very happy. She even skipped breakfast to come and wait here. But as time passed and she didn't see Yunbei, she started to worry, fearing that Yunbei wouldn't come. Fortunately, Yunbei arrived, and she felt relieved. "Auntie, please wait a moment while I clean up the room," Yunbei said as she took a basin outside to fetch water, preparing to wipe down the table. Although she had cleaned yesterday, Yunbei had a slight obsession with cleanliness, so she felt uncomfortable if she didn't wipe it again. When the elderly lady heard Yunbei was cleaning, she immediately offered to help. However, Yunbei wouldn't let a patient do any work. So, she politely declined and asked her to wait outside for a moment. On the other hand, she didn't stop Fuguang from helping. Once she finished wiping the table, she let the elderly lady in for her checkup. The lady sat down in a chair and extended her hand for Yunbei to check her pulse. Fuguang, after finishing his task, sat nearby watching Yunbei treat the patient. At first, he found it interesting, but after a while, he became a bit bored. Luckily, Yunbei had brought him a few comic books, so he took one out and started flipping through it. After checking the pulse, Yunbei looked at the elderly lady and said, "You've been feeling unwell for a while. Why haven't you seen a doctor?" "I've been busy at home lately and didn't think it was serious, so I kept putting it off. I plan to see a doctor in the next few days, but when I heard you were back, I didn't go," the lady replied. "I see. In the future, if you're not feeling well, you should see a doctor right away. Otherwise, small issues can turn into big problems," Yunbei advised. Hearing this, the elderly lady became anxious and asked, "Dr. Yun, is my condition serious? Can it be treated?" Noticing her worry, Yunbei quickly reassured her, "It's nothing serious. Just because you waited a few days, you'll need to take medicine for a bit longer." "That's a relief," the elderly lady sighed, feeling better knowing her illness was treatable. She didn't mind taking medicine for a few extra days. Yunbei prescribed her medication and explained how to take it before sending her on her way. Once the elderly lady left, Yunbei was about to teach Fuguang some words when a man in his 50s or 60s walked in. After glancing at Yunbei, he asked, "Are you the doctor here?" "Yes, my last name is Yun," she replied while observing the man. He didn't seem like a typical farmer, not because of his clothes, but due to his demeanor. This made Yunbei a bit more cautious. She hadn't forgotten that the reason she returned to Yang Village as a village doctor was to catch spies. The old man in front of her, although she couldn't be sure if he was a spy, was definitely not an ordinary farmer. While Yunbei was observing the old man, he was also looking at her. The young girl looked good, and was quite young. This was his first time seeking her medical help, so he didn't want to judge her skills yet. However, he had heard from people in the village that despite her age, her medical skills were quite good, at least better than the doctors at the commune. Thinking of the commune's doctors reminded him of his own illness. Strangely enough, he had always been healthy, but recently he had fallen ill for no apparent reason. He had seen various doctors, both at the commune and the county hospital, and had taken plenty of medicine and received many injections, but his condition hadn't improved. He even sought out local barefoot doctors and brought home a bunch of herbal remedies, but he was so tired of the herbs that he could barely stand them, and his illness remained the same. So today, he decided to visit Yunbei to see if her skills were truly as good as people said, and if she could help him. "Uncle, please have a seat." After finishing her assessment of the old man, Yunbei gestured for him to sit down and asked, "What seems to be bothering you?" "I feel unwell all over," the old man replied, watching Yunbei. He had said the same thing to other doctors before. Some got angry, while others laughed at him. But today, Yunbei didn't say anything and simply asked him to extend his hand for a pulse check. Yunbei was not new to patients like this, so she was calm. She believed in her medical skills and was confident she could identify his condition if he was truly ill. However, when her hand touched the old man's pulse, her expression changed slightly. She quickly noticed something unusual. His pulse was strange. It seemed like he was sick, but not quite. It resembled poisoning, and it had likely been going on for a while. Previously, the poison might have been mild, so it didn't show. Now, after years of accumulation, the toxins had built up, causing his discomfort. The old man was observant. Although Yunbei's change in expression was fleeting, he caught it and asked, "What's wrong? Is my illness serious?" Yunbei didn't answer immediately. Instead, she carefully checked his other hand. Once she finished checking both hands, she looked at him and said, "Uncle, you are not sick. You are poisoned."
Poisoned?
The old man found it hard to believe. He had always been careful, whether it was about food or drink, and never let his guard down. How could he have been poisoned? Could it be that Yunbei was mistaken? The old man felt some doubt. After all, Yunbei was young, and it was possible she could be wrong. But then he remembered that she was the only one who noticed he was poisoned. The previous doctors either said he was weak or that he had just overworked himself. He knew he ate well, so how could he be weak? As for being tired, that was impossible. He was a hero in the village, as several of his children had sacrificed their lives for the country. The village took good care of him and never assigned him heavy work, so how could he be tired? While he was thinking, he heard Yunbei say, "Uncle, you weren't poisoned all at once. It's been building up over time. But for now, I can't tell what kind of poison it is. I think it might be something you frequently come into contact with, so I need to check your home. What do you think?" When he heard that Yunbei wanted to go to his house, the old man instinctively wanted to refuse. He had secrets at home and rarely allowed anyone inside. Even though Yunbei was just a young doctor, he felt he should be cautious. What if she discovered his secret? But then he thought, if he refused, what if Yunbei became suspicious of him? People these days were very enthusiastic. Not only was Yunbei trying to find out what poison he had, but people often visited each other. At first, many people came to visit him, but since he didn't like it, they eventually stopped coming. Thinking of this, he put on a shy expression and said, "Dr. Yun, my house is a bit messy. How about I go home to tidy up first, and then I'll take you there?" Yunbei had only been testing him because she suspected his identity. Now that he said this, her doubt increased. The best option would be to go with him right away, but if she seemed too eager, it might raise his suspicion. So, Yunbei smiled and said, "Uncle, it's fine. You don't need to clean up. If you tidy up, I might not be able to find out what caused your poisoning." The old man knew Yunbei had a point. If there were no secrets at home, she could go. But now, he couldn't let her go like that. He pretended to be angry and said, "Everyone says your medical skills are good, but I don't see it. You can't even tell what poison I've got, and you want to follow me home. I have reason to doubt your intentions. Just so you know, I'm an old man living alone, and I don't have anything valuable at home." Seeing the old man suddenly angry, Yunbei's suspicion grew. Fu Guang, who had been reading a comic nearby, was upset to hear the old man speak poorly of Yunbei. He stood up and said to the old man, "Grandpa, if you don't believe in my sister's medical skills, then go find someone else. Why do you have to talk badly about her here? What do you know, you little kid?" The old man was annoyed to be scolded by a child for the first time. Just as Fu Guang was about to respond, Yunbei spoke to the old man, "Sir, my brother is right. If you doubt my skills, then don't ask for my help. However, the poison in you has been there for a while. If it's not treated soon, you might not live much longer." After saying that, Yunbei ignored the old man and called out next. Reluctantly, the old man moved his chair. At that moment, others waiting to see the doctor, who knew the old man, said, "Old Hu, even though your last name is Hu, you can't be foolish. Dr. Yin may be young, but her skills are impressive. If she says you're poisoned, she must be right. I suggest you listen to her. After all, it's better to live, even if it's not perfect, right?" "Yes, Uncle Hu, you should listen to Dr. Yin. If she wants to check your home, let her. You're living alone, so there's nothing to hide." "Exactly, Old Hu. If you're sick, you need to see a doctor. You can't avoid treatment just because you don't want someone in your house." "That's right. Nothing is more important than your life." Everyone chimed in, making Old Hu's face turn red and then pale. Finally, he left in anger. Look, he's really upset, as if we would harm him, someone said. Forget it. Uncle Hu's temper is getting worse and stranger. He used to be so easygoing, and now he's like this. It's not like him at all. Who would disagree? Hearing their comments, Yunbei glanced at old Hu and then looked away. She was wondering if this person could be the spy known as Scorpion that she was looking for. While her mind was busy thinking, Yunbei didn't forget to treat her patients. After finishing with one patient and preparing to call the next, a few people's conversations caught her attention again. Uncle Hu used to enjoy having everyone visit his home, but I don't know when he stopped wanting people to come over. Yeah, I remember. My child even visited his house before. He used to love kids and always had some snacks ready. Any child who went there would get a treat. Let me think, when did he start avoiding everyone? He wouldn't let anyone, adults or kids, visit anymore. I think it changed after he returned from the city 1 year. Right, I remember it was about 3 years ago. Exactly, 3 years ago. He used to love having a lively house, so kids liked to play there. He was very generous, always willing to share snacks with them. But one day, a child came back and told me he wouldn't let them play at his house anymore. The child was really sad, feeling like he didn't like them anymore. Hearing this, Yunbei fell into deep thought. She believed a person's character couldn't change overnight unless something significant happened. However, according to the villagers, it seemed there hadn't been any major changes in Uncle Hu's life. His sons had sacrificed their lives for the country years ago. Since then, he had been living alone. The village leaders and residents had shown him more care, often checking on him. From what the villagers said, he had been doing well before, but it was 3 years ago that he began to change. They say it's easy to change a landscape, but hard to change a person's nature. Without a major event, a person's character wouldn't change. Of course, there was another possibility. He might not be the same Uncle Hu anymore. Thinking about this led Yunbei to recall the poison in Uncle Hu. A bold guess formed in her mind. Perhaps she had figured out why he was poisoned. However, for now, it was just a guess, and she needed to observe more closely. Luckily, she wasn't in a hurry. She had plenty of time. She wanted to slowly uncover the secrets of this old man. Soon, the patients were all seen and the medical room was empty. Yunbei looked at Fu Guang, who was sitting nearby reading a comic book, and asked with a smile, "Fu Guang, are you hungry?" "Sister, I'm not hungry." Fu Guang shook his head, smiling at Yunbei. After seeing she was done with her task, he put away the comic book, walked behind her, and gently rubbed her back. Feeling Fu Guang's kindness, Yunbei's heart warmed instantly. She turned to him and said with a smile, "Fu Guang, you are such a good little brother. Does that mean you like me, sister?" Fu Guang asked, his face full of joy as he continued to rub her back. "Of course. You're so well-behaved, so cute, and so understanding. How could I not like you? I like you too, sister. You are the best sister ever. And you are the best little brother," Yunbei said, turning around to pat Fu Guang's head. "All right, stop rubbing now. I'm taking you somewhere." "Sister, where are you taking me?" "You'll find out when we get there," Yunbei replied, taking out a piece of paper and writing a few words on it. "Temporary visit, we'll be back soon." Then, she stuck the paper on the door, grabbed her medicine box, and headed towards the cow shed with Fu Guang. Previously, she had helped the people at the cow shed with their health, and now she wanted to check on their progress. She also wanted to let them know she was back, and if they felt unwell, they could come to her directly. The people at the cow shed had heard the announcement that Yunbei was back, but they didn't expect her to come see them. To be honest, given their situation, everyone would prefer to keep their distance. Yet, Yunbei didn't mind at all, and even took the initiative to visit them. It would be a lie to say they weren't touched, but they also didn't want to cause her any trouble. So, when Yunbei sat down to check their pulses, Xia Shuhua spoke up, saying, "Yunbei, please don't come next time. If we feel unwell, we will come find you." "Okay, I understand. Your health seems fine, so I'm relieved," Yunbei replied. Knowing their concerns, she checked their pulses and confirmed they were in good health before getting ready to leave with Fu Guang. Just then, Xia Shuhua called out to her, asking Yunbei, "Is this child your brother?" Why didn't we hear about him before? Oh, he's my little brother that I found in the provincial city a while back. Yunbei smiled and shared Fu Guang's story. Xie Shuhua looked at Fu Guang and then at Yunbei and said, Fu Guang looks a lot like you. No one would doubt that you are siblings. Grandma, you aren't the first person to say I look like my sister, Fu Guang replied with a smile. He liked hearing that he resembled Yunbei and wished he could be her real little brother. Is that so? Xie Shuhua looked at Fu Guang with a complicated expression, filled with sighs inside. However, she didn't show it on her face and directly said to Yunbei, since Fu Guang has a connection with you, take good care of him. You might be surprised by what happens. Upon hearing this, Yunbei's eyes flickered, but she didn't ask any questions because she knew that if Xie Shuhua wanted to say something, she would. The reason she brought Fu Guang here was to test Xie Shuhua and see if she knew anything. It seemed that Xie Shuhua indeed knew something, but she just wouldn't say it. Yunbei wasn't anxious. She believed that one day Xie Shuhua would tell her. Of course, even if she didn't, it didn't matter. Fu Guang was so adorable. Whether they were related or not, he was her brother. On the way back from the barn, Yunbei encountered several villagers. When they saw her with a child, they couldn't help but ask about his identity. Once they learned he was Yunbei's brother, the villagers immediately became warm and friendly, especially those with children, inviting Fu Guang to play at their homes. Yunbei smiled and replied, Fu Guang isn't familiar with the village yet. Why not let your children come to the clinic to play? Sure. I'll tell them to go find your brother when I get back. The villagers kept their word, and shortly after Yunbei and Fu Guang returned to the clinic, they saw a few kids peeking at the door. Yunbei laughed, took some candy from her pocket, put it in Fu Guang's pocket, and said, You can go play with the other kids now. Okay, sister. I'll go play with them for a bit. Don't worry, I won't go far. Fu Guang, being a child, naturally wanted to play. He had stayed behind to look at picture books because there was no one to play with before. Once Fu Guang went out to play, Yunbei had some free time and took out a book from her space. While she was reading, the captain came over. Captain, what brings you here? Are you feeling unwell? Yunbei set the book down and smiled at him. The captain waved his hand and replied with a smile, I'm fine. I just heard the accountant say that uncle who came to see you for a checkup? Captain, are you talking about that veteran's family member? Yes, that's him. He is a veteran's family member and now he is all alone, so we should take extra care of him. How is his condition? Can he be treated? Captain, comrade who is not sick, he is actually poisoned. Poisoned? How could that happen? The captain was very surprised. He couldn't understand how the old man who could be poisoned. It is indeed poisoning. However, I haven't figured out what kind of poison it is yet. But I can say for sure that he has been poisoned for quite some time. I wanted to visit his home to find out what caused the poisoning, but he refused. Without that information, I can't treat him properly. Upon hearing Yunbei's words, the captain frowned slightly. Then he said to Yunbei, Let's go together. We must help Uncle Hu. Otherwise, we won't be able to honor his son who sacrificed for the country. Okay, I'll grab my medical kit and go with you, Yunbei nodded, thinking that with the captain there, Uncle Hu wouldn't turn her away. However, Yunbei didn't expect that Uncle Hu was not home, leaving her and the captain at the door. The captain was also surprised that Uncle Hu was not there, so he awkwardly said to Yunbei, Dr. Yun, I'm sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. Yunbei smiled and waved her hand, saying it's fine. Since comrade who is not home, I can come back another time. It's already noon. I wonder what he is up to? Compared to Yunbei, the captain was a bit more worried. After all, Uncle Hu is considered a patient now. What if something happened to him outside? However, the captain didn't know that Uncle Hu had already left the village for the county town. When Yunbei mentioned visiting him, he became cautious. He was always suspicious, and it didn't make sense for Yunbei to come back after leaving. Moreover, he couldn't understand why Yunbei, a doctor at the county hospital, would want to be a village doctor, which made him question her intentions. Therefore, he went to the county town to gather information about Yunbei. He wanted to see if her arrival would pose any threat to him. If it did, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. Yunbei didn't know what Old Hu was thinking, Otherwise, she would have realized he was the scorpion she was looking for. Back in the clinic, Yunbei noticed it was getting late and prepared to go home to cook. In the past, when she was alone, it was fine. Even if she didn't go home, she could eat from her supplies. But now it was different. Although Fuguang was small, he was quite clever. He noticed what she brought and what she didn't. If she suddenly took out food, how could she explain it? So, she had to work a little harder and go home to cook. Otherwise, they would have to eat at a villager's house. Not that she disliked eating at others' homes, but the villagers weren't doing very well. If they went, it would not only be a hassle for them, but also put pressure on the villagers. After packing her things, Yunbei called out Fuguang.
Fuguang.
After a couple of calls, Fuguang heard her and ran back, asking, "Sister, did you call me? Is there something wrong?" "Sister is off work now. We need to go home and cook." "Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll tell my friends." Fuguang ran back to where he was playing and told his friends, "I'm going home now. You all should go home for dinner too. We'll play again this afternoon." After saying goodbye, he returned to Yunbei's side. Yunbei lifted Fuguang onto her bicycle and started riding toward their home. When they arrived at the housing complex, Fuguang, worried about Yunbei getting tired, said, "Sister, let's eat at the cafeteria."
"Why?"
Yunbei asked with a smile. She didn't really like eating at the cafeteria. "I don't want you to be too tired." He liked Yunbei's cooking, but thinking about her working all morning and then cooking made him concerned. To spare Yunbei from getting tired, he suggested the cafeteria. "All right, then we'll go to the cafeteria." Yunbei turned the bike toward the cafeteria, appreciating his thoughtfulness. At the cafeteria, Yunbei got 2 servings of rice and 3 dishes, then took Fuguang home. There were too many people at the cafeteria, so it was better to eat at home. As the siblings rode home, they passed by a square and heard a child crying. Fuguang immediately became anxious and said to Yunbei, "Sister, it's Xiao Shirtu. He sounds really sad. Let's go see what's wrong." "Okay, let's check it out." Yunbei was also worried that something had happened to the child, so she rode her bike toward the square. When the siblings arrived at the square, they found that Shirtu had a bleeding head. Fuguang was frightened and anxiously said to Yunbei, "Sister, Shirtu is hurt. What should we do?" "Don't worry, I'm a doctor, remember?" Yunbei replied as she parked the bike and picked Fuguang up, then walked toward Shirtu. Just as they reached Shirtu, his grandmother, who had come to take him home for dinner, spotted them. When Shida's grandmother approached and saw the bleeding wound on her grandson's head, she grabbed Fuguang and shouted, "You little rascal! Did you hurt my Shirtu?" Yunbei, who was about to check Shida's injury, felt her expression darken when she saw Shida's grandmother accusing Fuguang without asking what happened. She gently tapped Shida's grandmother's hand, and as she winced in pain, Yunbei pulled Fuguang behind her and said coldly, "Auntie, my Fuguang didn't hurt Shirtu. Don't accuse him falsely. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? There are only you two here. If he didn't do it, could it be you? How could you, an adult, hurt my child? Come on, let's go somewhere to talk about this." Shida's grandmother ignored Yunbei and reached out to grab her. Yunbei stepped back and replied coldly, "Annie, there's a limit to nonsense. How could I, an adult, hurt Shirtu? Besides, we just arrived. He was already hurt when we got here. If you want to know how he got hurt, you can ask him." I think you're just making excuses. There's no one else here, so you can say whatever you want. But I don't care. My child is hurt, and you must take responsibility. What do you want me to do?" Yunbei looked at Shida's grandmother with an unhappy expression, feeling a bit annoyed with Shirtu as well. They had come because they heard Shirtu crying, and she was ready to treat his wound. But Shida's grandmother immediately accused them of hurting him. If Shirtu had explained what happened, she wouldn't be so stubborn. But he remained silent, letting his grandmother say whatever she wanted. Since that was the case, why should she be kind? Let him feel a bit more pain. Of course, you need to pay for the medical expenses. My family Shirtu is hurt badly and still bleeding. You need to pay 100 yuan. Aunt, you know Shirtu is still bleeding. I thought you didn't see it. If you really care about him, shouldn't you take him to the clinic right away?
What?
You want to teach me how to do things? Shida's grandmother looked displeased at Yunbei and said, Don't think you can leave. Even if we take Shirtu to the clinic, you have to come with us, or who will pay?
You?
Yunbei was extremely frustrated. In her past life, she had seen many people trying to scam others, to the point where no one dared to help when an elderly person fell. She didn't expect to encounter such people in this era as well. What do you mean? Hurry up and take my Shirtu to the clinic. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off easy. Yunbei wanted to ignore her, but a child is still a child. Even if she didn't like it, she couldn't just watch him bleed. As for being a doctor and treating him herself, Yunbei thought it was better not to. If anything went wrong, with Shida's grandmother's temperament, she wouldn't have a peaceful life afterward. Sister? Fuguan looked at Yunbei, feeling frustrated. They wanted to help Shirtu, but now Shida's grandmother was blaming them, which made him feel bad. He secretly decided not to get involved in other people's matters again. It's okay. Yunbei patted Fuguang's head and said to the quiet Shirtu, "Let's go. I'll take you to the clinic." Shirtu looked at his grandmother, and then at Yunbei, slowly moving his feet. Seeing him move so slowly, Shida's grandmother suddenly shouted, "Are you a snail? Can't you walk faster? Can't she give you a ride?" Yunbei didn't want to argue with Shida's grandmother for now and said to Fuguang, "Fuguang, you get in first." Once Fuguang was in the front seat, she said to Shida's grandmother, "Aunt, you can carry him to the back seat." Shida's grandmother looked at Fuguang's seat and then at the back seat, unhappily saying, "Shirtu is the patient. Shouldn't he sit in the front? Are you getting in or not? If not, I'm leaving," Yunbei said with a serious face, pushing the cart as if to leave. She was already being nice by offering to take them, and now they wanted to make demands. Seeing Yunbei was angry, Shida's grandmother had no choice but to carry Shirtu to the back seat. Once the stone was settled, Yunbei rode her bike straight to the medical room of the army. As for Grandma Shirtu, she didn't wait for anyone. When they arrived, Yunbei parked the bike, picked up Shirtu, and said to the doctor in the medical room, "He accidentally bumped his head. Can you help him?" The doctor knew Yunbei and, after looking at Shida's injury, asked in confusion, "You could have treated this yourself. Why bring him here?" "I want to avoid trouble. I'm afraid his family might blame me." Just then, Grandma Shirtu rushed in and said to the doctor, "You can get the medical fees from her. My child got hurt because of them." Hearing this, the doctor looked at Yunbei, silently asking what was going on. Yunbei wouldn't let it slide and replied, "Grandma Shirtu, I'll say it again. Shida's injury has nothing to do with us. If you insist on blaming us, I'll have to take this to someone who can help. If everyone acted like you, who would dare to help others in the future? Go ahead and blame me. I'm not afraid of you. There are only the two of you here, so you can say whatever you want. If you didn't cause this, why did you bring Shirtu here? You could have ignored it, right?" Yunbei was furious after hearing this. Then she said to the doctor, "Can I borrow your phone?" "Sure, go ahead." Yunbei called the family compound and asked them to have Aunt Zhang from Director Lu's house answer the phone. Aunt Zhang was surprised to receive Yunbei's call. Knowing that Yunbei had returned to Yang Village as a village doctor, she immediately asked, "Yunbei, why are you calling? Is something wrong?" Yunbei was straightforward since Aunt Zhang was the only one she had a good relationship with in the compound. She said, "Aunt Zhang, I need your help with something." "Go ahead." "Aunt Zhang, here's the situation. Grandma Shirtu is blaming me for Shida's injury, and now we're at the medical room. She wants me to pay for the medical fees. Could you please check if there are others at her house? If there are, please bring them over. Also, could you ask around the small square to see if anyone heard Shirtu crying? If so, please bring them to testify for me. Also, I don't know Shida's dad. Could you please let him know to come to the infirmary?" "Sure, I'll help you with that," Aunt Zhang said before hanging up and going to find him. She first went to Shida's house and brought Shida's mom, who was waiting for him to come home for dinner. Then, she went to the small square nearby to ask a soldier's wife, who had heard Shirtu crying, to come to the infirmary to support Yunbei. As for Shida's dad, she called him directly and asked him to go to the infirmary. Shida's dad had lunch at the cafeteria and planned to rest afterward. When he received the call and learned that Shirtu was hurt, he hurried to the infirmary. He lived close to the infirmary, so he arrived early. Upon seeing Yunbei, he recognized her as the commander's wife and greeted her, sister-in-law. What are you doing here? That's something you should ask your mom, Yunbei replied, glancing at him with an unhappy expression. Mom, what's going on? Shida's dad noticed Yunbei's displeasure and turned to his mother, asking, how did Shirtu get hurt? Hearing her son, Shida's grandma pointed at Yunbei and said, she must have called you here. Let me tell you, this is none of your business. You should go back to work. Don't worry about Shirtu. Then she turned to Yunbei and added, don't think that just because I called my son here, you won't have to pay for the medical expenses. I'm telling you, you have to cover every penny, plus some for his nutrition. My grandson has suffered a lot and lost so much blood. He needs to recover well. At the very least, you should provide a chicken a day, right? So, you must give me $100. Hearing this, not only Yunbei, but even Shida's dad felt a bit embarrassed. His mom was asking for too much. $100? He had just seen that Shida's injury wasn't serious. $10 would be enough. So, he cleared his throat softly and said to Yunbei, sister-in-law, my mom doesn't understand these things. Please don't argue with her. Be quiet. The one who doesn't understand is you. Your son is hurt, and instead of standing up for him, you want to smooth things over. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, it won't just end like this. Yunbei looked at Shida's grandma with disgust and coldly said, Aunt, if you insist on this, I won't mind calling the police to investigate how your grandson got hurt. When Shirtu heard this, he felt a bit scared. Being a child, he was still in awe of the police. So, he didn't dare to look at Yunbei or his father, but instead stared at his grandmother. Although Shida's father didn't know Yunbei well, he believed that Yunbei wouldn't make baseless accusations. Therefore, his son's injury must not be related to her. Seeing his son's fearful reaction to the mention of calling the police, he sensed there was more to the story. He looked at Shirtu with a serious expression and asked, Shirtu, what really happened? Did someone else hurt your head? Shida's grandmother became angry when she heard her son's question. She pointed at him and shouted, Son, how can you be a father like this? Not only do you not support Shirtu, but you also doubt him? There were only those three present at the time. I saw it clearly. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Surely, Shirtu didn't fall by himself. As soon as she said this, Shida's expression changed instantly. However, he kept his head down, so no one noticed. But Yunbei sensed something was off and said directly, maybe he did fall by himself. After all, we only went over after hearing him cry. At that moment, he was the only one there. You're talking nonsense. Shida's grandmother yelled at Yunbei. Even if Shirtu did fall, they couldn't admit it now. Otherwise, how would she get any money? Although her son was a company commander and earned a decent salary, it was still tough to support a family of 4 or 5. If she had the chance to get some money from others, she wouldn't let it slip away. With that money, they could improve their lives. Not to mention, they could afford to eat more meat. You're the one talking nonsense. Before Yunbei could respond to Shida's grandmother, Aunt Zhang and some others arrived. Shida's mother was the first to rush to her son. Seeing the bandage on his head, she felt both heartbroken and worried, asking, Shirtu, does it hurt? Shirtu nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he heard his grandmother arguing with someone. The person arguing with Shida's grandmother was Aunt Zhang. She had brought 2 military wives who heard Shirtu crying. On their way, she had already asked them about it. The 2 women lived close to the small square, so when they heard the crying, they opened the door to check. When they saw it was Shirtu crying, they didn't intervene much because Shida's grandmother was known for being difficult and trying to take advantage of others. So everyone tried to keep their distance from them. However, even though they didn't approach, they clearly saw that Shirtu was alone at that moment. As for Yunbei, some people saw her returning from the cafeteria with food. So, Shida's injury has nothing to do with her. Shida's grandmother did not expect Aunt Zhang to come over. She had been criticized by Aunt Zhang a few times for taking advantage, so neither of them liked each other. Now, Aunt Zhang was arguing with her for Yunbei, which made her very angry. She directly shouted, What does this have to do with you? You're just sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. How can it not be my business? Aren't you just trying to take advantage of Yunbei because she's a new bride and easy to fool? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't succeed. You should think about whether your actions will embarrass your son. After saying this, Aunt Zhang turned to Shida's father and said, Captain Wang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you should keep an eye on what your mother is doing. Don't think that what she does doesn't affect you. You two are connected, and it matters a lot. Go ask around the family compound if anyone wants to associate with your family. Before Shida's father could speak, Aunt Zhang continued, Your mother is always taking advantage, and everyone has been turning a blind eye. But now she's learned to extort people, and this can't be ignored. Otherwise, you'll regret it sooner or later. Zhang, stop talking nonsense. When did I extort anyone? I just suspected they were up to something when I saw them together. Really? Have you asked your grandson? Was it someone else's fault, or did he fall on his own? Aunt Zhang didn't believe Shida's grandmother. If it was just a suspicion, she would have asked Shirdu first instead of immediately blaming Yunbei and Fuguang. Me? Shida's grandmother's face turned a bit red. She hadn't asked him. Seeing her like this, everyone understood and looked at her with more disdain. Shida's father also felt the disdainful looks and turned red. He looked at his son and asked sternly, Shirtu, tell us what happened. Shirtu was a bit scared of his father and could sense the anger in his voice, making him tremble slightly. Shida's mother noticed her son's fear and was not pleased. She glared at her husband and said, Why are you yelling? You're scaring our son. Then she gently comforted Shirtu, speaking softly, Shirtu, tell mommy what really happened. Did you fall by yourself, or did someone else cause it? Me? Stone didn't know whether to tell the truth because he was worried that his grandmother would be angry. But if he didn't tell the truth, he was also afraid his father would be upset. He felt very conflicted. What do you mean, me? Hurry up and say it. Stone's father was a bit impatient, especially since everyone was watching him, which made him feel worse and his tone was not pleasant. When he urged him, Stone suddenly burst into tears, crying so hard that he could hardly catch his breath. Seeing that Stone was silent and just crying, everyone had strange expressions. They used to think that Stone's grandmother was not very capable, but everyone else was fine. Now, it seemed like bad traits ran in the family. Everyone looked unhappy, and Stone's father felt very embarrassed. Aunt Zhang didn't care about the expressions of Stone's family. She said directly, There are witnesses now. Whether Stone speaks or not won't change anything. Yunbei and Fuguang were just passing by and heard Stone crying. They wanted to help him. Then she addressed everyone, There's nothing more to discuss, so you can all go home. Yunbei has to go to work this afternoon, so hurry back for lunch. You don't need to worry about what happened here. Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Fuguang, and I will head back now. Go on, go on. Aunt Zhang waved her hand, signaling Yunbei to leave. Once Yunbei left, Aunt Zhang glanced at Stone's father, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing and just shook her head before leaving. Soon, only Stone's family was left in the clinic. Stone's father looked at his child, who had stopped crying, and wanted to scold him a bit. However, with his mother and wife watching him closely, he decided to say nothing. Dr. Zhou, how much is the medical fee? Stone's father asked. Since Stone's injury wasn't serious, the medical costs would have to be covered by their family. $1, Dr. Zhou replied, taking the money Stone's father handed him and placing it in the drawer. After giving a few instructions about care, he let Stone's family leave. On the way home, Stone's grandmother kept complaining. She blamed Aunt Zhang for meddling, which forced them to pay out of pocket, and she also criticized her son for getting involved without being helpful. As for the daughter-in-law, she was even more upset, saying that she was useless and didn't even know how to help. Dr. Zhou shook his head in disbelief as he listened to the distant complaints. He thought to himself, no wonder Yunbei didn't want to treat Stone. This family was truly hard to deal with. Meanwhile, Yunbei was taking Fuguang home. The boy suddenly said, Sister, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't interfered, you wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Luckily, Grandma Zhang helped us. Otherwise, We wouldn't know when we could get out of this situation. Fu Guang, it's not your fault. You're kind, and that's a good thing. But sometimes kindness doesn't always bring good results, so we need to be wise with our kindness. Sister, I don't understand. Clearly, Shirtu was hurt, and we wanted to help him. But why did his grandmother blame us and even try to take our money? Did we help the wrong person? Fu Guang, people are different. Some are grateful, while others are ungrateful. You can't think that everyone is ungrateful just because you met one. There are good and bad people. What we should do is act according to our conscience and feel no regret. When we encounter someone in need, we should still help. I understand, sister. Fu Guang nodded, somewhat confused. Although he didn't fully grasp his sister's meaning, he always trusted her. Since they had wasted some time, their food had gotten a bit cold, so Yunbei had to heat it up in the pot. They had planned to eat and then rest, but now they couldn't rest, so after eating, the two rode their bikes back to Yang Village. Meanwhile, Old, who had been asking around in the county town, he learned that Yunbei had good medical skills and that she left the hospital because she had offended someone. This news relaxed Old, who a bit. Otherwise, he would have really worried that Yunbei was after him. He already knew about the events in the provincial city, so he had been staying home as much as possible. Unless necessary, he wouldn't even step outside. After all, he didn't want to end up like those people, stuck in jail, eating peanuts. After gathering the information, Old, who bought some supplies and confidently returned to the village. Once back, he put away his things and checked his home again to ensure there were no mistakes before finally feeling at ease. Yunbei was unaware of Old, whose vigilance. She was thinking about how to quickly uncover his identity. She had many items in her space, like a voice recorder and a listening device. But how could she place these things on Old Who or in his home? Although she had only met Old Who once, she realized he was a very cautious person. If something unexpected appears at home or on someone, it will definitely alert the other party. So, she needs to find a way to place the items on the other person or in their home without them noticing. Fu Guang watched his sister think and didn't disturb her. He fell asleep on the table. When Yunbei came back to her senses and saw Fu Guang sleeping with his head on the table, she picked him up and placed him on the small bed in the treatment room. The little guy opened his eyes to look at Yunbei for a moment before falling back asleep. Seeing the little one sleeping soundly made Yunbei smile. If she weren't carrying him, she could take a nap in the space right now. It seems she needs to find a way to send him to school. Thinking of this, Yunbei decided to discuss it with Sinanzho when she returned home that evening to see if they could send Fu Guang to school. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have time to enter the space. During the day, Fu Guang followed her, and at night, Sinanzho slept beside her. If this continues, her space might just become a decoration. She really hopes not, as there are many good things in her space. It would be a waste if she couldn't use them. Yunbei didn't feel sleepy, so she picked up a book and flipped through it while waiting for patients to arrive. However, the first ones to come were not patients, but the little friends who had played with Fu Guang earlier that morning. They had planned to come right after lunch, but their parents said Fu Guang might not be back yet. So, they waited at home for a while and came over after 1 o'clock to check. Seeing the door to the clinic open, they knew Yunbei was back and bravely approached the entrance. When Yunbei noticed them, they shyly called out, "Dr. Yun, you're here to see Fu Guang, right? He's still sleeping. I'll go wake him up. Please wait a moment," Yunbei said with a smile as she walked toward the treatment room. Fu Guang, who had been alert from his time wandering outside, opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. Seeing it was Yunbei, he was about to close his eyes again when she said, "Fu Guang, your friends are here to play." Hearing that his friends had arrived, Fu Guang rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed. He looked toward the door but didn't see anyone and asked, "Sister, where are they?" "They're waiting outside." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang hurried up. The siblings walked out of the treatment room. Yunbei washed Fu Guang's face to help him wake up a bit before letting him go play. Seeing some kids playing together, Yunbei suddenly had an idea. She could ask the children for help, but she didn't want them to do much, just to keep an eye on Old Who's movements. However, this could wait until Fu Guang was more comfortable playing with the other kids. In the afternoon, there were fewer patients, so Yunbei had some free time. Noticing Fu Guang playing outside, She closed the door and entered her special space. Once inside, she went to her storage room, which contained items she had collected from her past life and things she was used to. After searching for a while, she found a pinhole camera. This device was hard to detect, and if placed in Old Who's house, it might reveal something interesting. No matter what, she planned to give it a try, because only by testing it would she know if it worked. The only challenge now was figuring out how to get into Old Who's house. While she was thinking, the captain arrived. Upon seeing Yunbei, he asked Dr. Yun, "Are you busy right now?" "Not busy." "Is there something you need, Captain?" "It's about Old Who. He happens to be home now, so let's go check on him." Since they had missed him in the morning, the captain had someone keep watch. As soon as they saw Old Who was home, they came to find Yunbei. Yunbei was happy to go. She had been worried about finding a chance to enter Old Who's house. "Sounds good," she replied with a smile. Then she told the captain, "Please wait a moment while I let my brother know, so he won't worry if he can't find me." "Sure, I'll wait for you at the station." With that, the captain returned to his office. Yunbei found Fu Guang playing nearby and told him she needed to go on a visit. As soon as Fu Guang heard this, he asked Sister, "Is it far?" If it was far, he would definitely want to go with her. "Not far, just in the village." "Do you remember the grandpa who was poisoned this morning?" "I'm going to his house." "Oh, I see. You go ahead, Sister. I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay, I'm going now. If you need me, ask the other kids to show you where he lives. They will know." "Got it," Fu Guang nodded. He didn't like Old Who much, so he decided not to tag along with his sister. Yunbei carried a medicine box and followed the team leader to Old Who's house. Old Who lived in the middle of the village. His house was decent. Although it was made of mud bricks, half of the walls were stone, making it look quite sturdy. The roof was covered with tiles, unlike other houses that had thatched roofs. When they arrived, the yard of Old Who's house was closed. The team leader approached and knocked on the door, calling out, Uncle Who, are you home?" Old Who was sleeping inside, heard the call and came out. Seeing the team leader and Yunbei outside, he looked a bit displeased and asked, "What brings you here?" "Uncle Who, I heard you were poisoned, so I brought Dr. Yun to take a look. Let her check if there's anything toxic in your house. You must take care of your health, otherwise I won't be able to face Hu Yuan and the others later."
Come in, then.
Since the matter was brought up, Old Who reluctantly let the team leader and Yunbei enter the house. Yunbei followed the team leader into the yard and began to look around openly. She could tell that Old Who had tidied up. It seemed he knew the team leader would bring her over, so he prepared in advance. Yunbei didn't mind and walked around the yard. Finding nothing of interest, she headed towards the main room. However, before entering, she stopped at the door. She noticed a stand at the entrance with a wash basin on it. The basin looked old and faded. Yet Yunbei noticed something unusual. It seemed that the basin wasn't just faded. It appeared to have been corroded by something. It seemed her suspicion was correct. Old Who's poisoning came from his face. More specifically, from the mask on his face. It looked like a human skin mask, likely peeled off the real Old Who's face. In her past life, Yunbei had read about a type of mask made from human skin that was directly peeled off a person's face and then attached to another person's face. Before this, the peeled face had to be treated with certain chemicals, which would leave residues. If someone wore such a mask for a long time, poisoning was inevitable. Clearly, Old Who was in this situation. He was not the real Old Who, but to maintain his disguise and prevent others from discovering his true identity, he had to wear the mask every day. Over time, the remaining toxins on the mask entered his body, leading to his poisoning. It seems that her pinhole camera had a place to hide. With a subtle glance, Yunbei followed the captain into the main room. The room was simple and clean. At first glance, besides the tables and chairs, there was nothing extra. The captain was surprised to see such a clean room and smiled at Old Who, saying, "Uncle Who, you're quite diligent. This place is really clean. There's not much to do, so I just clean up. Plus, I'm the only one at home, so it doesn't get dirty," Old Who replied casually. However, this made the captain feel a sense of sympathy for him. If it weren't for his sons sacrificing for the country and his wife passing away from the grief, he wouldn't be alone now. But the captain didn't know that the person replacing Old, who was the one who truly deserved sympathy. The reason this person was so particular about cleanliness and kept the house spotless was simply to avoid exposure. Although he had taken Old whose place, some habits were not easy to change. He feared that someone would come to his home and notice the differences, putting himself in danger. Yunbei noticed the captain's sympathy for Old, who but chose not to say anything. Even if she told him that Old, who was an imposter, he likely wouldn't believe her. So, everything had to be proven with evidence. Therefore, she directly asked Old who, "Comrade who, may I take a look in your room?" At this, Old whose expression changed slightly. But he quickly regained his composure and said, "What's there to see in an old man's room? Let's skip it." Hearing this, Yunbei's gaze flickered and she replied, "Comrade who, I just checked your yard and this main room, and I didn't find anything toxic. So, if possible, I would like to inspect your house thoroughly." "Dr. Yun, you're not trying to use the inspection for something else, are you?" Old, who suspected, as he had learned in the morning that Yunbei's medical skills were quite impressive. He thought that since she knew he was poisoned, she must have a way to cure him. As for her claim about needing to find the source of the poison to understand what he was poisoned with, he considered that an excuse, pure nonsense. Yunbei felt a surge of excitement and looked at Old who, saying, "Comrade who, from what you just said, you wouldn't have any secrets you're hiding, would you? They say that how you see yourself reflects how you see others. I had good intentions, yet you misunderstood me like this. It's hard not to overthink it." "That's nonsense." The old man, filled with anger, directly told the captain, "Captain, you brought her here, so take her away. Don't come to my home again. I don't welcome you." As he spoke, the old man pushed the captain, trying to get him to leave. However, the captain stood his ground after being pushed a few steps and advised the old man, "Uncle Hu, please don't be angry. Although Dr. Yun may have been a bit forward, she means well and cares about your health. We can't just ignore that you are poisoned, can we? If we do, how will I explain it to the villagers and to the higher-ups? What good intentions? I think she has bad motives." The old man glared at Yunbei, as if she were a terrible person. "Uncle Hu, you must be mistaken. How could Dr. Yun have bad intentions? She is a doctor and wants her patients to be well. Why don't you reconsider? We can come back another day." At this point, Yunbei also pretended to be angry and said to the captain, "Captain, I think we shouldn't come back. It's clear they don't want us here, so why should we force ourselves into a situation where we're not welcome? Besides, he won't have much time left. At this rate, he'll be gone in 6 months. If he wants to give up, why should we stop him?" After saying this, Yunbei angrily left with her medicine box. Seeing Yunbei upset, the captain felt unsure of what to do. He glanced at the old man, stomped his foot in frustration, and turned to chase after Yunbei. Just as Yunbei was about to step out of the old man's yard, the captain stopped her, saying, "Dr. Yun, please don't leave." Then he continued, "Dr. Yun, Uncle Hu is old and has a bit of a temper. Please be understanding and don't take it personally." "I don't want to take it personally, but listen to what he said. As a doctor, what motive could I have? It's not like I gain anything from treating him. Yes, Uncle Hu doesn't express himself well. I apologize on his behalf. But since you're already here, we can't just give up, right? How about you wait outside for a moment while I talk to him?" Since the captain has said that, what can I say? Yunbei appeared to reluctantly agree, as if he was doing it for the captain's sake, which made the captain breathe a sigh of relief. After calming Yunbei down, he returned to persuade Old Hu. Seeing that Yunbei was genuinely angry, Old Hu felt more at ease. He thought he might have overreacted. Yunbei really just wanted to help him with his health. As for the source of the poison that Yunbei mentioned, Old Hu had looked for it but found nothing. At that moment, he didn't even consider that the human skin mask was the cause of the poisoning. The captain approached Old Hu again and said, "Uncle Hu, look how upset Dr. Yun is. How could you say that to her? If I hadn't invited her, she wouldn't have come. I'm also worried about your health. After all, It's been specifically instructed that the village should take good care of you. Please listen to me and let Dr. Yun examine you properly, okay? Old Hu's face still showed some reluctance, but it was much better than before. The captain noticed his change of heart and continued, Uncle Hu, they say it's better to live poorly than to die well. You heard what Dr. Yun said. Do you really only plan to live for 6 more months? Old Hu naturally wanted to live, but not because of the captain's persuasion. It was because he was still young and had important responsibilities. So, Old Hu looked at the captain and made a request, saying, she can come in, but she mustn't touch my things. Don't worry, Dr. Yun won't touch your things, I promise, the captain assured him. All right, then let her in, Old Hu said, still somewhat unwilling but finally relenting. The captain was very pleased and called out to Yun Bei, who was waiting in the yard. Dr. Yun, you can come in now. Hearing the captain call her, Yun Bei entered the room again with her medicine box. Old Hu glanced at Yun Bei and opened the door to his room. As the door opened, Yun Bei first saw a bed. The blankets were neatly folded, and the room was as clean as the main hall outside. Besides the bed, there was also a table with a red book on it. The captain walked in front of Yun Bei and, noticing the red book on the table, chuckled. Uncle Hu, when did you learn to read? I didn't know. Upon hearing this, Old Hu felt a bit nervous but quickly composed himself, glaring at the captain and saying, I can't read, but you can't expect me not to pretend a little. Honestly, you're all grown up, yet not very likable. The captain smiled awkwardly and didn't think much of it, assuming the old man was just pretending. But Yun Bei noticed that the red book seemed to have been frequently handled. However, she said nothing and looked around to find a suitable spot for a pinhole camera. After a thorough search, she found a good place, the gap in the door. When the door was closed, it could capture both the bed and the table. So, as long as the old man was in either spot, she could see everything clearly. The challenge was how to secretly place the camera in the door gap. At that moment, not only was the old man watching her, but the captain was also observing her closely. Everyone's eyes were on her since she was looking for the source of the poison. Yun Bei checked the entire room and finally shook her head, saying, There's nothing toxic in this room. Hearing this, the old man immediately replied, See? I told you it was unnecessary. Now I really doubt if I've been poisoned. Upon hearing this, the captain looked at Yun Bei with suspicion. However, Yun Bei remained calm and said, If you don't believe me, that's fine. With that, she pretended to be unhappy and turned to leave with her medicine box. As she reached the door, she pushed it aside, complaining it was in her way. While pushing the door, she slipped the camera into the gap. If someone didn't check carefully, they would never notice. The camera was small and black, resembling a piece of trash. Since the door was also black, it was less likely to be discovered. Yun Bei stepped outside and headed toward the kitchen. Since she was there, she needed to check every area. Otherwise, with the old man's suspicious nature, he would definitely doubt her intentions again. The captain saw Yun Bei enter the kitchen and slapped his thigh, saying, I almost forgot, we haven't checked the kitchen yet. He followed her into the kitchen. There wasn't much in the kitchen. Besides the stove, there was only a cabinet with a lock on it. Looking at the lock, Yun Bei turned to the captain and said, This cabinet is locked, so it seems the comrade doesn't want me to check it. The captain stared at the locked cabinet, falling silent. Normally, if the old man was home alone, there would be no need to lock it. However, he thought for a moment and said to Yun Bei, The cabinet is probably locked with food or something, so let's forget about it. Okay, let's forget it. But so far, I haven't found anything that caused Comrade Hu to be poisoned, so I can't rashly give him an antidote. What should we do? I'll prescribe him some medicine to temporarily suppress the toxins in his body. But this is not a long-term solution. We still need to find out what caused the poisoning. Then let's do it your way. The captain had no better ideas. Besides, Yun Bei was a doctor, and if she couldn't help, what could he do? The two of them walked out of the kitchen and saw Old Hu standing outside. The captain said directly, Uncle Hu, Dr. Yun couldn't find what caused your poisoning, so she can only prescribe some medicine to temporarily suppress the toxins in your body. Hearing this, Old, who looked a bit unhappy and sarcastically said to Yunbei, "Everyone says your medical skills are great, but I think they're just okay." "Yes, my skills are just okay. But at least I figured out that you are poisoned, which is better than others," Yunbei replied, unable to hold back, and then took out paper and a pen to quickly write a prescription. After finishing, she handed it to the captain and said, "Take 3 doses for now. It should help relieve his pain. But this medicine only provides temporary relief and won't eliminate the toxins." "Okay, I understand." The captain took the prescription and asked Old Who, "Uncle Who, will you go get the medicine yourself, or should I send someone to fetch it for you?" "I'll go myself." Old Who reached for the prescription. He still didn't fully trust Yunbei. He needed to take the prescription to ask other doctors if this was indeed an antidote. "All right, but you must go."
I know, stop nagging."
Old Who said impatiently. The captain wasn't angry and waved his hand as he left with Yunbei. On the way back to the clinic, Yunbei asked the captain, "Is Comrade Who's temper always like this?" "Not at all. He used to have a good temper. I don't know what happened, but it has gotten worse over time. It might be because of losing family members." The two chatted as they walked and soon returned to the clinic. When Fu Guang saw Yunbei return, he happily shouted, "Sister, you're back." "Yes, I'm back. Are you all tired from playing? Do you want to take a break and eat something?" "Sister, did you bring food?" Fu Guang asked, surprised and excited, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Yunbei. The other kids couldn't help but lick their lips when they heard Yunbei's words. "That's right." Yunbei smiled and called the children to follow her inside. She then picked up a cloth bag hanging nearby, which contained some snacks, including small cookies, candy, and dried fruit. She took a handful and placed it on the table where she had helped Fu Guang read earlier, saying to the kids, "Go ahead and eat, but don't fight over it. Otherwise, there won't be any left next time." As soon as the kids heard this, they nodded eagerly. To ensure they would have snacks next time, they looked at Fu Guang and said, "Fu Guang, why don't you share?" Fu Guang glanced at everyone and then at the pile of snacks, nodding in agreement. To prevent any fighting, it was better to share. This way, it would be fair and no one would get more or less. He looked at the snacks and first divided the candy, giving 1 piece to each of the 6 kids. Then he did the same with the cookies and finally, he handed out the peanuts one by one. Once everyone had their share, Fu Guang didn't distribute any more snacks but took the rest back to Yunbei, saying, "Sister, there aren't enough left to share.
You can keep them for next time."
"Okay." Yunbei smiled and nodded, putting the leftovers away. With snacks in hand, the kids stopped bothering Yunbei while she read and went outside to play. Once the kids left, Yunbei closed the door and locked it, entering her space. She needed to check if the camera had captured anything. In the space, Yunbei saw the video from Old Who's house, but unfortunately, it didn't show anything useful. At that moment, Old Who wasn't even in the room. He was carrying a basket and preparing to head up the mountain. He was always cautious, so he hadn't left some items at home. Now, he was planning to take Yunbei's recipe to someone else to see if it was indeed for detoxifying. Old Who climbed the mountain and went to a place he often visited. It was a small valley behind a cliff, rarely visited by others due to its hidden location. He had discovered this place by chance and had turned it into a secret base, storing things there that he couldn't keep at home. Upon entering the valley, he first checked around to ensure everything was fine before taking out the hidden radio. When he started sending messages with the radio, the technicians in the provincial city detected the signal and immediately reported it to Leader Wang. After hearing the report, Director Wang quickly asked, "Do you know which radio station the signal is from?" "Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be from Yang Village."
Yang Village?
Director Wang frowned slightly, thinking about how Yunbei had just taken office there, so he decided to give her a call. Yunbei was a bit surprised to receive a call at that moment. She wondered who would be calling her now. When she answered and recognized Director Wang's voice, her expression changed slightly, and she directly asked, "Uncle, what's the matter? How are things going there? Is everything smooth?" "Very smooth. I've made some progress."
"Really?
That's great. By the way, we just made some discoveries here. Do you want to check on them?" "Okay, I understand." Although Director Wang didn't explain everything clearly, Yunbei understood. After hanging up, she called Fu Guang over and said, Fu Guang, can you help me with a task? Sure, what is it, sister? Can you go check if the old man I visited before is at home? Of course, I can do that. Fu Guang replied with a smile and then went out to find his friends. He didn't know where the old man lived, so he needed his friends to guide him. The kids were already bored with their games, so when they heard Fu Guang was going to explore the village, they eagerly agreed. A few of them left the clinic and ran off to different parts of the village. About an hour later, Fu Guang returned and told Yunbei, Sister, he's not at home. We waited nearby for a while and saw him coming back from the mountains. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Fu Guang. Sister, you don't have to be so polite. I'm your brother. Helping you is what I should do. Yes, I shouldn't be so formal with you. Yunbei smiled, patted Fu Guang on the head, and let him go play. Just then, Yunbei had a patient, so she got busy. She was occupied until it was time to finish work. After packing her things, she took Fu Guang home. However, instead of going straight to the staff quarters, she went to find Si Nanzhao. Since there had been a discovery, she needed to inform Si Nanzhao. Plus, it would be easier to talk on the phone there without being overheard. When Yunbei arrived, Si Nanzhao was just about to finish work. Upon hearing she was there, he quickly packed up and headed to the entrance. At the entrance, when he learned that Yunbei wanted to use the phone in his office, he brought them into his office. While Yunbei made the call, Si Nanzhao and Fu Guang waited nearby. When Director Wang received Yunbei's call and learned that the person she suspected was going up the mountain at that time, he immediately decided to send 2 people to help her. Yunbei had no objections to Wang's arrangement. As a doctor, she had to stay in the medical room and couldn't leave. There was no way she could follow anyone. She didn't mention the cameras she set up at Old Hu's house because it would be hard to explain, and Wang might doubt her identity. Such things weren't something just anyone could have. To avoid trouble, it was better to keep it a secret for now. Seeing Yunbei hang up, Si Nanzhao smiled and asked, Are you done? Yeah. Yunbei nodded and said to Si Nanzhao, Shall we eat at the cafeteria tonight? Sure, Si Nanzhao agreed. After leading them out of the office, he headed straight to the cafeteria. As they walked, Si Nanzhao's gaze never left Yunbei. It made Fu Guang feel a bit out of place. If he could, he wouldn't want to walk with them. Feeling Si Nanzhao's gaze, Yunbei felt a bit uncomfortable and asked with a smile, What's up? Nothing, just wanted to look at you. What do you want to look at me for? Yunbei replied, puzzled. Didn't he see her enough every day? Throughout their walk, she had noticed several teasing glances. Si Nanzhao was being too obvious. His eyes were glued to her. She even worried he might trip while not paying attention to the road. Luckily, Si Nanzhao often walked this path, so her worries didn't come true. I'm just admiring my smart and capable wife. In just one day, you figured out the problem, Si Nanzhao replied with a smile. He hadn't expected Yunbei to be so impressive. While others took a month or even longer to discover the issue, she found it in just one day. Isn't that impressive? Am I that impressive? Yunbei asked with a smile. Of course, you're much better than me. If it were me, I wouldn't know when I'd figure it out. I might never find out at all. Si Nanzhao honestly said that fighting is his strong suit, and he has no problem with it. But when it comes to catching spies, he feels a bit lacking. Really? Yunbei looked at Si Nanzhao with excitement. She had wanted to compete with him for a while, but never had the chance. Of course, she knew that in terms of physical strength, she might not match Si Nanzhao, given her own physical abilities. But if she could prove herself better in other areas, that would be fine too. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Si Nanzhao smiled, happy to see Yunbei's lively demeanor. Since they got married, he noticed that their interactions had lost the casual ease they once had. He wanted to change that but didn't know how. Now, seeing Yunbei return to her old self made him very happy. Since you admit I'm better than you have to listen to me from now on. Sure. You're so quick to agree. Aren't you going to think about it? After all, you are the man. In other families, it's usually the men who make the decisions. So what? Other families are not ours. In our home, The wife is the boss, and what she says goes. You said it, so no backing out. Otherwise, you'll be a little puppy. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word and won't go back on it. Fu Guang watched the two of them lagging behind, feeling a bit speechless. However, he didn't interrupt them and hurried to keep up. Before long, they arrived at the cafeteria. Yunbei took Fu Guang to find a place to sit while Xin and Zhao went to get food. Seeing familiar comrades, they greeted each other. Someone noticed Xin and Zhao getting several servings and jokingly said, "Captain, did your wife go on strike today? Is she not cooking for you? Come on, what nonsense. Your sister-in-law is tired from work and needs a break." Xin and Zhao shot a glance at the person and then carried the food back. Yunbei looked at the food Xin and Zhao brought back, smiling as she said, "Did you get too much? What if we can't finish it?" "Don't worry, we can finish it," Xin and Zhao replied with a smile, as he usually has a big appetite. His concern wasn't about not finishing but whether there would be enough to eat. Yunbei didn't like the cafeteria food much, so she ate little. Fu Guang had a normal appetite, while Xin and Zhao ate more. Since Yunbei ate less, Xin and Zhao finished their portion too, and in the end, he felt quite full. After finishing their meal, Xin and Zhao suggested they walk home. Yunbei knew he was full, so she didn't object. The three of them slowly made their way back to the family compound. When they arrived home, Yunbei noticed someone standing at their gate from a distance. As she got closer, she realized it was Shida's mother. Seeing her, Yunbei frowned and felt a bit unhappy. She clearly remembered what had happened that morning. It's often said that if you're not family, you shouldn't enter the same door. Although Shida's mother hadn't said anything rude or taken Shida's grandmother's side, Yunbei just didn't like her for some reason. Xin Nanzhao sensed Yunbei's change in mood and asked worriedly, "Wife, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yunbei shook her head and said, "Something happened at noon that I didn't tell you about." "What happened?" Xin Nanzhao asked. He hadn't been home for lunch, so he didn't know what had occurred. Yunbei briefly explained what happened at noon and mentioned that the person at the door was Shida's mother. Xin Nanzhao nodded slightly and said to Yunbei, "If you don't want to talk to her, I'll handle it." "Okay." Yunbei nodded. She really didn't want to deal with Shida's family at all. When Shida's mother saw Yunbei and the others, she smiled and said, "Commander C, sister-in-law, you're back. I came to apologize for what happened at noon. It's in the past, no need to mention it again." Xin Nanzhao waved his hand and glanced at what she was holding, saying directly, "It's getting late. You should go home." "Commander C, I specifically came to apologize to sister-in-law. It was Shida's fault for not explaining clearly, which led to his grandmother misunderstanding. No need for that. As I said, it's in the past, so let's not bring it up again." Yunbei felt speechless upon hearing her words. Even now, they were blaming a child for the issue. It was truly frustrating. It just proved the saying, "If you're not family, you shouldn't enter the same door." It was clearly an adult's problem, yet they were pushing it onto a child. She genuinely felt sorry for their child. Shida's mother had hoped to use the apology to get closer to Yunbei, but Yunbei was completely unresponsive. She felt a bit angry inside but didn't show it on her face. She set down the basket she was carrying and said to Yunbei, "Sister-in-law, these are vegetables I grew myself. I hope you won't dislike them. Mom, you should take this back. I don't want your mother-in-law to say I stole something from your house." Yunbei waved her hand, clearly not wanting to take anything from them. Stone's mother felt a bit embarrassed by Yunbei's words and didn't want to stay any longer. In the end, she figured out how to take her things back. Once Stone's mother left, Yunbei and her family entered the yard. Back at home, Yunbei remembered how grateful she was for Aunt Zhang's help at noon. She said to Xin Nanzhao, "Let's visit Director Lu's house later. I really appreciate Aunt Zhang's help. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble with Stone's grandmother." "Sure, I'll go with you," Xin Nanzhao replied. At that moment, Fu Guang came forward, holding onto Yunbei's sleeve, and said, "Sister, I want to go too." "Okay, you can come," Yunbei nodded, not refusing. They wouldn't leave Fu Guang alone at home at night. Although the walls around the family compound had been raised and security had been improved after the last incident, Yunbei still didn't dare to leave Fu Guang alone at home. If something happened, she wouldn't know where to cry for help. After resting for a while, Yunbei thought it was probably a good time since Director Lu's family had already finished dinner. She grabbed a gift and headed out. The Lu family had just finished eating, and Aunt Zhang was washing dishes in the kitchen when she heard a knock at the door. She went to open it. Seeing Yunbei and her family, she immediately smiled and welcomed them. "What brings you here?" "Come in." Yunbei smiled back and said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt, we hope we're not bothering you by coming over so late." "Not at all. I'm always happy to see you." Aunt Zhang waved her hand while closing the door. She had always liked Yunbei not only because she had helped her recover, but also because she taught her about medicinal herbs. Now, thanks to those herbs, she had earned quite a bit of extra money. With some money, she felt more confident and no longer had to worry about her daughter-in-law's opinions. Thinking of this made her very grateful to Yunbei. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be living such a comfortable life now. Director Lu was surprised but pleased to see Nanzhao and Yunbei with the child. He smiled and said, "What brings you here?" "Today, Aunt Zhang helped Yunbei a lot, so we came to thank her," Nanzhao replied while placing down the gifts he had brought. Aunt Zhang entered the room and saw that Yunbei and the others had brought gifts, which made her unhappy. She said, "Yunbei, what's going on? You could have just come without bringing anything. Take it back later, or I might get upset." "Aunt, it's not anything special, just something to help you feel better. I hope you stay healthy, so you can support me in the future. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what would have happened." After hearing Yunbei's kind words, Aunt Zhang smiled again and said, "If you need anything in the future, just come to me." "Okay," Yunbei replied with a smile. The people from Director Lu's family, who overheard their conversation, were confused and asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened today that we don't know about?" "Nothing much," Aunt Zhang said before Yunbei could respond. "You know the Wang family in the courtyard, right?" "Yes, Wang Guizhu. I know him. What's going on with his family?" Director Lu, being the logistics director, was familiar with Shida's father. After all, he was a company commander.
Well,
Aunt Zhang recounted what had happened at noon, leaving Director Lu and his wife speechless. They said, "How could they act like that?" "Exactly. I thought Xiuqin was a nice person," said Hongmei, Director Lu's wife, who worked with Shida's mother, Cheng Xiuqin, and had a good impression of her. "Nice? I think she's the one who understands her family the least. Usually, the trouble is caused by Shida's grandmother, while she plays the good person behind the scenes. I don't believe she doesn't know what her mother-in-law is like. Has she ever tried to advise or stop her?"
no.
Hongmei thought about it and realized that Aunt Zhang was right. They were all family living under one roof. If Cheng Xiuqin didn't know her mother-in-law's character, that was impossible. After all, they had been together for several years, not just a few days or months. Before Wang Guizhu got promoted, Cheng Xiuqin was at home taking care of the elderly. Later, when he became a deputy company commander, she joined him, along with her children and mother-in-law. They had been together for at least 7 or 8 years. If, after all that time, they didn't know each other's character, it was definitely not possible. Thinking about how Cheng Xiuqin usually seemed so friendly and easy to talk to, Hongmei felt a bit uncomfortable. Because both of them are military wives and live in the same big compound, their relationship is quite good. However, Hongmei suddenly realizes that Cheng Xiuqin seems to have a deep mind. It seems better for her to have less contact with her in the future. Director Lu is a man, so he doesn't think as carefully as women do. When he hears his mother say that Cheng Xiuqin has a deep mind, he can't help but defend her. Is that true? She doesn't seem like someone with a deep mind. Besides, as a daughter-in-law, how can she advise her mother-in-law? As soon as he says this, he is met with 2 sharp glares. Feeling that his mother and wife are angry, Director Lu doesn't even realize what he did wrong and stammers. "Did I say something wrong?" "Humph, she can only fool you men. No wonder Wang Guizhu is completely under her control. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Grandma Shida's strong appearance. All the big and small matters at home are decided by Mama Shirtu. That can't be true. Director Liu still doesn't believe it, which makes Aunt Zhang a bit angry. She says, I think your brain is stuck in my belly. You can't see such an obvious thing, and you still call yourself a director. You should quit while you're ahead. Mom, why are you bringing me into this when you're talking about someone else? Director Liu looks helplessly at his mother. All right, I'm done talking to you. Aunt Zhang, feeling displeased, ignores her son and turns to Yunbei, saying, Yunbei, you offended that woman today, so be careful of her revenge. Let me tell you, she can be quite nasty. There was a military wife who had an argument with her, and the next day, she dumped a pile of trash at her door. Wow, she actually did that? That's too much. Didn't anyone say anything? Of course, people talked. But you know her. She's a real troublemaker. Even if others criticize her, she won't listen and gets angry instead. So now, everyone in the compound dislikes her and avoids her. It seems the military wives are too easy to talk to, which makes her think she can act however she wants. Everyone just doesn't want to stoop to her level. Yunbei didn't stay long at Director Liu's house and went home. After all, it was evening, and he had to work the next day, so he needed to rest early. However, on the way home, Yunbei couldn't stop thinking about something Hong Mei casually mentioned. Cheng Xiuqin goes to the county town on the 5th of every month. Because she was too absorbed in her thoughts, Yunbei didn't pay attention to the path and almost tripped. Fortunately, Sinanzho was there to support her. Otherwise, she would have fallen. Wife, what are you thinking about? Sinanzho asked, puzzled, as he helped Yunbei. Since they left Director Liu's house, Yunbei had seemed a bit off. Nothing, Yunbei shook her head. It wasn't a good time to talk on the road. If someone overheard, it could cause trouble. Besides, it was just her guess without any evidence. Yunbei pulled her thoughts back and focused on the road. Once they got home, she said to Sinanzho, can you help me find someone to keep an eye on Cheng Xiuqin? Why do you want to watch her? Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you can help or not. Of course, I'll help. Your matters come first, Sinanzho replied with a smile. Since Yunbei didn't want to explain, he didn't press her for details. Whatever her reasons were, she would tell him in time. Yunbei couldn't sleep because she had something on her mind. Seeing her toss and turn, Sinanzho said with a grin, Wife, if you can't sleep, why don't we do something else? Like what? Yunbei asked without thinking much. Something that will help you sleep, Sinanzho said with a teasing smile. Yunbei widened her eyes in confusion. What could help me sleep?
Well,
Sinanzho didn't finish his sentence and pulled Yunbei into his arms. His sudden move startled Yunbei, and she almost cried out. Luckily, she managed to hold it in, but her face turned bright red as she quietly asked, What are you doing? Wife, have you forgotten? We are married. You said you needed time to prepare, and now a few days have passed. You should be ready by now. Sinanzho's words made Yunbei's face even redder, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anxiety. She struggled and said, Let go of me. I'm not ready yet. Aren't you the one who can't sleep? How about we get some exercise? That way, you can sleep well, Sinanzho said, not letting go of her. To be honest, he had been holding back for several days. While he could endure it, it was tough to be so close to his wife and still have to wait.
Don't. Yunbei refused.
Although she had some feelings for Xin and Zhao, she wasn't ready to give herself to him. Right now, sleeping with Xin and Zhao was unavoidable. She was worried that Fu Guang might say something surprising. In fact, she preferred to sleep alone because it was more comfortable and allowed her to enter her own space. Unlike now, when she couldn't even do that. Even if Xin and Zhao was asleep, she didn't dare take the risk. After all, he was a soldier and very alert. If she suddenly disappeared, he would definitely suspect something. And she didn't want to reveal her secret. People's hearts are hard to read, and she couldn't take that chance. Really not?
No.
Yunbei was very firm and even prepared to get up and sleep in her original room. Xin Zhao said he wasn't disappointed, but that was a lie. However, he didn't want to force Yunbei. He wanted her to be willing. It seemed he had to keep trying. Right now, it was clear that Yunbei didn't see him as a husband and didn't have any feelings for him. But who could he blame?
It was his own fault.
When Yunbei traveled so far to find him, he had said he was against marriage. Now he wished he could go back and stop himself from saying that. Unfortunately, time doesn't flow backward, and there are no second chances. No matter how much he regretted it, it wouldn't change anything. Yunbei didn't know Si Nanzhao was regretting his words. She said to him, "I can't sleep right now, and it will disturb your rest. Maybe I should go back to my old room?" "No way you sleep here." "It won't disturb me." Si Nanzhao immediately refused. It was hard for him to finally be able to sleep next to Yunbei, and if she left now, it would be difficult to get her back later. So, he absolutely wouldn't let her leave his room to sleep elsewhere. But Yunbei wanted to persuade him again, but Si Nanzhao didn't listen. He simply held her and said, "Sleep. Don't worry, I won't do anything." Yunbei knew Si Nanzhao wouldn't let her leave and didn't want to argue. Anyway, if she couldn't sleep, it would be him who would be sleepy tomorrow, not her. If he was willing, she couldn't be blamed. Thinking this, Yunbei closed her eyes peacefully. Since she couldn't sleep, her mind wandered. She had previously wondered how the assassin sent by Mu Yuanqing knew where she was staying. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, assuming the person was just very skilled. But after she started to suspect Cheng Xiuqin's identity, the questions she couldn't answer before seemed to have an explanation. Someone must have shared her information with the killer, which is how he easily found her place. However, this is still just her guess and needs to be confirmed. Thinking of this, she gently tapped Si Nanzhao and said, "Don't forget about finding someone. You need to look for someone smart and experienced in this area." "Don't worry," Si Nanzhao smiled. Although he didn't know what Yunbei was planning, he was determined to find someone good for the job. With that reassurance, Yunbei felt more relaxed and slowly drifted off to sleep. Si Nanzhao turned to look at the sleeping Yunbei and noticed something unusual. A faint smile appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, pushed aside his thoughts, and closed his eyes. The next day, Yunbei woke up a bit late. Seeing that Si Nanzhao was no longer in the room, she quickly got up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, when she entered the kitchen, she found a note left by Si Nanzhao saying not to worry about breakfast because he bought it from the cafeteria. Seeing she didn't have to cook, Yunbei felt happy. So, while Si Nanzhao and Fu Guang were still out, she went back to her room, locked the door, and entered her space. As soon as she entered, she eagerly turned on the surveillance from Old Hu's house. To her surprise, even at night, Old Hu is still wearing a mask. No wonder he got poisoned. Wearing it all the time must cause problems over time. The slight poison she found in the basin that day was probably from Old Hu cleaning the human skin mask. After all, wearing it for long periods would cause oil from his skin to stick to it, which would be uncomfortable over time. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to set up another camera near the basin. Otherwise, she could have discovered his secret. After watching the surveillance, Yunbei exercised to her space for a while, estimating that Si Nanzhao and Fu Guang would be back soon, before exiting the space. Sure enough, not long after, they returned with breakfast. Today's meal was fried dough sticks with soy milk. As for the pickled vegetables, Yunbei didn't take any since she had made her own. After eating, the three of them left and parted ways at the gate of the courtyard. Yunbei took Fu Guang towards Yang Village. On the way, she saw two familiar figures waiting by the roadside. Yunbei had to stop the car and looked at them, saying, "Officer Zhu, Officer Liu, why did Director Wang send you too?" "Because we know each other well." Zhu Biao smiled. He truly admired Yunbei. If it weren't for Yunbei last time, they wouldn't know what would have happened, let alone discover the spy's achievements. Now, in just one day, Yunbei has pinpointed Scorpion. They can't help but admire her. She seems to be naturally suited for this work, with keen attention to detail and sharp insight. All the tricky characters are exposed in front of her. Yunbei listened to Zhu Biao and felt a bit speechless. Wang Zhu must have arranged this, because they were familiar with each other. Zhu Biao and Lu Cheng are quite capable in this area, otherwise, he would have sent someone else. Familiarity alone wouldn't matter. So, What are your plans next? You can't just follow me, right? That person is very cautious. If a stranger enters the village, he will definitely be extra careful. We have considered that, so we plan to enter the village under the pretense of seeking your medical help. What do you think? That's a good idea, but after you see the doctor, you need to leave right away and make sure it's obvious. That's not a problem. For them, it was easy. After the appointment, they would leave the village confidently. However, they first needed to know where the target lived. After leaving the village, they would have to return to find a nearby, discreet spot to keep an eye on him. Since that's settled, you can come find me later. Once you enter the village, you'll find out quickly. At that time, I will give you some information about the target. Great. Thank you so much. Zhu Biao and Lu Cheng were very grateful to Yunbei. They knew nothing about Scorpion, and without the information from Yunbei, they wouldn't be able to locate him anytime soon. You're welcome. Yunbei smiled and waved her hand before riding away on her bicycle. As they walked further, Fu Guang curiously asked Yunbei's sister, "Are those two police uncles here to catch bad guys?" "Yes, but you must keep it a secret. If the bad guys find out, they won't be able to catch them." "Don't worry, I won't say a word," Fu Guang promised seriously. He hated bad guys and wouldn't let them escape. If he could, he would help. "I trust you." The siblings arrived at the clinic, where Yunbei helped Fu Guang down and told him to go play with the other kids. She then filled a bucket with water and cleaned the clinic inside and out. Zhu Biao and Lu Cheng, two police officers, waited about an hour at a distance from the village entrance before walking into the village. Luckily, they had changed their clothes today. Although they were not patched, they looked like ordinary workers. They were quite noticeable and started asking about Yunbei as soon as they entered the village. When the villagers learned they were looking for Yunbei for medical help, they warmly led them to Yunbei's clinic. Right over there, a villager pointed to the clinic and said to the two men, "Thank you, fellow villager," they replied and walked towards Yunbei's clinic. At that moment, there were already patients being seen, and Yunbei was busy. When she saw the two men approaching, Yunbei pretended not to recognize them and said, "If you need medical help, please wait a moment. There are benches over there where you can sit." The two nodded and found a long bench to sit on. Another patient waiting to be seen noticed that the two men didn't seem to be from the area and started asking where they were from. This was easy for them, as they had prepared a story, so they quickly started chatting with the villager. Yunbei was focused on her patients and didn't pay attention to them for the time being. After finishing with the previous patient, she finally said to the two men, "It's your turn now." The two approached Yunbei, pretending to need medical help while also starting a conversation. Before the patients arrived, Yunbei had already sketched a few simple drawings. One was a portrait of old Hu, and the other showed his house's location in the village. After handing the two sketches to them, she also informed them of old Hu's current status. The two were surprised and said to Yunbei, "Yunbei, are you sure? If he is a martyr's relative, how could he be a spy? What if he is a fake martyr's relative? That's impossible. The organization wouldn't make such a mistake." Zhu Biao and Lu Cheng didn't believe it, as the organization would thoroughly review such matters. Moreover, during military enlistment, the social connections and relatives of the individual would also undergo political scrutiny. If there were issues with the father, he definitely wouldn't be allowed to serve. Seeing their worried expressions, Yunbei understood and smiled to reassure them. "Don't worry, the old Hu from before was definitely fine, but things might be different now."
What do you mean by that?
Zhu Biao frowned, not fully understanding Yunbei's point. Lu Qing suddenly thought of something and asked, "Yunbei, you're not telling us that this is fake, right?" "Yes, it's fake. If I'm not mistaken, he must be wearing a human skin mask."
What?
"This?" The two were shocked. Although they had heard of such masks, they had never seen one before. "The reason I suspected him is because of that mask. As you know, I'm a doctor. When I examine patients, I often use observation and questioning. I noticed he was wearing a human skin mask." With this explanation, the two understood why she could identify him on the first day. Yunbei was indeed lucky. On her first day at work, that agent came to her for treatment, making it easy for her to discover him. "You observe very carefully," the two said, giving Yunbei a thumbs up, growing more impressed with her. Yunbei smiled shyly, feeling a bit guilty for lying. Then, she pretended to write a prescription for them. Just then, more villagers came for treatment. Yunbei pretended to give them some advice, telling them to return for a checkup in 7 days. The two took the prescription, thanked her, and left. Once they were far away, a villager smiled and said to Yunbei, "Dr. Yun, your reputation is growing. Look, people from the county are coming here to see you. This is thanks to your recommendations. Otherwise, others wouldn't know how good my skills are. Your skills are great, and we should promote that. What patient wouldn't want a skilled doctor to treat them and get better in one visit?" "You make a good point." Yunbei smiled and then asked the other to extend their hand so she could check their pulse. While Yunbei was busy with patients, Zhu Biao and Lu Qing walked toward the edge of the village, greeting people they met along the way. Soon, they left the village and found a more secluded spot to take out the simple map Yunbei had given them. After looking at the map, they understood what to do. They retrieved the items they had hidden earlier and changed into their spare clothes. Once they were dressed, they followed the small path indicated on the map to re-enter the village. This path was actually a mountain trail, rarely used, making it hard to notice. Speaking of which, Yunbei learned about this small path thanks to the last time they caught the killer, Black Dragon. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have known there was a path leading into the village. The two approached the village carefully and focused on Old Who's yard, keeping a close watch. At that moment, Old Who had just come down from the mountain and was getting ready to change clothes to go to the county town. He had confirmed yesterday that Yunbei's prescription was fine and was preparing to go to the county to get medicine and send a message. It was a coincidence that Zhu Biao and Lu Qing arrived just then. They had not been waiting long when they saw Old Who about to leave. They were worried he might notice them, so they didn't dare to follow too closely. Fortunately, they realized Old Who was leaving the village, so they quickly took the small path out. When they reached the main road, they spotted Old Who not far ahead. Old Who was very alert. Upon hearing some noise, he quickened his pace and became cautious. Zhu Biao and Lu Qing were experienced at following people and noticed Old Who's vigilance. They didn't rush to catch up, but continued walking at a normal pace. After a short while, they arrived at a nearby bus stop. The bus had not yet arrived, so Old Who had to wait. Soon after, Zhu Biao and Lu Qing also arrived. They exchanged glances and then looked away. Old Who, fearing exposure, didn't interact much with others. Zhu Biao and Lu Qing also refrained from speaking to him, worried he might suspect something. However, while waiting for the bus, they continued their conversation, discussing work-related matters. At first, Old Who was wary of them, but when he heard them talk about work knowledgeably, he relaxed a bit. The two noticed that Old Who was no longer observing them and secretly sighed in relief. After about half an hour, the bus arrived. The three of them boarded together and found empty seats. When they reached the county town, Old Who got off first. Zhu Biao and Lu Qing waited until he had walked a little way before getting off and following him at a safe distance. Old Who, perhaps having let his guard down, did not notice he was being followed. He first went to a pharmacy to buy medicine and then visited a few other places. Zhu Biao and Lu Qing noted everything Old Who did and everyone he met. Once Old Who boarded the bus back to the village, they called Director Wang to report and decided to investigate those places. After that, Yunbei did not get involved further. However, when she let Fuguang go out to play, she asked him to pay attention to the old man who, especially to let her know if he went up the mountain. Since she used to go up the mountain to gather herbs, even if she encountered him there, he probably wouldn't think much of it. 2 days passed quickly, and Yunbei didn't find a chance to go up the mountain, but Zhu Biao and Lu Qing made some progress. They learned that the old man, who always went to a certain place in the county town. It was an inconspicuous little courtyard where an old lady lived. They decided to investigate further to find out who this old lady was, whether she was the old man's partner or an accomplice. One day, Yunbei returned home as usual, and Sinanzho brought her good news. His people had made a discovery while following Qing Xiuqin. "Quick, what did you find?" Yunbei asked excitedly, hoping this would confirm her suspicions. Calm down, Sinan's host said with a smile, noticing her eagerness. He continued, explaining that while investigating Chung Xiuqin, his team discovered she visited a man named Liuzi every month. Liuzi used to be a subordinate of Mu Yuanqing, but for some unknown reason, he stopped working with him a year ago. However, Liuzi still had a good relationship with Mu Yuanqing's other subordinates and often socialized with them. Listening to Sinan's Ho, Yunbei began to piece together the connections between these people. She could now be fairly certain that the assassin named Amin knew where she lived and could enter the family compound because someone inside had provided that information. Given Chung Xiuqin's connection to Liuzi, it was clear that the informant must be Chung Xiuqin. Previously, she didn't know Chung Xiuqin, so she never suspected anything. Now that she had this information, she needed to keep a close watch on her. There might be even greater discoveries ahead. With this in mind, Yunbei said to Sinan's Ho, "Have your people investigate Liuzi thoroughly. There might be other findings." "Don't worry, I've already instructed them," Sinan's Ho replied with a smile. He wasn't foolish. Although he didn't initially understand what Yunbei was up to, after a few days, he had figured it out. Now, due to Chung Xiuqin, Wang Guozhu was already on his investigation list. This person really needs to check things carefully. It's best if there are no problems, or the consequences could be serious. Si Nanzhao stopped thinking further and stood up, saying to Yunbei, "You take a break. I'll cook today. I'll go with you." "It'll be faster if we work together," she replied. "Okay, then you can help me with the fire." As soon as Fu Guang heard that Si Nanzhao wanted his sister to tend the fire, he immediately asked, "Brother-in-law, what about me? What can I do?" "You can help me pick some small vegetables." "All right, I'll go pick the vegetables now." With something to do, Fu Guang was very happy and hurried off to gather the vegetables. The group worked together, and dinner was ready quickly. After eating, Yunbei wanted to wash the dishes, but Si Nanzhao stopped her, saying, "Wife, let me do it, you go rest." Yunbei looked at Si Nanzhao, smiling, and asked, "Si Nanzhao, are you determined to not let me help? Are you trying to make me useless?" "Why do you say that? Even if I did all the chores, you wouldn't become useless," Si Nanzhao replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "I just care about you and don't want you to be so tired." Yunbei was taken aback. She watched Si Nanzhao enter the kitchen with the dishes, and for a while, she couldn't react. Although their union was initiated by Si Nanzhao, she always thought it was because they were a good match, because they had enjoyed working together, and because Si Nanzhao wanted to use her as a shield. Even at night, when they slept together, she only thought of him as a brother. But seeing him like this, it seemed he wanted to be a real husband. "Are you okay, sister?" Fu Guang asked, noticing Yunbei was lost in thought. He gently tugged at her sleeve. Snapping back to reality, Yunbei looked down at Fu Guang, smiled, and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about something." Then, remembering her plan to send Fu Guang to school, she smiled and asked Fu Guang, "Do you like studying? Do you want to go to school?" "I do," Fu Guang nodded. He naturally liked school. But could he actually go? He doubted it. He had relied on Yunbei. It was already great that she had taken him in. So how could he ask to go to school? Staying with her had already added to her burden, and if he went to school, it would make things even harder for her. "Then how about I take you to school?" However, this time, Fu Guang did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked at Yunbei seriously and said, "Sister, I don't want to go to school."
Why?
Yunbei was puzzled. If he liked it, why didn't he want to go? "Sister, I don't want to add to your burden." "School costs money," Fu Guang honestly replied, saying exactly what he thought. Hearing this, Yunbei felt both comforted and a bit sad. She reached out and patted Fu Guang's head, smiling as she said, "Sister has a job and earns money. I can still pay for your school fees. Besides, you can think of it as borrowing money from me to study, and you can pay me back when you grow up and earn money." "Sister, can it really be like that?" "Of course. Do you want to give it a try?" "Then I'll give it a try." "That's the spirit. Once your brother-in-law finishes washing the dishes, I'll ask him what you need to go to school." "Okay." Thinking about going to school made Fu Guang very happy. When Sinan's Ho finished washing the dishes, Yunbei asked him directly, if we want to send Fuguang to school, do you think it's possible? Sure, why wouldn't it be? If Fuguang wants to learn, going to school is not a problem. Then can you ask tomorrow what procedures we need to complete for school? Sure, I'll ask. After discussing Fuguang's schooling, Yunbei had nothing else to do, so she decided to take a shower. Sinan's host saw her go to her room for clothes and went back to the kitchen to pour the hot water he had just prepared into a tub, then carried it to the bathroom for her. Next, he brought in a bucket of cold water. When Yunbei entered the bathroom with her clothes and saw the 2 full buckets of water, she felt a warm and soft feeling inside. She had to admit that Sinanho was becoming more thoughtful and capable. Facing such a man, it would be untrue to say she had no feelings. However, it was also impossible for her to immediately accept him and become a loving couple. Well, she decided to let things happen naturally. After Yunbei finished her shower, it was Fuguang's turn. Sinanho carried the water to the bathroom to help Fuguang wash, but he was refused. He was not a little kid anymore, he was going to school now. How could he let an adult help him bathe? He could do it himself. Fuguang took a bit longer to shower by himself, but Sinanho stood by the door, watching over him in case he had trouble or something went wrong. When Fuguang finished her bath and got dressed, she was surprised to see Sinan Zhao waiting outside. She asked, "Brother-in-law, have you been standing here the whole time? I'm done with my bath." "Okay. Thank you, brother-in-law." Fuguang smiled and thanked him, then glanced at Sinan Zhao before running off to find Yunbei. At that moment, Yunbei was in her old room, deeply engrossed in a book. The night was long, and she didn't want to waste time, so she decided to read. Otherwise, the time would feel a bit long. When Fuguang saw Yunbei reading, she took out her own picture book, climbed onto the bed, and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm reading too." "Great, let's read together." Just as Yunbei finished speaking, Fuguang suddenly added, "Sister, brother-in-law is really nice." "Oh, what makes him nice?" Yunbei raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. "When I was taking a bath, I didn't ask for his help, but he still waited outside. I think he's pretty good, and I believe you can accept him. Is that all it takes to be nice?" Yunbei gently tapped Fuguang's forehead and laughed, saying, "Are you not worried that he might just be pretending?" "Not at all. I can feel that brother-in-law is sincere about you. But you seem a bit distant from him." "Really? You can tell that?" "Of course. I'm quite clever." Seeing Fuguang's proud expression, Yunbei laughed again. However, Fuguang was right. She hadn't fully opened her heart to Sinan Zhao. But for now, she didn't plan to change anything. She would leave it to time. After chatting for a while, they noticed Sinan Zhao had finished his bath and was standing at the door. "What are you two doing in here? This room is spacious." Sinan Zhao didn't respond to that, as the room was indeed spacious, especially after Yunbei moved into his room. Noticing both siblings had books in hand, Sinan Zhao went back to his room to grab one, then sat on the bed with them to read. The room fell silent, with only the sound of pages turning. Suddenly, Yunbei let out a loud sneeze, startling everyone. Fuguang's book slipped from her hands and fell to the floor. "Are you okay?" Sinan Zhao asked Yunbei, looking concerned. "I'm fine. Someone is probably talking about me," Yunbei replied, shaking her head. She understood why Sinan Zhao was worried. However, she knows her own body well. She is neither sick nor has a cold. So, aside from someone talking behind her back, there is no other reason. Who would be talking about you at this hour? Sinan Zhao frowned slightly. Yunbei has no family. Who would say anything about her? It can't be an enemy, can it? At that moment, he did not know that there was indeed an enemy keeping an eye on Yunbei. That person was Chu Feifei. She and Mrs. Chu had arrived at her brother Chu Feibai's unit. Just then, Chu Feibai returned from a mission, slightly injured but not seriously. When Qin Yan saw he was hurt, she had a big argument with her parents and went straight to the hospital to take care of him. Their relationship was not yet clear, which led to a lot of gossip. However, Qin Yan didn't care and focused solely on taking care of Chu Feibai. Qin Haoyuan was extremely frustrated. At that moment, he even wondered why Chu Feibai had to come back. If he hadn't returned, would he have avoided becoming a joke? But it was useless to think too much. His daughter's reputation was already ruined, and she insisted on marrying Chu Feibai, so he had to accept it. While Chu Feibai was in the hospital, Mrs. Chu and Chu Feifei arrived at the unit. After learning about Chu Feibai's situation, they went directly to the hospital. Just then, Qin Yan had gone home to prepare soup for Chu Feibai, leaving Mrs. Chu and her daughter sitting by his bedside, lamenting the events that had happened in Liangcheng. The mother and daughter blamed all their troubles on Yunbei, claiming she had harmed their family. Originally, Chu Feibai had some resentment towards his sister, but upon learning that she had been imprisoned and her reputation ruined, his anger towards her vanished, and instead, he began to resent Yunbei. He said seriously to the two of them, "Mom, Feifei, don't worry. I will definitely help you get revenge on her. Brother, that Yunbei is a bit strange. You need to be careful. Don't worry, I'm tough. Besides, I'm about to marry Qin Yan. With her father's support, how can I not take care of Yunbei? Just wait. Once I marry Qin Yan, I will carry out this plan immediately. I will make her regret coming into this world and treating you this way. Brother, you should make her suffer everything I went through. I will." Yunbei had no idea that Chu Feibai was planning to take revenge for his sister. Seeing that it was getting late, she put away her books and urged Fu Guang, "Fu Guang, it's getting late. It's time to sleep." "Okay, sister, I'll go to bed now." Fu Guang nodded and picked up his comic book before heading back to his room. When Fu Guang returned, Sin Nanzhou looked at Yunbei with concern and asked, "Are you really okay?" "Don't worry, I'm feeling fine," Yunbei replied with a smile, closing the book and placing it on the bedside. Then she said to Sin Nanzhou, "Let's go. We should rest now." "Okay." Sin Nanzhou nodded, pulled Yunbei up from the bed, and headed to his room. Once inside his room, noticing it was smaller than the previous one, he turned to Yunbei and said, "Wife, if you like, we can move to that room." Yunbei considered moving back, but preferred to do so alone. So, after hearing Sin Nanzhou's suggestion, she shook her head and said, "Never mind. Moving around is too troublesome. Let's just stay here for now." Seeing that Yunbei wasn't interested in moving, Sin Nanzhou dropped the topic. No matter where Yunbei stayed, he was determined to be with her. Even if they didn't do anything together while sleeping, it was better than being alone, right? Yunbei was unaware of Sin Nanzhou's thoughts. She yawned and went straight to bed. Sin Nanzhou followed and, as usual, pulled Yunbei into his arms. Yunbei stiffened for a moment, but then gradually relaxed. With her in his arms, Sin Nanzhou felt quite happy. He glanced down at Yunbei, saw she was already asleep, and then closed his eyes. When he woke up, he found no one beside him again. Yunbei was used to this and quickly got out of bed to wash up. Then she entered the kitchen and saw the note Sin Nanzhou had left. She was slowly getting used to not making breakfast. Although she preferred her own cooking, she realized that since she could only enter her space at that time, it was okay not to eat her own food. So, taking advantage of Sin Nanzhou and Fu Guang not being home, she entered her space and got busy. Previously, she hadn't had time to organize the food she had collected, so now was a good opportunity to sort everything out. She worked for 3 hours, getting things organized before finally stepping out. Luckily, time in her space didn't match the outside, and only 30 minutes had passed outside. Plus, Sin Nanzhou and Fu Guang still hadn't returned. While waiting for the two to come home, she looked at the small vegetable garden in the yard. Some of the vegetables had grown old, so she pulled them out. When Si Nanzhou and Fu Guang returned with breakfast, they saw Yunbei working in the garden. "Wife, don't work too hard. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat," Si Nanzhou called to Yunbei while bringing the food into the kitchen. After he set the breakfast on the table, Yunbei finished washing her hands. She placed the old vegetables aside, thinking about going to the village later to catch a few chicks to raise. Last time, Fu Guang wanted to raise them too, but she hadn't gotten around to it. Now that the vegetables were going bad too quickly, they could be used to feed the chickens. She also had some rice bran she organized in her space this morning, which could be used for the same purpose. After breakfast, they each went to work. Since the school had not confirmed anything yet, Fu Guang continued to play with Yunbei in the village. Yunbei didn't have many patients today. Aside from seeing 2 people when she first arrived, she spent the rest of the time idle. With nothing to do, she planned to ask around the village to see who had chicks to catch a few. Just as she locked the clinic door, Fu Guang ran back to her and said, Sister, the person you wanted to see just went up the mountain. Really? Yunbei was a bit surprised. She had been waiting for Old Hu to go up the mountain for days but hadn't seen him. Since he was going today, she felt she had to check it out. There might be unexpected discoveries. If she could uncover the people behind Old Hu, that would be fantastic. Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. Hurry, sister, or you'll miss him. Fu Guang urged as she noticed Yunbei was still in shock. Okay, I understand. I'm going up the mountain now. Fu Guang, have fun in the village and wait for me to come back, all right?
Got it.
Here, take the snack. You can eat it if you get hungry or share it with the kids. Thank you, sister. Be careful. Don't worry. Yunbei patted Fu Guang's head and headed up the mountain with her basket. Old Hu was also carrying a basket, glancing around cautiously as he made his way up the mountain. When he saw that the road was clear, he quickened his pace toward the valley. Yunbei followed from a distance, noticing Old Hu speeding up, so she did the same. With her experience in tracking and a space to hide, Old Hu didn't notice her at all. However, as she followed, Old Hu suddenly disappeared. This surprised Yunbei a bit. She was confident in her tracking skills and knew she couldn't lose someone, unless Old Hu noticed her and hid away. But as Yunbei recalled the journey, she realized Old Hu had not seen her. So, that assumption didn't hold. With that ruled out, there was only one possibility left. Old Hu had a hideout nearby. Thinking of this made Yunbei a little excited. She walked around but found nothing. Finally, she quietly climbed a big tree but still saw no sign of him. Something was off. If Old Hu's hideout was nearby, she should have found it. As she pondered, she observed the surroundings again. This time, she realized it was a cliff. If Old Hu's hideout wasn't above, it must be below the cliff. However, Yunbei didn't rush to check it out. Instead, she noted the location, planning to return later when Old Hu wasn't around to take a look. Ideally, she would wait until Fu Guang was at school. Otherwise, if she took too long on the mountain, Fu Guang would surely worry. After marking the spot, Yunbei turned to go elsewhere. Old Hu had stayed in the valley for most of the morning. By noon, he finally came out, gathering some firewood as he headed down the mountain. On his way, he encountered Yunbei coming from another direction. Seeing her with a basket full of herbs, he didn't greet her, but simply snorted and quickened his pace. Yunbei didn't mind. She carried her basket down the mountain and returned to the infirmary. Once back, she poured the herbs onto the ground outside the infirmary to dry them. These herbs needed to be dried quickly. Otherwise, they would spoil or lose their effectiveness. After finishing the drying, Fu Guang returned. Seeing him all sweaty, Yunbei took a towel and wiped his forehead while asking, "Where did you go? You look so happy." "We went to the river. Jensi's brother was catching fish and we watched. He was really good and caught several fish. Are you craving fish now?"
Yunbei laukhet, gently tapping Fu Guang's forehead.
"Let's ask them when we go home if they sell any fish. If they do, we can buy one for lunch."
Great.
"You're the best, sister. You're so sweet-tongued. By the way, when you play with your friends this afternoon, make sure to find out which family in the village has baby chicks. If there are any, we can catch a few to raise at home." "Sister, no need to ask around. I know that little Dan's family has some. His grandmother raises them, and there are over 10. "Really? Then let's ask them later if they're selling any. If they are, we can just take some home with us." "I'll go ask right now," Fu Guang said, and then he ran off. When Yunbei finished packing and was ready to head to the village, a few villagers came along with Fu Guang. Seeing what they were carrying, Yunbei understood immediately. Fu Guang spotted Yunbei and quickly ran back to her, looking for praise. Yunbei chuckled, gently ruffled his hair, and said, "Well done." Hearing this, Fu Guang grinned widely. Yunbei bought the fish and chicks and thanked the villagers before heading home with Fu Guang. Since they were having fish for lunch, Yunbei didn't go to the cafeteria to get food. Once home, she found a cage for the chicks and prepared some vegetable leaves and rice for them to eat. After feeding the chicks, she started cooking lunch. The fish was quite good, weighing over 2 pounds. Yunbei decided to make 2 dishes. She boiled the head for soup and cut the body into pieces for braised fish. With the fish ready, she just needed to stir-fry some greens. Yunbei picked some greens from the garden and quickly sautéed them. With 2 dishes and a soup, the siblings enjoyed their meal. After eating, Fu Guang volunteered to wash the dishes and Yunbei didn't stop him. After washing the dishes, seeing that it was still early, Yunbei planned to take a short nap in her room. Just then, Si Nanzhao came back. "Why are you back? Have you eaten? We just finished. Should I make you something?" "Wife, no need to worry, I've already eaten. I came back to tell you that the school said Fu Guang can start attending anytime." "Really? That's great. What do we need to prepare?" "A backpack, notebooks, pens, and the school will provide the books." "Oh, and if he goes to school, he will need to eat lunch there." "Okay, I understand. I'll ask Fu Guang later when he wants to start." Fu Guang, who had been listening from the room, immediately ran out and said to Yunbei, "Sister, can I go to school tomorrow?" "Sure, you can go say goodbye to the kids over there this afternoon." "Yes, I was thinking the same." Fu Guang nodded. He had a good time playing with the kids. Since he was going to school, he couldn't play with them anymore. So it was best to say goodbye and let them know. After discussing this, Sinanzho didn't disturb Yunbei and Fu Guang's rest and went back to the army. However, once he returned, his comrades teased him, saying, "Captain, being married changes you. You only had a little time at noon, and you still had to go back to see your wife." "Don't talk nonsense, I had something to do." Right, something to do, we understand." His comrades laughed, knowing that what they meant by something to do was completely different from what Sinanzho meant. Sinanzho didn't want to be teased any longer, so he revealed his trump card and said with a forced smile, "It seems you all have too much free time. How about we practice?" With that one sentence, everyone quickly fell silent and quietly dispersed. Of course, they didn't want to be punished. Everyone knew how tough Captain C was. He was the champion of the military competition, and practicing with him was just asking for trouble. Not only would they lose badly, but they would also lose face. Seeing everyone leave, Sinanzho returned to his dorm to rest for a while. He could have rested at home, but he was worried Yunbei might feel uncomfortable and not sleep well. So, he decided it was better to return to the dorms so both of them could rest properly. In the afternoon, shortly after Yunbei started work, Zhu Biao, who had received her message, arrived. He came under the pretense of a review and asked, "Yunbei, you suddenly sent us a message this morning. Did you discover something?" "Yes, I found that the old man's stronghold is likely under a cliff, so I wanted to let you know. We should take the opportunity to explore when the old man is not around."
Got it.
"Wait for my news. I'll come find you." After speaking with Yunbei, Zhu Biao left directly. This time he rode a bike, so he didn't have to waste time waiting for the bus. Lu Qing saw Zhu Biao return and immediately asked, "What did Comrade Yunbei want from us?" "She found a stronghold in the mountains and wants to explore it at some point." "Really? That's great. We already have a good grasp of the situation in the county. As long as we get evidence that the old man is an enemy agent, we can move in and capture them. Don't be careless. Who knows if there are other spies we haven't discovered yet." Although Zhu Biao was happy, he reminded himself not to let his guard down, as that could lead to trouble. I know, Lu Qing nodded, thinking he needed to sort out the relationships among those people. If they missed even one or two, it could really cause big problems. In the afternoon, Fu Guang said goodbye to the children, and everyone felt sad. Although Fu Guang had only been in the village for a little over 10 days, they had already become good friends. However, they understood that going to school was a good thing, and they all supported Fu Guang in attending. In fact, many of the children wanted to go to school too, but their families couldn't afford it. Of course, the main issue was that schooling costs money, and their families didn't want to spend it on education. Since they were parting the next day, Fu Guang brought a lot of snacks. Seeing that everyone looked a bit down, he decided to share the snacks. It must be said that there is no bad mood that can't be cured by food. Sure enough, when everyone saw Fu Guang was sharing snacks, they all brightened up. The next day, Fu Guang was going to school. In the afternoon, after work, Yunbei bought him a backpack and school supplies from the supply store in the housing complex. Early the next morning, Yunbei got up early to prepare breakfast. After they had breakfast, she and Si Nanzhao took Fu Guang to school, paid the tuition and meal fees, and after seeing Fu Guang receive his textbooks and being taken to his class by the teacher, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao left. As they were leaving, Yunbei felt a bit worried that Fu Guang might be bullied. So, she planned to sneak back at noon to check on him and see if he could adapt. Si Nanzhao, however, did not share Yunbei's worries. During this time, he had been going out with Fu Guang every morning, not just for fun. He had taught Fu Guang a lot of things, and if someone did bully him, Fu Guang would be able to handle it. Moreover, what he didn't tell Yunbei was that he had discussed with Fu Guang how to deal with various situations that morning. Fu Guang was a smart child, and he believed he could apply what he learned. After leaving the school gate, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao went their separate ways, one to the army and the other to Yang Village. After walking a few steps, Si Nanzhao turned back and asked, "Wife, are you coming home for lunch?" "I'm coming back for lunch today. I'm worried about Fu Guang and need to check on him. Will you be eating at home? If so, I'll come back for lunch too." "Sure, come back. I'm planning to make noodles for lunch." "Understood." After speaking, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao each left. Without Fu Guang by her side, the first thing Yunbei did upon arriving at the clinic was to enter her special space. She hadn't had the chance to go in that morning due to time constraints. Now, with still some time before work and no patients around, she decided to take a look inside. A few days ago, she had organized the food supplies. Today, she needed to sort the medicinal herbs, otherwise, some would spoil if left too long. After over an hour of work, Yunbei finally stepped out, tidied up the clinic, and sat down to wait for patients to arrive. However, she didn't expect Old, who to come looking for her. She wondered if Old, who had taken the prescription she had given him last time. He sat down in the chair across from her and asked, "Dr. Yun, is there really no way to cure my poison?" "I'm sorry." Yunbei shook her head. She wanted to tell him that he just needed to remove the mask, but she couldn't say that. Otherwise, Old who might become suspicious and could even harm her to keep her quiet. She actually admired Old who for being able to wear the mask all the time, even at night, fearing that he might expose himself. If he weren't a spy, she would appreciate his dedication. Unfortunately, he was a spy. "Can you give me a stronger prescription?" he asked. "Is the previous prescription ineffective?" "It had some effect, but not much." "That means you're still exposed to the source of the poison. Otherwise, the prescription should have worked well. Even if it couldn't cure you, it shouldn't have worsened your condition." "Really?" Old who seemed doubtful. He had checked his home multiple times and found nothing toxic. At that moment, he didn't even consider the mask on his face. After wearing it for so long, he had begun to believe it was real. If it weren't for the discomfort that forced him to take it off occasionally, he would never remove it. "I can't help if you don't believe me. Is there really no other way?" Old who asked again, unwilling to give up. Despite being a spy and having harmed many, he feared death more than anyone. "There is no way," Yunbei replied, still shaking her head. Even if there were a way, she wouldn't help him. He was just a spy, and if he weren't useful, she would want to deal with him herself. Why would she treat him? Old who looked at Yunbei but couldn't read anything from her expression, so he left in disappointment. Yunbei watched his retreating figure, her gaze flickering. She thought she would soon be able to go up the mountain to find his hideout. Once she found the hideout, it wouldn't be long before Old who was caught. At that time, she would tell them the reason for the poisoning. She just wondered if Old who would be able to accept it. There weren't many patients in the morning, so Yunbei finished early. During her free time, she picked up a medical book to read. They say you learn as long as you live. Even though her medical skills were already quite good, reviewing helped her gain new insights. Every time she read the book, she discovered something new. As for Fu Guang, he adapted quickly after entering school. Although he was young and a transfer student, he was very smart. He understood what the teacher said after just one explanation. In school, he was like a fish in water. Moreover, he was cute and polite to both teachers and classmates, so everyone liked him. Therefore, Yunbei's worries never came true. After class, everyone gathered around Fu Guang to talk and play with him. Fu Guang was young, but he had rich experiences and could tell stories, making everyone wish the break would last longer. Before noon, when it was still not time to finish work, Yunbei told the captain and hurried back. She didn't go directly to the school but first returned home to prepare the noodles and toppings. Then she took some snacks and headed to Fu Guang's school. When she arrived, she saw Fu Guang heading to the cafeteria for lunch. She decided to follow him to see what the food was like. Fu Guang was very happy to see Yunbei. He waved at her and shouted, "Sister, why are you here? I was a bit worried, so I came to check on you. How are you adjusting to school?" Yunbei smiled and gently patted Fu Guang's head. The little friends who came to eat with Fu Guang saw Yunbei and curiously asked, "Fu Guang, is this your sister? She's really pretty." "Fu Guang, your sister is Dr. Yun." "Fu Guang, is your sister going to eat with us?" Hearing this, Yunbei laughed and said, "I won't eat with you all, I just came to see you. Go ahead and get your food. The dishes will run out soon." As soon as the kids heard that the food might run out, they rushed to get their meals. Fu Guang looked at his classmates running off and said to Yunbei, "Sister, I'm going to get food too. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here." Yunbei waved her hand, signaling Fu Guang to go get food, while she found a place to sit down. "I'll go then," Fu Guang said quickly as he went to get the food. When he returned with the meal, he said, "Sister, the food is pretty good. Do you want to eat with us?" "No, I'll eat at home later," Yunbei replied, shaking her head. She asked Fu Guang how his teacher was and if he got along well with his classmates. Seeing Fu Guang smile while talking about his teacher and classmates made her feel relieved. She told him, "You enjoy your meal, and I'll head home to eat. By the way, take these snacks and share them with your classmates later." "Okay, sister, I understand. You should go back quickly so you don't get too hungry." When Yunbei left school and got home, she saw Sinanzho was already back. Hearing the noise, Sinanzho peeked out of the room and smiled, asking, "Wife, you're back. Did you see Fu Guang?" "Yes, I did," Yunbei nodded. Without waiting for him to ask, she said, "It seems he is adjusting well to school life and gets along nicely with his classmates. He mentioned that the teacher likes him too. Now you can relax, right?" "Yes, I feel better." With a light heart, Yunbei went to the kitchen to cook noodles. The couple made 3 big bowls of noodles. Yunbei had 1 bowl, while Sinanzho had 2. After finishing their meal, Yunbei glanced at Sinanzho and said, "I'm going to take a nap in Fu Guang's room. If we sleep together, I might not sleep well." "You can sleep in your room. I'll head back to the army," Sinanzho replied, choosing to rest at the base instead of letting her go to Fu Guang's room. "All right, then I'll go sleep in my room. Don't rush. Make sure to lock the door before you sleep." "I'll leave now," Sinanzho said, putting on his hat. Once Sinanzho left the house, Yunbei locked the yard gate and went straight to her room to sleep. After about half an hour, she woke up to some noise and then rode her bike to Yang Village. The afternoon passed quickly, and when Fu Guang returned home, he shared everything that happened at school with Yunbei and Sinanzho. Seeing Fu Guang's excited expression made Yunbei and Sinanzho smile knowingly. It seemed that the child truly enjoyed school. With that, they felt relieved. Therefore, Yunbei decided not to return for lunch, since running back and forth was too troublesome. Sinanzho had no objections. If Yunbei wasn't coming back, he would just eat at the cafeteria. However, he was a bit worried that Yunbei might not have a place to eat. Regarding this, Yunbei didn't tell the truth and instead made an excuse about eating at a neighbor's house. In fact, she planned to eat in her space at noon. Her space had everything, making it easy to prepare any meal. Si Nanzhao also didn't want Yunbei to work too hard, so when he learned she was eating at a neighbor's house, he didn't say much. Starting the next day, Yunbei didn't return for lunch. Instead, she closed the door to the infirmary and either cooked or rested in her space. That day, after having her meal in the space, she planned to take a break. Suddenly, someone knocked on the infirmary door, so she had to come out and open it. It was Zhu Biao, and the first thing he said upon seeing Yunbei was, "Yunbei, the target has left the village. We can go up the mountain now." Yunbei realized he was talking about Old Hu. Recently, Old Hu hadn't gone anywhere, so she and Zhu Biao had to wait. Today, since Old Hu had finally left the village, they could explore the mountain and look for his hideout.
Great.
Yunbei nodded and wrote a note to post on the infirmary door, saying she was unavailable and asking patients to come back another day. After posting the note, Yunbei led Zhu Biao and 2 other unfamiliar companions up the mountain. Yunbei had a good sense of direction, so she easily found the place. Zhu Biao and the others looked at the cliff in front of them and asked Yunbei with some doubt, "Yunbei, are you sure it's here?" "Yes, this is the spot. If I'm not mistaken, his hideout is right below this cliff." "In that case, let's see if we can find a way down," Zhu Biao said, still trusting Yunbei's words. The group split up to search for a path. Since Old Hu often came here, it didn't take long for Yunbei to find a small path that would easily be overlooked if not closely examined. This path was also difficult to navigate and one could easily fall, which explained why few people came here and why no one had discovered the valley below the cliff. Yunbei led the way, with Zhu Biao and the others following closely behind as they carefully descended the cliff and entered the valley. It must be said that Old Hu was quite good at finding locations. Although the valley was small, it had a really nice environment. Inside, there were some rare herbs, a small pond, and a cave that could accommodate 30 to 40 people. The cave was quite high, and Old Hu had built a few small rooms inside using wood. The rooms were locked, but that didn't pose a challenge for Yunbei. She had a lot of items with her, and iron wire was one of them. While Zhu Biao and the others were unsure what to do with the iron wire, Yunbei had already started to tinker with it.
Yunbei, you?
The others looked at her in surprise, unable to understand how she could pick a lock. Usually, people who can pick locks are either skilled craftsmen or thieves. But Yunbei clearly did not fit either category. "I learned from my uncle when I was little. They often locked up food, and to avoid going hungry, I learned how to pick locks." Yunbei told a small lie, as she didn't want to explain how she knew this skill. She also didn't want Zhu Biao and the others to look at her differently, so a little lie was necessary. Unbeknownst to her, her words made the men feel a pang of sympathy. They were boys who, despite some having difficult childhoods, had never truly gone hungry, just occasionally not had enough to eat. Before long, Yunbei managed to unlock the door, revealing the true contents of the room. When they saw the numerous boxes inside, they couldn't help but think of the things they had seen in the cave back in the provincial city, which made them a bit anxious. However, upon closer inspection, they felt it didn't quite match. These boxes had no symbols and didn't give off any special vibe. Zhu Biao, as the team leader, was the first to open one of the boxes. When he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in shock. "Captain, what's wrong?" The others, hearing Zhu Biao's gasp, quickly rushed to his side, forgetting to look around. When they saw the contents of the box, their eyes also widened in disbelief. The box was filled with antiques that looked quite old. They wondered how the old man who had managed to bring them down from such a high cliff without any damage. These antiques looked valuable, and they were curious about where the old man who had obtained them. Yunbei was surprised to see the antiques. If she remembered correctly, these items had appeared abroad in her past life. Now that she had seen and encountered them, she couldn't let these national treasures slip away. She needed to find a way to protect and hide them. The situation outside was still tense, and conflicts continued. If things went wrong, these items could be destroyed and she might even get caught. If she were alone, it would have been easier. She could have directly stored the items in her space. But now, so many people have seen this, there's no way to hide it away. As the boxes in the room opened, waves of amazement filled the air. Yunbei took a look at the other boxes, which also contained valuable items like gold bars and jewelry. After checking all the boxes, Zhu Biao felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped for a major discovery, but it turned out to be just these items. Honestly, these things weren't bad. They were actually great, but they weren't what they needed. Let's keep looking for something else, Zhu Biao said after thinking for a moment, instructing a few of his subordinates. Since they were here, they had to find something useful. Yunbei also searched, as she didn't believe that old who wouldn't have a radio. She noticed through the camera that the red book on the table was likely a code book. If there was a code book, there must be a radio. But where would he hide it? Yunbei and Zhu Biao searched the house several times and explored every corner of the cave. Besides those few valuable boxes, they found nothing else. Not finding anything left Zhu Biao and the others feeling quite disheartened. He looked at Yunbei and said, "Do you think he might have hidden the radio at home?" "Impossible. I've been to his house, and there's no radio there. But we've searched everywhere here and found nothing. Could he have another hideout?" Hearing this, Yunbei frowned. Although she had been to this mountain a few times, she wasn't very familiar with it. If old who thought one place was unsafe and hid things in several locations, that wasn't impossible. However, such places would need to be very discreet, or they could easily be discovered, especially since villagers often went up the mountain to collect firewood. If found, not only would the items be lost, but he would also be in trouble. Thinking this way, Yunbei felt that this place was still the safest, so the items should be hidden here. But where exactly could they be hidden? As she thought, Yunbei walked out of the cave. Standing at the entrance, she imagined where she would hide things if it were her, somewhere safe and secure. While pondering, she looked around. There were trees in the valley, but hiding in a tree wouldn't work because climbing would waste time and be unsafe. Plus, she didn't see anything unusual in the trees. Since hiding in a tree wasn't an option, where else could it be hidden? It couldn't possibly be underground, could it? Thinking of this, Yunbei walked directly into the valley to see if there were any signs of disturbance. Zhu Biao, seeing Yunbei wandering around the valley, curiously followed and asked, "Yunbei, do you really think the scorpion would hide something underground? That possibility can't be ruled out, can it?" Yunbei replied without turning back, continuing to walk ahead. The grass in this valley was growing well, not particularly long, but similar to the kind of grass found in parks in her past life. This grass was suitable for playing and could be lifted in large patches. As they walked, Yunbei suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Zhu Biao asked, puzzled. Although he thought it was unlikely that the old man had buried something, he was also searching around like Yunbei. "Look over there. Is that a string?" Yunbei pointed towards the pond, as if she saw a string on the tree by the pond. "Where?" "Let me see," Zhu Biao asked while looking in the direction Yunbei pointed. It was hard to see clearly, but from a distance, it did look like there was a string. "Let's go check it out." Yunbei and Zhu Biao returned to the pond and approached the large tree. Earlier, Yunbei had looked at the spot, but she had only seen the side of the tree facing her and hadn't noticed the side facing the pond. Now that they were closer, she reached out and touched it. It really was a string. This significant discovery excited both Yunbei and Zhu Biao. They exchanged glances and then looked at the pond beneath the tree. "I'll go take a look," Zhu Biao said as he rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, preparing to enter the water.
"Wait."
At that moment, Yunbei suddenly stopped him, her gaze fixed on the pond, her expression serious. Just now, she thought she saw the shadow of a piranha in the water. "What's wrong?" Zhu Biao asked, confused. He was ready, so why did Yunbei call for him to stop? "Just hold on a moment. Don't rush into the water." "I think I saw something in the pond," Yunbei said as she tried to take some meat from her space. Halfway through, she realized and put it back, then switched to taking out some powder instead.
"What did you see?"
"I didn't notice anything," Zhu Biao said, looking carefully but finding nothing. The pond appeared calm and peaceful. Originally, Yunbei wanted to test with meat, but since she couldn't take it out of her space, it would be hard to explain where the meat came from. After all, she arrived with an empty basket, which is still empty now, so she couldn't find an excuse. Hunting now wouldn't be practical either, as she hadn't spotted any wild chickens or rabbits in the valley. Even if there were, it would take too much time. Thinking about the characteristics of piranhas, Yunbei decided to use poison instead. Wherever there are piranhas, there won't be anything else. If there were, they would have been eaten long ago. You'll see in a moment, Yunbei said as she sprinkled the powder into the pond. With her actions, shadows of piranhas appeared on the water's surface. Perhaps the poison wasn't strong enough, as the piranhas didn't die, but floated on the surface, gasping for air. Seeing the fish suddenly float up, Zhu Biao was quite happy and said, "Wow, so many fish. We can catch them and have a feast." Yunbei was speechless at this and looked at Zhu Biao for a while before asking, "Do you know what kind of fish these are?" "Who cares what kind of fish? If we can eat it, that's all that matters," Zhu Biao replied nonchalantly, reaching out to catch one. Yunbei quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Don't. These aren't good fish. They're piranhas. If you touch them, you'll end up with just bones."
What?
"No way." Zhu Biao was shocked, looking at the small fish in disbelief. Could such small fish really eat a person? Yunbei knew Zhu Biao didn't believe her and was thinking of how to convince him when she heard a wild chicken calling nearby. She said to Zhu Biao, "Captain Zhu, wait here. I'm going to catch a chicken for you to try. But you must not do anything reckless. Otherwise, I can't help you." "Okay, I understand." "You go ahead," Zhu Biao nodded, still somewhat skeptical, but decided to listen since Yunbei sounded serious. Yunbei quickly ran toward the sound of the chicken, and using the cover of the trees, she swiftly took a wild chicken from her space. Returning to the pond with the chicken, Yunbei killed it in front of Zhu Biao and his other companions. The others had also come to the pond after not finding anything useful in the cave. Seeing Yunbei kill the wild chicken, a few people felt a bit sorry because it was food. Yunbei didn't care what they thought. He plucked the feathers, rubbed some powder on it, and tied it with a rope before throwing it into the pond. As soon as the chicken hit the water, the piranhas that were floating around quickly swam towards it. In no time, the pond was filled with blood. Yunbei pulled up the rope, revealing just the bare chicken bones. This scene shocked everyone, and they exclaimed, "What kind of fish is this? It even eats meat. Piranhas, have you heard of them? They eat not just chickens but even people. So, unless we get rid of all the piranhas in this pond, we absolutely cannot go in the water." While Yunbei spoke, he waited to see if the piranhas would die. The powder on the chicken should poison some of them. Sure enough, after a little while, some piranhas began to float belly up. Seeing this, Zhu Biao stopped rushing to get in the water. After a few minutes, when most of the piranhas had surfaced, Yunbei told Zhu Biao, "You can go in now, but still be careful." "Okay, I understand." Zhu Biao nodded and slowly slid into the pond, feeling his way towards the rope. As he reached out, he found a thick rope tied to a tree root. The pond was fuller than usual because it had rained a couple of days ago. Otherwise, he could have spotted the rope without getting in the water. He pulled on the rope with all his strength and brought up a small, square box tightly wrapped in oil paper. Others saw this and quickly came over to help pull the box up. After the box was out, Zhu Biao felt around in the water for a bit longer to make sure there was nothing else before coming back up. However, as soon as he surfaced, Yunbei noticed a wound on his foot. Without guessing, he knew it must have been a bite from a piranha. "Captain Zhu, you're hurt. Let me help you clean the wound," Yunbei said as he took out some alcohol to disinfect it. If Yunbei hadn't pointed it out, Zhu Biao wouldn't have noticed his injury at all. He looked down at his foot and saw a small cut. "It's nothing, just a small cut," Zhu Biao said, curious about what was in the box and not too concerned about the wound, thinking he had just scraped himself. However, Yunbei knew it was definitely a bite from a piranha. "So, seriously," I said, "Captain Zhu, this isn't right. What if the wound gets infected? I know you want to see what's in the box, but there's no rush. The stuff isn't going anywhere." Others joined in to persuade him. "Captain Zhu, just listen to Dr. Yun. She knows better than we do. As for what's in the box, let's remove the oil paper first, and you can open it later." With everyone saying this, Zhu Biao had no choice but to let Yunbei treat the wound. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, and it was quickly taken care of. Meanwhile, others had removed the oil paper from the box, revealing a square wooden crate. When they opened the crate, they found a radio inside. While Zhu Biao and the others were examining the radio, Yunbei's attention was drawn to something else wrapped in oil paper nearby. As she unwrapped the layers of oil paper, a stapled booklet appeared. It had the words "Destruction Plan" written on it. Seeing those words, Yunbei's expression changed instantly, and she quickly began to flip through the booklet. She couldn't help but exclaim, "These jerks, they really deserve to be punished." Hearing Yunbei's outburst, Zhu Biao and the others turned to her and asked, "Yunbei, what's wrong?" "Take a look at this," Yunbei said, handing them the destruction plan without further explanation. They gathered around to read the plan, and one by one, they became furious, saying, "These darn spies really thought they could get away with this. They even want to destroy our provincial city without considering if they have the capability." After hearing this, Yunbei recalled the things they had discovered in the provincial city. If those items hadn't been found, the spies might have succeeded. But now they shouldn't even think about it. "Let's see if there's anything else useful," Yunbei suggested, and she started searching actively. Finding this plan here clearly indicated that the Scorpion must be their leader, so his list should be quite complete. "All right, let's check carefully again," Zhu Biao said as he resumed searching. They decided to dismantle the radio to see if they could find anything. While they were busy with the radio, Yunbei chose not to join them but instead examined the crate that held the radio. She thought that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't leave the list at the radio station. She would likely hide it in a box. So, she kept knocking on the box to see if there was a hidden compartment inside. When she knocked on the bottom of the lid, she noticed the sound was different. She carefully examined it. Upon closer inspection, she indeed found a mechanism, so she took out a small knife and gently prodded it. With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped out. Inside the compartment was a small paper package, and Yunbei knew that it was what she was looking for. Sure enough, when she opened the paper, several sheets with a list appeared before her eyes. "Don't open it yet, I found it," Yunbei said to the others who were still struggling with the radio. She raised the sheets of paper in her hand. "Really? Yunbei, you're amazing." Zhu Biao and the others stopped what they were doing and looked at her with admiration. They realized that as long as they followed Yunbei, they could easily succeed.
It was the same last time, and it was the same this time.
The important clues and items were all discovered by Yunbei. They only had to put in a little effort. "You flatter me," Yunbei smiled, feeling quite happy. Of course, she wasn't proud. The reason she was a bit quicker than others was that the knowledge from her past life was still fresh in her mind. With everything found, they didn't stay long in the valley. As for the antiques and treasures, they would leave them there for now. After leaving the valley, they left 2 people behind to guard it. Otherwise, if Old Who came up the mountain and discovered their hideout, who knew what he might do? Even though they had already found the items they prepared, who knew if they had left any backup elsewhere? Therefore, they had to keep watch here until Old Who and his group were captured. Zhu Biao left with the list and the plan. He would personally report to the leaders and organize the capture. This time, they would be able to catch quite a few people, many of whom were still hidden in various industries. Yunbei, seeing that she had no tasks, went to the clinic to see patients while waiting for orders from above. The afternoon quickly passed, and Yunbei rode her bike home. When she arrived, she found Si Nanzhao had returned early. "Why are you back so early today?" Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao looked at Yunbei seriously and said, "Wife, my people have confirmed that Cheng Xiuqin and that Xiao Liuzi are both spies. By the way, today they received news that Xiao Liuzi seems to have met with an old man, whom he referred to as Old Who." Yunbei immediately thought of the old man who left the village and said, "Old Who? Could it be the old man who? What old man who?" Seeing Si Nanzhao's confused expression, Yunbei explained the situation with the old man who from Yang village. "These people are too bold and excessive, aren't they?" Si Nanzhao's expression darkened. As a soldier, he had a special feeling for the families of the fallen. According to Yunbei, the other party not only borrowed the name of the fallen, but may have also harmed them. Such people deserve severe punishment. "Have you reported this to Director Wang?" Captain Zhu should have already told Director Wang. "That's fine. We're not in the same system as Director Wang, so we can't interfere. But you need to be careful. Don't let those people discover your identity, Otherwise, they could do anything.
I understand, Yunbei nodded.
Meanwhile, Zhu Biao rushed to the provincial city with the destruction plan and the list. To deliver the items quickly, he borrowed a vehicle from the county's armed forces. Upon arriving in the provincial city, he headed straight to Director Wang's office. Seeing Zhu Biao, Director Wang looked surprised and asked, "Zhu Biao, why are you back?" "Director Wang, take a look at this first." Zhu Biao handed over the destruction plan and then the list, saying also, "Check this out." After reading the destruction plan, Director Wang's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he felt relieved that they had learned about the spies' plans in advance and that they had already taken those items away. Otherwise, the entire provincial city would have been in danger. Then, he glanced at the list and instructed Zhu Biao to notify everyone for a meeting. This time, he wanted everyone to act simultaneously to carry out the arrests. Once they captured these people, they wouldn't have to worry about getting information from them. Old, who had no idea that his days were numbered. Today, he went to the county to meet one of his subordinates and felt like someone was following him on his way back. However, he didn't notice anyone. Being cautious by nature, he decided to stay in the village for now, planning to visit the mountain every other day. Little did he know, this decision would prevent him from going up the mountain again and from carrying out their destruction plan. In the provincial city, a meeting lasted 5 hours and all necessary arrangements were made. Then, Zhu Biao returned to Liang City overnight. Of course, he did not come back alone. He brought helpers and orders from his superiors. As soon as he arrived in Liangcheng, he wasted no time resting and immediately began gathering people to capture the spies in the entire Liangcheng County. As for the old man Hu, he decided to handle it personally. Early the next morning, he appeared in Yang village with his team and captured the sleeping old man Hu. When Yunbei finished breakfast and went to work, she saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Yang village. "What's going on?" Unable to get closer, she asked a nearby villager. The villager, happy to be asked, explained, "The police don't even know how this happened. They arrested our village's war veteran. Everyone knows that uncle whose sons died for the country, and his wife has also passed away. Now he is just an old man alone." When the villagers saw the police trying to take the veteran away, they naturally wouldn't allow it, so they blocked their way. Yunbei understood everything now. The villagers believed the police had made a mistake, which is why they were stopping them. "Thank you, villager," Yunbei said gratefully, then squeezed her way into the crowd. She felt she needed to handle this herself, otherwise, just relying on Zhu Biao's claims that old man who was a bad person wouldn't convince the villagers. The villagers didn't know that this old man who was an imposter and that the real old man who had already died. To make the villagers fully believe her, she needed to tear off the mask from the old man whose face to reveal his true identity. As Yunbei pushed her way in, she heard the captain questioning Zhu Biao. "You say uncle who is a spy. What evidence do you have? You can't just claim it without proof." "Exactly, the captain is right. Unless you provide evidence, you can't take Uncle Hu away." "That's right, Uncle Hu has always lived in the village. We know him well. We understand what kind of person he is better than you do. Without evidence, you absolutely cannot take Uncle Hu." Zhu Biao and his men were in a difficult position. He hadn't expected that capturing someone would face such a big obstacle. Initially, to keep a low profile and avoid detection, they had quietly entered the village early in the morning to capture Old Man Hu. But the problem was that they hadn't covered Old Man Hu's mouth in time, allowing him to take advantage of the situation. As the leader of the spies, Old Man Hu was certainly not foolish. The moment Zhu Biao and his group appeared, he wanted to escape. But when he realized he couldn't, he had to surrender. However, he still didn't give up on the idea of running away. So, as he was being taken past the village, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come quickly. The police are arresting people for no reason." When he shouted this, the villagers came out of their homes. When they saw the police holding on to Old Hu, they naturally wanted to ask why. Zhu Biao and his group found it hard to explain, so they didn't mention that Old Hu was a spy. They only said that Old Hu was involved in a case and needed to be taken for questioning. Most villagers believed the police and didn't stop them. But Old, who wasn't going to let that happen, he knew he needed the villagers' help to escape. Remembering his status, he decided to use it to his advantage. So, after the villagers accepted what the police said, he immediately spoke up. Villagers, don't be fooled by them. They are the bad ones. If they weren't, why would they arrest me without asking any questions? They say I'm involved in a case and need to cooperate with their investigation. If that were true, why would they put handcuffs on me? Look at them. They are preventing me from escaping. Villagers, please help me. If they are really bad people, I could be in serious trouble. Upon hearing this, the villagers were alarmed. They blocked the police from leaving and sent someone to find the village leaders. Soon, the village leaders arrived at the scene. Seeing Old Who being held by Zhu Biao and his group, their expressions turned serious. Old Who was a respected member of their village, and they couldn't understand why he was being taken away like this. They felt it was important to clarify the situation to avoid misunderstandings. The village chief stepped forward and said to Zhu Biao, I am the village chief of Yang Village. I don't understand why you are arresting our respected member. If there is an issue, could you please discuss it with our village leaders first? This is a serious matter, and you have no right to know. Just understand that his arrest is an order from above, Zhu Biao replied in a formal tone, thinking this would make the village leaders and villagers let them go. But at that moment, Old Who spoke up again, addressing the village chief. Chief, don't listen to their nonsense. It's hard to say if they are even real police, so how can there be an order from above? Moreover, I am a family member of a martyr. My son sacrificed himself for the country. The state and government are kind to me, so how could they arrest me? Comrade, what Uncle Who said makes sense. You must first prove your identity, otherwise, we will call the police. Hearing this, Zhu Biao and the others were both angry and amused. They were the police, after all. However, they realized that if they didn't explain the situation today, the villagers would not let them leave. So, Zhu Biao had no choice but to reveal that Old Who was a spy. Once he said this, not only the villagers, but even the team leader didn't believe it. The villagers knew what kind of person Old Who was. He had sent several sons to serve in the military and had done a lot for the resistance. Now, with his son and wife gone, he still thought about the country and the village. Whenever there was an issue, he was always the first to help those in need. Of course, this was from years ago, but everyone remembered Old Who's kindness, so they believed he could not be the spy Zhu Biao claimed. The team leader was a bit angry upon hearing this, which explained his earlier questioning. Zhu Biao found it hard to explain to the team leader, and he had no evidence to present. They hadn't found anything useful in Old Who's home, and no one had seen him use the radio on the mountain, so even if he spoke up, no one would believe him. Zhu Biao felt stuck. In contrast to their difficulties, the arrests elsewhere were going smoothly. Aside from a few trying to escape, most were caught easily in their beds. Of course, due to her special status, even if the police wanted to arrest Cheng Xiuqin, they had to inform the military first. When the military leadership received the call about Wang Guizhu's wife having contact with spies and the police suspecting she might also be a spy, they sent someone to detain Cheng Xiuqin and called for Wang Guizhu to ask him about her. Hearing the leader's question, Wang Guizhu was taken aback. His wife was from his hometown, and they had met through an introduction. Moreover, their marriage had gone through a political review, and there were no issues with her at all. Now, the leader was telling him that his wife had problems and was likely a spy. This was hard for him to accept. If his wife really was a spy, not only would she go to jail, but he would also be implicated. Even if he could prove his innocence, it wouldn't matter because no one could guarantee that his wife hadn't used him to steal military secrets. In addition to Wang Guizhu, his mother, who was Shida's grandmother, was also being questioned. She had spent the most time with Cheng Xiuqin. However, no one expected that when Shida's grandmother heard that Cheng Xiuqin might be a spy, she fainted. She always valued her son, and if anyone tried to harm him, she would fight back fiercely. But now, the daughter-in-law she had chosen for her son might be a spy, which filled her with regret, anger, and fear for her son's safety. As for Cheng Xiuqin, when she was taken away, her feelings were complicated. She didn't know whether to feel relieved or regretful. She never thought that her small act of greed would lead her down a path of no return, harming not only herself but also the man and child she cared about. She knew her life was likely over. The only thing she could do was protect the man and her son. So, when questioned, she repeatedly emphasized that Wang Guozhu knew nothing about her actions. She even pleaded with the interrogators, saying she would take full responsibility and not involve Wang Guozhu. Seeing her like this, the interrogators were at a loss for words. If only she had thought this through earlier. In a marriage, some things cannot be easily separated. Back in Yang Village, because Zhu Biao couldn't provide evidence and Old, who occasionally stirred up trouble, the villagers nearly lost control. Yunbei couldn't watch any longer and pushed through the crowd to stand in front of the team leader, saying, "I have evidence." Upon seeing Yunbei, Zhu Biao and the others' eyes lit up. They knew Yunbei never spoke without certainty. If she said she had evidence, then she surely did. The team leader and the villagers were surprised and looked at Yunbei, asking, "Dr. Yun, are you sure? Do you really have evidence that Uncle Hu is a spy?" Yunbei nodded and said, "I really have evidence." Hearing this, Old Hu's face turned dark, and he glared at her, telling the villagers, "Don't believe her. She is in cahoots with these police officers." At that moment, he realized that his initial suspicion was correct. She was indeed targeting him. As for his supposed poisoning, that was likely a lie as well. She was there to find evidence at his house. Unfortunately, his home was spotless, with nothing extra around. At this thought, the old man felt more at ease. He believed Yunbei was just boasting. How could she possibly have any evidence? Yunbei glanced at the old man, knowing what he was thinking and what he intended to do, so she wouldn't play into his hands. With a smile, she looked at the villagers and replied, "Yes, I'm not only on the police's side, but I'm also on your side. Dr. Yun, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say you have evidence? Show it to us." Yes, Dr. Yun, please show us the evidence. Otherwise, we might hesitate to come to you for treatment in the future. Exactly, Dr. Yun. Please show us the evidence so we can see it. At that moment, the old man spoke again, saying, "Don't believe her. She doesn't have any evidence at all. She's just trying to get you to take me away because I'm an elder. Villagers, don't be fooled. Dr. Yun, what Uncle Hu said isn't true, right? You don't have evidence. You're just trying to trick us. Dr. Yun, if you can't provide evidence, don't blame us for being rude." Yes, Dr. Yun, even though you're a doctor and a military spouse, if you want to slander Uncle Hu, we won't stand for it. That's right, Uncle Hu is a war veteran. If you slander him, you're slandering all of us, and we won't accept that. Seeing everyone turn against Yunbei, the old man felt a sense of pride. Yunbei glanced at him. Noticing his smugness, and with a hint of sarcasm, she shouted, "Who says I don't have evidence? If you have it, show it." Yeah, stop wasting everyone's time. Villagers, don't worry, I'll show you the evidence right now. After saying this, Yunbei walked towards the old man. He was startled and stepped back, asking, "What are you going to do?" At that moment, he had a bad feeling, thinking that Yunbei might actually know something. Seeing him like this, Yunbei became even more sarcastic, saying, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Scared? When have I, Hu Sanguan, ever been scared?" The old man shot back, but there was a hint of fear in his voice. "Then why are you backing away?
Who knows what you want?
What if you want to harm me?" The old man argued, feeling uneasy. At this moment, the villagers seemed to sense something and began to doubt Old Hu. They thought, could it be that they were overthinking? Why did Old Hu seem a bit off? "Don't worry, I won't take your life. But I want your mask," Yunbei said as she quickly reached for Old Hu's face. Her action startled everyone, and soon they gasped in shock. They saw Yunbei actually tearing off a layer from Old Hu's face. Old Hu was stunned. He never imagined that the human skin mask he had worn for years would be ripped off by Yunbei. He couldn't understand how she knew he was wearing it. Once the mask was removed, a strange face appeared before everyone, causing them to gasp in surprise. The villagers never expected that the Old Hu in front of them was fake. They remembered how they had just offended him, and recalled what the police had said about him being a spy. They felt they had made a foolish mistake. One by one, the villagers stepped back, afraid of being implicated. After all, spies could be dangerous, and they didn't want to be associated with him. Quickly, the villagers formed a clear space, an old who regained his composure, looking at Yunbei and asking, "How did you know I was wearing a mask?" Yunbei did not answer directly but asked back, "Do you know where the poison in your body comes from? You can't be saying it has something to do with this mask, right?" Scorpion looked at Yunbei suspiciously, thinking she might be overreacting. Poison was poison. What did it have to do with a mask? But Yunbei's words shattered her doubts as she said 4 words. Correct answer.
How can that be?
That's impossible. Scorpion didn't believe it. This was a human skin mask. How could it be poisonous? Absolutely impossible. Yunbei must be lying to her. Yes, that had to be it. Seeing Scorpion's disbelief, Yunbei smiled and said, "This mask is useful, right? But you don't know what materials were used to make it, and those materials are toxic. If you only wore it occasionally or took it off at night, it would be fine. But since you took on Uncle Hu's identity and were afraid of being discovered, you had to wear it all the time, day and night. This long period of wearing it must have made you sweat, especially while working. When that stuff gets in contact with sweat, it evaporates faster. So, you will get poisoned. It's only a matter of time. If I'm not mistaken, you've been wearing this human skin mask for at least 3 years, and your health issues probably started a year ago. Back then, the symptoms were mild, so you didn't pay attention. By the time you noticed, it was too late. The poison had already entered your body completely. Even if you want to detox, it will take a long time. Since you know all this, why won't you help me detox?" Scorpion's face looked grim. Earlier, Yunbei claimed not to know the source of the poison, but she clearly did and refused to help him, which was infuriating. Why would I help a spy detox? You not only caused Uncle Hu's death, but will also harm more people. If I help you, I would become your accomplice. Do you really think I would do that?
You?
Scorpion was both angry and resentful. If he had known Yunbei would act this way, he would have taken action against her long ago. Unfortunately, he hadn't known her identity or that she was intentionally withholding the antidote. Otherwise, he would never have let her live to this day. All right, I've cleared your doubts and proven your identity to everyone. Captain Zhu, you can take him away now. Thank you, Yunbei. Zhu nodded and led Scorpion away. The villagers automatically made way for Zhu and his team to take him. Some villagers were upset and wanted to throw stones at Scorpion. The captain noticed and scolded, "What are you doing? Put down the stones." "Captain, he caused Uncle Hu's death. Are we just going to let it go?" "Of course not, but he has been exposed. If he gets caught, he will face the consequences from the country and the law. Why should we dirty our hands? I should have recognized him sooner. How did I not realize he wasn't Uncle Hu?" Hearing the captain's self-blame, the villagers quickly reassured him, "Captain, this isn't your fault. We also didn't notice he was no longer Uncle Hu." Exactly. If we're talking about mistakes, we all share the blame. When he stopped letting us visit his home, we should have been suspicious. But we didn't question anything and thought Uncle Hu was just under stress. All right, it's done now, and feeling guilty won't help. What we need to do now is find out where Uncle Hu is buried. If possible, we can help move his grave so he can rest with his wife. The captain is right. We need to gather more information. After that, Yunbei did not get involved in the village matters. She rode her bicycle back to the clinic and started her day at work. It was unclear whether it was because she helped catch the spy or because she revealed the spy's true identity, but soon, villagers began bringing her gifts. Some brought dried goods, others brought vegetables from their gardens, and some even brought steamed buns they made that morning. Yunbei was reluctant to accept these gifts and declined for a long time. However, the villagers, seeing her refusal, simply left the items and walked away. With the capture of the spy leader, Scorpion, all the spies on his list were also caught, and their destructive plans were officially ruined. Yunbei did not pay attention to what happened next. She continued to go to work as usual. However, news about Chung Xiuqin spread in the housing complex. Because of her, Shirtu dropped out of school and Wang Guozhu retired. The community had mixed feelings about their departure. Although many did not like Shida's grandmother and might even say they disliked her, it felt unsettling for them to leave under such circumstances. Of course, some who were close to Chung Xiuqin were anxious for several days after her arrest. Fortunately, although they were called in for questioning, they were released because they knew nothing. However, after that, those people became much more low-key. A few days later, rumors began to spread in the housing complex that one should not offend Yunbei. Those who did seemed to face bad outcomes. First, it was the Chu family, and now it was the Wang family. Both families encountered trouble after crossing Yunbei. This left Yunbei speechless, but she did not explain further. She thought that if this made people wary of her, it could be beneficial. At least, no one would dare to bully her anymore, right? When Si Nanzhao heard such rumors, he felt a bit angry and worried that people might isolate Yunbei, so he wanted to find out the source of the rumors. However, Yunbei stopped him, feeling that there was nothing wrong with the situation. After all, she did not plan to become too close with the military wives in the housing complex. She just wanted to get by. Okay, I'll listen to you, Si Nanzhao said with a smile, taking Yunbei's hand. But they do have a point. Both incidents were exposed early because of your involvement. Just look at the situation in the housing complex. Thanks to your keen eye, she might have escaped this disaster otherwise. Yunbei thought for a moment and smiled, saying, so, I guess I'm pretty impressive. Not just impressive, but quite remarkable. Si Nanzhao praised her. Then, a bit worried, he added, but this means Director Wang will probably assign you tasks often. That's fine. As long as it's within my abilities, I'm okay with it. After all, it's all for the country. I'm glad to hear that. This time, they quickly captured all the spies connected to Scorpion, and Yunbei played a key role. Therefore, Director Wang decided to reward her. Seeing Zhu Biao appear in front of her again surprised Yunbei. She asked, Captain Zhu, why are you here again? It seems you don't want to see me. Zhu Biao pretended to be sad, making Yunbei laugh. All right, Captain Zhu, stop pretending. Let me guess, you're here to assign me another task? Yunbei said this jokingly, but to her surprise, Zhu Biao really was there to give her a task. Zhu Biao smiled and said, as expected of Yunbei, you guessed it without me saying anything. Yes, I am here to assign you a task. Besides that, I also have a reward for you.
A reward?
Yunbei asked, surprised. What about the others? Do they get one too? If she was the only one receiving a reward, that wouldn't be fair. Everyone contributed to capturing the spies. Don't worry, everyone will receive one. Zhu Biao replied, though he didn't mention that hers would be more. After all, Yunbei's contributions were significant. Discovering Scorpion, finding his hideout, and obtaining that list were all her achievements. So, no one objected to her receiving a larger reward from Director Wang. That's good to hear. Once she knew everyone would be rewarded, Yunbei felt relieved. Otherwise, there might be complaints since she was just a temporary staff member. Zhu Biao drove this time, so he placed Yunbei's reward in the car. Now that he mentioned it, he went to get it. When Yunbei saw Zhu Biao bring out a small box, she was surprised. What could be in a box? It couldn't be money, could it? If the box was filled with money, how much would that be? Fortunately, she soon found out why it was in a box. Because Director Wang asked Zhu Biao to deliver these items, which were found on the mountain earlier. A few pieces of jewelry and 10 small fish. Looking at these items, Yunbei couldn't believe it. Director Wang is so generous. Although these things don't seem valuable now, they will be worth a lot in the future, especially one jade bracelet, which should be worth millions. Captain Zhu, are all these for me? Yes, they're all for you. Zhu Biao found Yunbei's surprised expression amusing. When they received their rewards, they were just as shocked. Everyone knows these are valuable items, but right now they aren't worth as much due to the current situation. However, everyone understands that this situation won't last forever. Eventually, these items will surely regain their value. All right, I'll accept them. Yunbei smiled and put the items away. Since Director Wang gave them to her, they're hers now. As for whether Director Wang would regret knowing their value later, that's a matter for the future. Seeing Yunbei accept them so readily, Zhu Biao continued. Yunbei, the rewards are done. Now we need to talk about the task. Okay, go ahead. Given Director Wang's generosity, I'll take any task.
Great.
Zhu Biao felt relieved. He was worried Yunbei might refuse, especially since she had just completed a task and is currently the village doctor in Yang Village. Quickly tell me what the task is. It's not about catching spies again, is it? Yunbei was quite interested in this, thinking her previous training could be useful. This time it's different. You need to protect someone. Be a bodyguard?
Yunbei was surprised.
She didn't expect her new task to be this. She thought she would be catching bad guys again. However, she had been a bodyguard in her past life, so she was familiar with it. Yes, the person you will protect is very important to us. He is a scientist who returned from abroad to help develop our country. However, his whereabouts have been exposed, and many people have been sent from abroad to hunt him down. To ensure his safety, Director Wang thought of you. Upon hearing this, Yunbei immediately understood. This time, it was her medical skills that Director Wang valued, which is why she was asked to protect the scientist. In other words, being a bodyguard was just a cover. She would actually be a medical assistant. When do we leave? 3 days from now. I'll come to pick you up. All right, I'll make some arrangements. Yunbei had no objections. 3 days is enough time for her to take care of things at home. She wasn't worried about anything else, just about Fuguang. After all, her task might take a while. However, Yunbei was surprised to learn that Sinanzho also received a mission. So, when he returned home that afternoon, he said directly to Yunbei, "Wife, I have to go on a mission in a few days, so I'll leave everything at home to you." Yunbei was taken aback. She thought that by going on her mission, she could leave Fuguang with Sinanzho. But now he also had a mission. What would happen to Fuguang? He was just a 6-year-old child. She couldn't leave him home alone. It seemed she needed to find someone trustworthy to take care of him. What's wrong? Sinanzho noticed Yunbei's strange expression and became worried. He thought she didn't want him to go on the mission and was about to explain when Yunbei said, "What a coincidence. I also have to go on a mission in a few days." No way? Now it was Sinanzho's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected Yunbei would have a mission at the same time as him. He also thought about the same issue. What would happen to Fuguang? "I didn't expect it to be this coincidental," Yunbei said, feeling a bit helpless. At that moment, she didn't realize that she and Sinanzho were on the same mission. She was just the accompanying doctor, while Sinanzho was the real bodyguard. The two quickly sat down to discuss how to arrange for Fuguang. Eating at the cafeteria was fine, but they were worried about leaving him home alone. They also didn't know how long their missions would last. If it was just a day or 2, it would be okay, but they feared it could take 10 days or even 2 weeks. "Wife, how about we ask Aunt Zhang for help and see if she can come over to stay with Fuguang? Is that okay? Let's ask her. If she can't, we'll think of something else. I could also ask Xiao Lu to come. He's my aide. As for food, Fuguang can just eat at the cafeteria." "All right, let's first ask Aunt Zhang if she's willing. If she agrees, we can give her a little payment." "Okay, after we eat, we'll go ask her." When Fuguang returned from school and learned that both his sister and brother-in-law were going on missions, he felt very upset. He hadn't expected them to both be away at the same time. What would he do now? Fuguang looked at them sadly and asked, "Sister, brother-in-law, if you both leave, what will happen to me?" "Fuguang, we now have 2 options. You can choose which one you prefer and we'll go with that. One is to ask Aunt Zhang, who helped your sister before, to take care of you. The other is to ask Uncle Lu, your brother-in-law's aide."
Me?
Fuguang felt a bit torn. He didn't know either of them well. So, he wasn't sure who would be better to take care of him. Yunbei noticed Fuguang couldn't decide and turned to Sinanzho, saying, "How about we first ask Aunt Zhang? After all, women tend to be more attentive than men. Plus, Aunt Zhang has experience in caring for others." "All right, let's visit Aunt Zhang after we have dinner." "Okay." Yunbei nodded and then told Fuguang, "You should do your homework first. I'll go make dinner with your brother-in-law. I'll do my homework later. I want to help you cook." "No need. Finish your homework first." We still need to visit Aunt Zhang later. Yunbei waved his hand, declining Fu Guang's offer to help. Usually it was fine, but since they were going to someone else's house soon, they couldn't leave Fu Guang alone at home. So, he needed to finish his homework, otherwise, he wouldn't know how late it would be when they got back. Alright. Fu Guang saw that Yunbei had refused and didn't insist. He knew his sister wouldn't put him in danger. Fu Guang went to his room to do his homework while Yunbei and Sinanzho prepared dinner in the kitchen, discussing what gifts to bring to Lu's family. It's always good to be polite. If they were asking for help, they needed to show sincerity. Of course, they would also give money, but that was a later matter. After dinner, the three of them went to Lu's house. Seeing them arrive with gifts, Director Lu smiled but said, "What are you two doing? You don't need to bring anything. Just remember to take it back when you leave." Hearing this, Sinanzho rolled his eyes at Director Lu and replied, "Old Lu, this isn't for you. It's for Aunt Zhang." "It doesn't matter who it's for," Director Lu said in a serious tone, leaving Sinanzho a bit speechless. However, he didn't argue further and directly asked, "Is Aunt Zhang home? Who is looking for me?" Before Director Lu could answer, Aunt Zhang's voice came from inside the house. Seeing the three of them in the yard, Aunt Zhang became happy and said, "Oh, you all are here. Come in and sit down." They entered the house, and Sinanzho casually placed the gifts on the table. Aunt Zhang noticed them right away and said with some displeasure, "Nanjiao, Yunbei, why are you bringing things again? Didn't you remember what I said last time? And this isn't anything good. Besides, we came to ask for your help this time. You don't need to bring things to ask for help. Just remember to take it back later, or I might get upset." Nanjiao and Yunbei smiled, but didn't respond. Seeing their reaction, Aunt Zhang didn't say anything more. However, she decided that they must take the items back when they left. "Now, tell me what you need help with," Aunt Zhang asked. "Aunt Zhang, it's like this. Nanjiao and I both have tasks to do, and we can't leave Fu Guang alone at home, so we wanted to ask if you could watch over him." "Sure, no problem. Just let Fu Guang stay at my place. I'll take good care of him." Hearing this, Yunbei and Nanjiao both sighed with relief. However, they knew Fu Guang probably wouldn't want to stay at someone else's house. So, they looked at Aunt Zhang and said, "Aunt, how about this? Fu Guang won't stay here. Could you come to our place instead, spend the night with him, and help him with laundry? As for food, don't worry about it. I'll send him to the cafeteria. What do you think?" After hearing this, Aunt Zhang thought about how many people lived in her house and realized it would be inconvenient for Fu Guang to stay there. So, she agreed, saying, "All right, as long as you don't mind, I'll stay at your place. And for food, I won't let him eat at the cafeteria. I'll cook for him. We have plenty of vegetables at home, so no need for the cafeteria." "That works too. I'll give you some money for groceries, and could you please make some meat dishes every other day? The child is still growing and needs some meat." "That's fine. I'll do as you say," Aunt Zhang replied, knowing that Yunbei wasn't short on money. "Great, it's settled then. We're leaving in 3 days, and we'll leave the house keys with you. We've arranged a room for you. You can just move in." "Okay, just let me know when you're leaving." After discussing how to take care of Fu Guang, the family happily went home. Aunt Zhang had a good impression of Fu Guang, so she didn't refuse Yunbei's arrangement. Once home, Yunbei talked with Fu Guang for a while before sending him off to bed. When Fu Guang returned to the room and closed the door, the couple went back to rest. However, lying in bed, they surprisingly did not fall asleep right away and started talking. "Nanjiao, is there any confidential matter in this room? Should we lock it when we leave?" "No need, I trust Aunt Zhang. Besides, there's nothing secret here. Just lock the drawer where we keep the money." "Okay, I'll go with what you say." Yunbei had no objections. Since Sinanzho said not to lock it, then they wouldn't. Most of her belongings were in the space, so no one could steal them anyway. After chatting for a while, the couple went to sleep. The next morning, Yunbei and Sinanzho got up at the same time, washed up, and one took Fu Guang to exercise while the other went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After eating, the three of them went about their own tasks. Yunbei was busy in the morning with a few patients. Once she finished, she went straight into the space. To protect others, She needed to prepare more life-saving items. She was busy until lunchtime. After a quick bowl of instant noodles in the space, she continued working. By the time she returned to work in the afternoon, her pharmacy had several new medicines, some for saving lives and others for causing harm. Previously, she mostly made sedatives, but this time she specifically created poison that could kill silently. If she faced a formidable enemy and had no way to deal with them, she would have to resort to poison. In the afternoon, Yunbei was still relatively free until a patient arrived later in the day. After the patient left, she entered the space again. She was busy until it was time to leave work. After locking the clinic door, Yunbei went to find the captain to inform him that she would be away for a while. She asked him to notify the villagers to come see her if they were sick, or else they would have to wait for her return. Surprised to hear that Yunbei would come back, the captain asked, "Dr. Yun, you will return?" "Of course. I am the village doctor in Yang Village. I just have to leave for a bit. How could I not come back?" "All right, I understand. I will notify everyone so that the villagers can come if they are sick." "Thank you, Captain. It's getting late, so I'll head back now." As soon as Yunbei left, the office at the captain's office began to discuss. Accountant: "Captain, do you think Dr. Yun is going to catch spies again?" "Captain, who knows? Anyway, Dr. Yun is very capable. We have been in contact with that agent for so long without noticing anything wrong. Dr. Yun just had to see a patient to realize the other person was an agent." "I really admire Dr. Yun," the women's leader said, "of course. Dr. Yun is impressive. She is a role model for us women." The militia captain added, "I heard Dr. Yun is also skilled in martial arts. It would be great to see her in action." The accountant replied, "What, do you want to practice with her?" The militia captain said, "Just a friendly sparring session." "All right, everyone, let's stop talking. I will announce the notice so that when Dr. Yun leaves, those who need to see her won't regret missing out." Everyone quieted down to listen to the captain's announcement. After the notice, the villagers quickly got busy, some notifying their relatives in other places, while others informed friends in different villages. After the announcement, the captain thought for a moment and decided to call the captain of a nearby village to inform them as well. Since Yunbei was responsible for several nearby villages, it was best to let them know to avoid anyone making a wasted trip. What Yunbei didn't know was that after the captain's notification, the next day, the clinic was filled with people, so busy that she barely had time to eat or drink. Of course, at that moment, she was still unaware, as she was picking up Fu Guang from school. Knowing she would be leaving in a couple of days, Yunbei decided to spend more time with Fu Guang to comfort him. As soon as Fu Guang saw Yunbei waiting not far from the school gate, he immediately felt happy and ran over to her, smiling as he asked, "Sister, why are you here?" "I'm here to pick you up from school." "You're the best, sister." Fu Guang was very happy, noticing that none of the other children had anyone to pick them up, and he felt a wave of happiness fill his heart. "All right, enough with the excitement. Get in the car, I'll take you home." "Okay," Fu Guang said as he took off his backpack and placed it in the basket of the bike. Then he climbed onto the front seat of the bike. Yunbei rode the bike, taking Fu Guang home, and then told him to do his homework while she prepared dinner. However, Fu Guang didn't go to do his homework. Instead, he went into the kitchen to help. Thinking about how his sister would leave in 2 days and not knowing when she would return, he didn't want to part with her, so he wanted to spend as much time as possible with her, even if it meant helping with cooking. Seeing Fu Guang cling to her made Yunbei feel a bit sad. She had long regarded Fu Guang as her own little brother. Since she didn't know when she would return from her mission, she felt both reluctant to leave Fu Guang and worried about him. After dinner, Fu Guang went to do his homework while Yunbei was busy tidying up the house. She hadn't been able to clean every day due to her busy schedule. Aunt Zhang was coming over in a couple of days, and she couldn't let her help with the cleaning, could she? Sananzho was also helping out, organizing things in the house, cleaning Yunbei's old room, and making the bed. Once everything was ready, Yunbei asked Sananzho to boil a pot of water for a bath. After the three of them finished bathing, when Yunbei was about to go to bed, Fu Guang suddenly tugged at her sleeve and said, "Sister, I want to sleep with you." Sinan's expression darkened at this. How could Fuguang want to steal his wife? He enjoyed sleeping next to his wife every night, even if they didn't do anything. Just holding her was enough to make him happy. So, he absolutely couldn't let Fuguang take her away. He took Fuguang's hand and said, "Come on, Fuguang. I need to talk to you." Yunbei found Sinan's reaction amusing and was curious about his possessiveness. However, she didn't want to get involved in the men's matters and went back to her room. Not long after, Sinan's returned alone, which surprised Yunbei. She remembered that Fuguang wasn't usually easy to persuade. Curious, she asked, "How did you convince him?" "I just did." Sinan's turned his face away, not wanting Yunbei to see his embarrassment. "Just tell me," Yunbei said, playfully tugging at Sinan's hand. As they spent more time together, she felt more comfortable being affectionate. Seeing her act this way made Sinan's happy but also conflicted, as he feared she might get upset if he told her. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to share. He shook his head and said, "This is a secret between me and Fuguang. I can't tell you." Once she heard it was a secret between two men, Yunbei didn't press further. However, she would never have guessed that Sinan's was using the child as an excuse. Of course, Yunbei didn't know this. Otherwise, she would have been upset. They were completely innocent. When had they ever talked about having children? Seeing that Yunbei didn't ask more questions, Sinanjiao let out a sigh of relief but also felt a bit disappointed. To be honest, he enjoyed Yunbei's playful side just now. The next day, because there were too many patients, Yunbei was very busy. She didn't even have time to drink water, let alone take a break. Fortunately, the patients didn't have serious issues. A prescription or a shot was enough to help them. 2 days passed quickly, and Yunbei and Sinanjiao were ready to leave. Aunt Zhang arrived early and, seeing them pack their bags, smiled and said, "Safe travels and come back safely." Yunbei handed Aunt Zhang some money and said, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Please take care of the house and Fuguang for us. Here is $20. Could you occasionally buy some meat for Fuguang? If it's not enough, we can give you more when we return." Originally, Aunt Zhang didn't want to accept the money, but since it was for Fuguang's meat, she took it and promised, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Fuguang." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang.
We'll be on our way now."
"Go ahead. Don't worry about home. I'll handle everything here." Okay. The couple left with their luggage, and Fuguang had already gone to school. He usually paid attention in class, but today, because his sister and brother-in-law were going on a mission, he was a bit distracted, wondering if they had left yet and if they would say goodbye before going. The teacher noticed his lack of focus and, feeling frustrated, called out, "Yun Fuguang, what's wrong? Why aren't you paying attention today?" Feeling embarrassed by the teacher's reprimand, Fuguang tried to apologize while holding back his tears. The teacher didn't expect that just a few words of criticism would make him cry and was unsure of how to respond, considering whether to call his family to come to school. After class, when the teacher called the family residence to ask Yunbei to come to school, she learned that both Yunbei and Sinanjiao were on a mission. Now, she understood why Fuguang was not paying attention. After thinking for a moment, she decided to call Fuguang to her office for a chat. Fuguang nervously entered the teacher's office, keeping his head down and avoiding eye contact, afraid of being scolded. Seeing him like this and remembering that Yunbei and Sinanjiao were both away, the teacher felt a bit sorry for him. She took the initiative to touch Fugue's head and said to him, "Fugue, the teacher knows why you are not focused in class. Are you missing your sister and brother-in-law?" "Teacher, how did you know?" Fugue was a bit surprised that the teacher knew the reason. "As long as the teacher wants to know, I can find out." The teacher smiled and comforted Fugue. "It's okay to miss them, but it shouldn't affect your studies, understand? As family members of soldiers, we need to make sure they don't worry about home, so they can do their jobs well. If they are worried, it can lead to problems, you know?" "Teacher, I understand. I will study hard. I won't get distracted in class anymore. Recognizing your mistakes and wanting to improve is a good sign. Now go back to the classroom and focus on your studies." "Yes, teacher." After the teacher's encouragement, Fugue stopped worrying too much. When he got home after school and saw Aunt Zhang, He felt disappointed but didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Aunt, you're here. Fugue is back. You should do your homework first. The food will be ready soon. I'll call you when it's done."
Okay, thank you, Aunt.
"I'll go do my homework now." Fugue replied obediently, taking his backpack and heading to his room. Meanwhile, Yunbei and Sinan Zhao stopped outside the family compound gate. At that moment, neither of them knew they were on the same mission. So, when they parted, Sinan Zhao told Yunbei many things, reminding her to take care of herself and not get hurt. Yunbei shared some self-defense supplies and emergency medicine with Sinan Zhao, asking him to keep them safe. After talking for a while, the couple went their separate ways, one heading left to catch a ride to the provincial city and the other going right to the military base. Yunbei hadn't walked far when she saw a car parked by the roadside. Just as she was about to cross, she saw the window roll down, and Zhu Biao poked his head out. "Captain Zhu, are you here to pick me up?" "Yes, get in the car. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Yunbei immediately asked, "You didn't come overnight, did you? You knew that?" Zhu Biao said a bit shyly, smiling. "I arrived late last night and have been waiting outside." Yunbei looked at Zhu Biao, unsure of what to say. He didn't even let her know he was coming. At least he could have arranged a place for her to stay. Even if it wasn't in the family compound, a guest house would have been fine. Seeing him like this, she guessed he probably slept in the car last night. Yunbei felt a bit reluctant to let Zhu Biao continue driving and suggested, "You look really tired. How about I drive instead?" "Can you drive?" Zhu Biao looked at Yunbei in surprise. He knew she was capable, but he didn't realize she could drive too. Learning to drive these days isn't easy, and not everyone can do it. "Yes, my husband taught me," Yunbei offered an excuse, not wanting to mention she learned to her past life. Actually, she preferred the car in her own space, but it wasn't convenient to bring out. She had planned to drive to the provincial city herself at night to avoid taking the bus. But who would have thought that Wang Ju would send Zhu Biao to pick her up personally? "Are you sure you can do it?" Zhu Biao was a bit skeptical. Even if Sinan Zhao taught Yunbei, he doubted she would be very skilled. "Just because you said that, I have to show you I can drive," Yunbei said as she headed for the driver's seat. Zhu Biao quickly pleaded, "Yunbei, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'll drive instead." "Aren't you tired?" "Not really. I took a nap after arriving here." "All right, since you say so. You can drive for now, and we'll switch when you get tired." Yunbei didn't insist further. The journey was long, and it was fine to switch later. Okay. I'll switch with you when I get tired." Zhu Biao nodded quickly, afraid that if he hesitated, Yunbei would take the wheel. Yunbei turned to the passenger seat and said, "Let's go." Zhu Biao started the car and headed towards the provincial city. Meanwhile, at the military base, Sinan Zhao had gathered everyone he needed and was giving a briefing while the vehicle waited nearby. Half an hour later, Sinan Zhao and a few others got into the vehicle and set off towards the provincial city. Their mission was to meet with people from the provincial city and then head to the border to pick someone up. Once they retrieved the person, they were responsible for their safety and had to bring them back securely. Sinan Zhao sat in the vehicle, looking at the road ahead while thinking about the mission. He was also thinking about his wife, whom he had just parted with in the morning, wondering what kind of task she was undertaking. At that moment, he hadn't connected their missions together. The road to the provincial city wasn't easy to navigate. Although Zhu Biao was an experienced driver, the car was bumpy, making Yunbei miss the vehicle in her own space. Not only was it shockproof and sturdy, but it was also much faster than the current car. Unfortunately, she can't take it out right now and has to endure the bumpy ride, getting off the car feeling sore and tired. Zhu Biao drove for 4 straight hours, and after not resting well last night, he looked very tired. Yunbei suggested that she drive this time. Zhu Biao hesitated for a moment but agreed, telling her, "Just take it slow." "Don't worry," she replied confidently. Zhu Biao wanted to express his concern but held back. He thought it was better not to discourage her. With a mix of nerves, he got into the car and felt a bit relieved when he saw Yunbei start the engine skillfully. With her confidence, one could easily believe she was an experienced driver. Once Zhu Biao was settled, Yunbei shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal, slowly driving out. As Zhu Biao got used to it, Yunbei began to pick up speed. At first, Zhu Biao was a bit worried, but after watching her for a while, he relaxed and asked, Yunbei, are you sure you just learned to drive? You look like a pro. I have a talent for this. Yunbei laughed, not daring to tell Zhu Biao that she actually had decades of driving experience from her past life. Of course, that was in her previous life, and now she was just a beginner, having learned a little from her partner. However, she could only talk about that when Si Nanzhao wasn't around, or she'd be caught. At that moment, Yunbei had no idea that Si Nanzhao was right behind her, and they would meet soon. There was only one road, so there was no worry about getting lost. The road was quiet with few cars and pedestrians, so even if they drove a bit faster, safety wasn't a big concern. However, Zhu Biao felt that her speed was almost surpassing his, and he quickly said, Yunbei, slow down a bit. We're not in a hurry. It's fine. This speed is just average for me. I can go faster. Yunbei waved her hand, saying she was only going 70. In her past life, she could reach 120 on the highway. No, please don't go any faster. I can't handle it. Zhu Biao was scared, worried that Yunbei might drive too fast and cause an accident. No matter how much she seemed like an experienced driver, she was still a novice. Captain Zhu, why does your face look so pale? Are you scared? Yunbei noticed that Zhu Biao looked unwell and didn't know what to say at first. She felt that her driving speed was really not fast. However, she didn't let her personality take over and reduced her speed to 60. Seeing Yunbei slow down, Zhu Biao finally relaxed, and his face gradually regained color. He had regretted letting Yunbei drive but felt he couldn't take it back. Plus, he was indeed a bit tired and worried that he might make mistakes while driving, which is why he handed her the wheel. 2 hours later, Yunbei parked the car steadily in front of the provincial police station. Zhu Biao got out of the car, feeling a bit shaky, and saw Yunbei looking energetic. He gave her a thumbs up and said, Yunbei, I respect no one but you. Colleagues in the station noticed something was off with Zhu Biao and quickly approached him, asking, Captain Zhu, are you okay? I've been sitting too long. My legs are numb. Zhu Biao made an excuse, not daring to admit he was scared. Although Yunbei had slowed down, he still felt it was a bit too fast. So, he was tense the whole way. Hearing his excuse, Yunbei smiled and said, Captain Zhu, I'm sorry. It's just that I can't help but drive a bit fast. It's fine. You should go in. Director Wang has probably been waiting for a while. Zhu Biao waved his hand, signaling Yunbei to find Director Wang. As for himself, he thought he should find a place to rest for a bit. Yunbei went straight to find her leader. However, when she came out of the office, she saw a military vehicle in the yard and a familiar figure beside it. At that moment, a thought crossed Yunbei's mind. Could it be that Si Nanzhao's mission is the same as hers? While she was thinking, a police officer talking to Si Nanzhao called out to her, Comrade Yunbei, come here for a moment. Yunbei walked over, and Si Nanzhao looked surprised to see her. He thought she wouldn't have gotten in the car yet, but she had arrived even earlier than him. Director Geng introduced Yunbei to Si Nanzhao, saying, This is Yunbei, a doctor. She will be joining you for the protection mission. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei exchanged glances and then laughed, saying, If we had known, we might as well have gone together. You two know each other? Director Geng looked surprised, glancing between them. He had been sent from above and didn't know they were a couple. At that moment, the soldiers nearby cheered and said, It's not just that they know each other, they are family. After saying this, they all looked at Yunbei and shouted, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, everyone. Yunbei smiled and then, noticing Director Qian's shocked expression, said, Comrade Si Nanzhao and I are married. Really? I had no idea, Director Geng said, feeling a bit guilty. If I had known, you wouldn't have had to come all this way. You could have left directly from the base. It's fine. As Si Nanzhao spoke, he looked at Yunbei and asked, Are you ready? Can we leave? Yes, I'm ready to go anytime. Great. Then let's head out now. Si Nanzhao said to Director Gung. Director Gung, we'll be on our way. Okay. Remember to ensure that comrade's safety. Understood. Yunbei got into the car with Si Nanzhao, heading towards the border. Wife, I didn't expect we would be on the same mission, Si Nanzhao said, gently holding her hand. Honestly, he never thought they would send Yunbei to join them on this task. Even if a doctor was needed, they could have chosen someone from the military doctors. Why did it have to be Yunbei and external personnel? However, what Si Nanzhao didn't know was that Yunbei's involvement in this mission was orchestrated by the Nangong family. They had connections and, out of revenge against Yunbei, deliberately assigned her to such a dangerous task. Their goal was simple. They hoped Yunbei would fail in this mission. Because if it weren't for her, Xiang Yuan and her father wouldn't be in prison. Indeed, even though the Nangong family was powerful, the evidence had been exposed in the newspapers and too many people were watching, making it impossible for them to bail anyone out. Now, both Xiang's father and Xiang Yuan were in prison, facing a minimum of 5 years. How could the Nangong family not be filled with hatred? Therefore, when this mission required a doctor, they pushed Yunbei forward. The higher-ups approved it, and Director Wang had no choice but to inform Yunbei to join the mission. Otherwise, with Yunbei's recent achievements, how could they have arranged a task for her so quickly? Yunbei was naturally unaware of the underlying schemes. However, she was still very happy to be on a mission with Si Nanzhao. No matter what, they are a couple. Even if they don't have a real marriage, just the title is enough. They can be together without worrying about each other. She can know about any situation in time. Moreover, she has a safe space. If it comes to a critical moment, she can use it. However, that would expose her secret. But in life and death situations, what does a secret matter? Through their time together, she believes that Si Nanzhao is not the kind of person who would betray her trust. If he learns her secret, he might even help her keep it safe. Noticing that Yunbei is in a good mood, Si Nanzhao asked with a smile, "Are you happy?"
Yes.
Yunbei nodded and said, "I prefer being with you rather than doing our own tasks. At least when we are together, I don't have to worry about you getting hurt." Si Nanzhao smiled and replied, "Funny, I was thinking the same thing. It's better for us to be together. At least when you're in danger, I can protect you. Who knows who will protect whom?" Yunbei said, feeling a bit competitive. After all, she has her own safe space. When real danger comes, she can protect him too. "Don't worry, I will make sure nothing happens to you," Si Nanzhao said seriously. Yunbei is the one he has chosen for life, and he will protect her. "Then thank you in advance," Yunbei smiled, not taking his words too seriously because she wouldn't just stand by if something happened to him. The soldiers in the vehicle noticed the two were talking quietly and moved to give them space. When they finished talking, they realized a clear area had formed around them. The others sat as far away as they could. Seeing this, Si Nanzhao frowned and asked, "Why are you all sitting so far away?" "Captain, we didn't want to overhear your private conversation with your wife." "Exactly, Captain. We just wanted to give you and your wife enough space."
Did we do it wrong?
"Captain, just ignore us and enjoy your conversation with your wife." Listening to their playful banter, Yunbei smiled and said, "Thank you all. To show my gratitude, I will give each of you a tube of healing ointment. I made it myself, and it works well for stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, and relieving pain." Yunbei spoke as she took out several tubes of homemade ointment from her pocket. She had prepared these specifically for this mission over the past few days. After giving some to Si Nanzhao earlier, she still had plenty left in her space. Seeing the soldiers so endearing, she couldn't help but want to reward them. "Thank you, sister-in-law," several of them said in unison, carefully placing the ointment Yunbei had given them. "You're welcome. This is my first time going on a mission with you all, so if I do anything wrong, please be understanding." While Yunbei was on a mission with Si Nanzhao, another military district was hosting a wedding for Chu Fei, Bai, and Qin Yan. Under Qin Yan's careful care, Chu Fei Bai's injuries were healing well. Once he was better, he immediately went to get their marriage certificate with Qin Yan. Seeing his daughter so determined to marry Chu Fei Bai, Qin Yuanzheng didn't say much. Plus, With this achievement, Chu Fei Bai was promoted from deputy battalion commander to battalion commander. He was still young and would likely advance further. Moreover, since he was under Qin Yuanzheng, he wouldn't dare treat his daughter poorly. With this in mind, Qin Yuanzheng held a grand wedding for his daughter. As the mother of the groom, Chu's mother naturally attended. She not only dressed beautifully herself, but also made sure her daughter looked stunning. Since arriving here, she had decided not to hold her son back. However, without a job and struggling to find one, she turned her attention to finding a husband. She wanted to find another man to share her life with. Of course, she wasn't interested in just any man. Neither she nor Chu Fei Fei would settle for less. After all the changes they had faced, Chu Fei Fei was determined to find a powerful man, ideally someone capable enough to overshadow Xin and Zhao and from a family with influence that could rival the Xi family. This wedding was a great opportunity, as many high-ranking military officials were invited due to Qin Yuanzheng's connections. If she could catch the attention of one of them, not only would her future be secure, but she might also find a way to seek revenge. Throughout the banquet, she and her mother moved through the crowd like two beautiful butterflies. Chu Fei Fei was naturally attractive, and although she had faced hardships before, she had regained much of her beauty since arriving here. She exuded a delicate charm that immediately caught the eyes of many men. In comparison, Chu's mother seemed less remarkable. However, she dresses well and takes good care of herself, giving off a charm of a mature woman. Some people who like that style have their eyes on her. Chu Fei Bai understands his mother and sister's intentions, but does not stop them. If his wedding can help them find a new home, it would only benefit him. First, he would have to support 2 fewer people, which would improve his family's situation. Second, the men they choose could become his allies, allowing him to compete with Qin Yuanzheng in the future, rather than being controlled by him as he is now. He knows very well that Qin Yuanzheng agreed to let his daughter marry him not only because Qin Yan is infatuated and won't marry anyone else, but also because Qin Yuanzheng sees his potential. The wedding was lively, and Chu's mother and Chu Fei Fei left a strong impression on several guests. After the banquet, they began to inquire about those people. The mother and daughter shared the same thought. Since they're looking, they should find the best. Yunbei, however, was unaware of their intentions and had already fallen asleep against Si Nanzhao. After sitting in a car for over 10 hours, even a strong body couldn't handle it. Moreover, since she arrived, although she is trained, she has never had systematic training, so her physical condition is still not as good as Si Nanzhao's. Seeing Yunbei looking exhausted and sleepy, Si Nanzhao felt very sorry for her and tried to make her as comfortable as possible while she slept. If he could, he really wouldn't want Yunbei to take on any tasks. He could handle the burdens alone. He wanted Yunbei to experience peace and happiness. In the family compound, Fu Guang finished his homework early and went to the kitchen to help Aunt Zhang start the fire. When Aunt Zhang saw Fu Guang come in, she thought he was hungry and immediately said, "Fu Guang, are you hungry? The food is ready. I just need to stir-fry a couple more dishes. Just wait a moment." "Aunt, I'm not hungry. I finished my homework and came to help you with the fire." Fu Guang smiled and sat down by the stove. He used to help Yunbei with the fire when she cooked, so he was quite skilled at it. But today, with someone else cooking, Fu Guang felt a bit sad and nostalgic. He missed his sister and brother-in-law. He wondered where they were now and if they had eaten. As he thought about it, his eyes began to well up with tears. Aunt Zhang saw him crying and thought it was because of the smoke. She quickly said, "Fu Guang, did the smoke hurt your eyes? You should go outside for a bit. I can handle the fire myself. Just don't wander too far." "Aunt, it's okay, it's just a little smoke. I used to get smoked when I helped my sister with the fire. Are you really okay? You look like you're crying." "I'm fine, it will get better soon." Fu Guang shook his head, trying hard to hold back his tears. Even if he wanted to cry, he would wait until he was alone, so Aunt Zhang wouldn't worry. "All right, if you still feel bad later, don't tend to the fire, okay?"
Got it, Aunt.
Fu Guang nodded. Aunt Zhang worked quickly and soon finished cooking 2 dishes. Fu Guang helped carry the dishes out, and they sat down to eat together. Aunt Zhang's cooking was decent, but she didn't use much oil, so the flavor was a bit lacking and Fu Guang didn't eat much. Noticing Fu Guang wasn't eating much, Aunt Zhang became worried and asked Fu Guang, "Are you feeling unwell? Why are you eating so little? I made these dishes just for you, so you should eat more. If your sister and brother-in-law come back and see you've lost weight, I won't know how to explain it." "Aunt, don't worry. I'm not unwell. I just miss my sister and the others. It's dark now, and I wonder if they've eaten." Hearing Fu Guang's words, Aunt Zhang felt relieved. She lovingly patted his head and said, "Fu Guang, don't worry. Your sister and brother-in-law are adults. They won't go hungry. But you're still growing, so you need to eat more to grow tall and strong." "Okay, I'll listen to you and eat more," Fu Guang said as he began to eat more. After dinner, Aunt Zhang didn't go home, but boiled water to give Fu Guang a bath. After his bath, Fu Guang went straight to his room, took out a book to read for a while, and then went to bed. However, lying in bed, he missed his sister even more, and tears fell again. He didn't dare to cry out loud, hugging his blanket and crying silently, afraid Aunt Zhang would find out. But Aunt Zhang didn't think Fu Guang would cry, so after finishing her tasks, she went to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, Yunbei, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up, startling Sinan Zhao. "Yunbei, what's wrong?" Sinan Zhao looked at her with concern, thinking she might be unwell. "I think I heard Fu Guang crying," Yunbei said, frowning. She was a bit worried about Fu Guang, even though she had asked Aunt Zhang to take care of him. He was still a stranger to Fu Guang. "Are you sure you weren't dreaming? We're thousands of kilometers from home. How could you hear him crying?" Sinan Zhao chuckled, finding her claim hard to believe. Hearing Fu Guang's cries seemed impossible. To be honest, he was also a bit worried about Fu Guang. However, he believed Fu Guang was a strong little boy. "I'm not dreaming. I just have this feeling. I bet Fu Guang is definitely crying. But even if we know he is, there's nothing we can do since we're too far away. Plus, he needs to adjust. After all, we'll be going on missions often in the future. Yes, when we get back, we should make it up to him and spend more time with him." "Okay, I'll follow your lead. Are you still tired? Do you want to sleep a bit more?" "No, I'm not tired anymore. I just wonder how much longer until we arrive. If I keep sitting in this car, my legs will be sore. If everything goes well, we should arrive by noon tomorrow." Sinan Zhao also wanted to get there quickly to pick up the person. But the scheduled time was the day after tomorrow, so even if they arrived early, they wouldn't be able to meet anyone. "All right." Yunbei stretched, missing her beloved car. In the past, when she drove alone, even after many hours, she wouldn't feel this tired. To put it simply, the current roads were difficult to travel on. They were mostly dirt roads and full of bumps. If she had known, they should have taken a plane. It would have been faster and less of a hassle. Thinking about planes, Yunbei couldn't help but ask, "When you went on missions before, did you always drive? Didn't you ever take a plane?" "Mostly we drove, but we have taken planes a few times, though rarely. That takes too much time on the road." "Yeah, but there's no choice. The conditions are like this, and we have to find ways to cope. The reason I'm pushing to travel at night is to arrive early. This way, we'll have time to make some arrangements." "I understand, but I just feel like it's too hard on everyone." Yunbei knew that the current conditions were nothing compared to her past life. Changing the situation would take a long time. After talking for a while, Yunbei felt more energetic and suggested to Sinan Zhao, "How about we let the soldiers take a break, and the two of us drive?" "Sure."
Sinan Zhao nodded.
If Yunbei hadn't been sleeping, he would have wanted to switch drivers earlier. So far, only he and Yunbei hadn't taken turns. The other soldiers had already had their turns. Sinan Zhao signaled the driver to stop and asked him to rest in the back while he and Yunbei went to the front cabin. Seeing Sinan Zhao reach for the steering wheel, Yunbei smiled and said, "If you get tired, let me take over." "Okay, I'll let you know when I'm tired," Sinan Zhao replied with a smile, not taking Yunbei's words too seriously. He had no idea that Yunbei could drive. The only person who knew was Captain Zhu, and he hadn't told him. Earlier, Yunbei had rested while leaning against Si Nanzhao. However, even though Si Nanzhao had his eyes closed, he wasn't really asleep. With the limited visibility at night and his heightened focus, he started to feel sleepy after 2 hours. Even though Yunbei kept talking to him, he couldn't fight off the drowsiness. Noticing Si Nanzhao's fatigue, Yunbei repeatedly said, "Nanzhao, find a place to stop, and I'll take over." "No need, I can handle it." Si Nanzhao shook his head and told Yunbei, "Wait until you can drive before you take over." Hearing this, Yunbei realized that Si Nanzhao hadn't paid attention to what she said earlier. "Nanzhao, trust me, I can drive. Just let me try, and if I can't, you can take back over." "You can drive?" Si Nanzhao asked in surprise. "When did you learn?" "I didn't know. There are many things you don't know. Don't worry, I'm good at driving. Captain Zhu even said I'm an experienced driver." "How does Captain Zhu know? Did you drive when you went to the provincial city today?" "Yes, so you can rest easy. I really can drive. So, you should take a break for a while, and I'll drive for a bit. When you're rested, we can switch back." "Are you really okay?" Si Nanzhao, though tired, still felt a bit uneasy.
Absolutely no problem, Yunbei insisted.
After thinking for a moment, Si Nanzhao decided to let Yunbei give it a try. If she couldn't, they could just switch back. Plus, he knew Yunbei wouldn't lie. "Okay, give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll take over." "Okay." Yunbei nodded, but thought to herself, she definitely won't fail. Soon, the car stopped, and Yunbei took the driver's seat while Si Nanzhao sat in the passenger seat. When the car stopped, the brothers thought something was wrong and woke up, asking, "Captain, what's going on?" "Nothing, you can go back to sleep." Si Nanzhao didn't tell them that Yunbei was driving, fearing they would worry and not rest well. Hearing that there was no problem, everyone closed their eyes again and went back to sleep. Yunbei shifted gears smoothly. Si Nanzhao watched her skilled movements and finally believed she could drive. However, he wondered when she had learned. Could it be that, like her medical skills, she learned it back home? But the investigation he had done earlier showed no signs of her having learned such things. It seemed he needed to find time to talk to Yunbei and see what else he didn't know about her. Yunbei had good night vision, and with no cars or people on the road at night, her speed naturally increased. Noticing her speed was a bit fast, Si Nanzhao immediately reminded her, "Wife, drive a little slower at night." "Okay, I understand." Yunbei nodded and reduced her speed. After watching for a while and confirming that Yunbei was driving safely, Si Nanzhao closed his eyes to rest. He slept until the car stopped, then opened his eyes. As soon as he opened them, Si Nanzhao asked, "What happened?" Yunbei looked ahead at the 5 or 6 people blocking the road and said to Si Nanzhao, "We might be facing a robbery." "Robbery?" Si Nanzhao's expression changed instantly as he looked forward. Sure enough, he saw a few men with weapons less than 5 meters from the car, watching them closely. Si Nanzhao had heard of robberies on the road, but they usually happened during the day, mostly targeting delivery trucks. Now, it was already late at night. These people were waiting by the roadside as if they were specifically waiting for them. Once that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't shake it off. Considering how Yunbei had inexplicably been assigned to join them on this mission, Si Nanzhao couldn't help but suspect it might be some kind of plot, particularly one aimed at Yunbei. But who would have such power to mobilize Yunbei? The first person that came to Si Nanzhao's mind was Director Wang. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Director Wang knew his background and his relationship with Yunbei, so he wouldn't do something like this. It must be someone from above. But who exactly, he couldn't figure it out at the moment. His mind raced through countless thoughts in just a few seconds. He turned to Yunbei and said, "Yunbei, I'll get out to deal with them. You drive away first." "No, you can't get out. Those people look like they're desperate and might be waiting for us here. That means someone has exposed our whereabouts. They are likely here to harm us. If we don't get out, we can't get past them. We can't just crash through, right?" Si Nanzhao frowned, agreeing with Yunbei's analysis. "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, I have some poison. I'll just use it on them. I don't believe it won't take them down." After saying this, Yunbei worried that Si Nanzhao might think she was too ruthless, so she quickly added, We can't be soft on people like this. Alright, let's give it a try. Si Nanzhao agreed with Yunbei's suggestion. However, he picked up a wooden stick. As Yunbei restarted the car and prepared to charge forward, she suddenly noticed something buried in the ground. It was clearly meant to puncture their tires. It seemed they couldn't charge through after all. They would have to get out and confront them. The car stopped again, and Si Nanzhao saw the nails on the ground, his expression darkening. These people were clearly prepared. It seemed they were in for a tough fight. Thinking of this, he woke up the brothers who had been sleeping in the back and informed them about the robbers blocking their way.
What?
Those people are looking for trouble, daring to block our military vehicle? The soldiers were surprised and shocked by Si Nanzhao's words. After so many missions, this was the first time they encountered someone so bold as to block a military vehicle. However, some of them were quick-witted and thought that something unusual was happening, likely those people were targeting them. Captain, what should we do? Is that even a question? We should just go for it. Alright, let's do it. They're just a few robbers, nothing to be afraid of. That's the spirit. Captain, we're going down. As the soldiers spoke, they prepared to get out of the vehicle. Suddenly, a robber stepped forward and pointed at Yunbei, saying to Si Nanzhao, "We only want her. You better not interfere. Are they coming for me?" Yunbei narrowed her eyes at the robbers. She was sure she didn't know them. At that moment, Yunbei didn't realize that someone was targeting her with the intent to take her life. Clearly, those from the Nangong family wanted her dead, and it wasn't just about sending her on a dangerous mission. They had also arranged for someone to ambush her along the way. They did this to ensure their plan would succeed. If their people could kill Yunbei on the way, that would be great. But if they couldn't, it didn't matter. Once Yunbei reached her target, she would still be in great danger. After all, she was just a doctor, and the chances of something going wrong were much higher for her. "Yunbei, let me handle them." "Stay in the car," Si Nanzhao said, holding Yunbei back as he opened the door and jumped out.
Nanzhao.
Yunbei's expression changed, and she jumped out after him. Since they were coming for her, how could she let Si Nanzhao face them alone? Moreover, she wanted to find out who was behind this. Even if she had to face danger, she wanted to understand the situation. Of course, she didn't really believe she would die. In both her past and present lives, those who wanted her dead often met their own end much sooner. The robbers looked unhappy when they saw Si Nanzhao jump down. After all, they were only instructed to kill Yunbei, not to confront these soldiers. Si Nanzhao's actions caught them off guard. Fortunately, they didn't hesitate for long, as Yunbei followed him down. They moved closer to Yunbei and warned Si Nanzhao, "Soldier, we don't want to fight you. We just want to take her." "No way. You can only take her over my dead body," Si Nanzhao replied coldly. Yunbei was his wife, and he would never let them take her. "Soldier, you're making this difficult for us," one of the robbers said. Seeing Si Nanzhao standing in front of her, Yunbei gently patted his shoulder and said, "Nanzhao, let me talk to them for a moment." Si Nanzhao glanced back at Yunbei and stepped aside slightly. At this moment, the others in the vehicle also got out and looked at the robbers, saying to Si Nanzhao, "Boss, why waste time talking to them? Let's just take action." "Exactly, are we really afraid of these few bandits? Don't be impulsive." Si Nanzhao stopped his men and then said to the robbers, "You better think carefully. If you really want to fight, you might not be our match. We just said, we only want this woman. The rest of you can leave anytime. No, she is one of us." Then there's nothing more to discuss. Both sides faced off, tension in the air. At this point, Yunbei spoke up again, looking at the robbers. "I can go with you, but you must tell me who sent you." "Sure. Once we reach our destination, we'll tell you." "Alright, you better keep your word." Yunbei nodded and walked towards the robbers. Si Nanzhao saw Yunbei really going with the robbers, and his expression turned grim. He grabbed her hand and shouted, "Yunbei, don't worry, I'll be fine." Yunbei glanced at Si Nanzhao and gave him a signal. Then, she broke free from Si Nanzhao's grip and walked towards the robbers. The robbers were pleased to see Yunbei being so compliant. They hadn't expected to take her so easily. Of course, no one wanted to fight if it could be avoided, especially against soldiers. Yunbei quickly reached the center of the robbers and suddenly raised her hand. With her movement, a cloud of powder was released, and one by one, the robbers fell to the ground. Yunbei looked at the fallen robbers with a cold smile. No matter how tough the robbers were, they couldn't withstand her poison. If one dose wasn't enough, she'd use two. In any case, if she could use poison, she wouldn't waste her strength fighting. The robbers lay on the ground, not dead but unable to get up, writhing in pain. They stared at Yunbei with wide eyes, cursing, "You wicked person, using poison. Against people like you, using poison is too lenient. You deserve a much worse fate. Now tell me, who sent you? If you answer well, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll die out here." "Don't dream. I won't tell you." "Oh, really? Then enjoy the pain of the poison taking effect." As Yunbei's words fell, the pain in the robbers intensified, and they couldn't help but scream in agony. Seeing the suffering robbers and hearing their cries, the soldiers looked at Yunbei with a changed expression. The old saying was indeed true: never provoke a woman, especially a beautiful one, as they can be dangerous. Of course, they admired Si Nanzhao the most, thinking he was truly strong for daring to marry such an impressive woman like Yunbei. Yunbei was unaware of what the soldiers were thinking. Looking at the screaming robbers, she spoke again. "Are you going to talk now? Time is running out. In 10 minutes, you'll meet your end. We won't tell you anything." "Fine, you're tough. If you don't want to talk, that's your choice. It's not me who will die." After saying that, Yunbei ignored the robbers and said to Si Nanzhao, "Clear the path. We can leave soon." "Okay." Si Nanzhao nodded and led his men to clear the way. Fortunately, they hadn't rushed in earlier, as there were many nails on the road. A flat tire would not only be dangerous, but also waste their time. While Si Nanzhao and his team were clearing the obstacles, Yunbei was not idle. She knew that being merciful to enemies was cruel to herself. These people were not good, and it was better to eliminate them than to let them harm others. So, while Si Nanzhao and his team were distracted, she secretly placed something on the robbers to ensure that, even in death, they would leave no trace. The robbers became frightened when they saw Yunbei scattering something. They wanted to reveal the mastermind behind it all, but it was too late. Before they could speak, they had already lost their lives. When Si Nanzhao and his team finished dealing with the obstacles and returned to Yunbei, they found that the robbers were gone. "Wife, where are those people?" "They're dead," Yunbei replied calmly, not mentioning that they were not only dead but completely gone. Si Nanzhao glanced at her and didn't ask further. However, he was still a bit worried and said, "We need to handle this properly, or it could cause trouble." "Don't worry, I won't let trouble find us." Seeing Yunbei's confident expression, Si Nanzhao didn't say anything more and called his men to get in the vehicle. After such an incident, and since they had rested earlier, everyone was wide awake and eager to drive. Si Nanzhao wanted to ask Yunbei something, so he directly refused and said, "You all go rest. It's fine here with me and your sister-in-law." "Yes, Captain," the soldiers replied and headed to the back of the vehicle. Once on the vehicle, they felt no sleepiness and began to talk quietly. They were not afraid of Yunbei's methods. Instead, they were curious and even impressed. They wondered how she managed to do it and admired how quickly she resolved the problem. After all, even if they had dealt with those bandits, they couldn't have done it so efficiently. But Yunbei not only left no evidence against them but also acted swiftly. In just a few minutes, those people disappeared. Even burying someone takes time, right? The soldiers thought Yunbei must have some secret, but they had no intention of prying into it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Si Nanzhao also suspected that Yunbei had a secret. So, when Yunbei started the vehicle again, Si Nanzhao couldn't help but ask, "Wife, how did you handle those people? Do you want to know?" Yunbei glanced at Si Nanzhao and replied, "I used a little drug on them, turning them into fertilizer. So, you don't have to worry. No one will find them, and no one will cause us trouble, because there will be no trace left behind." After saying this, Yunbei looked at Si Nanzhao again, trying to read his expression. But the light was dim, and she couldn't see clearly. Upon hearing Yunbei's words, Sinan Zhao let out a big sigh of relief, then shared his thoughts with her and asked, "Wife, have you offended anyone recently?" "Recently, aside from catching that scorpion, I haven't offended anyone. And as you saw, that person is quite powerful. Not only could they send me on missions, but they also know our whereabouts. It's likely someone from above." "I think so too. Once we get back, I'll investigate it thoroughly." "All right, I'll leave it to you. By the way, if I had to say I offended someone aside from the Chu family, it would be the Xiong family. I didn't think much of it before, but now I realize they might have someone backing them, and they have considerable influence." "The Xiong family, the one led by the city's top official?" "Yes, that's right. If it's him, then I have a good idea of who has that kind of power." "Who?" Yunbei asked, curious about who was behind the Xiong family. "It should be the Nangong family from the capital, because the one with the surname Xiong married Nangong Meng, the daughter of the Nangong family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have climbed so quickly and so high. The Nangong family, I will remember them. Once this task is complete, I want to meet the people from the Nangong family." "All right, I'll accompany you then."
Sinan Zhao nodded.
Yunbei was his wife, so they naturally supported each other. After walking for about an hour, Sinan Zhao replaced Yunbei and decided to take a different route. He was worried that the Nangong family hadn't received news about the robbers and might send more people. He wasn't afraid of them, but he was concerned about wasting time. After thinking it over, he chose another path, although it was not easy to navigate and had many mountain roads. Yunbei had no objections. It didn't matter to her which road they took, as all the paths were bumpy. After changing routes, they had a much smoother journey and arrived at the border earlier than expected. Sinan Zhao stopped about 10 miles from their destination and said to his companions, "While it's still dark here, everyone should rest well. I will find a place to hide the vehicle." Yunbei wanted to mention that her space could hide the vehicle and that it was the kind no one could find. However, she held back because she couldn't explain such a fantastical thing. Fortunately, Sinan Zhao had experience in this area and quickly found a suitable place to hide the vehicle. Once the vehicle was hidden, everyone found a nearby spot to rest. Yunbei felt quite energetic, so instead of resting, she decided to take a walk around. Sinan Zhao was worried about Yunbei and followed her closely, saying, "Wife, don't wander too far. This border isn't safe." "I know, I won't go far," Yunbei nodded, just planning to explore the area. This was a habit she developed in her past life. Whenever she arrived at a new place, she would first look around to understand the surroundings in case of any emergencies. At first, Sinan Zhao thought Yunbei was just wandering aimlessly, but after walking with her for a while, he realized she was observing the environment. Suddenly, doubts that he had suppressed before resurfaced in his mind. He looked deeply at Yunbei, wondering what her true identity was. Yunbei was unaware that Sinan Zhao was doubting her again. After surveying the area, she was about to head back when she noticed half of a footprint. In the mountains, it's usually quiet and no one comes here. But they found half a footprint, which means someone has been here before. If it were just an ordinary person, they wouldn't have left only half a footprint. It seems the person tried to hide their tracks but didn't do it well, allowing her to notice. She pointed to the footprint and said to Sinan Zhao, who was lost in thought, "There might be someone nearby, so we need to be careful." Sinan Zhao was startled and, after seeing the footprint, his expression became serious. "Wife, I'll go a bit further to see if I can find anything," he said. "Okay." Yunbei nodded, agreeing with him. She wasn't worried about much, but she was concerned about possible ambushes nearby. If that were the case, their mission would be much harder, and escaping would be very difficult. The couple continued walking ahead, unaware that the resting soldiers had also noticed something. They heard footsteps, and there were more than one person. "Stay alert," one soldier warned as they prepared themselves. Fortunately, their resting spot was well hidden, and it would be hard to find them unless someone got close. As the footsteps grew closer, everyone felt anxious, fearing they might be discovered. Luckily, the footsteps stopped about 5 or 6 meters away and then changed direction, moving further away. Once those people had completely left, the soldiers sighed in relief. However, they soon became worried again because Si Nanzhao and Yunbei had not returned. They wondered where the couple had gone and if they would run into those people. Fortunately, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had good luck and did not encounter anyone. However, they did see those people from a distance and discovered their hiding spot. So, they decided not to go any further and quickly returned to the soldiers' resting place to share the information and discuss how to deal with those people. When the soldiers saw Si Nanzhao and Yunbei return, they felt a great sense of relief and reported what had happened earlier. After listening to the soldiers, Si Nanzhao nodded and said, "We already know about the situation, and we found their hiding spot." "Really? That's great. Let's go take care of them right now," one soldier said excitedly, eager to take action against those who were ambushing them. "Of course, we have to take action, but how to do it is a question. After all, we haven't made contact yet, and we must ensure everyone's safety. That comrade is more important than us. If necessary, we would rather sacrifice ourselves to protect them." "Boss, we all understand. How about I take 2 people and quietly handle the situation?" Yen Daong suggested. "No, there are more than 20 of them. 3 of you are too few," Si Nanzhao refused. "But there are only 8 of us in total. We can't all go, can we?" At this moment, Yunbei spoke up, saying, "Nanzhao, let me take a team. I only need 1 person." She had thought it through. She would be the best choice because she knows how to use poison and has a way to ensure her teammates' safety. "I'll go with you." Si Nanzhao was naturally worried about Yunbei and insisted on accompanying her. "No, you're the commander and need to stay here. If it weren't for your concern, I could handle it alone." Yunbei disagreed. In fact, going alone would be best for her, but she knew Si Nanzhao would never agree. "Then you can't go either. Don't forget, you are a doctor. If we get injured, your role becomes crucial. What will we do if you get into trouble?" "Nanzhao, don't worry, I won't get into trouble. Trust me," Yunbei said seriously, looking at Si Nanzhao and making a promise. But how could Si Nanzhao trust that? In his eyes, Yunbei was his wife, and as her husband, it was his duty to protect her. "Captain, sister-in-law, stop arguing. Let me take a team," Yen Daong said again. He often worked with Si Nanzhao and had plenty of practical experience. Although the enemy was numerous, there was still a chance of success. If they launched a surprise attack, their odds would be quite good. "No, you can't go," Si Nanzhao insisted again. He didn't want his brothers to get hurt. Since he brought them out, he intended to bring them all back. Seeing that the situation had reached a standstill, Yunbei pulled Si Nanzhao aside. She had decided to reveal her ability to use space to him. Otherwise, he would never allow her to take on the mission. And she was the only suitable candidate. "Wife, you don't need to say more. I won't let you go. Besides, this is my responsibility with the brothers. You are just the accompanying doctor, and your job is to keep us safe. Otherwise, if something happens to you, we could get hurt too. Who will help us treat our wounds and keep us safe? Can't you think positively about me? I told you, I won't get into any trouble. Why don't you believe me?" "Dear, nothing is absolutely impossible." Yunbei looked at Si Nanzhao, realizing she couldn't convince him, so she said, "I'll tell you a secret." "What secret?" Si Nanzhao looked at Yunbei suspiciously, wondering what she wanted to share at this moment. Just as he was thinking this, Yunbei said, "I haven't told you that I have a special space where I can hide things and myself. If there's real danger, I can just hide in there and be safe." "Wait, dear. What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Si Nanzhao said, feeling confused. "A special space that can hide things and people?" He had never heard of such a thing. "You'll find out soon." Yunbei didn't know how to explain, so she took Si Nanzhao's hand and entered the space. The sudden change of environment startled Si Nanzhao, and he looked around in shock. "Where is this?" Si Nanzhao asked, his mind overwhelmed. "My space, didn't I just say that?" Yunbei replied, leading him to her small room. Si Nanzhao slowly regained his composure and looked at Yunbei in astonishment, asking Yunbei, "Are you a person or a fairy? Isn't this something only fairies have?" Then you can think of me as a fairy, Yunbei said, giving a brief introduction to the things in her space. Once Si Nanjiao was less shocked, she said, "Now do you believe me? Dear, can we talk about this outside first?" Okay. As Yunbei finished speaking, they returned to the original spot. Looking at the familiar scenery, Si Nanjiao quietly asked, "Dear, I wasn't dreaming just now, was I? What do you think?" Yunbei rolled her eyes at Si Nanjiao and said, "Now that you know my secret, are you still worried? Dear, you mustn't tell anyone about this. It could cause trouble." "I know, that's why I only told you." Feeling Yunbei's trust, Si Nanjiao was very touched and said to her, "Dear, since you are confident, I'll go with you." "That's not allowed." Yunbei directly refused. Sinanzho is the leader of this mission, and nothing can go wrong. So, she should go by herself. "Yunbei, you can't let anyone know about your special ability. So, it's best if I go with you." "I can go alone." Yunbei said her plan, but Sinanzho grabbed her and said, "No, my wife, I don't agree with you going alone." "That's not allowed either." "So, what do you suggest?" "Our mission target will appear tomorrow. If we don't deal with these people in advance, how can we protect each other and complete the mission?" "Let me think about it some more." Sinanzho was also troubled. He knew Yunbei was right, but he really worried about her safety, afraid something might happen. Even though he knew she had a special ability to protect herself, he couldn't help but worry. He feared she might get hurt or leave him. "If we keep thinking, we won't have time." Yunbei was a bit anxious. Delays could lead to problems, and she feared unexpected changes. What if those people discovered them? "Then how about this? I'll go with you." Sinanzho decided to accompany Yunbei. No matter if she had a special ability or not, he felt more at ease being together. "You can come, but you must listen to me, okay?" Yunbei took a step back and made her request. She had her own ideas for dealing with those people, which would be more effective and safe. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Sinanzho nodded. As long as he was with Yunbei, he didn't mind who was in charge. After they agreed, they returned to their team and informed everyone of their decision. When the team heard this, they naturally disagreed. However, Sinanzho didn't give them a chance to protest and directly said, "Follow orders." "Yes." The team responded. Even though they were still worried, they had no choice. Following orders was their duty. Before leaving, Sinanzho said to Nian Daong, "Daong, if something happens to me and your sister-in-law, you will be in charge of this team. You have enough experience, you know what to do." "Yes, Captain." Nian Daong saluted Sinanzho, then watched him and Yunbei leave with the other team members. Yunbei and Sinanzho knew where the enemies were hiding, so they decided to circle around behind them for a surprise attack. Sinanzho had no objections to this plan. The two of them deliberately took a longer route and then circled back. Soon, they spotted the ambushers. Not only were they not resting, but they were also eating. "What are you planning to do?" Si Nanjiao glanced at the group and counted about 25 people. There were only 2 of them, and a direct confrontation was not an option. They needed to outsmart the group and take them down all at once. Yunbei thought of the quickest solution, using the poison she had prepared. This way, they could eliminate the enemies without any direct conflict or wasting a single bullet. The challenge now was how to get the poison onto the ambushers. After all, they were people and could move. If things went wrong, not only could the plan fail, but they could also be in danger. After thinking for a moment, Yunbei said to Si Nanjiao, "What about using a charm strategy?"
No way.
Si Nanjiao immediately opposed without hesitation. If they used that strategy, Yunbei would have to walk right into the middle of the group. No one could predict what would happen then, and he would be too far away to help. "Do you have a better plan?" Yunbei rolled her eyes at Si Nanjiao, understanding his concerns. Si Nanjiao's expression darkened. He didn't have a good plan at the moment. After all, there were too many enemies. He could take down 1 or 2, but not 25 at once. So, using poison was necessary. However, the thought of Yunbei using a charm strategy made him uneasy. "All right, I understand your worries. I promise nothing will happen, okay? Besides, you're here too. If there is real danger, you can just shoot, right?" By the way, don't tell me your shooting skills are bad. After saying this, Yunbei didn't give Si Nanjiao a chance to argue and directly entered her space to change into a different outfit. When Si Nanjiao saw Yunbei dressed in ordinary clothes with a basket of herbs on her back, he let out a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't wearing anything too revealing as he had feared. Seeing Si Nanjiao relax, Yunbei rolled her eyes at him and began preparing some herbs nearby. Once her basket was half full, she headed towards the ambushers. As soon as Yunbei appeared in their line of sight, they noticed her and pointed their guns at her, demanding, "Who are you?" "Stop right there. I'm just a herbalist," she replied. Yunbei pretended to be scared, looking timidly at the people and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here in the mountains? Mind your own business." The person pointing at Yunbei shouted, then turned to a man behind him and said, "Boss, this girl looks good. Do you want to have some fun with her? Really? Bring her over for me to see." Hearing the boss speak, the man with a gun pointed at Yunbei and said, "Come here." Yunbei became even more frightened and pleaded with the man, "Please, I'm just a herbalist. Can I not go over?" "No." In the end, Yunbei was forced to step into the crowd of people. She looked at the man called boss and pretended to be scared, lowering her head. Sinanzho watched from a distance, feeling both worried and anxious as he saw Yunbei enter the group. At that moment, time felt like it was dragging on for him. Yunbei had no idea how much Sinanzho was suffering inside. She held her basket tightly, not daring to look directly at the boss. "Let me see her basket," the boss said cautiously, suspecting that Yunbei might be a spy since her appearance was too sudden. He wanted to check if there was anything hidden inside her basket. What he didn't know was that this action played right into Yunbei's hands. To be safe, Yunbei had prepared two things. First, she sprinkled some colorless and odorless powder on herself, which would definitely poison anyone who touched her. Second, she tampered with the herbs in her basket so that if they were disturbed, the poison would be released. As long as they smelled it, they would be affected. The basket was brought to the boss, who picked it up and examined it. Not finding any hidden weapons, he felt relieved and waved to Yunbei, saying, "Come here, girl."
"Don't."
Yunbei shouted, not only refusing to go to the boss but also stepping back. Seeing her reaction, the boss became even more interested and ordered his men, "Grab her." When the boss spoke, no one dared to disobey, and they laughed as they went to catch Yunbei. However, things went wrong when they tried to grab her. One by one, they fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The boss realized he had underestimated Yunbei. His expression changed quickly, and he pulled out his gun, aiming it at Yunbei. When Si Nanjiao saw this, he immediately fired his gun without thinking. With the gunshot, the enemies reacted and rushed toward Yunbei, trying to capture her. They knew that as long as they had Yunbei, the hidden sniper would not dare to act recklessly. However, Yunbei was not an easy target. It was not simple to catch her. Moreover, since those people were gathered together, they were somewhat affected by poison, which greatly reduced their reaction abilities. Yunbei used her agility to weave through the crowd, occasionally striking with a needle or a knife. Seeing Yunbei fighting the enemies, Si Nanjiao quickly rushed over to join the battle. As time went on, the poison took a deeper toll on the enemies, and one by one, they lost their ability to move and fell to the ground. Once Si Nanjiao saw that they were all down, he looked at Yunbei with concern and said, "Are you okay, dear? What could happen to me? It's you who fired early and messed up my plan. I wonder if there are more of them nearby. Otherwise, with that gunshot, we could be exposed." "It's fine. Once we finish them off, we'll leave here." Si Nanjiao had already planned for this, which is why he dared to fire. Hearing him say this, Yunbei didn't say much more. Instead, she looked at the enemies who were glaring at her with hatred and said, "Haven't you heard the saying? Beautiful people can be dangerous." With that, Yunbei stopped talking and swiftly struck them down, ending their lives. She never held back against her enemies. In total, she dealt with 25 foes. Yunbei and Si Nanjiao confirmed there were no others left before they left. Before departing, Yunbei collected all the enemy's weapons. Luckily, she had space to store them. Even if there were more, she could fit them all. When Nyenda Yong and the other brothers heard the gunshot, they were on edge, knowing the enemies were numerous. They worried that Si Nanzhao and Yunbei might not be able to handle them and feared for their safety. When the gunfire stopped, their concern grew. Nyenda Yong decided to take 2 brothers to check it out, but halfway there, they ran into Si Nanzhao and Yunbei returning. Seeing them back, Nyenda Yong and the brothers were overjoyed and asked, "Captain, how did it go? Are you okay?" "We're fine. We took care of those guys." Si Nanzhao smiled and glanced at Yunbei, then said to everyone, "Thanks to your sister-in-law, I saved a lot of bullets." After hearing this, the brothers looked towards Yunbei and laughed, asking, "Is your sister-in-law using poison again?" "It seems you all know me well." Yunbei chuckled, tossing the seized weapons to the brothers and saying, "These are the weapons we collected. See if you can use them." "Thank you, sister-in-law." The brothers replied gratefully as they took the weapons to inspect them. Seeing their happy faces, both Yunbei and Sinanzho smiled. However, since a gun had just fired for safety reasons, Sinanzho decided they should leave the area. He found the vehicle he had hidden earlier and led the brothers away. Fortunately, they left quickly because shortly after they departed, a group of about 20 people arrived at their resting spot. Noticing the clear signs of someone having rested there, the team leader immediately took out a walkie-talkie to report back. Meanwhile, the enemies who received the message had already set a trap, waiting for Sinanzho and his group to walk into it. As for Sinanzho and his team, they drove about 15 kilometers before stopping again. They had now passed their agreed meeting point and were nearing enemy territory. Knowing that Yunbei had a space to hide things, Sinanzho felt braver. He handed the vehicle over to Yunbei to hide it properly. He then led the brothers to hide behind some large trees. Yunbei drove the vehicle a bit further, and when no one was watching, she hid it in her space. After that, she didn't waste any time and began to scout the surrounding area. With Sinanzho and the others keeping watch, she didn't have to worry about danger. Once she had explored a 10-mile radius, she returned to Sinanzho and the others. Seeing Yunbei covered in sweat, Sinanzho felt a bit sorry for her. He took out a handkerchief, wiped her sweat, and said, "Wife, you've worked hard." The soldiers nearby added, "Sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard. Besides, those who can do more should help. I'm happy to assist everyone." After wiping off the sweat, Yunbei climbed up the nearby large tree, while Sinanzho took 2 brothers to gather information. With less than 4 hours until their agreed time, Sinanzho felt uneasy and decided to scout the area first. If anything changed, they could respond quickly. Originally, Yunbei wanted to join, but Sinanzho refused, telling her to stay safely in the woods. Yunbei quietly stayed in the tree, watching as Si Nanzhao disappeared from her sight. Meanwhile, in the capital, Nan Gongbo received a call from his subordinate, learning that the people he sent did not kill Yunbei, but had gone missing instead. After hanging up, Nan Gongbo sat in his chair with a grim expression, thinking of his daughter, Nan Gongmeng, who was always in tears. His heart ached for her. This was his beloved daughter, who had never faced such hardship. Yet because of Yunbei, both his son-in-law and granddaughter were in prison, leaving his daughter heartbroken every day. He feared that if this continued, his daughter might suffer more than he could bear. He did not want to experience the pain of losing a child. Therefore, all he could do was seek revenge for his son-in-law and granddaughter, hoping that Yunbei's death would bring some happiness back to his daughter. However, he did not expect Yunbei to be so resilient. The hired thugs he found failed to kill her. But he was not worried. He still had time, and he would not let Yunbei return alive. With this thought, Nan Gongbo picked up the phone and made a call. Yunbei had no idea that Nan Gongbo was desperate to take her life. He disregarded her mission and the importance of their target to the country, wanting to end her life while she was on duty. Perhaps in Nan Gongbo's eyes, Yunbei was just a doctor with little value. After all, the expert was someone the country needed to protect, and the soldiers would never let him get hurt. Of course, under normal circumstances, the chance of injury to a protected expert was very low. But now, Due to Nangongbo's interference, the situation had become abnormal. On that day, a foreign force received a sum of money, a price for a life. Naturally, it was for Yunbei. At a villa near the border, two men were talking. "Is that guy crazy, wanting to take out a mission participant at this time?" asked the speaker, Gui Tu, the leader of a foreign force. "Who knows? As long as they pay, it doesn't matter if it's one person or 10, replied Charlie, Gui Tu's partner, shrugging. "You make a good point. I'll have my men prepare, and we'll take advantage of the chaos to deal with it. However, I heard the women over there are very beautiful. It would be nice to have some fun with one. Don't get carried away. If we fail, not only will we have to return the money, but our reputation will also suffer, and no one will dare to hire us again." I understand. I was just saying it casually. Yunbei and the others were completely unaware of this. They also did not know that Nangongbo's involvement had made the task more difficult. At this moment, Yunbei was waiting for Si Nanzhao and the others to return. It had been 2 hours since they went to gather information, and not only had Si Nanzhao not returned, but neither had the two people he took with him. As time passed, Yunbei was not the only one feeling anxious. The other brothers were just as worried. They anxiously watched the direction Si Nanzhao had left, waiting impatiently. Another half-hour passed, and with less than 2 hours left until the agreed time, Yunbei could no longer wait. She signaled to the others, planning to check things out. Just then, someone appeared in their line of sight. Yunbei halted her movement and took out binoculars to look towards where the figure had appeared. Upon seeing, she let out a sigh of relief and said to the others, "It's Si Nanzhao and the others." When the soldiers heard that Si Nanzhao had returned, they also relaxed. If they waited any longer, not just Yunbei, but they too would struggle. Si Nanzhao quickly returned to Yunbei and the others. Seeing their worried expressions, he said, "We were delayed a bit on the way. Sorry for making you worry. It's good that you're safe. Did you find out any news?" Yunbei looked Si Nanzhao over, confirming he was unharmed, and felt relieved. "I found out some information." Si Nanzhao nodded, then gathered everyone around to share what he had learned.
"What?"
"A third-party force is involved?" Yunbei and the soldiers' faces turned serious. The task was already challenging, and now with another force involved, it undoubtedly increased the difficulty. "Yes." Si Nanzhao nodded, looking at Yunbei, wanting to say something, but hesitated in front of everyone. In addition to learning about the third-party involvement, he also found out that they had received a sudden mission to take Yunbei's life. He quickly guessed that it was the Nangong family acting again. Considering the timing, the Nangong family must have heard about the failure of the previous group. Therefore, they wanted to eliminate Yunbei in this mission. This made Si Nanzhao very angry, feeling strongly against the Nangong family. For their own interests, they completely disregarded the nation's welfare and the greater good. It seemed that the Nangong family had become quite arrogant over the years. Once he returns, make sure to give him a good lesson. Yunbei noticed the deep meaning in Si Nanzhao's eyes and felt a bit uneasy. However, she chose not to confront him in public and decided to wait and see how things would unfold. Whether in her past life or this one, her fate was in her own hands. Anyone who wanted her dead would have to face her first. After Si Nanzhao shared the information he had gathered, he informed everyone of his plans. Throughout the journey, he had been thinking about how to complete the mission safely and effectively. He would protect the experts who needed safeguarding, and he would also protect Yunbei. If he couldn't even protect his own wife, what right did he have to talk about defending his country? Therefore, this time, he not only aimed to safely deliver the mission target but also to strike hard against the interfering third-party forces, showing them that the soldiers of Huaguo were not to be underestimated. "Captain, should we request backup?" Nian Daong asked Si Nanzhao. Previously, their task was just to protect the returning expert, but with the involvement of a third party, completing the mission would be difficult without more personnel. "It's too late," Si Nanzhao replied. He had considered this issue, but help from afar wouldn't solve their immediate problem. Not only would reinforcements take too long to arrive, but they could also expose their location. Nian Daong fell silent, but he prepared himself for the worst. The others felt the same way, ready for the worst-case scenario. Seeing the group's spirits low, Yunbei quickly said, "Everyone, don't worry. I'm here. I have plenty of poison with me, and I'll find an opportunity to deal with them." After hearing this, the group's mood improved a bit, and they looked at her, saying, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Even if there's no chance, we will create one for you. All right, let's work together to complete this mission." Seeing the morale return, Si Nanzhao led everyone toward the rendezvous point. Meanwhile, a leader of a local armed group, Yun He, was escorting the expert toward the border with his team. As they walked, Yun He suddenly stopped and said to his men, "Everyone, stay alert. Something's up." Hearing Yun He's words, everyone immediately became tense and vigilant. Soon, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Yun He squinted, watching the approaching figure. The person stopped about 10 meters away and said to Yun He, "Brother Yun, long time no see." "Guei too, it's you." Yun He looked a bit uneasy. He recognized Guei too and knew what he was capable of. Because of this knowledge, he felt wary. If it were another time, he wouldn't be afraid. But now he was escorting an important expert, someone the country had invested a lot of resources to rescue from the United States. He couldn't let anything happen to the expert under his watch, and he certainly couldn't let Guei Tu ruin his mission. "That's right." Guei Tu nodded, glancing at Yun He's team. "Brother Yun, would you mind if I joined you?"
What do you want?
Yun He's expression changed. He sensed that Guei Tu was up to something, but he couldn't figure out what Guei Tu was planning. If he intended to target the expert, he would have acted by now instead of trying to join them. If he had no other intentions, why was he here in front of them? "Brother Yun, why do you say that?" "I only want to help you," Guei Tu replied. "Really? You have such good intentions?" "Brother Yun, if you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do. But if you don't agree, that's fine. Please go ahead." Guei Tu stepped aside and gestured for them to continue. However, Yun He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he grew more suspicious. He stared at Guei Tu and asked impatiently, "Guei Tu, what are you really up to?" Guei Tu laughed and replied, "Brother Yun, I can't tell you what I'm planning just yet. But you can rest assured that I have no intention of harming you." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the expert. Yun He didn't believe Guei Tu, but he couldn't figure out his motive either. So, they remained at a standstill. What Yun He didn't know was that Guei Tu wanted him to be suspicious, which would halt their progress. He had already found a substitute and was heading to the meeting point. Of course, the meeting was a ruse. His real goal was to deal with Yunbei. If possible, he hoped to eliminate others as well. This way, people would regard him with more respect. As for any potential retaliation from China, he didn't care. He only wanted to make a name for himself and instill fear in others. Due to the obstruction caused by the ghost leader, his people brought a fake expert and walked ahead of Yun He and his group, quickly entering the line of sight of Si Nanzhao and the others. Seeing the target appear, everyone felt a bit excited. "Captain, they're here." Si Nanzhao remained silent, continuously observing the newcomers with binoculars. Yunbei did the same, taking out a more powerful pair of binoculars from her space. As the group of fake experts got closer, Yan Daong and the others were eager to greet them. At that moment, Yunbei suddenly spoke up, "Wait a minute, don't act hastily. I think those people are suspicious." Upon hearing Yunbei, Si Nanzhao immediately turned to her and asked, "Wife, what did you notice?" "I feel that the expert seems off. He doesn't look like a real expert," Yunbei expressed her doubts. In her past life, she had seen real experts, so it was easy for her to sense the mismatch. Additionally, her intuition told her that those people were dangerous. The others, hearing Yunbei, laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, can you really tell something is wrong from this far away?" "You should trust a woman's intuition," Yunbei said seriously. "Besides, it's not just intuition. That expert's demeanor and presence don't match. He looks less like an expert and more like a thug." Yunbei's warning made everyone realize the issue. Indeed, as she said, although the man wore glasses and appeared more refined, A closer look revealed he didn't seem like an educated person. Especially when he walked, he looked even less like one. Boss, the other side sent a fake expert. What should we do? Should we keep waiting, or go take a look? Let's wait a bit longer, Si Nanzhao replied calmly. He wanted to see what those people were planning. While Si Nanzhao remained still, the group of experts grew anxious, especially the fake expert, who kept pacing back and forth. Look, they're getting anxious. Let them be anxious for a while longer, Si Nanzhao said honestly. He strongly suspected that they were from a third-party force trying to use a fake expert as a cover to harm Yunbei. Meanwhile, Yunhee and his group waited for a while. Seeing that the ghost leader showed no signs of action, and with the meeting time approaching, they decided not to wait any longer and to hand the expert over to the waiting people first. Therefore, Yunbei glanced at Gui too and signaled the people around him to keep an eye on him while he moved forward with the experts. Gui too saw them leaving, but did not stop them. In his view, his people had already connected with the ones waiting for them. Even if Yunbei rushed over, it would be too late. By now, his people might have already confronted those others, and perhaps they had already taken care of Yunbei. After waiting for a while without seeing Si Nanzhao and the others, the fake experts assumed they had not arrived yet and decided to move ahead. Unbeknownst to them, this move led them right into a trap set by Si Nanzhao in advance. When Si Nanzhao learned that a third party was involved, he had already planned to set up a trap on the road, waiting for those people to walk into it. Without tools, it was hard to dig a pit, so Yunbei directly used poison, spreading it on the main path. As long as those people passed by, they would be poisoned. Even if they accidentally poisoned the wrong person, it wouldn't matter. She had the antidote, and as long as it was taken within half an hour, everything would be fine. As for themselves, they had taken the antidote beforehand. As those people walked through the poison path set by Yunbei, the brothers all smiled and quietly counted, waiting to see when these people would fall. Before the brothers could count to 10, the fake experts began to stagger and fall to the ground as if they were drunk. When the last person collapsed, Si Nanzhao was about to lead everyone out to check the situation, but Yunbei stopped him and said, "I'll go take a look. You all stay here. The real experts might arrive soon." Si Nanzhao agreed, thinking Yunbei made a good point, but he was also worried about her, so he reminded her, "Be careful." "Don't worry." Yunbei smiled and patted Si Nanzhao's hand before heading toward the fallen individuals. The experts felt their strength drain away and panicked, unsure of what to do when they saw Yunbei appear in front of them. Upon seeing her, their eyes lit up, knowing she was their target. Immediately, they rushed to grab their guns, eager to eliminate her. However, they soon realized they had no strength left. They couldn't even lift their guns or speak. The fake expert, whether due to his physical condition or having been less exposed to the poison, was still able to speak. He looked at Yunbei with a pale face and asked, "What have you done to us? Why are we in this situation? I am an expert who just returned from abroad. Is this how you treat me?" Seeing the other person's righteous expression, Yunbei sneered and said, "Oh, you're an expert?
What do you mean by that?"
The fake expert felt a bit flustered but forced himself to stay calm. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he must not reveal his true identity. Of course, he also wanted to buy time, waiting for Gui Tu to come and rescue them. "What I mean is clear to you, isn't it?" Yunbei looked at him mockingly and said, "Are you waiting for someone to save you? Let me tell you, with my poison in you, unless I intervene, no one can save you. Aren't you here to rescue me? Why would you poison us?" The fake expert looked indignant and a bit unwilling. He didn't understand what went wrong, why these people from Huagua were not falling for his act. Otherwise, they would have completed their mission by now, and might even be celebrating. "Are you sure the person we are here to rescue is you?" As Yunbei spoke, he suddenly grabbed the fake expert's hand and turned it over, revealing calluses on his palm. Looking at the calluses, Yunbei sneered even more and said, "What is this? I don't need to explain, do I?" The fake expert fell silent, glaring at Yunbei and said, "Even if you kill us, it won't matter. The real expert is probably already dead." "Is that so?" How about a bet to see whether you, the fake expert, die first or the real expert? The fake expert shut his mouth, realizing there was no point in betting when he was facing death. As time passed, he felt it was becoming harder to speak. The others also sensed the threat of death and began to feel afraid. Even though they were not good people, taking lives was as easy as harvesting crops. When it came to their own lives, fear took hold. They looked at Yunbei with pleading eyes, hoping she would save them. Yunbei was not a soft-hearted person. She never showed mercy to those who sought her life and certainly wouldn't be kind to them. For such people, she only wished they would die faster. Meanwhile, Yunhee and his group, delayed earlier by Gui Tu, were now rushing to the rescue point. Seeing Yunhee's group speed up, Gui Tu wanted to block them but couldn't be too obvious. As they got closer to the rescue point, Gui Tu couldn't help but feel anxious. As he traveled along the way, he had not heard any gunshots. If his people had succeeded, they would definitely have fired their weapons. He knew his team well. They preferred guns over knives. Therefore, the absence of gunfire made him suspect that something had gone wrong. But he hesitated to believe it. He had personally stopped the real experts, so logically, it should have been easy for his people to approach them. Unless someone had noticed something was off and realized that the experts he arranged were fake. Thinking about this possibility made him anxious. His gaze fell on the real expert, contemplating how to deal with him. The expert sensed the killing intent from him and felt scared, moving closer to Yunha. He only trusted Yunha, as he was the only one who could provide him with enough security. Yunha also felt the killing intent from him and gave a warning look. If the man dared to harm those he was protecting, he would not hesitate to take his life first. Meeting Yunha's warning gaze, he buried his thoughts deep inside. Forget it. Yunha was too protective. It was better not to offend him for now. Although he had rarely interacted with Yunha before, he understood his character well. Anyone who offended Yunha would not escape, no matter where they ran. After warning him, Yunha quickened his pace. He had a rough idea of the other party's intentions and was worried that the people waiting for them might be in danger, so he wanted to join them as soon as possible. Soon, they appeared in the sight of Sinan Zhao and his subordinates. Captain, another group is coming. Be careful and assess them. Understood. This time, most of their attention was on the experts. However, it seemed that the experts were being protected too well, and they couldn't see their faces. This left the brothers feeling a bit anxious, making it hard to determine whether the newcomers were real experts or imposters. At first, Sinan Zhao focused on the experts, but he quickly became drawn to Yunha. There was something familiar about him. Yet, he knew he had never met Yunha before. So where was this feeling coming from? Unable to figure it out, Sinan Zhao decided to set it aside and prepare to greet the newcomers himself. Just as he was about to move, he saw a signal from Yunbei. After seeing the signal, Sinan Zhao said to Nian Daong, you stay here with 3 others. I'll take the rest to check it out. The brothers exchanged glances and quickly decided who would stay behind. The others followed Sinan Zhao and headed towards Yunha and the others. Yunbei stayed put and found a big tree to crouch behind. Although she believed the experts this time were genuine, she decided to be cautious. As for the previous group of fake experts, they had all gone to report to the king of the underworld. At first, Yunha did not see the welcoming party, and his heart began to race with worry. He feared that his concerns might come true. Fortunately, he soon spotted Sinan Zhao and a few brothers arriving. Seeing their familiar attire and the unique demeanor of Chinese soldiers, Yunha felt a bit relieved. The experts also noticed Sinan Zhao, and their tense feelings eased considerably. However, Guitu looked unhappy when he saw Sinan Zhao and the others. He glanced around, trying to find his own people, but was disappointed. He not only failed to find them, but also discovered no clues they had left behind. At that moment, Guitu's heart sank. His instincts told him that something had happened to his team, meaning they had not completed their mission and had failed. Guitu considered leaving, but felt he could take one more gamble. Since he was following Yunha's group, he could easily be mistaken for one of them. This way, they would not pay attention to him, which would help him complete his task. As for how he would escape later, he had already thought it through. He could first take someone hostage and then kill them once he returned to his territory. It must be said that Guitu had a clever plan, but sometimes fate has other ideas. Yunha was not foolish. He would not allow Guitu to ruin his plans. Therefore, after seeing Si Nanzhao, he secretly ordered his men to tie Guitu up. "Brother Yun, what are you doing?" Guitu exclaimed, caught off guard and looking very displeased. With Yunha's actions, he could no longer deceive the Chinese people or complete his mission. Although he did not see the woman he intended to kill, he was sure she was still alive. It was not his style to take money and not deliver results. Thus, even if his men were dead, he had to kill that woman. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined, and he would not get any more jobs. "Guitu, I don't want to know what your intentions are by following us, but I will not let you ruin my plans. So, I can only temporarily inconvenience you. Once the task is completed, I will release you." Guitu was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he couldn't do anything to Yunha. Because if he were in that position, he would act the same way. Sinan Zhao quickly noticed the movement near Yunha and paused for a moment before continuing forward. Soon, he stopped just 5 meters away from Yunha and looked at him. 40 years for the country. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. With the secret code exchanged, Yunha sighed in relief, and Sinan Zhao smiled. It seemed that the person across from them was indeed the expert they were there to assist. "Expert Chen, from now on, they will ensure your safety. You can trust that they will escort you safely to your destination." "Thank you, Comrade Yun, for your care along the way." Expert Chen smiled and shook hands with Yunha before picking up his suitcase and walking towards Sinan Zhao. Yunbei, seeing the handover go smoothly, jumped down from the tree and ran towards Sinan Zhao and the others. As the accompanying doctor, she needed to be close to the expert. Sinan Zhao smiled when he saw Yunbei approaching and said to her, "Yunbei, this is Expert Chen." "Expert Chen, this is Yunbei," the accompanying doctor. "If you feel unwell, you can ask Yunbei to check on you." "Hello, Expert Chen. I'm Yunbei," she said, extending her hand without noticing that 2 people were looking at her differently. One of them was Guitu, who wished he could eliminate her on the spot but couldn't move. Yunha, upon seeing Yunbei, froze. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. He dared not show it, but his gaze remained fixed on Yunbei, not moving away for a long time. Feeling Yunha's gaze, Yunbei couldn't help but glance at him. This brief look sent a strange feeling through her heart. However, she quickly pushed the feeling aside and smiled at Yunha. Unbeknownst to her, her smile almost brought Yunha to tears. To avoid revealing his emotions, he turned his head away and stopped looking at her. Sinan Zhao noticed that Yunha seemed to have a special interest in Yunbei and looked at him suspiciously. After receiving the expert, Sinan Zhao prepared to leave. After all, they were at the border, where various forces mixed, and staying longer wouldn't benefit them. At that moment, Yunbei spotted Guitu and couldn't help but ask Yunha, "What's his situation? Isn't he with you?" "He's Guitu, someone we encountered along the way, not part of our group." "Is he the ghost head?" Sinan Zhao's expression changed. If he remembered correctly, the leader of the third-party force who wanted to kill Yunbei was called Ghost Head. "Yes, do you know him?" Yunhe looked at Sinan Zhao in surprise. "I've heard his name." Sinan Zhao said while glancing at Yunbei, "I received news that someone paid this ghost head a large sum of money to take Yunbei's life." "What?" Yunhe turned to look at Ghost Head, his face darkening. "He actually wants to kill Yunbei? So, this is why Ghost Head intercepted them on the road and followed them? Ghost Head, is what he said true? Do you really want to kill her?" Yunhe asked coldly, staring at Ghost Head. Ghost Head did not answer Yunhe's question but looked at Yunbei and asked, "Where are my people? Where are they now?" "You mean the group of fake experts?" Yunbei smiled and replied, "I sent them to meet the King of Hell." "You killed them?" "Killers are often killed. It's not a big deal, right? If you want them, I can send you to join them." "You scoundrel, I won't let you get away with this." Ghost Head shouted angrily upon hearing that his people were dead. They were all his capable subordinates, and they died so easily at Yunbei's hands. Now, I won't let you go. After saying this, Yunbei turned to Yun-hee and asked, Uncle, can I take him? What did you call me? Yun-hee looked at Yunbei in disbelief. She actually called him uncle? Uncle, what's wrong? Yunbei looked at Yun-hee in confusion, thinking it was normal to call him that since she didn't know him. Yun-hee snapped back to reality and gave a self-deprecating smile. What was he even worried about? The fact that she called him uncle was already good enough. Then he smiled at Yunbei and said, if you want this person, you can have him. Yun-hee, how dare you? Ghost Head shouted, jumping up. Aren't you afraid of Charlie's revenge? Bring it on, I'm not afraid of him, Yun-hee said calmly. Anyone who dared to harm Yunbei, he wanted to eliminate Ghost Head and his group completely. Even if Charlie didn't come after him, he would still find trouble with Charlie when he got back. You? Ghost Head's face turned ugly, and unease washed over him. At that moment, he regretted not bringing more people and not having a backup plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Yunbei looked at Gui-tu's angry expression and smiled again. She stepped forward, grabbed Gui-tu, and said to Yun-hee, Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Yun-hee waved his hand, glanced at Gui-tu, and asked, What do you plan to do with him? Interrogate him first, then deal with him, Yunbei replied decisively. Yun-hee paused for a moment, then laughed again, saying, Good. Uncle, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. You know this isn't a place to stay for long. Until we meet again. After Yunbei finished speaking, she waved goodbye to Yun-hee and turned to leave. Yun-hee stood still, watching Yunbei's figure grow distant, feeling a sense of reluctance. He remained there until Yunbei and her group were out of sight. Then he turned to his companions and said, Let's head back. Yunbei had no idea that Yun-hee was watching her leave. She handed Gui-tu over to Si Nanzhao's men and took out a silver needle, preparing to use it on Gui-tu. What are you going to do? Gui-tu asked, looking at the needle with fear. He had seen needles before, but this one was different. Everyone fears the unknown. I'm not doing anything, just want you to be quiet, Yunbei replied calmly, then quickly jabbed the needle into Gui-tu. With that, Gui-tu couldn't alert anyone or call for help. Now he could only walk with his legs. His hands were already tied by Yun-hee. If it weren't for the concern that Gui-tu would slow them down, Yunbei would have preferred to make him unable to walk at all. As for interrogating Gui-tu, Yunbei wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to leave this border first. Gui-tu soon realized he couldn't speak, and panic set in. He kept moving his mouth, pleading with Yunbei to let him talk again. However, Yunbei simply turned her head and ignored him. Gui-tu, seeing that Yunbei was not paying attention to him, looked at Si Nanzhao, hoping to get help through him. But Si Nanzhao wanted nothing more than to get rid of Gui-tu and wouldn't help him plead with Yunbei. Moreover, Gui-tu's silence was beneficial for them, so they saw no reason to change that. They could always untie him when it was time to interrogate him. Gui-tu felt a mix of fear and anger as he watched everyone ignore him. He feared he might never be able to speak again and resented Yunbei for making him mute. At this moment, he regretted not having dealt with Yunbei sooner. While the soldiers were used to Yunbei's methods, Expert Chen was curious. When Si Nanzhao introduced Yunbei to him, he wondered why they chose such a young girl to be his accompanying doctor. Growing up in Huagua, Expert Chen knew that in traditional Chinese medicine, the older the doctor, the more skilled they are. So, he was initially skeptical about Yunbei's medical skills. However, after seeing her make Gui-tu mute with just one needle, his perception of her changed. Only then did he realize that Yunbei was a truly capable doctor. Yunbei was unaware of Expert Chen's thoughts. Her task was to take care of his health. Since they were on the move, she couldn't check his pulse. However, by observing his walking posture and breathing, she could tell he was somewhat unwell, possibly with a lung infection. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, and she planned to give him some medicine when they took a break. Once they were a safe distance from the border, Si Nanzhao decided it was time to rest and prepare to get the vehicle ready. After all, traveling by car was faster, and it would be easier to escape if they were pursued. Yunbei looked for a secluded spot to get the vehicle ready. Just then, Expert Chen lost his footing and nearly fell. When they helped him steady himself, they realized he had twisted his ankle. Feeling embarrassed, Expert Chen said to Si Nanzhao and the others, "I'm sorry, I was too careless. Now that my leg is injured, I will surely slow you down." He said this because he didn't know they had driven there and thought they had walked the entire way. After all, during his time abroad, he had learned that his homeland was relatively underdeveloped, so he assumed they didn't even have a vehicle. This was also why he was determined to return and serve his country. After all these years of hard work and studying abroad, wasn't it all for the purpose of building his homeland? Now that his country needed him, he naturally wanted to overcome all difficulties to return. Expert Chen, don't say that. This was just an accident, and with Yunbei here, your foot won't be a problem. Si Nanzhao waved his hand, reassuring him not to feel guilty. He understood that Expert Chen didn't want this to happen, but since it had, they just had to accept it. Yunbei had already crouched down to start examining Expert Chen. It's not too serious, just a sprain. The bones are fine. A patch will do. Of course, it will affect walking, so if they rely on walking, their speed will slow down a lot. It seems urgent to get the car out now. Since we've already treated Expert Chen's injury, let's also check his pulse to confirm his health. After applying the patch, Yunbei said to Expert Chen, "Since we have a moment, let me check your pulse." "Sure. That would be great." Expert Chen nodded and extended his hand. Yunbei held his wrist and began to check while talking to him. "Have you been experiencing occasional chest pain, but it's not too severe?" "Yes, that's true. I didn't mention it to anyone because I thought it wasn't a big deal." "That's right. You have some mild inflammation in your lungs, but it's not serious. A day's worth of medicine should be enough." After saying this, Yunbei released Expert Chen's hand and took out a small bottle of medicine from the first aid kit, saying, "Take this medicine 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. A day should be enough, but it's best to take it for an extra day to be safe." "Okay, got it. Thank you, Dr. Yun." "You're welcome." Yunbei smiled, then stood up and said to Si Nanzhao, "I'll go get the car. In the meantime, you should thoroughly question him to see if you can find evidence of the hired murder." "All right, you go get the car, and I'll interrogate him." Si Nanzhao nodded. He also thought it was a hassle to deal with Ghosthead, so it was better to get the information they wanted, and then take care of him. Yunbei took out a needle and injected it into Ghosthead, restoring his ability to speak. Then she left on her own. Yen Daong watched Yunbei leave with some concern and asked Si Nanzhao, "Captain, should I follow her?" "No need. She'll be back soon." Si Nanzhao waved his hand. Yunbei going to get the car was just a cover. She was simply finding a place where no one could see her to retrieve the car hidden in her space. Ghosthead was now able to speak and looked a bit excited. He said to Si Nanzhao, "If you have the guts, just kill me. I won't reveal any information about my employer." "Is that so?" Si Nanzhao sneered. Then, without hesitation, he acted. Soon, Ghosthead looked like he couldn't hold on any longer, his gaze towards Si Nanzhao resembling that of someone staring at a devil. He never expected that the soldiers from Huaguo were not only skilled in battle, but also skilled in interrogation. When Si Nanzhao casually pressed on him, every bone in his body began to ache, as if undergoing a complete rearrangement. On the other hand, Yunhe and the others were in a good mood after successfully handing over the person. Especially when Yunhe saw Yunbei, his mood improved even more. Of course, while the group was happy, they did not let their guard down. So, when they heard the sound of a car, Yunhe immediately told everyone to hide. This was a critical moment. If they could avoid armed conflict, they would. "Everyone, stay hidden," Yunhe said as he led the group into the nearby woods. Once they were concealed, they saw a truck drive past the road they had just crossed. In that instant, Yunhe spotted someone in the truck. His expression changed, and he thought to himself that it was bad news. Yunbei and the others were in danger. The truck that had just passed was driven by Charlie, a partner of Guitu, and it seemed they were on their way to pick him up. The situation had changed. To ensure the safety of Expert Chen, Yunhe decided to follow Charlie's group. Of course, they couldn't take the main road. Although it was easier to travel, it was too far compared to the small paths in the woods. Thinking of this, Yunhe turned to his subordinates and said, The one who just passed was Charlie, and he's likely going to pick up Guetu. Now that Guetu has been taken away by the people who are supposed to rescue Expert Chin, he might be in danger. Therefore, I decided to help them. If anyone doesn't want to go, you can return as planned. Boss, we'll go with you. There are too few people to rescue Expert Chin, and Charlie brought a whole truck of people. If we don't go, they might be in serious trouble. Alright, since everyone agrees, let's not waste any time and take a shortcut. We must reach Expert Chen before Charlie's group to ensure his safety. This means more hard work for us. But when we get back, I'll give everyone a bonus. Boss, this isn't about hardship. Saving lives is what matters. Expert Chen is someone we worked hard to bring back, and we absolutely can't let anything happen to him. Boss, Kunzi is right. Let's hurry and regroup first. We must ensure that Expert Chen is safe. Yunbei and the others did not know that Ghost Head's partner, Charlie, was worried because he hadn't received any news from Ghost Head. He suspected something might have happened, so he hurriedly brought his men over. If Ghost Head was fine, that would be good, but if something happened to him, Charlie could lead his brothers to complete the mission of killing Yunbei. The car was moving relatively fast, and Charlie soon arrived at the place where Ghost Head and his men had encountered trouble. When he saw his brothers lying by the roadside, his face instantly turned grim. He didn't expect that his men were all dead and there wasn't a single wound on their bodies. This strange way of dying made Charlie feel uneasy. He looked around but did not see Ghost Head. Not finding Ghost Head relieved him a bit. He thought Ghost Head was likely still alive and might have fallen into the hands of the Chinese soldiers. He stood there for a moment, then called his men to get in the car and chased after the direction Yunbei had gone. At that moment, Sinan Zhao was still questioning Ghost Head, while Yunbei had taken out the car. However, considering everyone might be hungry, she decided to prepare some roasted chickens. So, she busied herself in the space for a while, and by the time the food was ready, about 20 minutes had passed. Yunbei brought the food to the car and drove towards where Sinan Zhao and the others were resting. Hearing the sound of the car, Expert Chen was startled. Forgetting about his injured foot, he stood up immediately. The pain from the battle made him wince. When he saw that Sinan Zhao and the others were unresponsive, he quickly warned, "A car is coming. It might be coming for us. Should we hide?" "It's fine. That sound is definitely our own car." Sinan Zhao waved her hand, glancing at the barely conscious Ghost Head with some disdain. With him in this state, she didn't want to waste bullets or energy. When Yunbei arrived, she would just give him a shot to finish it. "You drove here?" Expert Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected Sinan Zhao and the others to come by car. It seemed that Yunbei had gone to get the car after leaving. He thought Yunbei had gone to take care of something else. Of course. Otherwise, how long would it take to walk? Sinan Zhao smiled and said to Expert Chen, "Now we don't have to walk anymore, and your foot can rest properly." Expert Chen smiled back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Soon, Yunbei drove up to everyone. She first parked the car, then took down the roasted wild chicken and said, "Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat a little before we continue our journey. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have felt it. Now that you have, I feel like I could eat a whole cow." "You're exaggerating, a whole cow?" Yunbei smiled and handed out the roasted chicken she had prepared, just enough for everyone to have one. Expert Chen took a chicken, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I can't eat this much. Half is enough for me. Please share the rest with others." "Don't worry, you eat. They have enough. Don't listen to their nonsense about eating a whole cow. No one is that hungry. Even if they were, they couldn't eat a whole cow." Yunbei handed the chicken directly to Expert Chen and walked towards Sinan Zhao. There were 2 left, just enough for her and Sinan Zhao to each of one. Sinan Zhao took the chicken and said to Yunbei, "I've already questioned him. Do you want to ask him again?" "No, it's fine." "What did he say? Does he have any evidence of the deal with that person?" "Yes, but it's at his place. It's a bit far from us now, so we can't go back to get it. We'll have to think of another way." "That's okay, there's no rush. Once we complete our task, I can go back and get it." Yunbei was quite relaxed about it. She planned to sneak back to get it when it was safe. After all, she had a car in her space, so it wouldn't take too long. Since you say that, then he doesn't need to keep it. Hearing Si Nanjiao's words, Gui too immediately became excited and struggled even more. It seems that no matter who it is, everyone fears death. As Gui too struggled, he looked at Si Nanjiao and Yunbei and shouted, "You can't kill me." "Why not?" Si Nanjiao shot a cold glance at Gui too and asked, "Do you have some secret you haven't revealed?" Gui too fell silent. He had only said that to save his life. He had already confessed everything Si Nanjiao wanted to know. For Si Nanjiao, he was no longer useful. But Gui too wanted to prove his value, hoping that Si Nanjiao wouldn't kill him and that he could wait for someone to rescue him. After being with Charlie for so many years, if he didn't send a message back, Charlie would definitely come looking for him. So, he couldn't die easily. He had to wait for Charlie to save him. Thinking of this, Ghost had said directly, "As long as you spare my life, I will gladly provide the evidence you want." "We don't need it." Si Nanjiao replied calmly. He would never let Ghost Head live. Not to mention that their current situation was not safe. Even if it were, he wouldn't leave a potential threat and live in fear. Si Nanjiao knew people like Ghost Head had strong desires for revenge. If he didn't eliminate him this time, and instead let him go, he would face endless retaliation. Ghost Head's face darkened at Si Nanjiao's words, but he reiterated, "Without me, you won't get that evidence." "If we can't get it, then so be it," Yunbei interjected, moving toward Ghost Head. She agreed with Si Nanjiao. They couldn't leave Ghost Head alive. Otherwise, it would just cause trouble for themselves. Soon, Yunbei took out her silver needles again. Seeing the needle, Ghost Head became frightened and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Naturally, I'm sending you on your way." Then she added, "Don't worry, you won't feel any pain." Look how nice she is, offering Ghost Head a painless way to die. "No, please don't." Ghost Head struggled, trying to break free from the ropes. But it was futile, as Si Nanjiao had reinforced the bindings to prevent his escape. Thus, the more Ghost Head struggled, the tighter the ropes became. Seeing this, Yunbei shook her head and said, "It's useless. You should go reunite with your subordinates." With that, Yunbei's silver needles struck Ghost Head. With one jab, he gradually stopped breathing. After dealing with Ghost Head, Yunbei washed her hands and then began to eat. Once they were full, they needed to move on. Although this place was some distance from the border, it wasn't completely safe. If someone were to pursue them, it would be easy to catch up. Yunbei and Si Nanjiao ate quickly, finishing off a chicken in no time. "Should we rest a bit longer or leave right away?" Si Nanjiao asked. "I have a bad feeling. We should hurry and go," Yunbei said, frowning, suddenly feeling uneasy. "All right, let's leave now," Si Nanjiao agreed. They had indeed stayed here too long. "Brothers, have you all eaten? Hurry up and get in the car. We are ready to leave." "Okay." The brothers nodded and helped Expert Chen into the car. Then, everyone else got in one after another. Yunbei and Si Nanjiao were the last aboard. As they were about to get in, they heard the sound of a car approaching. Both frowned, realizing it was bad news. The enemy might be chasing them. "Nian Daong, start the car." Si Nanjiao shouted to Nian Daong, who was in the driver's seat, while he pulled Yunbei to get in. Just then, a gunshot rang out, hitting the car, forcing Yunbei and Si Nanjiao to abandon their plan to get in. Si Nanjiao knew the enemy had caught up. To protect Expert Chen, he ordered Nian Daong, "You all go ahead, don't worry about us." After hesitating for a moment, Nian Daong pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped away. The brothers, seeing that Yunbei and Si Nanjiao couldn't get in, quickly grabbed their guns to cover them, hoping they could catch up soon. Seeing the brothers' intentions, Si Nanjiao immediately stopped them, saying, "Go quickly, don't worry about us. Once we deal with these people, we will catch up." After that, Si Nanjiao and Yunbei quickly found trees for cover and began to fight back. However, Charlie had many men, and he had already seen the body of Gui too, filling him with anger and a desire for revenge. Yunhee and the others were taking a shortcut when they heard the gunfire and immediately changed their expressions, realizing they were late. Charlie was moving too fast. He had caught up with Expert Chen's group so quickly. "The fight has started over there," Everyone speed up. No matter what, we must rescue them. Yes, boss. The brothers responded and ran with all their might toward the sound of gunfire. Meanwhile, even though Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had trees for cover, they were still in a dangerous situation because Charlie's men were armed with guns and grenades. Several times, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao narrowly escaped being hit, thanks to her abilities. After several close calls, Yunbei felt increasingly grateful that he and Si Nanzhao had not separated, otherwise, he might have been injured. Similarly, Si Nanzhao was relieved that he had listened to Yunbei, otherwise, he would have been hurt by now. After dodging another wave of attacks, Si Nanzhao felt that this couldn't go on. They would eventually get into trouble. He said to Yunbei, "Yunbei, we need to find a way to break out. Otherwise, we'll be trapped." Okay, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Let's head back, Yunbei decided after glancing in the direction of the gunfire.
All right.
Si Nanzhao nodded, understanding Yunbei's plan. The other directions were almost completely surrounded by Charlie. The only way left was toward the border. Charlie probably thought they wouldn't dare to head toward the border. So they decided to do the opposite. By going this way, they might escape Charlie's group and even reach their base to gather the evidence left by Gui Tu. As for Expert Chen, Si Nanzhao believed that Yan Daong and the others would keep him safe. Without Yunbei with them, the Nangong family would likely not take action. The two immediately changed direction and headed toward the border. Just then, a bullet shot toward Yunbei's back. Si Nanzhao was shocked and rushed toward Yunbei, shouting, "Yunbei, be careful." Yunbei turned and saw Si Nanzhao diving toward him. The bullet was almost aimed directly at his heart. He was willing to sacrifice himself to protect him. In that moment, Yunbei's heart raced as he shouted, "No." However, just as his voice fell, another figure rushed in from the side and directly blocked Si Nanzhao. With a loud bang, accompanied by the gunshot, the figure fell to the ground.
Boss. Boss.
The shouts reached Yunbei and Si Nanzhao's ears. They looked down and realized that the person who had blocked the bullet was actually Yunhe. How could it be him? Both of them were shocked. They hadn't expected Yunhe to return, let alone save them by taking the bullet. Saving him is the priority. Yunbei quickly moved forward to help Yunhe. Seeing that Yunbei was unharmed, Yunhe felt relieved and said to them, "I'm fine. I got shot in the shoulder." "Uncle, don't talk. Let me check your injury first," Yunbei said as he examined Yunhe's wound. At that moment, Yunhe's team arrived, forming a defensive line and counterattacking Charlie's group. Charlie had thought he could eliminate Yunbei, but unexpectedly, he had failed. Charlie was filled with anger at Yunhe for ruining his plans. With Gui Tu dead, he needed to eliminate Yunbei. He ordered his men, "No matter what, you must kill that woman." "Understood." Charlie's men aimed at Yunbei and opened fire in her direction. This made Yunhe very worried, and he said to Yunbei, "Yunbei, you should run."
Don't worry about me.
"It's just a minor gunshot wound. I'll be fine." "No way. You got hurt saving us. I can't leave you behind." Without hesitation, Yunbei started to tend to Yunhe's wound. However, Yunhe pushed her away and stood up, saying, "No need for that. You need to go now, or I'll get angry." After saying this, he walked toward Charlie while fighting back. Yunbei was unsure of what to do when she saw this. She couldn't understand why Yunhe was acting this way. Did his life not matter? Besides, he had just saved them, and she couldn't just watch him go to his death. So, she said to Sinanzho, "I can't leave. I'll stay with you." Sinanzho understood Yunbei's feelings. He wouldn't leave either. Moreover, it was clear that Charlie's target was Yunbei. So, Sinanzho concluded that they were likely from Gatu's group. With that in mind, there was no need for further discussion. They had to fight back. It was a matter of survival now. Seeing that Yunbei hadn't left and was instead staying by his side, Yunhe became angry and shouted, "Yunbei, why aren't you listening? They're after you. Why are you staying here to get killed? And what about you? Why aren't you leaving? Your mission is complete. Why are you still here?" Yunhe was at a loss for words. He wanted to say he was worried about Yunbei, but he held back and instead asked, Where are the others, like Expert Chin? They've already left. Hearing this, Yunha sighed in relief and said, since they are safe, let's retreat. Okay. Yunbei nodded, and she and Sinan's-ho protected Yunha as they backed away. From Charlie's perspective, it looked like they were trying to escape, which he didn't want to allow. So, he and his men pursued them relentlessly. Although Yunha had brought a good number of people, they were still outnumbered by Charlie's group, putting them at a disadvantage quickly. Yunbei knew that Charlie wanted her, so she told Yunha and the others to leave without worrying about her. But Yunha refused to go without her. With no choice, Yunbei followed everyone. Charlie was close behind, and several of Yunha's men were injured. Yunbei wanted to help them, but Charlie was pursuing them too closely, and they had no time to stop. Seeing more people getting hurt, Yunbei realized they couldn't continue like this. She glanced at Sinan Zhao and suddenly ran to the side. Yunbei wanted to test if Charlie would let Yunha and his men go if she left. Yunbei, come back. Yunha shouted as he saw her running away, immediately chasing after her. He understood Charlie. Even if his target was Yunbei, he wouldn't spare them just because she left. After all, this was a rare chance to eliminate them, and he wouldn't give it up. If it were him, he wouldn't pass up such a sure deal.
Don't follow me.
Yunbei shouted, realizing Yunha's intention and trying to stop him. But Yunha only had one thought, to protect Yunbei, so he couldn't listen to her. Soon, Yunha caught up with Yunbei and said, Yunbei, I know what you're thinking, but it's useless. Even if you leave, Charlie won't spare us. The best way is to gather all our strength. We might still turn the tide. After hearing this, Yunbei looked around and realized Yunha was right. The enemy was indeed planning to wipe them out. At that moment, she considered whether to use the weapons from her space. Any advanced weapon she took out could easily defeat Charlie's men. But doing so would expose her secret. Even if Yunha saved them, she still couldn't fully trust him, let alone his men. Boss, Charlie's men are getting closer. What should we do? One of Yunha's men asked, worried as they saw Charlie and his men approaching. Their mission was to protect Expert Chen, and now that he wasn't there, they felt it wasn't necessary to fight so hard. Yunha noticed his men's feelings and, with a serious expression, said, now that we've confronted Charlie, it's either we defeat them or they defeat us. So now we have no choice but to fight on. The subordinate thought for a moment and decided to put aside the idea of retreating, then joined the fight against Charlie's men. After hearing Yunhe's words, Yunbei thought for a bit and decided to use something from her space. She remembered there was a smoke bomb made with her own poison, which might help. The item was small, so she took it out of her pocket without drawing attention. Thinking of this, she asked Yunhe, does your subordinate have someone who can throw things far? Yes, what do you want to do? I want to give the other side a little surprise. Yunbei smiled and took out the poison smoke bomb. Azai, come here. Yunhe called out to his subordinate, and a young man in his 20s approached. Boss, what do you need? Azai asked. You have good strength and can throw things far. Help Yunbei throw this to a crowded spot on Charlie's side. Okay, watch me. Azai replied, taking the poison smoke bomb from Yunbei and throwing it towards Charlie's group. Azai was quite accurate, as he threw it right into the crowd. Of course, Charlie's men weren't foolish. Seeing Azai throw something, they immediately dropped to the ground and shouted, get down.
Bomb.
However, since Yunbei's item was a smoke bomb, it released smoke upon impact. As soon as Charlie's men inhaled it, they were affected. At first, they didn't realize what it was, and by the time they discovered it was a smoke bomb, it was too late to cover their mouths and noses. Everyone within 5 meters was affected. Charlie was far enough away to escape the worst of it. However, this method wouldn't work again, as the other side would be prepared and cover their mouths and noses in advance. Azai had done well, throwing the smoke bomb into the most crowded area. Even if it was just this once, it severely weakened Charlie's forces. Seeing his men suddenly lose their ability to act, Charlie's expression darkened. His eyes burned with anger as he glared at Yunhe and the others, wanting to chase them but feeling too afraid. They didn't know what the smoke bomb was or the consequences for those affected. But soon, Charlie would find out. One by one, those affected fell silent and died. This scene reminded him of the people he had seen on the way here, who had died in the same manner. There were no wounds on him. He just lay there. At that moment, he couldn't understand how those people could die without any injuries. Now he realized it was because Yunbei had used poison on them. Darn it! Charlie cursed inwardly. Once the smoke cleared and he saw Yunhee and the others had moved a good distance away, he suddenly became ruthless and told his men, "Let's retreat first, then drive ahead to cut them off." Okay. His men responded and quickly exited the forest, heading towards the place where their cars were parked. Seeing that Charlie's men were no longer pursuing them, Yunbei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. Yunhee's injury had been untreated for quite some time, and if it got infected, it would be a problem. So, taking advantage of the break, Yunbei insisted on treating his wound. However, Yunhee hesitated and said to Yunbei, "Treating the wound will take a while. If I'm right, Charlie is probably going to get the car. If that's the case, they will definitely cut us off and then attack us from behind. Even so, we need to treat the wound first." "Don't worry, it won't take too long," Yunbei replied as she opened the first aid kit and took out the tools to clean and disinfect the wound. After cleaning the wound, she took out some silver needles and carefully inserted a few around the injury. Yunhee looked at Yunbei in shock, not expecting her to know traditional medicine. He felt a loss of sensation around the wound after she had done those few steps. Yunbei remained silent, putting away the silver needles and taking out tweezers to remove the bullet lodged in his shoulder. Watching her swift movements, Yunhee couldn't help but smile with relief as she quickly treated his wound. Xin and Zhao glanced at Yunhee, feeling something was off about him, but unable to pinpoint why. He also tried to find similarities between Yunhee and Yunbei, but found none, as their faces bore no resemblance. Thus, he quickly dismissed his inner suspicions. After bandaging Yunhee, Yunbei began treating the injuries of the other men. Fortunately, their injuries weren't severe, so they were treated quickly. Once everyone's wounds were taken care of and they had rested enough, Yunhee felt they couldn't delay any longer and needed to return quickly. He wasn't worried about anything else, just afraid that Charlie would cut off all their escape routes. He didn't bring many people with him, and he couldn't reach the others. He couldn't find any help. However, there was still a tough battle ahead, and he didn't want to involve Yunbei and Xin and Zhao any further. He directly told them, "Charlie's people have already left. You can still catch up with Expert Chen, so you shouldn't come with us." As soon as he said this, Yunbei was the first to disagree, saying, "Uncle, what are you talking about? You got hurt because of us, and you were forced into this situation. How can we just leave you behind?" "That's right, Uncle. Yunbei is right. We can't abandon you. If we did that, what kind of people would we be? So, we will definitely go with you until you are safe." At first, Yunhee's subordinates felt uneasy after hearing his words. But before they could say anything, Yunbei and Xin and Zhao had already made their stance clear, which made them feel relieved. They looked at Yunbei and Xin and Zhao and urged, "Your mission is to protect Expert Chen. You can't come with us." "Exactly. Just make sure Expert Chen is safe. We will handle things with Charlie." Hearing Yunhee's people say this, Yunbei felt touched but still insisted on going with them. They had another plan besides repaying Yunhee for saving them. If possible, they intended to raid the enemy's hideout. Unable to persuade the two, Yunhee had no choice but to agree. So, Yunbei and Xin and Zhao followed Yunhee toward the foreign town where they were staying. Originally, they were slower on foot than by car, and Yunbei took some time to treat everyone's wounds, which delayed them further. As a result, Charlie and his men arrived early. As time passed, and they still hadn't seen the people they were waiting for, Charlie's men began to grow impatient. "Charlie, do you think they went to Huagua? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "Impossible. Many of Yunhee's subordinates are from this town. They wouldn't go to Huagua." "Then, why haven't they shown up? Are they scared? Let's wait a bit longer. They might have stopped to rest." Charlie frowned and signaled his men to be patient. The leader spoke, and everyone quieted down, though some still felt impatient and anxious. As for Yunbei and his group, they weren't walking quickly. Instead, they were thinking about their strategy as they walked. They had already used poison once, and it was unlikely they could use it again. Without poison, how would they get past Charlie's blockade? Unless they had a vehicle to break through directly. Yunbei had a vehicle in his space, but it was difficult to take out. The same went for weapons. They were hard to access. Charging through was possible, but it would likely lead to heavy casualties. What to do? Taking another route would mean a much longer distance. To put it simply, if they took this road, they could return to their base in a few hours, but if they changed routes, it would take about 2 days. Taking a longer route would waste too much time and could lead to unexpected problems. In the end, Yunhee decided to break through the checkpoint. Although their numbers were fewer than Charlie's, they still had a fighting chance. However, this meant casualties were unavoidable. Feeling guilty, Yunhee looked at his brothers and said, "We are almost at Charlie's blockade. I plan to charge through. So, everyone should be prepared. If anyone wants to leave, now is the time, and I won't say anything." "Boss, what are you talking about? How could we possibly leave? Since the day we followed you, we vowed to stick with you for life unless you tell us to go." Seeing that no one wanted to leave, Yunhee felt satisfied. In this situation, having more people was definitely better. He said nothing more and led his group toward Charlie's position. Of course, they weren't foolish. They didn't just walk in openly. Instead, they disguised themselves and chose a relatively less crowded spot to break through. Charlie's men had been waiting for a long time and were already impatient, so they were distracted. As the disguised group approached, they didn't notice them at all. When they were attacked, they finally reacted. However, Yunhee's people had already managed to create an opening and rush through. Once the gap opened, Yunhee let his men go first while he stayed behind to cover their retreat. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao stayed with Yunhee. As long as they could hold off Charlie's men for a while, their subordinates would be able to escape, return to report, and bring reinforcements. Yunhee had discussed all this with Yunbei and Si Nanzhao on the way. The three of them tried to delay as much time as possible so that Yunhe's men could escape safely. Charlie watched in frustration as Yunhe broke through his blockade. He began to shoot wildly at Yunhe and his companions, determined to take their lives. Outnumbered, Yunbei and the others soon found it hard to hold on. But they had to endure, as Yunhe's men had not yet fully escaped. However, they were quickly surrounded by Charlie's men. Charlie was furious and thought that since Yunhe's men had fled, he could still take Yunhe and his targets' lives. Seeing Yunbei and his companions surrounded, Charlie felt pleased. Capturing them alive was not necessary for him. What he wanted was their lives. Bullets rained down on the three of them without restraint. Yunbei almost got hit but was pushed out of the way by Si Nanzhao, who ended up getting grazed by a bullet. Yunhe was in even more danger. His injured arm made him less agile. Charlie's reckless shooting kept him on edge. But when he saw bullets heading toward Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, he instinctively jumped in front of them without a second thought. Seeing Yunhe fall in front of him, Yunbei's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted "Uncle!" and rushed to his side. When she saw blood flowing from his chest and realized he had fainted, she panicked. She didn't know why, but it felt like something was slipping away from her. So, she made a quick decision to take Yunhe to a safe place for immediate treatment. Si Nanzhao, let's go to the safe space. Si Nanzhao immediately came to her side and followed her as they took Yunhe into the safe space. Charlie, initially pleased to see Yunhe shot, thought he could finish off all three of them. But in the blink of an eye, they suddenly vanished. This left Charlie and his men stunned for a long moment. "Could it be that I killed them all?" one of Charlie's men said excitedly, wanting to check. But Charlie stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment." He was afraid that Yunbei and the others were pretending to be dead and that they would counterattack when they approached. At this moment, he and his subordinates thought the same thing. Yunbei and the others could not have truly vanished into thin air. They must have used some kind of trick, similar to the ninjutsu from the little people's country. Therefore, he did not dare to take any risks, fearing that all his efforts would be in vain. If that were the case, it would be a huge loss. After waiting for about 5 minutes without any signs of movement from the surrounded area, Charlie finally signaled his subordinates to check it out. As Charlie's men approached the original encirclement where Yunbei and the others had been, Yunbei had already taken Yun-hee into the pharmacy of the space. Inside the pharmacy, there was an operating room equipped with advanced devices that Yunbei had gradually acquired in her past life. At that time, she hadn't thought much about it. She just believed it was better to be prepared. Little did she know it would come in handy here. It seemed that some things were meant to be. Sinan Zhao originally wanted to follow them inside but was stopped by Yunbei, who said, "I can handle this alone."
You can go explore around.
"Wife, are you really okay by yourself? How about I stay and help you?" "No need," Yunbei replied while quickly cutting Yun-hee's clothes. As she was about to remove Yun-hee's clothing, a photo fell out of his pocket. At the sight of the photo, Yunbei froze in shock, staring at the unconscious Yun-hee. How could he have this photo? Who is he really? If she remembered correctly, this was a picture of her when she was 3 years old. When she left Yun City, she had seen an identical photo hidden in her belongings. At that moment, if she weren't in a hurry to perform surgery on the uncle, she would definitely dig out that photo to compare it carefully. After a moment of thought, Yunbei slowly calmed down and began to operate on Yun-hee. First, she used silver needles to seal several blood vessels on Yun-hee's body to prevent excessive bleeding during the surgery. Then, she administered a few local anesthetic injections. If Sinan Zhao were here, he would notice that Yun-hee had numerous silver needles around his chest, looking dense and somewhat unsettling. After finishing the injections, Yunbei began the surgery. Compared to removing a bullet from the shoulder before, extracting one from the chest was much more challenging. One wrong move could be fatal. Her mind was highly focused, and she worked quickly during the surgery. Fortunately, she had prepared all the tools she needed in advance, making it easy to grab what she required. After about an hour, Yunbei finally removed the bullet and began stitching up Yun-hee. Sinan Zhao didn't wander around but waited outside the pharmacy for Yunbei to come out. As time passed, Sinan Zhao occasionally glanced at the closed door, his heart racing. He was worried that Yunbei might get exhausted and that something might happen to Yun-hee. He didn't want to owe a debt of gratitude before he had a chance to repay it. As time went on and Yunbei still hadn't emerged, Sinan Zhao couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Just then, with a click, the door slowly opened. Sinan Zhao quickly turned his head and saw Yunbei, looking a bit tired, stepping out unsteadily. Sinan Zhao hurried over to support her and asked, "Yunbei, how is he? Is he okay?" He had seen that Yun-hee's gunshot wound was quite serious, and it could have been dangerous. "Don't worry, he's fine. He just hasn't woken up yet," Yunbei replied with a smile. "I'm going to take a break and drink some water. Do you want to join me? What about him? Don't we need to keep an eye on him?" Sinan Zhao pointed to Yun-hee in the room behind them. "It's fine. He won't wake up for a while," Yunbei assured him. Hearing this, Sinan Zhao followed her out of the pharmacy. Yunbei went into the next room and poured a glass of water for both of them from the water dispenser. "Drink up. Your lips look dry," she said. Sinan Zhao was indeed thirsty and took the water, drinking it right away. The warm water was just right. After finishing, Yunbei sat down to rest and took out a photo that had fallen from Yun-hee. Sinan Zhao noticed and leaned in closer, asking, "Why do you carry a photo with you? Hey, is this a picture of you as a child? You look a bit different." Yunbei rolled her eyes and replied, "Haven't you heard the saying, girls change a lot by the age of 18? Besides, if you look closely, the girl in the photo and I still resemble each other a bit." "Yeah, you do look a bit alike. But you were cuter as a child. You look more beautiful now." "Good to know," Yunbei said, looking at Sinan Zhao with appreciation, pleased with his compliment. However, thinking about how this photo fell from Yunha, Yunbei felt a bit uncomfortable. Since she was little, she knew her father had passed away. She was a child without a father. But now, the appearance of this photo made her doubt her mother's words. If the man had no connection to her, why would he have her photo and carry it with him? Usually, people carry things that are very important to them. Clearly, this photo was significant to that man. Recalling the man's reaction after meeting her, Yunbei had a bold guess. But when she remembered his face, she pushed the thought aside. She thought maybe she was overthinking. The man might have the photo because someone else left it with him. Lost in her thoughts, Yunbei didn't notice when Sinanzo called her a few times. It wasn't until she saw a hand waving in front of her that she snapped back to reality and asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay, dear?" Sinanzo looked at Yunbei with concern and said, "Are you too tired? Do you want to rest for a bit?" Yunbei glanced at Sinanzo and raised the photo she was holding, asking, "Do you know where this photo came from? Isn't it yours?" Sinanzo replied, puzzled. This was originally Yunbei's photo. Whose else could it be?
No.
Yunbei shook her head and pointed towards the pharmacy, saying, "This photo fell from that man."
What?
It's his? Sinanzo was surprised. But soon, he recalled that Yunha had always given him a familiar feeling. Plus, the times he had saved them by blocking bullets made him reconsider his earlier thoughts. He had dismissed the idea before because Yunha didn't look like Yunbei. But if he set aside appearances, he felt that Yunha and Yunbei shared some similar expressions. No wonder he found the man somewhat familiar. It was not the looks but the mannerisms that reminded him. Thinking of this, Sinanzo looked at Yunbei and tentatively asked, "Yunbei, have you thought about the possibility that he might be your relative? You mean he could be my father?" Yunbei chuckled and replied, "I have wondered about it, but I don't look like him. So he probably isn't my father." "Not necessarily. You're a doctor, so you should know that a person's appearance can change. Just looking at someone isn't enough. Besides, he could have altered his appearance to hide his identity in a place like this. It's often said that those involved are confused, while outsiders see clearly. It turns out she was misled." Yunbei thought Xin and Zhao made a good point. That man might have intentionally changed his looks. However, to find out for sure, she felt it would be better to ask him directly. Of course, she needed to prepare some things first. Thinking of this, Yunbei said to Xin and Zhao, "You sit here for a moment while I go inside to get something." "Okay." Xin and Zhao nodded and watched as Yunbei entered the room. Inside, Yunbei found a treasure box and took out a few items. Besides the photo that Yunhee had, there were also some toys she played with as a child. According to her mother, those were birthday gifts from her father. Holding the items, Yunbei walked out of the room and said to Xin and Zhao, "Let's go see if he's awake." "Sure." Xin and Zhao nodded and accompanied Yunbei to the pharmacy. At that moment, Yunhee had already woken up. Looking at his bandaged wound, he felt a strange sensation. It was clear that Yunbei had done the bandaging. But where was he? It looked like an operating room. Weren't they still in the woods? How could there be an operating room here? It couldn't be in town either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in an operating room but in a hospital room. Just as he was puzzled, he heard the sound of a door opening. Then, Yunbei and Xin and Zhao walked in together. Seeing them, a smile appeared on Yunhee's face. They were okay. That was good. Yunbei noticed Yunhee was awake and thought he might be her father, which made her feel a bit uneasy. She stood in front of Yunhee, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Luckily, Xin and Zhao spoke first, asking, "Uncle, are you okay?" "Not bad." Yunhee smiled, glanced at Xin and Zhao, then turned his gaze to Yunbei and said, "Yunbei, thank you." "You're welcome. It's what I should do," Yunbei replied. Seeing that Yunhee wanted to say more, she quickly interrupted, "Don't talk yet. Let me check your pulse to see how you're doing." "Okay, thank you." Yunhee was a bit polite. At this moment, he had no idea that his identity had been revealed. So when his gaze lingered on Yunbei for a long time, Yunbei felt a bit uncomfortable but did not look away. Beside them, Xin and Zhao also felt a bit unhappy, but when he thought that Yunhee might be Yunbei's father, he said nothing. Yunbei quickly finished checking Yunhee's pulse and then extended his hand towards Xin and Zhao. Yunhee then noticed that Xin and Zhao seemed to be holding quite a few things. Before he could take a closer look, he saw Yunbei holding up a photo in front of him and asking, "Do you recognize this photo?" Yunhee was taken aback when he saw the photo. When he finally reacted and reached to check his own belongings, he realized that the photo he had kept hidden was missing. At that moment, Yunbei spoke again, saying, "This photo fell from you. Can you explain how it ended up in your possession? Why do you have a photo of me as a child?" After saying this, Yunbei quietly watched Yunhee, waiting for an explanation. Yunhee looked at Yunbei, opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. His expression was trembling, and his gaze was fixed on Yunbei. After a moment, he found his voice and said, "Yunbei, I never told you my name, did I? I am now called Yunhee, but I used to be Yunyi. I am your father. Are you really my father?" Yunbei looked at him and said, "My mother always told me I looked like my father. But you don't resemble me at all. How can you prove your identity? It can't just be based on this photo, right?" Upon hearing this, Yunhee looked at the items Si Nanjiao was holding and smiled, saying, "Haven't you already prepared proof for me?" Then he turned to Si Nanjiao and said, "Bring the items over. I will show her." Si Nanjiao stepped forward and handed each item to Yunhee one by one. With each item, Yunhee explained that it was a birthday gift he had given to Yunbei when she was younger, along with what he had said at the time. Yunbei didn't initially remember those words, but as Yunhee mentioned them, she slowly began to recall. By the time Yunhee finished speaking, Yunbei's eyes were already red. She looked at Yunhee and said, "Everyone said you were dead. It turns out you are still alive. If you are alive, why didn't you tell us?" As soon as she said this, Yunhee's mood also fell. Reuniting with his daughter should have been a joyful moment, but hearing her questions filled him with guilt. Yunhee felt he had no regrets towards heaven, earth, or his country, but he deeply regretted his actions towards his wife and daughter. To complete his mission, he had faked his death and changed his identity, staying away for decades. Over the years, he never returned, fearing he would not want to leave again and worried about being recognized, which could cause trouble. Even though he had changed his appearance, his wife would surely recognize him. To avoid bringing trouble to himself and his family, he remained where he was and never sought news about them. Seeing Yunbei during this mission brought him immense joy, but he could not reveal his identity, fearing it would cause problems for her. Unfortunately, a photo revealed who he was. It seemed fate had brought them together. He was thrilled to see his daughter again, and if he could see his wife once more, he would have no regrets. Thinking of his wife, Yunhee snapped back to reality and asked, "How is your mother?" Yunbei was momentarily unsure how to respond. She looked at him and asked, "Have you not followed our news all these years?" "Yes, why?" "My mom passed away many years ago."
What? How could that be?
Yunhee became agitated, accidentally pulling at his wound, causing blood to seep through the bandage. Seeing him like this, Yunbei felt a mix of emotions. As she took out a silver needle to stop the bleeding, she said, "You can't get worked up now. Focus on healing, and I'll tell you about Mom later." "Yunbei, please tell me now. I want to know. What good will it do you? Will it help your wounds heal faster, or ease your guilt? Since you chose to fake your death and ignore us, wouldn't it be better to keep it that way?" Seeing his reaction, Yunbei felt angry, with a hint of resentment in her voice. But thinking of the hardships she and her mother faced after he faked his death, how could she not feel that way? "Yunbei, I know I was wrong."
I'm sorry.
The guilt in Yunhee's eyes was as deep as thick ink. At that moment, he felt very regretful. He had imagined many scenarios, like his wife raising their child alone or remarrying. But he never expected that she would move on ahead of him. Seeing him like this, Yunbei also felt a bit sad. She had already guessed Yunhee's identity. Should she blame him? Of course, she could. But she understood him too, as they were similar people who had made the same choices. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. I shouldn't have said that to you. I know you have your own reasons. Just focus on healing for now." "Okay." Yunhee calmed down, remembering their situation, and asked, "Where are we now?" When he asked this, Yunbei didn't know how to respond. She couldn't just tell him they were in her space. Could she? Not wanting to deceive Yunhee or answer his question, she simply said, "You need to take your medicine." After saying that, she turned and left the room, then returned with medicine and water. Seeing that Yunbei was unwilling to talk, Yunhee didn't press further. He knew what to ask and what not to. When he saw the medicine she brought, he said nothing more and took it with the water. Not long after taking the medicine, Yunhee felt sleepy and closed his eyes, falling asleep. Watching him sleep, Yunbei sighed in relief and said to Si Nanzhao, "Let's go out and check. He'll need at least 2 hours of sleep. Once we deal with those enemies, we can bring him out." Okay. Si Nanzhao nodded, agreeing with Yunbei's decision. This was the best plan. Carrying an injured person would increase their danger. "Come on, I'll take you to get something good." Yunbei smiled, taking Si Nanzhao's hand and leading him out of the medicine room. She brought him to her storage room, opened the door with a password, and entered her weapons cache. When Si Nanzhao saw the hundreds of square meters filled with weapons, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As a soldier, he had a natural love for weapons. He often thought about how great it would be if their weapons were more advanced. That way, whether on missions or in battles, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He thought it would take at least 10, or even several decades to see weapons more advanced than what they had now. But unexpectedly, Yunbei surprised him greatly. He could guarantee that the weapons inside were more advanced than the latest ones outside. "Charlie should still be looking for us. You pick 1 or 2 handy items," Yunbei said, picking up a gun he had loved in his past life. Holding the weapon, he also grabbed a few grenades. Yunbei ignored Si Nanzhao and went to a nearby cabinet, where he took out 2 bulletproof vests. "Put this life-saving vest on," Yunbei said as he took one for himself. He walked over, took off his jacket, and put on the vest underneath. "This is a bulletproof vest?" Si Nanzhao asked, shocked as he held the vest. He had heard of such things but had never used one. These vests were made from special materials, so they couldn't be mass-produced. As far as he knew, only 3 had been made so far. "Yes, hurry and put it on," Yunbei nodded. Once he had changed, he was ready to go out. Si Nanzhao didn't hesitate and quickly put on the vest. With this vest, it would be much easier. As long as they avoided getting shot in the head, they wouldn't be in life-threatening danger. When Si Nanzhao was ready, Yunbei checked the situation outside and confirmed that Charlie had moved to search for them in the outer area. Only then did he take Si Nanzhao outside. The only downside to the vest was that they could only enter and exit through the same place. So, if Charlie and his men were still outside, it could be a problem. Fortunately, they had already spread out their search. Charlie and his men initially thought Yunbei and the others had been killed. However, when they reached the center of the encirclement, they found no one there, not even a shadow. Frustrated at not finding anyone, Charlie circled the area several times and found nothing, finally realizing they had escaped. "Search. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find them," Charlie ordered, and his men immediately scattered to search in the direction of the small town. When Yunbei and the others emerged, they saw Charlie's group in the distance. With good weapons in hand, Si Nanzhao was fearless, taking down Charlie's men one by one. By the time Charlie noticed, he had already lost 4 or 5 men. "They're behind us," someone shouted, and the others quickly turned around, aiming their guns at Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. With their bulletproof vests, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao became even bolder. Instead of retreating, they charged forward to counterattack against Charlie and his men. Watching the 2 increasingly fierce fighters, Charlie's face turned grim as he shouted to his men, "Hurry, surround them." However, before they could close in, many had already fallen. Charlie was furious and grabbed a gun from one of his men, aiming it at Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. Just then, gunfire erupted from behind, causing his expression to change again. Realizing that Yunhee's men who had run off were bringing reinforcements, Charlie knew he had to retreat. "Fall back," Charlie shouted, leading the way to where they had parked. When Azai and his team arrived and saw Charlie fleeing, they wanted to chase him, but Yunbei immediately stopped them, saying, "Azai, don't chase." Azai watched Charlie run further away and eventually stopped, coming over to Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. Noticing that their leader was missing, Azai's face changed, and he asked, "Where's our leader?" "Uncle Yun is injured, and I've temporarily placed him in a safe spot," Yunbei explained quickly, fearing Azai would misunderstand. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Azai was skeptical, knowing that the area was surrounded by woods with no safe places. Really, trust me. Uncle Yun's injury is serious, but I've already performed surgery on him. He just can't move right now, and we might need to prepare a stretcher, Yunbei assured him. Okay, I'll go prepare one. I hope you're not lying. Otherwise, I won't let you off, Azai said seriously, making his stance clear. He had followed Yunhee since childhood, and although he called him his leader, he had always seen him as a father figure. That's why he was so anxious when he didn't see Yunhee. Don't worry, I would never lie to you, Yunbei replied, glancing at Si Nanzhao to signal that he needed to get Yunhee out and would need help for cover. Si Nanzhao understood Yunbei's intention and nodded in agreement. Then he said to Azai, Comrade Yunbei needs to check on Uncle Yun first. I'll stay here for a while to guide you. Once you have the stretcher ready, I'll take you to him. Okay. Azai nodded and then informed everyone about the situation. When Yunhee's men heard he was injured, they all felt uneasy. He got hurt to help them stay behind. So now, it's not just about making a stretcher. They need to find a way to get the stars if necessary. Everyone worked together and quickly made a sturdy stretcher. Azai and another brother carried the stretcher to Si Nanzhao and said, The stretcher is ready. Please lead us. We're going to bring the boss home. Okay. Si Nanzhao nodded and headed in the direction where Yunbei had gone. Yunbei wasn't far from them. She had left earlier to find a suitable spot to bring the person out. When she found a relatively flat rock, she brought Yunhe out and placed him on it. When Azai arrived with the stretcher and saw Yunhe lying on the rock, his expression changed instantly. He rushed over and checked under Yunhe's nose to make sure he was still alive, then sighed in relief. He glanced at Yunbei and asked, Is this the safe place you mentioned? It was understandable for Azai to ask this. The location didn't seem very hidden or safe. Thinking about how Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had left their boss here made Azai feel uneasy. Thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let those two off easily. It should be fine, Yunbei said with an awkward smile. Just be careful when lifting him onto the stretcher. Don't pull at his wounds.
Got it.
Azai nodded and signaled a few people to help carefully lift Yunhe onto the stretcher. As soon as they placed him on the stretcher, Yunhe opened his eyes. Seeing Azai beside him, he immediately asked, Where is this? Azai, why are you here? Boss, we're still in the woods. After we got back, I gathered some brothers to rescue you. Now that Charlie has escaped, we're ready to take you home. Charlie escaped? Yunhe hadn't expected that. It seemed he had returned to his hideout. Yes. All right, let's head back. After saying this, he looked around for Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, worried that they might leave while he was unconscious. Before, he hadn't dared to say or think much due to his identity. Now he wished he could see Yunbei a little longer and spend more time with her. He knew that once Yunbei left, he wouldn't know when he would see her again. Hey, who are you looking for? Azai asked when he saw Yunhee searching around. I'm not looking for anyone, Yunhee replied, disappointment on his face. He thought Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had already left. Just then, Yunbei's voice came from behind, asking, Can we leave now? Dr. Yun, it's time to go. All right, let's head back. It's better for Uncle Yun to rest early. The environment here isn't good for staying long.
Got it.
The group carried Yunhee toward the small town. Meanwhile, Charlie and his team returned to the town earlier. He was furious about not being able to eliminate Yunbei and losing many of his men, especially with Gue 2 dead. But he couldn't lose control. He had to report back to his employer that Yunbei was still alive. When Nangong Bo heard that Yunbei was still alive, he angrily smashed items on his desk, cursing Gue 2 as useless. He had thought that with Gue 2's help, Yunbei would be dead by now. But to his surprise, she was still alive. It seemed he would have to use that pawn. So, he immediately made another call, instructing, Tell number 6 it's time for him to act. If he can kill Yunbei, I will give him double what he wants. Back with Expert Chen, they had entered a safe area, but Yunbei and Si Nanzhao still hadn't caught up, causing everyone to worry. De Yong, we've left the border. Those people shouldn't be able to catch up. Should we stop and rest for a bit while we wait for the captain and sister-in-law? After thinking for a moment, Nien de Yong agreed but made some arrangements just in case. The vehicle stopped, and Expert Chen got out to rest. He was also worried about Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao, fearing something might happen to them. Seeing Chen's worried expression, Nien de Yong comforted him. Expert Chen, you don't need to worry. Our captain and sister-in-law are very capable. To distract Expert Chen, he even talked about Si Nanjiao's past achievements. Perhaps because of this, Si Nanjiao sneezed several times in a row. Noticing this, Yun Bei became concerned and asked, "You're not catching a cold, are you?"
No.
Si Nanjiao laughed and shook his head, rubbing his nose.
I think someone is talking about me.
I should check your pulse, Yun Bei said, moving to examine him. Si Nanjiao couldn't refuse and had to let her. Yun Bei stopped with Si Nanjiao, and everyone noticed them but didn't say anything. However, they were curious about Yun Bei taking the pulse, though no one asked. Once Yun Bei finished, Si Nanjiao looked at her with a smile and said, "I told you it's nothing. Look how nervous you are." Yes, you're in good health," Yun Bei replied casually. Then they heard a Zai say, "Dr. Yun, Comrade Si, we've arrived." The two looked and saw that they had indeed reached their destination. Seeing the place that resembled a village, Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao were curious about Gue Tu's hideout. They hadn't forgotten that their purpose for coming was not only to escort Yun He, but also to raid Gue Tu's lair and gather evidence of his dealings with his employer. With evidence in hand, the Nangong family would definitely not escape. Once Yun He returned to his territory, he relaxed and said to Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao, "Now that you're here, consider it your home. If you need anything, just ask Azai. Of course, you can ask me too. You should focus on recovering and worry less," Yun Bei said, glancing at Yun He. "Can Si Nanjiao and I move around freely? What do you want to do?" Yun He squinted slightly and asked Yun Bei, "You're not planning to raid Gue Tu and Charlie's hideout, are you?"
Why not? Yun Bei reiset an Eibro.
Since Yun He had figured it out, she didn't need to hide it and admitted it openly. Sure enough, Yun He laughed. He thought that was why they insisted on coming back with him. However, if it were him, he would probably do the same. Gue Tu was after Yun Bei's life. If they did nothing, it would be foolish. Moreover, there might be evidence linking Gue Tu to the person behind him. If they could obtain it, it would be beneficial for Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao. Unfortunately, he was injured, otherwise he would definitely join them. You can go, but be careful. By the way, I'll have someone bring over the terrain map of his area so you can take a look and avoid being blind. Thank you. Yun Bei was very happy. With the map, it would be much easier for them. Don't mention it. I'm your dad, so helping you is the least I can do. After that, Yun He asked, "Do you need more people?" "We don't need extra help. Si Nanjiao and I can go by ourselves." Yun Bei refused, saying that the more people she brought, the more inconvenient it would be. Especially when she needed to take things out from her space, she would have to avoid others, which was too troublesome. "All right, if you need anything, let me know in time." "Got it, thank you." Yun Bei expressed her gratitude again, but Yun He felt a bit uneasy. After all, they were still strangers to each other. However, he soon felt relieved. It was already a blessing to see his daughter and recognize her. He wouldn't push for anything more. Yun He quickly had someone deliver the terrain map, and Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao went aside to study it. They decided to act at night to avoid wasting too much time, so they could quickly return and meet up with Nien de Yong and the others afterward. Although they all had plenty of experience with missions, Si Nanjiao still felt a bit worried. After all, he was the one in charge. Not staying close to the person he was supposed to protect was already a mistake. If something happened to Expert Chen because he wasn't there, he would face a military tribunal. After Yun Bei looked over the terrain map, she memorized it and returned it to Yun He, then took Si Nanjiao back to the room they were assigned. She needed to check the warehouse to see what supplies could be used. She also needed to set aside the items she would need for convenience. Si Nanjiao followed Yun Bei into the space and helped her organize the items. While sorting, he opened his mouth to say something but ultimately said nothing. He didn't speak, and Yun Bei, didn't ask. She knew roughly what Si Nanzhao wanted to say, but she certainly wouldn't agree. Although she hoped for a stronger military force for the country, her items were more advanced than the most cutting-edge weapons outside. If anyone asked about their origin, she wouldn't know how to respond. She couldn't expose her space, could she? Otherwise, she might end up having her things taken for research. After organizing everything, it was already evening. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had dinner and then returned to their room. They planned to rest for a bit before heading out later at night. Since he had given them a heads up, no one bothered them when they left. Once they left He's mountain hideout, Yunbei took the opportunity to bring out the motorcycle since no one was around. Gui Tu's lair was still several dozen kilometers away from He's hideout, and walking would be too slow. Riding the motorcycle was much more convenient. Si Nanzhao sat on the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around Yunbei's waist. As he watched the speeding vehicle, he felt curious about Yunbei's background. Ever since she revealed the secret of her space to him, he realized that this Yunbei was not the same as the one he had investigated. This explained why she was different from what he had found out. He guessed that once Yunbei began to resist the Yun family, she was no longer the person she used to be. However, no matter her past, in his eyes, she would always be his wife, and that would never change. Soon, they arrived at the hideout of Gui Tu. Seeing the loosely guarded area, a smile flashed in their eyes. The weak security was a good thing. It made it easier for them to act. Yunbei had already stored the motorcycle in her space and changed into a black outfit with Si Nanzhao. They quietly approached the nearby guards. Once close enough, Yunbei swiftly threw a silver needle, which struck with deadly precision. As one guard after another fell, Charlie remained unaware of the ambush. It wasn't until Yunbei and Si Nanzhao appeared in front of him that he finally realized what was happening. Charlie opened his mouth to call for help, but Yunbei pressed a dagger against his neck, silencing him. He never imagined that Yunbei and Si Nanzhao would come to his territory, and in such a manner. Thinking of his subordinates and the guards outside, he understood they were in serious trouble. Otherwise, they would have sounded the alarm by now instead of being caught off guard. I will ask, and you will answer. No tricks, or you will pay with your life, Yunbei said, pressing the dagger closer to Charlie's neck, making him feel the cold steel and the threat to his life. What do you want to know? Charlie replied with difficulty. He remembered an old saying, those who know how to adapt are wise. Although he wasn't Chinese, he agreed with the sentiment. Given the situation, he realized he couldn't escape, so it was better to cooperate. Perhaps they would spare him if he complied. Who hired you to kill me? I want evidence of your contact with them. Charlie had already guessed their intentions, so he was not surprised by the question. He pointed to a nearby safe without hesitation. Si Nanzhao quickly moved to the safe and asked Charlie, "What's the code?" Charlie quickly revealed the password and looked at Yunbei, saying, "I've given you everything you wanted. Can you spare my life? What do you think?" Yunbei replied coldly, waiting for Si Nanzhao to confirm the authenticity of the items. Si Nanzhao opened the safe, found what he needed, and nodded to Yunbei after a quick glance. Receiving his signal, Yunbei took out a silver needle and pricked Charlie, saying, "Since you are being sensible, I'll make your end a little easier. That's my greatest kindness to you." After dealing with Charlie, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao left the place quickly with the items. However, before leaving, Yunbei also took some weapons from the enemy's stash and ignited a barrel of gasoline. In the quiet night, an explosion echoed, waking up the entire town. Taking advantage of the darkness, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao hurried back to their hideout. Yunhe was still awake, waiting for their return. Seeing both of them safe, he showed a tired expression and said, "Now that you're back safely, I can relax." Feeling touched by Yunhe's concern, Yunbei said, "You're old enough to take care of yourself. Why are you staying up waiting for us? We're not children. You still have injuries, and staying up like this isn't good for your health." To be safe, Yunbei checked Yunhe's condition and wounds, and only then felt relieved. With the items secured, the two didn't plan to linger. Originally, Yunbei thought that if Yunhe was still resting, she would leave a note for him. Now that he was awake, she decided to say goodbye directly. However, when the words were on her lips, she found it hard to say them. It felt cruel to part ways so soon after just reuniting, especially for Yoonha, who had been away from home for decades. But they had a mission to complete, so they had to leave. In the end, she took out some medicine bottles from her pocket and placed them in front of Yoonha, explaining the purpose of each one. Seeing the items in front of him, Yoonha felt a wave of sadness. He understood that she was preparing to leave. "Yoonbae, are you planning to leave?" "Yes, everything is done. We should go now. Otherwise, we won't feel at ease with Expert Chen. Okay? All good things must come to an end. I wish you a safe journey." Yoonhee couldn't find the words to keep them because he knew he couldn't make them stay. After all, they were all the same kind of people. Following orders and completing tasks was what they were meant to do. "Take care of yourself after I leave. These medicines are made by me and work better than the ones you buy. Keep the life-saving medicine with you at all times." Yoonbae couldn't help but give instructions, knowing that he wouldn't be back soon. She hoped he could live a little longer. "All right, I will listen to you." Yoonhee nodded, looking at his daughter with reluctance. They had just recognized each other as father and daughter, and now they had to part. How could he bear it? Yoonbae looked at Yoonhee and thought of Fu Guang at home. She hesitated but couldn't resist asking, "I have one more question." "Ask away. Do you have any other children besides me?" Yoonhee was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "In my life, there has only been your mother and you." After that, he asked, "Why do you ask? Are you worried I have other children?"
No.
Yoonbae shook her head and told him about Fu Guang. A child around 6 years old? Yoonhee frowned, thinking hard but couldn't figure out who would have such a big child who also looked like Yoonbae. Yoonbae resembled him, and he was an only child. As for Yoon Jang-wo and the others, they were not related to him by blood. In the end, Yoonhee shook his head and said to Yoonbae, "He is not my child, but since you have a connection, treat him well." "Okay, I understand." Yoonbae nodded, not dwelling on it. She had already considered Fu Guang as her own brother, and blood relation didn't matter to her. After speaking with Yoonhee, Yoonbae prepared to leave with Si Nanjiao. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back, took off her bulletproof vest, and handed it to Yoonhee, saying, "This is a bulletproof vest.
Wear it well.
I hope to see you again." Without waiting for Yoonhee to respond, she quickly left with Si Nanjiao. Watching the two leave almost in a rush, Yoonhee opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. He looked at the bulletproof vest on the bed, feeling a mix of emotions inside. He wasn't a good father and hadn't given Yoonbae much love. Yet, she was a good daughter, leaving him the life-saving gear. It seemed that fate had been kind to him, giving him such a wonderful daughter. After Yoonbae and Si Nanjiao left the mountain stronghold, they went straight into the space. This time, they decided not to ride the motorcycle, but to drive instead. Fortunately, there was a modified bulletproof SUV in Yoonbae's space, perfect for the mountain roads. So, Yoonbae checked the vehicle's condition and filled it with gas, which she had just collected from Gue Tu's hideout. This trip had been very worthwhile. She had expected to use some weapons but ended up not needing any, and even collected a lot. Not only weapons and ammunition but also some gasoline, gold, and foreign currency. Turning around, Yoonbae saw Si Nanjiao taking off his clothes and called out, "Nanjiao, what are you doing? We're getting ready to leave." Si Nanjiao took off his bulletproof vest and handed it to Yoonbae, saying, "You gave your vest to Uncle Yoon, so wear this one." "No need. I have more in my storage." "You wear this one." Yoonbae waved her hand. She had several bulletproof vests in her storage. Previously, she had given her vest to Yoonhee because she couldn't take one from her space. After saying that, Yoonbae worried Si Nanjiao wouldn't believe her and went to get another vest from her storage. Seeing that Yoonbae really had one, Si Nanjiao put his own vest back on. Once Yoonbae put on the bulletproof vest, she got Si Nanjiao and the vehicle outside, and the two drove off in the direction where Expert Chen and the others were heading. They sped along the road, taking turns driving, and finally caught up with Expert Chen's group, who were resting by noon the next day. The group resting, immediately became alert upon hearing the noise behind them. There's a situation. Everyone be careful. The guard warned while quickly getting Expert Chen into the vehicle. The driver was already in position, and the others quickly got into the vehicle while remaining alert. Once everyone was settled and ready to drive, they realized it was Yunbei and Si Nanzhao who had arrived. Seeing them, everyone instantly felt happy. It's the captain and sister-in-law. The soldiers who got into the vehicle jumped out and ran towards Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, shouting, "Captain, sister-in-law, you finally made it back." Looking at the brothers running towards him, Si Nanzhao felt very happy. He raised his fist and gently tapped their shoulders. "Are you all okay?" "We're fine," the brothers replied with a smile, relieved to see Si Nanzhao and Yunbei were safe. "It's good that everyone is okay," Si Nanzhao said with a smile as he walked towards the car. Expert Chen was sitting inside the car, unable to get out due to a leg injury, and he smiled apologetically at the two. Yunbei, concerned about Expert Chen's health, asked with a smile, "Expert Chen, how's your leg?" "I applied the medicine you gave me, and it's much better." "That's good to hear," Yunbei replied with a smile, then glanced at Si Nanzhao and said, "I'll get in the car first." Si Nanzhao nodded and watched Yunbei get into the car before calling the brothers over to ask about the situation on the road. Yan Daong and the others were honest and shared everything. After they finished, they asked, "Commander, how are things on your side?" "Everything is fine. We dealt with the third-party forces. However, Uncle Yun got injured while saving me and your sister-in-law." "Is he seriously hurt?" "It's a bit serious, but with your sister-in-law around, he's okay now. As long as he takes care of himself, it won't affect his future." After exchanging information, they prepared to get in the car and leave. At that moment, Chen Cheng suddenly said he needed to take a break. Si Nanzhao didn't think much of it and let him go. Yan Daong, seeing Chen Cheng leave, said he needed to go too. He then followed Chen Cheng towards the nearby woods. Si Nanzhao got into the car and waited for a while until the two returned. The others joked, "You two took a bit long this time. Were you having trouble?"
Come on, what are you talking about?
Chen Cheng playfully hit his talking comrade and quickly climbed into the car. Yan Daong glanced at Chen Cheng before getting into the car as well. Since neither of them was driving or needed to escort the vehicle, they both got into the truck bed. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, having not slept all night, closed their eyes and dozed off once they got in the car. The brothers glanced at the two and kept quiet, not wanting to disturb them. They slept until the car stopped, then opened their eyes. Seeing the car had stopped, Si Nanzhao asked the driver, "Where are we?" "In response to the commander, we have entered G City." Si Nanzhao nodded. This was the route they had planned earlier, so there was no problem. If all went well, they should reach the capital in 3 days. Their task was to escort Expert Chen directly to the capital, where others would take over and make arrangements for him. As for where he would be placed, that was not their concern. Their mission was simply to safely deliver Expert Chen and his materials to the designated people in the capital. However, given the importance of Expert Chen and his materials, Si Nanzhao did not dare to be careless. Just because nothing had happened before did not mean they were out of danger, so they needed to remain very cautious. They stopped to rest, and everyone got out of the vehicle to relax. The first thing Yunbei did after getting out was to check Expert Chen's health. Once she confirmed that he was fine, she felt relieved. His leg had also improved a lot. He could walk a little now. However, he still needed to avoid walking too much and focus on recovery. Aside from the difficulty walking, everything else was fine, so Expert Chen was in a good mood. He was calm and did not get angry. He even asked Yunbei about her teacher and praised her skills, saying she was impressive at such a young age. "Expert Chen, if you keep praising me like that, my head might just float away."
How could that be?
"You seem very steady. Even if you float, it wouldn't just be your head." While Yunbei and Expert Chen were joking, Qin Cheng and Yan Daong had wandered off somewhere. Si Nanzhao grew wary as he noticed the two had been gone for quite a while. Although he didn't want to doubt his teammates, their behavior was unusual. Earlier, when he was in the vehicle, he had asked the driver, Xiao Wang, and learned that when he and Yunbei arrived, they had already taken a break, and Yan Daong and Qin Cheng had gone to the restroom long before. After they arrived, the two went again. While they might have genuinely needed to go, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, Si Nanzhao decided not to raise any alarms and would observe the situation first. Yunbei also noticed this, and when she saw Nian Daong and Qin Qing returning, she jokingly asked, "Are you two feeling unwell? Should I check your pulse to see what's wrong?" "No need, no need. We're fine," the two replied, waving their hands and looking a bit embarrassed.
You all seem shy.
Although I am a woman, I am also a doctor and quite skilled in medicine. So if you really feel unwell, please don't hesitate to let me know. Sister-in-law, we understand, but we really have no health issues. Seeing their reluctance, Yunbei decided not to press further. However, she felt something was off with them. After all, she had known them for quite some time. They used to be different, and now they seemed changed, which made her think more deeply. Soon, she found Si Nanzhao, pulled him aside, and shared her concerns with him. "I understand." Si Nanzhao nodded, indicating he would keep an eye on them, and then went to talk to them. However, before Si Nanzhao reached them, he suddenly sensed danger, as if someone was aiming at him. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down. There's a sniper." At the moment Si Nanzhao shouted, Yunbei quickly rushed to Expert Chen's side, ready to knock him out and take him to safety if needed. A gunshot rang out, and everyone's expression changed instantly. This clearly indicated that their location had been compromised. Yunbei glanced in the direction of the gunshot, her expression darkening. She wondered if the shot was aimed at her or Expert Chen. If it was aimed at her, then there must be a traitor among them. But who could it be? Chen Cheng or Yan Daong? "Quick, get in the car," Si Nanzhao shouted as he ran toward the vehicle. The car would definitely be faster than running, so getting away quickly was the best plan. Yunbei and Expert Chen were not far from the car, and she did her best to protect him as they moved closer. Fortunately, other team members came to help. Expert Chen was soon helped into the car, but Yunbei hesitated to get in. She wanted to confirm whether the threat was aimed at her or Expert Chen. Si Nanzhao noticed her intention and quickly approached her, saying, "Stay safe," before getting into the car. In the past, he would have been worried about leaving Yunbei behind. But now, knowing she had many ways to protect herself, he felt more at ease. He, like Yunbei, wanted to find out who the target was and who had leaked their location.
Drive.
Si Nanzhao ordered as soon as he got in the car. The driver was Xiao Wang. After hearing Si Nanzhao's words, he was taken aback and asked, "Isn't sister-in-law coming? Aren't we waiting for her?" "We're not waiting. Let's go first. She'll catch up," Si Nanzhao replied while scanning the faces of the brothers around him. Everyone looked surprised, and he hesitated to identify the traitor, quickly averting his gaze. Xiao Wang no longer hesitated and quickly started the car, speeding ahead. Once the car left, Yunbei intentionally moved around nearby, hoping to let the hidden person see her figure. Sure enough, bullets were fired in her direction. Seeing this, Yunbei immediately entered her space and took out a sniper rifle, preparing for a counterattack. She was never one to back down. If someone wanted her life, she would ensure they met their end first, just as she always had. With the sniper rifle in hand, Yunbei stepped out of her space again. The hidden sniper, having lost sight of Yunbei, was searching around when he suddenly saw her appear right in front of him, gun ready to retaliate. Startled, the sniper quickly rolled to evade, but he was too slow. Yunbei fired faster. Earlier, she had used herself as a target to locate the sniper's position, so when she counterattacked, she shot directly in that direction without needing to search. As the sniper tried to dodge, a bullet struck his thigh first. Though she missed his head, Yunbei felt a bit disappointed. However, hitting his leg was still good. He wouldn't be able to escape now. Yunbei had added a substance to the bullet, and after being shot, the sniper initially thought it was just a regular wound until he felt his leg start to go numb, realizing the bullet was laced with a tranquilizer. But that wasn't the worst part. The most frightening thing was that the numbness was spreading, and soon his hands began to feel sluggish too. "It's over." The thought flashed through the sniper's mind as he looked at Yunbei approaching him, fear creeping in. Yunbei quickly reached him, coldly assessing him, and said, "Answer a few questions, and I can make it quick for you. Otherwise, I'll throw you on the mountain to feed the wolves." The sniper looked at Yunbei, wary but compliant, and replied, "I'll tell you anything you want to know." "You're so cooperative?" Yunbei was a bit surprised. She expected someone like him to be defiant to the end. Clearly, this man is not that kind of person. He wants others to die, but he is afraid of death himself. Survival of the fittest. I've already fallen into your hands. What does it matter if I don't feel good about it? Can you let me go?
Impossible.
I won't spare anyone who wants to kill me. So you're not the first, and you won't be the last. Then there's no deal. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Yunbei started to question him, wanting to confirm if he was sent by the Nangong family. Of course, she was more curious about who had given this person the information. You must know who you offended. To be honest, even if I fail, others will come to kill you. Why did you have to offend their family? It seems you were sent by the Nangong family too. Even if he didn't say it directly, Yunbei knew she was right. Besides the Nangong family, no one else had the resources to repeatedly hire people to kill her. Just know that. One more question. Have you been following us, or did someone inform you? I only received the message this morning and rushed here. If I had known your route earlier, you definitely wouldn't have escaped. The assassin was quite confident about this. Today, he was a bit rushed, which is why he couldn't kill Yunbei right away. If given another chance, he wouldn't let her live. But now it was too late. He was in Yunbei's hands and had no way out. Thinking about the money he hadn't spent yet, the assassin felt a bit regretful. He considered asking Yunbei to let him go. Just then, he heard Yunbei ask, "Do you know the identity of the person who informed you?" "I don't know who he is, but I know there was a 6-character code in the message he sent me. I think that might be his alias." "A 6-character code?" Yunbei frowned. None of their people had a name with 6 characters, nor did anyone go by the nickname 6. "Yes." The assassin nodded. Yunbei got the information she wanted and didn't waste any more time talking. She quickly threw a powder that erased all traces. Then, she stored the assassin's belongings and immediately turned to chase after Si Nanzhao and the others. Meanwhile, Si Nanzhao decided to change their route due to encountering a sniper. This was to test the mole and also for safety reasons. As for Yunbei, she made a mark by the roadside. She believed that with Yunbei's intelligence, she would understand her message. To catch up with Sinanzho and the others, Yunbei took out her motorcycle. Soon, she arrived at the intersection where Sinanzho had marked, and just as she was about to leave after seeing the mark, she discovered another mark on a nearby tree. Seeing the mark that looked like a 6 and also like a big character, Yunbei narrowed her eyes. Perhaps she already knew who the traitor was. In the vehicle, Xiao Wang and the others noticed that Yunbei had not returned and felt a bit worried. Xiao Wang said to Sinanzho, "Captain, what if something happened to sister-in-law since she hasn't caught up yet?" "Don't worry, your sister-in-law is very capable," Sinanzho reassured the concerned brothers with a smile. He had confidence in Yunbei, believing she could handle the assassin. He knew there was only one assassin at that time, which is why he felt comfortable leaving Yunbei there. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to let her stay. After hearing this, the others in the vehicle thought about Yunbei's abilities and didn't say much more. Only one person looked uneasy, as if worried about something. "Nian Daong, are you okay?" Chun Chung noticed Nian Daong's pale face and gently touched his hand with concern. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit worried about sister-in-law. I know she's very skilled in medicine, but the other side is an assassin. Do you think she can handle it?" "Oh, that's what you're worried about. I thought you were sick," Chunqing said with a laugh after hearing Nian Daong's words. "Do you know her better, or does the captain know her better?" "The captain isn't worried, so why are you?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law will be fine. The assassin might have already been dealt with by her." "Really?" "Of course. You have to believe in sister-in-law. She's amazing." Chun Chung had a lot of confidence in Yunbei. He felt that she was not an ordinary person. "What are you two whispering about?" The others, seeing the two talking quietly, couldn't help but ask. "Nothing much. Nian Daong is just worried about sister-in-law's safety, and I'm just reassuring him, Chun Cheng replied with a smile. Then he looked at Sanan's Ho and said, Captain, can you ask sister-in-law if she has any sisters or friends she could introduce to me as a wife? I don't need her to be as capable as sister-in-law, just a tenth of her ability would be fine. You want to be beautiful, but you want her sister-in-law to introduce you to someone? Don't you know she's an only child? The captain is really lucky to have married such an amazing woman. It's a pity that my sister-in-law doesn't have any sisters, Chun Cheng said with a look of regret. He genuinely wanted to marry someone impressive. Some might think that if a woman is too capable, it makes a man feel less important. But he didn't feel that way. He hoped his wife would be even more capable. That way, if anything happened, she could handle it, and he could trust her with the family. Si Nanzhao felt happy listening to his brothers praise Yunbei. However, thinking about what Chun Cheng had just said, he couldn't help but glance at Nian Daong. When he looked over, he noticed that Nian Daong seemed a bit uneasy and avoided his gaze. Previously, Si Nanzhao had some suspicions, and seeing Nian Daong's nervousness only made him more suspicious. Although he didn't want to believe it, his instincts told him that the traitor was likely Nian Daong. But he couldn't understand why Nian Daong would do such a thing. If the truth came out, it would end his military career completely. From what he knew, Nian Daong loved his uniform and was passionate about the army. He always wanted to stay in the military for a long time. So, why would he want to ruin his own future? Si Nanzhao couldn't figure it out. So, he stopped thinking about it and focused on when Yunbei would catch up. After driving for a while, the driver, Xiao Wang, suddenly said, Captain, there's a bicycle behind us that's chasing us. Let me see. Si Nanzhao felt a spark of interest and leaned out of the car window to look back. With just one glance, he recognized that the person desperately chasing them on the bicycle was Yunbei. He immediately told Xiao Wang, stop. It's your sister-in-law catching up. As for Yunbei, she was really putting in a lot of effort. Originally, she was riding a motorcycle, but since it was hard to explain where it came from, she quickly switched to a bicycle as she got closer to Si Nanzhao's car. Fortunately, they noticed her in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how long she would have to chase. Honestly, chasing a car on a bicycle was exhausting, and only she could do something like that. When Nian Daong learned that Yunbei was catching up, he felt very complicated. He was relieved but also had an indescribable sense of regret. However, he didn't dare to show it and pretended to be happy like everyone else. When Expert Chen saw that Yunbei was catching up, he felt very happy. He had always worried about her and hoped she would return safely. Yunbei caught up with the car parked by the roadside, panting as she spoke to Si Nanzhao, who had already gotten out. I'm so exhausted. Wife, you've worked hard. Here, drink some water. Si Nanzhao handed her a bottle and took out a towel to help her wipe off the sweat. Feeling a bit shy in front of everyone, Yunbei took the towel and wiped herself. Once she finished, she said to Si Nanzhao, when I was chasing you, I noticed another mark near the one you left. It might be a sign left by a traitor. For everyone's safety, I think we need to find out who that traitor is. What do you think? Wife, I already have a suspect in mind. Really? I have someone I suspect too. How about we write them down and see if it's the same person?
Sure.
Si Nanzhao agreed readily and wrote a character on his palm. Yunbei did the same. When they revealed their palms and saw they had written the same character, they couldn't help but smile at each other. After the laughter, Si Nanzhao's expression turned serious as he said to Yunbei, Wife, I plan to create a distraction, and I might need your help. No problem. What do you plan to do? Si Nanzhao waved Yunbei closer and whispered in her ear. Nian Daong watched the two whispering and felt a bit uneasy. Si Nanzhao and Yunbei quickly came to an agreement and got into the car, bringing the bicycle along as well. Fortunately, the truck bed was large enough to fit a bicycle without any issues. Once Yunbei was in the car, everyone was curious about where her bicycle came from. Yunbei smiled, about to make up an excuse, when Chun Cheng said, Where else could it come from? It's obviously the one you took from that assassin. Am I right, sister-in-law? Chun Cheng looked for praise, making Yunbei laugh and respond, Yes, you're absolutely right.
See.
Chun Chung beamed with pride and then asked Yunbei how she dealt with the assassin. That's a secret I can't share. However, I did learn some information from the assassin. Do you want to hear it? Of course we want to hear. Sister-in-law, please tell us what you found out. The soldiers looked eager, and Yunbei couldn't help but glance at Nian de Yong before she spoke. The assassin said someone on our side has been passing messages to the other side.
What?
Everyone looked at Yunbei in shock and asked, Sister-in-law, could you have misunderstood? How could anyone among us send messages to a killer? Yeah, we are all comrades fighting side by side. How could we possibly collude with a killer? I can't believe it either. I hope that killer is just talking nonsense, Yunbei sighed, scanning the crowd and noticing Yan Dayong's discomfort. However, she said nothing and quietly looked away. What she didn't realize was that her glance made Yan Dayong break into a cold sweat. He was unsure if what Yunbei said was true, and he felt very uneasy. He couldn't imagine the consequences if he were exposed. But he was already in too deep. There was no way out now. He knew how ruthless those people were. If he didn't do as they said, they would surely harm his family. So now, he could only go down this dark path and help them eliminate Yunbei. Even if he had to take off his military uniform in the end, he wouldn't have to worry about a poor future. That person promised him that if he completed the task, he would receive double the reward. The reward wasn't just money. It included a stable and respectable job, not just for him but also for his wife or other relatives. This was very tempting for him, as he had been stuck in his current position for years without a promotion. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been willing to serve that person. The vehicle continued forward, and after chasing the car on her bicycle, Yunbei felt a bit tired and closed her eyes to rest. Si Nanzhao glanced at Yunbei and instructed Xiao Wang, when we reach the intersection, let's take a different route. Xiao Wang was startled and reminded him, Captain, changing routes will take extra time and we won't be able to reach the capital on time. That's fine. In the field, military orders can be flexible. As long as we ensure Expert Chen's safety, everything else is manageable. Okay, we'll follow your lead, Xiao Wang nodded. Before long, they arrived at the intersection, and Xiao Wang decisively took a different route. Yan Daong felt anxious seeing the route change. Although there were people following their vehicle, he worried that frequent changes would cause them to fall behind or take the wrong path. So, he decided to write a note to remind the followers. Seeing that Yunbei had closed her eyes and fallen asleep, Si Nanzhao focused on the road ahead, and the others didn't notice him either. Yan De Yong reached into his pocket and felt around to write a note. Then, he crumpled the note and quietly tossed it onto the road when no one was looking. Just as he threw the note, Yunbei suddenly shouted for the car to stop. Xiao Wang slammed on the brakes and stopped the car, then asked, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? I just had a dream that someone was passing messages to the enemy. When they heard it was just a dream, everyone laughed and said, Sister-in-law, that dream is the opposite and doesn't count. Sister-in-law, are you too nervous? That's why you had such a dream. Exactly, sister-in-law. How could we possibly pass messages to the enemy? Right, sister-in-law. How can you trust that dream? Hearing everyone trying to reassure Yunbei, Expert Chen frowned. He felt something fly past his ear and thought that perhaps Yunbei's dream might be true. However, he believed even more that Yunbei wasn't asleep and hadn't dreamed, but had seen something. Yunbei looked at everyone and smiled, saying, whether my dream is real or not, we'll find out when we get out and look. After saying that, she glanced at Si Nanzhao, giving him a knowing look. Si Nanzhao understood Yunbei's meaning and smiled, agreeing, what sister-in-law said is right. We should go down and check. Xiao Wang, you go look. Make sure to search carefully. The rest of you stay in the car and don't move or make any small actions. As Si Nanzhao spoke, he scanned everyone with a stern gaze. Under his gaze, no one dared to move. 1, for their own innocence. 2, because following orders is a soldier's duty. Although Xiao Wang felt a bit confused, he obediently got out of the car and started to search along the path the vehicle had taken. After walking about 500 meters, he discovered a crumpled piece of paper. Seeing the paper, Xiaowang opened it with a sense of curiosity. When he saw the messy handwriting, he frowned. Though the writing was ugly, it conveyed an important message. Their vehicle had changed routes again and specifically marked the path they had taken. Xiaowang's expression became serious as he thought, "It turns out that what my sister-in-law said was true. There really is a traitor among them, and they are passing messages to the enemy from time to time. Although those people only targeted my sister-in-law, she is also their comrade. How could anything happen to her?" As Xiaowang cursed the traitor in his mind, he quickly ran back. Nian Daong saw Xiaowang returning, and it seemed he was holding something. He began to panic. He didn't expect that his careful act of throwing a note would be discovered by Yun Bei. He also didn't expect that Xiaowang would find the note he had thrown. What should he do? Nian Daong quickly turned his mind, thinking about how to turn the situation around. But in the end, he could only think of one way: to capture Yun Bei. Since he was already exposed, he might as well take matters into his own hands and deal with Yun Bei himself. Then he could go to that person and take credit. But this thought was quickly dismissed. Killing someone would cost him his life. He served that person to live a good life, not to die. So, he couldn't touch Yun Bei, let alone kill him. Nian Daong was too burdened with thoughts. He was so lost in his mind that when he suddenly heard Si Nanzhao shout, "Nian Daong, raise your hands." He raised his hands without thinking. At that moment, Si Nanzhao quickly stepped forward and restrained him, instructing the person next to him to search him. Soon, they found paper and a pen on him. Yun Bei unfolded the crumpled paper that Xiaowang had picked up and compared it to the torn edge of the paper. With this comparison, everyone's gaze towards Nian Daong instantly changed.
It really was you.
Si Nanzhao looked disappointed. He had always hoped he was wrong, wishing his team was clean, without any traitors, and that no one was colluding with the Nangong family.
Why?
Why did you do this? Si Nanzhao couldn't help but ask. He had always considered Nian Daong a brother and even thought about recommending him for a promotion after this mission if he performed well. But now, at this moment, he had betrayed him, colluding with the Nangong family to harm his wife. How could he bear this? Hearing this, Nian Daong seemed to change into a different person, looking at Si Nanzhao with a mocking expression and said, "Why? Of course, it's because they can give me what I want. Otherwise, why would I serve them? I'm not crazy." Everyone looked at the somewhat deranged Nian Daong, momentarily speechless. Yes, they understand that Nian Daong wants to climb higher, but he cannot risk his comrades' lives for his ambitions. If someone like that is in the team, it creates a very bad influence. In the future, no one will trust their back to their comrades during missions. "Nian Daong, I think you've lost your mind," Qinqing said, glaring at him. "I considered you a brother, but I didn't expect you to stab us in the back. When I went to take care of something earlier, I wondered why you followed me if you didn't want to, but it turns out you were sending messages to the enemy. You must have planned to make me take the blame, right? Fortunately, the captain and sister-in-law didn't fall for your trick. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Nian Daong, you've really disappointed us. We always regarded you as a brother and a role model. Among us, besides the captain, you were the one I admired the most. But now, it turns out you are a spy and even want to harm the sister-in-law. From now on, you are no longer our brother. Nian Daong, you have children too. If they find out what you've done, how will they face you? In their eyes, their dad is a hero. But look at what you're doing now. Does it make you worthy of being a hero or a role model for your children?" Hearing his comrades mention his children, Nian Daong's confidence faded. He acted this way to ensure a better life for them, to give them a good start without having to follow his old path. But now, everything is ruined. He has been caught passing messages to the enemy, and his so-called good start is gone. He might even face judgment from others in the future. He was wrong. He has let down his children and his uniform. His ambition and greed have led him to this point. Seeing Nian Daong's regret, his comrades were at a loss for words. If only he had thought about this earlier. With his actions, he surely can't stay in the army. The outcome that awaits him is uncertain. If he could transition to another job, that would be fine. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and shelter. But the fear is that he might not even be able to do that, ending up like Wang Guozhu, directly retiring and going back to farming. Years of hard work, all gone in an instant due to a moment of greed. It's hard to understand what Nian Daong was thinking. Captain, Nian Daong is no longer fit for missions.
What should we do with him now?
Xinan Zhao and Yun Bei exchanged a glance, then looked at Nian Daong and said, Nian Daong, you have two choices. 1. You can redeem yourself, and I will consider pleading for you. 2. You can get out of the car now, leave our group, and return to your unit, and I will report your situation honestly to the organization. How they handle it is beyond our control. Nian Daong wasn't foolish and knew what to choose. He looked at Yun Bei with guilt and said, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Yun Bei gave him a cold glance and replied, Nian Daong, not every apology can be met with it's okay. If it weren't for my good fortune and a bit of skill, I would have already met my end. So, I do not accept your apology. Nian Daong was taken aback by Yun Bei's response and felt embarrassed. At that moment, Chen Qing spoke up, Captain, how about we let him stay for now? I can keep an eye on him. What do you all think? Xinan Zhao asked the others. Do you agree he should stay? Everyone had mixed feelings about Nian Daong, but they didn't want him to ruin his life completely. They looked at Xinan Zhao and said, Captain, let's give him another chance. We will watch him closely to ensure he doesn't have a chance to pass messages to the enemy. All right, since everyone agrees, Nian Daong can stay for now, but he must accept supervision from everyone. Then he turned to Nian Daong and asked, Do you have any objections? Nian Daong shook his head, indicating he had no objections. However, thinking about those people's methods, he expressed his concern, saying, If I don't send the messages, I'm afraid they might harm my family.
You don't need to worry about that.
Your wife and children are in the family compound, and those people can't harm them. But we can't delay any longer. We need to speed up our journey. Captain, we trust your judgment. You decide. Xinan Zhao nodded and turned to Expert Chen, asking, Expert Chen, you will have to work hard from now on. Do you have any questions? Hearing this, Expert Chen smiled and said to Yun Bei, With Comrade Yun Bei here, I have no problems. All right, it's settled then. Nian Daong will be supervised by everyone, and we will travel at full speed to reach the capital as soon as possible. After making the decision, the driver was changed. Xiao Wang went to the back to rest, and Chen Qing took over driving. To shorten the travel time, Chen Qing increased the speed of the vehicle. Expert Chen started to feel a bit uncomfortable because the road was very bumpy. Yun Bei noticed this and opened her backpack to take out a blanket to support him. Other soldiers saw this and also opened their packs to give their blankets to Expert Chen. With the blanket, he felt a bit more comfortable and said to Yun Bei and the others, At my age, I really can't compare to you young people. Expert Chen, you are our main priority. If you feel unwell, please let us know right away. Okay. Expert Chen nodded with a smile, but he thought to himself that he would try to endure it to avoid causing trouble for everyone. Yun Bei didn't know Chen's plan, but when they stopped to rest and saw that he was clearly struggling, she suddenly had other thoughts. Yun Bei found Xinan Zhao and shared her plan with him. Even though Nian Daong was under their watch, Yun Bei still felt unsafe. The Nangong family had power and influence, and they could find many people. She feared that if Nian Daong didn't send them messages, the Nangong family would notice and send someone else to deal with them. Additionally, according to Nian Daong, someone had been following them. The reason they hadn't caught up might be that they were looking for a place to ambush them ahead. To be completely safe, for Expert Chen's safety and for everyone's safety, Yun Bei thought it would be best for her to disappear. As long as she wasn't in the group, the Nangong family wouldn't target them, and they could safely reach the capital. She just needed to take Expert Chen to the capital and meet up with them. She believed that with her own space, Expert Chen would be fine. However, this meant she would have to inconvenience Expert Chen for a few days, letting him stay in her space. Of course, he wouldn't be awake. He would just have to sleep well there. Wife, I'm worried about you going alone with Expert Chen. How about I go with you? But you are their leader. What will happen to them if you leave? Let them go to the destination by themselves, Si Nanzhao said, not worried about his subordinates. His only concern was for Yunbei and Expert Chen. He knew Yunbei planned to drive her own car to the capital. Her car was fast and performed well, making the ride much more comfortable than theirs. Moreover, he thought Yunbei's idea was good. This way, they could not only shake off the people from the Nangong family, but also avoid the attention of others who might have their eyes on Expert Chen, making it a win-win situation. Since that's the case, you go tell your people that I'm going to talk to Expert Chen, he said. After the couple discussed their plan, they immediately split up. One went to find his brothers, and the other went to find Expert Chen. When Expert Chen learned that Yunbei wanted to take him away alone, he felt a bit worried and asked, Yunbei, you're not planning to take me on a bicycle, are you? Of course not, Yunbei laughed and replied, Expert Chen, don't worry. Following me will definitely be more comfortable than going with everyone else. As for the mode of transportation, I can't tell you just yet. If all goes well, by the time you wake up, we might already be in the capital. Really? Expert Chen clearly didn't believe it. The capital was 2 or 3 days away. Waking up to find himself there seemed impossible, unless they could fly. Otherwise, it felt like Yunbei was joking with him. However, based on what he knew about her, she didn't seem like the type to joke around. So what was her real plan? Seeing that Expert Chen was skeptical, Yunbei didn't want to explain too much. Instead, she said directly, Expert Chen, trust me. I won't harm you. Think about it, there are many people out there who want to target you. They probably already know our route and might be waiting for us ahead. For your safety, we must take a different path. Expert Chen thought for a moment and found Yunbei's words reasonable. His intuition told him that following her would be safer than sticking with the others. In the end, he decided to take a chance. He looked at Yunbei seriously and said, Yunbei, you know my importance. I hope you're not joking with me. I need to be sure that you can get me to the capital safely. Expert Chen, you can rest assured. I guarantee with my life that I will get you to the capital unharmed, right in front of the leaders. Okay, then I'll trust you this time. While Yunbei and Expert Chen reached an agreement, Si Nanzhao faced some trouble. Everyone disagreed with Si Nanzhao and Yunbei acting alone. Si Nanzhao understood that everyone was not worried about completing the mission, but rather about him and Yunbei. After all, some people were eyeing Yunbei, and being together would provide better protection for her. I understand your concerns, but I have already made my decision. I can't risk your sister-in-law and Expert Chen, so we must separate. However, remember, no matter what happens ahead, staying alive is the most important thing. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Follow the orders. After Si Nanzhao finished speaking, he returned to Yunbei and Expert Chen, smiling as he said, I've arranged with them that we will leave first, and they will wait half an hour after we depart. All right, let's go now. Yunbei nodded and said to Expert Chen, you need to ride the bicycle for a while. Is that okay? That's fine, as long as I don't have to ride it the whole time. That can't happen. If we ride the bicycle the whole way, how long will it take to reach the capital? Yunbei joked with Expert Chen, then had Si Nanzhao ride the bicycle with Expert Chen while he jogged ahead. Once the three of them were out of sight, Yunbei quickly knocked Expert Chen unconscious and took him, along with Si Nanzhao and the bicycle, into the space. Inside the space, Yunbei settled Expert Chen and chatted with Si Nanzhao while waiting for Qin Cheng and the others to leave before they moved on. Although they were in the space, they could still see what was happening outside. Half an hour passed quickly, and Qin Cheng called everyone to get in the car. As for Nian Deong, he had lost all authority and, under everyone's watch, also got into the car. Sitting in the car, everyone felt uneasy, thinking about the three who had just left on bicycles, and they couldn't help but worry. Nian Deong couldn't understand the purpose of Si Nanzhao and Yunbei's actions. They were on bicycles, so they couldn't go far. He thought they would encounter them soon. However, as they moved forward, they saw no sign of Si Nanzhao or anyone else. Not seeing anyone made everyone feel more at ease. They believed that if Si Nanzhao and Yunbei could disappear from their sight, they could also vanish from the enemy's view. Next, they just needed to follow the route Si Nanzhao had mentioned and head to the capital. Si Nanzhao and Yunbei took a good rest in the space before exiting and driving towards the capital. As for Expert Chun, Yunbei gave him a little medicine to help him rest well in the space. This way, he could heal and not worry while enduring hardships. Although Nian Daong had stopped sending messages, Nangong Bo's still took action. On the night they separated, Nangong Bo's people moved. Chen Chung looked at the roadblock ahead and realized the enemy had struck again. He glanced at Nian Daong and asked, "Nian Daong, can we still trust you?" "What do you mean?" "It seems your master has acted again. I hope you won't shoot at us from behind." Hearing this, Nian Daong became angry, glaring at Chen Chung and saying, "Chen Chung, what do you take me for? We are brothers. How could I shoot at you from behind?" "All right, we'll trust you one more time." After saying this, Chen Chung returned Nian Daong's confiscated gun and added, "Be careful." Just as Chen Chung handed the weapon back to Nian Daong, the ambushers opened fire. They were all experienced in missions, so they quickly found cover and began to fight back. Nian Daong watched the indiscriminate attacks with a cold heart. The attackers knew he was in the vehicle, yet still aimed to kill him. He felt foolish for trusting them. In that moment, a flash of hatred crossed Nian Daong's eyes. He hated his naivety and foolishness, and even more so, he resented those who wouldn't spare him. The previous promises now felt like a joke. He regretted getting involved with those people. Since they were ruthless, he wouldn't hold back either. Filled with anger, Nian Daong transformed into a fierce fighter, aiming and shooting at the attackers. Meanwhile, Chen Chung and the others were too focused on the fight to notice Nian Daong's change of heart. Their only thought was to survive. Only by staying alive could they have a future. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao were following Chen Cheng's vehicle, not too far behind, about 10 miles away. They quickly heard the gunfire. This is bad. Chen Chung and the others must be ambushed. The couple exchanged glances and made a decision simultaneously. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Wife, let's flank the enemy from behind," Si Nanzhao said while checking his weapon. Yunbei immediately stopped the vehicle and stored it away. Then she took out a mountain motorcycle suitable for off-road travel. Once on the motorcycle, they headed toward the scene of the incident. From a distance, they saw Chen Chung and the others struggling, and their expressions turned serious. Yunbei took out the sniper rifle they had previously confiscated and said to Sinanzho, "Let's each take a side and make sure to keep those people here." "Okay." Sinanzho nodded, grabbed the sniper rifle, and ran towards the mountain on one side. Yunbei did the same, quickly moving around to the enemy's back. Once in position, Yunbei wasted no time and took aim at the enemy. Sinanzho was a bit slower but soon joined in. With gunfire ringing out behind them, 2 enemies fell, surprising the rest. They fired back at Chen Chung and his team while quickly turning around to find the source of the shots. However, the dense forest and nighttime made it difficult to spot anyone. Instead of finding their attackers, they lost a few more men. Fear set in, and they began to shoot wildly at Chen Chung and his team. When Chen Chung heard the gunfire and saw the enemies fall, he realized that Yunbei and Sinanzho were secretly helping them. With their leader and sister-in-law nearby, the team felt more confident and began to fight back. Nian Daong felt conflicted upon hearing the gunfire. Yunbei and Sinanzho had taken Expert Chen away, clearly wary of him. But what could he say? He couldn't say anything because he knew he had done wrong. It was understandable that they didn't trust him. It seemed he could no longer stay with Chen Chung and the others. If anything happened, they would surely suspect him again. With this thought, Nian Daong suddenly charged forward with his gun. His action startled everyone. Chen Chung shouted, "Nian Daong, what are you doing? Come back." Nian Daong ignored Chen Cheng's calls, focused only on moving forward and taking down more enemies to prove himself. He didn't care about getting hurt or even sacrificing himself. If he got injured, he would be left behind, and that would mean he wouldn't be able to join Chen Chung and the others. If he sacrificed himself, that would be even better. He believed that Sinanzho and Yunbei wouldn't let his death be in vain and wouldn't reveal his past actions. This way, it would be better for both him and his family. With this determination, Nyen Daong successfully shot several enemies. Of course, he didn't come out unscathed. While he didn't die, he sustained serious injuries. Because of Nyen Daong's desperate efforts, along with the secret help from Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, the enemies suffered heavy losses. Those who were not killed or injured were preparing to retreat. Watching the enemies leave, Chun Chung did not pursue them. Instead, he ran to Nyen Daong, who was covered in blood, feeling a mix of emotions. When he learned that Nyen Daong was a traitor who had betrayed their whereabouts and informed those who wanted to harm Yunbei, he felt resentment towards him. However, seeing him injured now made Chun Chung feel very sad. No matter what he had done, he had once been their comrade, fighting alongside them. Others gathered around, taking out their first aid kits to treat Nyen Daong's wounds. Nyen Daong looked at his brothers surrounding him and felt somewhat happy. He smiled and said, "I will always be your good brother. I was wrong, and I regret it." "Nyen Daong, don't talk," everyone said, saddened as blood flowed from his mouth with each word. They continued to bandage him while urging him to stay quiet. At that moment, Xiao Wang suddenly said, "If only sister-in-law were here. She's good at medicine, and Nyen Daong would be fine." Everyone fell silent. Not only was sister-in-law not there, but even if she were, would she save Nyen Daong? After all, he had betrayed her and nearly caused her harm. Nyen Daong seemed to have come to terms with it and told his brothers, "Don't worry about me or feel sad. Life and death are fated. If heaven wants me to live, I won't die. But if heaven wants me to die, even a deity can't save me." However, Chun Chung wanted to try harder. He stood up and shouted towards the direction of the gunfire, "Captain, sister-in-law, are you there? Nyen Daong is seriously injured. Can you help him?" Chun Chung stopped shouting. "Don't put sister-in-law in a difficult position. It's my fault," Nyen Daong said. Just as Nyen Daong finished speaking, footsteps were heard from the shadows. Soon, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao appeared in front of the group. Seeing Yunbei, Nyen Daong felt a surge of joy, followed by guilt as he looked at her and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry." "Shut up." Yunbei glared at Nyen Daong and said, "Weren't you brave just now? You rushed out to be a target for the enemy. Why are you acting so weak now?" "Sister-in-law, as Nyen Daong wanted to say something, Yunbei didn't give him a chance. She quickly sealed his voice point with a needle, making it impossible for him to speak. She knew what Nyen Daong wanted to say and that he regretted his actions, but she didn't want to hear it. If she could, she wouldn't have saved him. However, she couldn't let the other brothers down or put Si Nanzhao in a difficult position. Besides, she was the doctor in their team. If she let Nyen Daong die, the organization would definitely hold her responsible. So, after thinking it over, she decided to save him. The brothers saw Yunbei taking action and fell silent, willingly making space for her. Si Nanzhao told everyone to take a break and keep watch while he assisted Yunbei with a light. He understood that Yunbei was saving Nyen Daong for his sake. Fortunately, although Nyen Daong was spitting blood, his injuries were not as serious as everyone thought. Yunbei removed the bullet, gave him medicine, and bandaged him up before telling Chun Chung and the others, "He's safe now. Just take him to the nearest hospital." "Understood," Chun Chung replied, then looked at Si Nanzhao and asked, "Captain, are you still planning to split up from us?" "Yes. Expert Chun is still waiting for us over there. We've already delayed too much time here, and we're worried about his safety, so we'll head back first. Don't overthink it. Just follow the original plan."
Got it.
Chun Chung nodded and instructed the brothers to lift Nyen Daong onto the vehicle. Once their vehicle was far away, Yunbei turned to Si Nanzhao and said, "It seems like 2 people just ran away. Should we chase after them?" "Let it go, dear. It's not the right time to complicate things. We need to focus on our journey." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Yunbei nodded, accessed her space to bring out the vehicle, and then she and Si Nanzhao continued on their way to the capital. Meanwhile, Chun Chung and the others found the nearest county hospital, left Nyen Daong there, and arranged for someone to take care of him before continuing with their mission. When Nyen Daong woke up and realized he was in the hospital, he learned that Chun Chung and the others had already left, which relieved him. Now that he was no longer with the team, he hoped they would have a safe journey. Whether it was because Nian Daong didn't send any messages to the enemy, or because there were many casualties this time, nothing else happened on their journey. Therefore, on the third night, they arrived in the capital. As for the situation with De Yong, Si Nanzhao had already called the troops to send someone to pick him up. After arriving in the capital, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao didn't rush to complete their mission. Instead, they found a guest house to stay for the night before meeting with Qin Sheng and escorting Expert Qin to the designated location. After checking into the room, Yunbei went directly into the space and brought out Expert Qin, who had been sleeping for a few days. Seeing that Expert Qin was still asleep, Si Nanzhao felt a bit worried and asked Yunbei, "Honey, is he okay?" "He's fine, he's just sleeping." "If you're worried, I can wake him up now," Yunbei replied, taking out a silver needle and gently pricking Expert Qin a few times. Expert Qin slowly opened his eyes and, upon realizing he was in a room, was startled and tried to sit up. However, since he had been sleeping for a long time, he struggled to get up. Si Nanzhao was right beside him and reached out to help him. When Expert Qin saw that it was Si Nanzhao helping him, he sighed in relief and asked, "Commander Si, where are we?" "The capital." Si Nanzhao replied with a smile, but Expert Qin was a bit skeptical about what he heard. How could he be in the capital? He clearly remembered being in Ji province. How could he have arrived so quickly? Even flying wouldn't be that fast. So he looked at Si Nanzhao and asked again, "You said this is where?" "The capital." Si Nanzhao repeated, causing Expert Qin to pause before asking, "Is it really the capital? You're not joking?" "Expert Qin, I'm not joking. It really is the capital," Si Nanzhao said with a chuckle. He understood why Expert Qin was confused. If the roles were reversed, he would probably react the same way. After all, just a moment ago, he was far away, and now he was here. Who would believe it? Why don't I remember anything? Expert Qin lightly tapped his head, genuinely puzzled about how he had arrived in the capital. Hearing this, Yunbei laughed and explained, "Expert Qin, of course, you don't remember, because you were sleeping the whole way." "I was sleeping the whole time?" Expert Qin was stunned again. If he remembered correctly, the journey from Ji province to the capital took several days. How could he possibly sleep for days? Unless Yunbei had done something to him. Thinking of this, he looked at Yunbei and asked, "Did you give me some medicine?" Yunbei knew what Expert Qin was worried about and couldn't help but smile, saying, "No, I just gave you a few injections." "Expert Qin, don't worry, you are in good health. Although you've been sleeping these past few days, your body is recovering. You should be able to walk on your feet now. You can try it soon." Since Yunbei said so, Expert Qin didn't say anything else. He understood that Yunbei was looking out for him. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted from the journey these past few days. Now, he felt energetic and relaxed. Seeing that Expert Qin accepted the fact that they had arrived in the capital, Si Nanzhao continued, "Expert Qin, we're staying at a guest house. For your safety, I will share a room with you tonight." "That's fine," Expert Qin replied, accepting this. Having someone to protect him was something he welcomed. After chatting for a while, Yunbei went to the next room to get some food. After a simple meal, they all rested. The next day, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei awaited the arrival of Qin Sheng and his group. Once everyone arrived, Si Nanzhao wasted no time and handed Expert Qin over to the people who were there to meet him. With that, their task was complete. When Nangongbo received the news that Expert Qin and his group had arrived in the capital, he was furious and scolded for several hours at home. He never expected that despite spending so much money and effort, he couldn't get rid of Yunbei. However, after a moment, he thought that now Yunbei was on his territory, which meant he was like a fish on a plate, ready to be dealt with. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he began to think about how he could eliminate Yunbei without getting involved himself. It must be said that some people are overly confident. He thought Yunbei was just easy to deal with, but that was not the case. Meanwhile, Yunbei was unaware of Nangongbo's plans. She and Si Nanzhao were discussing how to submit the evidence they had to hold Nangongbo accountable. According to Si Nanzhao, Nangongbo acted so boldly because he had support from above. Therefore, Even if they wanted to hold him accountable, they needed to deliver the evidence to the right people. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort and could put them in danger. It seemed they needed to investigate further. Of course, this task would fall to Si Nanzhao, who would also rely on the connections of the Si family. For this, Si Nanzhao naturally took the lead. Although his family's foundation in the capital was not as strong as the Nangong family, they were well established and had plenty of connections. Unlike Yunbei, who was alone and had no one to help him. Fortunately, this situation would not last long. She was now Si's wife, and she had access to all the resources of the Si family. Having decided what to do, the two went to find Chen Cheng and the others. Their mission was complete, and they were supposed to return to the army to report back. However, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao wanted to deal with the Nangong family and rarely had the chance to come to the capital, so they planned to stay a few more days. They had a short break after completing their task and wanted to use it before heading back. As for the report, they could write it when they returned. Si Nanzhao had already discussed this with his leader. The leader knew that Si Nanzhao's family was in the capital and that he hadn't seen his grandfather in a long time, so he approved the request. "Commander, sister-in-law, are you staying?" Chen Cheng and the others were a bit surprised and shocked. They didn't expect the two to stay in the capital for a few days instead of leaving with them. "Yes." Si Nanzhao nodded and said to his brothers, "My wife and I have some personal matters to attend to, so we need to stay in the capital for a few days. I've already reported this to the leader, and he has agreed. Be careful on your way back, and there's no need to rush." After saying this, he remembered about Nian Daong and added, "Regarding Nian Daong, just tell the truth. If possible, I hope you can help protect him. He is a living witness, and I'm worried someone might harm him." Upon hearing that Nian Daong might be in danger, everyone immediately became concerned and assured Si Nanzhao, "Commander, don't worry. We will definitely protect Comrade Nian Daong. Thank you all in advance." After sending his brothers off, Si Nanzhao did not rush back to the Si family, but planned to investigate the Nangong family's matters first. Of course, if he asked his grandfather, he would definitely help. But both Si Nanzhao and Yunbei felt it was better not to trouble him and to handle it themselves. With fewer people, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei's target became much smaller. Additionally, after making some modifications, the Nangong family's people could not find their whereabouts at all. They didn't stay at the guest house all the time. Instead, they spent their days outside gathering evidence and investigating the connections of the Nangong family, then stayed in their space at night. The space had everything, and it was more comfortable than staying outside, so who would want to stay at a guest house? 3 days passed quickly, and Si Nanzhao and Yunbei had sorted out the complex relationships in the capital. So, they decided not to wait any longer and handed the information to someone they trusted. They believed that person, if not foolish, would deal with the Nangong family. Of course, they didn't give the original documents, but provided a copy instead. Even a copy could be quite powerful. After handing over the information, they decided to go back and see the old man. The old man had known for a while that they were in the capital and that they would stay for some time, so he had been waiting for them to return home. However, after waiting for several days without seeing them, he was surprised when his attendant told him that Si Nanzhao was back. He couldn't believe it until he saw him, which made him happy. But then he got angry and started throwing things from the room at Si Nanzhao. While throwing, he scolded, "You little rascal, think you're all grown up now. You've been in the capital for days and haven't come home once. Is it so exciting out there that you forget about your family? You must think I don't matter to you." "Grandpa, what are you saying? I had things to do. Otherwise, I would have come back sooner," Si Nanzhao replied while dodging. Yunbei was surprised by the way the grandfather and grandson interacted. She didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing Si Nanzhao jumping around to avoid his grandfather, completely losing the calm demeanor he had in the army, made Yunbei laugh. Her laughter caught the old man's attention, causing him to pause and then realize that this time his grandson wasn't alone. He had brought his granddaughter-in-law back with him. "Oh no," he thought, "I hope I didn't leave a bad impression on her just now." Thinking this, he glared at Si Nanzhao and said, "You little brat, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You wanted to embarrass me in front of Yunbei." Grandpa, that's not fair. I was going to introduce Yunbei to you as soon as I got home, but you didn't give me the chance. So, you can't blame me. You're just too impatient. The words of Si Nanzhao carried a hint of glee, making the old man, Si Laoyi, so angry that he felt like hitting someone. Fortunately, he was mindful of Yunbei's presence, so he smiled and said, Yunbei is here. Come in quickly. It's all this brat's fault for making me lose my composure. I hope I didn't scare you just now? Grandpa, of course not. I'm quite brave, Yunbei replied with a smile, then handed him a gift he had brought from his space, saying, Grandpa, this is a special gift for you. Please don't give it away. It's something good that will benefit your health. All right, Grandpa understands. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Si Laoyi said with a smile, increasingly pleased with Yunbei. Yunbei was generous and not stingy, and he was also good-looking. Of course, the most important thing was that he had excellent medical skills. Grandpa, you are too kind. Then the old man introduced the household staff to Yunbei. This was the main residence in the capital, where high-ranking officials lived. Since Si Nanzhao had returned unexpectedly, the old man hadn't notified anyone else to come over. So, at home, besides the old man and the attendant Xiao, there was only Sister Li, who was in charge of cooking. Yunbei greeted the two of them warmly and gave them gifts as well. Of course, the gifts for them were not from his space but were bought outside. The two were very happy to receive the gifts and became even more enthusiastic towards Yunbei. The old man invited them to sit down, and after Sister Li served tea and fruit, she returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. As for Xiao, with nothing to do at the moment, he went to the garden to trim the flowers and plants. In the past few days, what have you been busy with outside? I just received news that someone is targeting the Nangong family. It wouldn't be you two, would it? Si Laoyi was a sharp man. As soon as he heard the news, he thought of his eldest grandson, who had come to the capital but hadn't returned home. So, as soon as they sat down, he asked directly, Grandpa, you really are something, Si Nanzhao said, giving a thumbs up to the old man. It was indeed Yunbei and me. The Nangong family has gone too far, trying to harm her while we were on a mission. Naturally, I had to fight back. The Nangong family only dares to act recklessly because of their past achievements and the protection they receive from above. I plan to expose their actions. I don't believe that person will continue to protect the Nangong family after that. This must be handled carefully. Mr. Si looked serious and his expression was not good. The Nangong family knew that Yunbei was his granddaughter-in-law, yet they still dared to attack her. This showed they did not respect the Si family or him. It seemed it was time to take action. In the past, he would not have bothered with such matters, but now it was different. The Nangong family had crossed his line, so he wouldn't hold back in making things difficult for them. Don't worry, Grandpa, I know what to do. Yunbei and I have already submitted the evidence. We are just waiting for the higher-ups to handle it. If they try to cover it up, I can expose it later. Si Nanzhao and Yunbei were not foolish. They understood the consequences of exposure. That's why they chose a more indirect approach, letting the authorities handle the conflict. Is there still evidence? Give me a copy. Mr. Si decided to help his grandson and wanted a quick resolution. This way, they could return home sooner, and his granddaughter-in-law could be safe. Si Nanzhao exchanged a glance with Yunbei and nodded. Yes, I'll get it for you shortly. Luckily, they had made more than one copy of the evidence. Otherwise, Mr. Si would have been left empty-handed. Soon, the Nangong family learned that Si Nanzhao and Yunbei were at the main residence. Nangong Bo immediately ordered, make sure to guard the entrance. When they come out, invite them over for a visit. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely invite them, his men replied. However, Nangong Bo did not expect that his men waited for 2 days without seeing them. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao wanted to spend quality time with Mr. Si, so they stayed in the residence for those 2 days. Mr. Si was very happy, taking them out every day, which annoyed many people in the residence. He wasn't just showing off, he was also promoting Yunbei. He felt she needed more connections in the capital. After showing off, he encouraged Yunbei to demonstrate her skills to impress the older gentleman. After all, who among them didn't have health issues? Although they had health doctors, some long-standing problems couldn't be completely cured. Yunbei was quite skilled in this area. She not only knew how to make medicine but also practiced acupuncture. Combining both methods yielded great results. In just 2 days, Yunbei gained recognition among the influential figures. Regarding the intentions of Elder C, Yunbei naturally understood and felt grateful, so she gave him some nice gifts. In addition to the health pills she made herself, she also gifted him 2 500-year-old ginseng roots. This made Elder C extremely happy, and that same day he gave one to a high-ranking official. The official was also pleased, as he was looking for good ginseng, and Elder C provided it. Of course, Elder C praised Yunbei in front of the official, which made the official eager to meet her. However, he was quite busy and had a full schedule, so he had to set that thought aside for now. Yunbei had given Elder C so many good things, and he was generous in return, giving her many nice gifts as well. After spending 2 days in the courtyard and getting to know almost everyone, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao decided to go out for a bit. Since it was rare for them to be in the capital, Yunbei thought of the property her mother left her and decided to take a look. After so many years, she wondered if anyone had taken over the house. Regardless, it was her mother's legacy, and it belonged to her. If someone had occupied it, she would definitely reclaim it. Si Nanzhao would not let Yunbei go alone, so after saying hello to the elder, the two headed straight to the address on the property deed. The place was not far from the courtyard, just 5 bus stops away. Si Nanzhao thought taking the bus would be troublesome and initially wanted to borrow a car, but Yunbei refused. She wanted to see the Beijing of the 1970s, so she took out a bicycle from her space and asked Si Nanzhao to ride it with her. As a good husband, Si Nanzhao happily obliged. He rode the bicycle slowly, taking Yunbei to her old house. Meanwhile, Nangongbo's people finally spotted Yunbei and Si Nanzhao coming out and were thrilled. They sent someone to follow the couple while reporting back to Nangongbo. However, Nangongbo was more cautious now, as he had heard someone was investigating him. Therefore, he could only have his people continue to watch the couple without mentioning any plans to invite them over. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao quickly noticed they were being followed, which dampened their spirits. Their initial good mood was ruined by the followers. After discussing it, the couple decided to confront the followers. They intentionally went into a less populated area, and when the followers came in, they were left dumbfounded. Where did the couple go? The two of them looked around and realized they were in a dead end. There was no way out except the direction they had come from. Were they expected to fly or dig their way out? While they were thinking, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, both had the same thought. They had been careless. Si Nanzhao and Yunbei looked at the two people they had knocked out and decided to call the police. Yunbei stayed behind to watch, while Si Nanzhao went to a nearby police station. Before long, he returned with 2 officers and introduced them to Yunwu. Wife, these are my childhood friends, Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng.
Hello, I'm Yunbei.
Hello, sister-in-law. After exchanging greetings, Si Nanzhao briefly explained the situation and let them take the knocked-out individuals away. As for the questioning, that would be handled by Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng. Even without questioning, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had a good idea of who was behind it. After all, aside from the Nangong family, no one else would pay attention to their movements or send someone to follow them. Once Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng took the people away, Si Nanzhao called for Yunbei to get in the car, and they headed toward her courtyard. A few minutes later, Si Nanzhao drove Yunbei into an alley and parked in front of a courtyard gate. Wife, check if this is the place. Yunbei jumped out of the car, looked at the house number and compared it with the property deed she had taken out, confirming it was the right location. This is it, Yunbei said as she prepared to take out her key to unlock the door. However, halfway through reaching for her key, she froze. She noticed that the courtyard gate was not locked but was closed from the inside. Remembering her earlier worries, Yunbei felt a bad premonition. She looked at Si Nanzhao and said, "What if someone has really taken over this courtyard?" "Don't worry, let me ask around," Si Nanzhao reassured her while looking around. There was no one in the alley, and Si Nanzhao didn't want to knock on someone's door without knowing, so he stepped out of the alley to ask an elderly man at the entrance for information. After inquiring, he learned that someone had indeed been living in the courtyard for a year or two. The old man didn't know the tenant's last name, though. After thanking the elderly man, Si Nanzhao decided to go to the neighborhood committee to ask if they had rented out the courtyard. As soon as the committee members heard Si Nanzhao's inquiry about the courtyard, they immediately asked, "Who are you, and why are you asking about this?" "We are the owners of this courtyard. We have been away for a long time. Recently, we returned and found someone living here, so we came to ask about it." "Are you the owners? Do you have proof?" "Of course," Yunbei said as she took out the property deed. When the other person saw the deed, their expression changed immediately. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao exchanged a glance, realizing this person must know something. However, when the person returned the deed to Yunbei, they said, "We are not sure about this courtyard. You should ask someone else." "Are you saying that you did not rent out the courtyard?"
No.
The person shook their head, glanced at Yunbei, and suggested, "You can check with the housing authority." "Okay, thank you." Yunbei and Si Nanzhao thanked the person and then left the committee office. "It seems the person occupying my property has some influence. What should we do now? Go to the housing authority or call the police?" "Let's check with the housing authority first. If they rented it out, we can negotiate to have the person move out. If not, we can call the police later." "All right, let's go ask." The two went to the housing authority and found that the staff were vague, seemingly wary of the person living in the courtyard. Yunbei realized what was happening. It was likely that someone powerful was occupying her property. But no matter who it was, if they dared to take her things, they shouldn't expect her to be lenient. So, what if they had power? It is said that those who dare to act can bring down even the mighty. Once she finds out who is living there, she will make sure they pay the price. "Let's go see who has taken over my courtyard," Yunbei said with a serious expression, leading Si Nanzhao away from the housing authority. Meanwhile, at the police station, the two people who had been following Yunbei and Si Nanzhao were startled awake by a splash of water. When they opened their eyes and saw the police officer in front of them, they were immediately frightened and asked, "Police officer, how did we end up here? What do you think?" Qin Hua shot a glare at the one who spoke and asked, "Why were you following them?" Upon hearing this, the two realized they had been reported by the people they were following. However, they did not want to admit it for fear of implicating their boss. Although their boss was powerful, some things could be done, but not spoken of. So, they shook their heads and said, "Officer, we don't know what you're talking about." "What tracking?" "That's not true." "It seems you don't want to talk," Qin Hua said, his expression darkening. He turned to Zhou Yanfang and said, "Since they won't speak, let's keep them here until they are willing to talk." "Officer, we haven't done anything. On what grounds can you keep us here?" The two looked defiant, believing that Qin Hua and the others had no evidence against them. Hearing this, Zhou Yanfang sneered and said, "Haven't done anything? Following someone from the main courtyard to Niu Jiao Alley is certainly something. I suspect you are spies. Otherwise, why would you be watching people coming out of the courtyard?" With the label of spies placed on them, the two immediately panicked and confessed that they were ordered to follow Yunbei. Upon hearing the name Nangongbo, both Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang frowned and asked again, "Are you sure it was Nangongbo who told you to follow Yunbei?" "We wouldn't dare lie to you. It was indeed him who asked us to follow that woman. Originally, he wanted us to invite her to the Nangong family for a visit, but later changed his mind and just told us to follow her." "All right, we will verify what you've said. If we find out you lied, you will face the consequences." "We wouldn't dare." While Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang were verifying with Nangongbo, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao returned to the courtyard. Coincidentally, as they arrived, they saw the courtyard door open and someone walking out. Seeing the person, Yunbei couldn't help but exclaim, "What a coincidence." Yunbei never expected that the person occupying her courtyard would be someone she knew. Xu Feifei's expression turned sour upon seeing Yunbei and Si Nanzhao suddenly appear before her. She exclaimed, What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. How did you end up here? Yunbei glanced at Chu Fei and said, This courtyard doesn't seem to belong to you, does it? Whose courtyard it is has nothing to do with you, Chu Fei shot back, glaring at Yunbei. So, what are you doing at my doorstep? Are you trying to steal something? Sinan Zhao was also surprised to encounter Chu Fei here. He had heard about her earlier incident, but didn't expect her to be in the capital, and in Yunbei's house, no less. Your doorstep? Are you sure? Yunbei looked at Chu Fei with a mocking expression and said, As far as I know, this courtyard doesn't have the surname Chu, right? You can say whatever you want about the surname. It definitely won't be Yun. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. If I call the police and say you're lurking around my house trying to steal something, do you think they would arrest you? Chu Fei, I didn't expect you to still be so foolish after a few months. Do you think the police will believe anything you say just because you act like you own the place? You? Chu Fei glared at Yunbei in anger and asked, What do you want? Don't say you came to find me. You guessed it right, I came to find you. What do you want? Chu Fei looked at Yunbei with suspicion, feeling that nothing good could come from this encounter. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I won't do anything to you. I just want to take back what belongs to me. What belongs to you? That's a joke. I don't have anything of yours here. No, you are currently occupying my property. Yunbei pointed to the courtyard behind Chu Fei and said, This courtyard is mine, understand?
Impossible. Chu Fei shouted.
She couldn't believe that this courtyard belonged to Yunbei because it was a gift from her husband. Her current husband was someone she found through her brother, Chu Fei. Although he was older, she valued his power and family. To marry him, she had to use some tactics. Recently, she followed him to the capital and was settled here. The moment she saw this courtyard, she fell in love with it and confirmed that her choice was right. But she never expected that after living here for just a few days, Yunbei would show up and claim it was his. How could that be possible? This courtyard was clearly a wedding gift from her husband. How could it belong to Yunbei? How about we call your husband to clarify? Then it will be clear, Yunbei said calmly. Fine, just wait. I'll call him back right now. If this courtyard isn't yours, don't blame me for making you regret it. Don't worry, I'm the one who usually makes others regret. Fuming, Chu Fei went home to make a phone call, not believing a word Yunbei said. After exchanging glances with Sinan Zhao, Yunbei quietly waited at the door for Chu Fei's husband to return. At that moment, someone opened the door from the nearby yard, and an elderly woman came out. Seeing the two standing at the entrance, she asked, Hello, what are you looking for?
Hello, Mom.
I wanted to ask if you know who lives in this house? Yunbei pointed to her yard and said, If I remember correctly, this should belong to the Yun family, right? Young lady, you look familiar. Are you by any chance from the Yun family? You're very observant, ma'am. My name is Yunbei. Yunbei smiled and then asked, May I know your surname? My surname is Hu. You can call me Grandma Hu. Have you just returned from out of town? Yes, I just got back. I wanted to come and take a look, but I didn't expect this yard to belong to someone else now. Upon hearing this, Grandma Hu immediately pulled Yunbei aside and said, Little Yun, it's not easy to get your yard back. Why not? Yunbei was puzzled. She had the property deed, so why couldn't she reclaim it? I'll tell you, the people living in your yard have the surname Nangong. Do you know them? They have connections, so getting your yard back will be quite difficult. So my yard has been taken over by the Nangong family? What a coincidence. The Nangong family can be quite arrogant. Be careful when dealing with them. A few years ago, another family's yard was also taken by them, and the owner ended up in a tragic situation. Thank you for telling me this, Grandma Hu.
Yunbei looked grateful.
The Nangong family's power was indeed significant, to the point of being lawless. There's no need to thank me. I can't help you much. By the way, I used to be good friends with your grandmother, but fate had other plans, and she passed away early. You all hadn't returned for a long time. Otherwise, the Nangong family wouldn't have had the chance to live here. After sharing some memories with Grandma Hu, Yunbei noticed a middle-aged man walking toward them and immediately asked, Is that him, Grandma Hu? Yes, that's him. I heard he holds a government position. Be careful. I won't say more. Okay, thank you. Yunbei thanked her again and watched as Grandma Hu went back into her yard and closed the gate. Soon, Nangong Kai approached Yunbei and Si Nanjiao, asking in a harsh tone, "Are you the ones causing trouble for my wife?" Your wife is? Stop pretending to be confused. My wife has already told me. I don't care what conflicts you had before. She is now part of the Nangong family. If you know what's good for you, apologize to my wife. Otherwise, I won't let you leave the capital. The Nangong family is quite impressive, isn't it? No wonder they take over other people's properties so easily, Yunbei said mockingly to Nangong Kai. I heard the Nangong family is wealthy, so why can't you even afford a yard? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Who took someone else's yard? Yunbei wasn't afraid of him. They were already enemies, and she didn't mind deepening the feud. She retorted. Who else but you? You don't think living here for a few years makes it yours, do you? Nangong Kai looked at her deeply and asked, Are you saying this yard belongs to you? What do you think? Nangong Kai suddenly laughed and said, Little girl, do you know who I am? You think you can just take my yard without proof? What are you thinking? At that moment, Chu Feifei ran out of the yard and jumped into the man's arms, saying sweetly, Honey, you're back. If you didn't come back, I would have been bullied by others. After that, she deliberately shot a provocative glance at Yunbei, as if to say she now had support and that Yunbei couldn't bully her anymore. Yunbei understood the meaning in Chu Feifei's eyes and couldn't help but smirk. Marrying a man who could almost be her father. What was there to be proud of? Don't worry, sweetheart. With me here, no one dares to bully you. Nangong Kai gently patted Chu Feifei's shoulder, then looked at Yunbei and Si Nanjiao, saying, You both need to apologize to my wife right now, or I will make sure you regret it. Really? I'm so scared, Yunbei said sarcastically, showing no fear on her face. She looked at Chu Feifei with a teasing gaze and said, Chu Feifei, you've really learned to twist the truth. When did I ever bully you? And you want me to apologize? You have quite the nerve. Then she turned to Nangong Kai and said, And you, I don't care who you are. Move out of my yard immediately, or I'll have to call the police. Call the police? Nangong Kai laughed and said, Go ahead and try. Let's see if the police stand with me, or you. Do you know what it means to be a local? You, an outsider. Think you can compete with me? I told you today, even if this courtyard really belongs to you, I'm still staying here. Is that so? Yunbei looked at Nangong Kai with a mocking expression and said, Let's wait and see who this courtyard ultimately belongs to, me or you. Let's wait and see. I'm not afraid of a little girl like you, Nangong Kai said arrogantly, not taking Yunbei seriously at all. All right, I hope you can keep that attitude. Yunbei smiled and called to Si Nanjiao, saying, Nanjiao, let's go. I don't believe this city will let the Nangong family have everything their way without any chance to reason. Don't worry, wife. I will definitely help you get this courtyard back, Si Nanjiao promised seriously. No one should take his wife's things. No matter how powerful the Nangong family is, if they took his wife's belongings, they must return them. After hearing Si Nanjiao's words, Nangong Kai laughed loudly and said, Young man, anyone can talk big. I want to see what you can do to take this courtyard back. You will find out. With that, Si Nanjiao left with Yunbei. Before they left, he turned back to glance at Nangong Kai. Nangong Kai met Si Nanjiao's gaze with a challenging look. Once the two were far away, Chu Feifei expressed her concern to Nangong Kai, saying, Honey, is this courtyard really owned by that Yun person? What does it matter if it is? Once this courtyard is in my hands, it's mine. Don't worry, with me around, they can't take it away. Chu Feifei, however, was not reassured and warned, Honey, that guy's last name is Si, and his name is Si Nanjiao. It seems his family has some influence. As she spoke, she pointed up at the sky. Nangong Kai understood immediately, but was not worried. He pinched Chu Feifei's cheek and said, Don't worry, darling. Our support is strong. Hearing this, Chu Feifei finally felt at ease, imagining how upset Yunbei would be if she couldn't get the house back. Meanwhile, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao headed straight to the police station after leaving the alley. After filing a report, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao didn't waste any time. They decided to investigate Nangong Kai thoroughly and deal with him later. And as for Chu Feifei, she was also involved with the Nangong family, so they would handle her too. It was quite annoying having her running around outside. The Nangong family was very arrogant, relying on their connections, showing no signs of restraint. Therefore, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao quickly gathered evidence of Nangong Kai's crimes. They did not take this evidence to the police station but brought it home instead. When Grandpa Si saw them return, he immediately smiled and asked, "How was your outing today?" "Grandpa, don't mention it." Si Nanzhao shared what had happened to Yunbei, which made Grandpa Si very angry. However, thinking about the meeting he attended that day, his anger subsided a bit, and he asked Si Nanzhao, "What do you plan to do?" Si Nanzhao explained his plan, and Grandpa Si nodded, saying, "Go ahead and do it. I will support you." "Thank you, Grandpa." Then, Si Nanzhao took Yunbei out again. However, they did not leave the courtyard but went to find Grandpa Zheng, who lived in the same courtyard, and handed over the evidence they had gathered against Nangong Kai. Grandpa Zheng took the evidence, glanced at it, and his face filled with anger as he said, "The Nangong family is truly lawless." After that, he told Si Nanzhao and Yunbei, "Don't worry, I will make sure he pays for this." "Thank you, Grandpa Zheng," Yunbei said with a smile. Originally, she wanted to deal with Nangong Kai in her own way, but Si Nanzhao stopped her. This was the capital, and Nangong Kai was not an enemy. Yunbei's method was good but risky. If it were discovered, it could lead to trouble. Yunbei was someone who listened to advice, so she came with him to find Grandpa Zheng. "You girl, why be so polite? If you really want to thank me, just make me some of those dumplings. They work wonders." "Sure, I'll bring them to you later." "No need to rush. You can bring them after this matter is settled." Yunbei did not listen to Grandpa Zheng. After returning, she went to her space, took out the pills, and added a piece of 50-year-old ginseng. When Grandpa Zheng received the items from Yunbei, he was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Old Si really struck gold by marrying such a granddaughter-in-law." Grandpa Zheng worked quickly, and that very night, just as Nangong Kai was about to get cozy with Chu Feifei, he was taken away by the authorities. Before being taken away, Nangong Kai shouted loudly, "Who told you to arrest me? Do you know who I am?" However, those people did not care who he was, covered his mouth, and took him away. Chu Feifei was so scared that she was in shock for a long time. By the time she realized what had happened and wanted to seek help, she hesitated to go out at night. In the end, she closed the gate and stayed home until morning. When dawn broke the next day, she hurried out to find someone. She knew that to solve her problem, she needed to find Yunbei and Si Nanzhao to get Nangong Kai out. She thought the man she found would be capable and that she could enjoy a good life while humiliating Yunbei. But reality hit her hard, leaving her a bit stunned. Thinking about what Yunbei and Si Nanzhao said, and the bet involving Nangong Kai, Chu Feifei felt like a foolish clown. Once outside, she hesitated again. She wondered if she really had to go to Yunbei and Si Nanzhao and bow down to them. After thinking it over, she decided against it. She absolutely would not lower herself to Yunbei. She would rather find someone else. With that thought, Chu Feifei quickly changed direction and headed to the Nangong family's main residence. Since Nangong Kai was part of that family and was in trouble, it made sense to seek help from them. At that moment, Nangong Bo was feeling frustrated because he was being investigated. Just yesterday, the police had come to question him, which was a huge embarrassment. In the past, those officers would have dreamed of meeting him, but now he was being watched and his support was in trouble, so he had to let them in. What he didn't expect was that the police were there because they were tracking Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. They even suspected he had connections with enemies. Otherwise, why would they be watching the two of them? One was a military regiment leader, and the other was from the public security system, both just back from escorting an expert. If they weren't enemies, why would they be monitoring them? Nangong Bo spent a long time trying to explain, and eventually, he managed to clear things up. Of course, the police didn't take him away, considering his connections and the contributions of the Nangong family to the country. Still, having the police show up was a loss of face for him. After they left, he vented his anger. The Nangong family had grown accustomed to his outbursts lately, so everyone remained calm and waited until he finished before going in to tidy up. Nangong Bo was naturally angry at those who betrayed him. When he got angry, the two people involved would not have a good outcome. Although he was under investigation, he could not tolerate anyone betraying him. So, he secretly found someone to deal with the two who were spying on Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, as well as the person who had betrayed him. However, Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang had already been warned by Si Nanzhao and Yunbei, so they were prepared for his move. Just as the assassin was about to act, they caught him red-handed. After some interrogation, it led back to Nangong Bo. So, the two of them went to the Nangong family early in the morning. At that moment, Chu Feifei also arrived at the Nangong family and informed Nangong Bo about Nangong Kai being taken away the night before. Although Nangong Kai was not Nangong Bo's son, he was a nephew he had high hopes for and held a relatively high position. Hearing that his nephew was in trouble without any prior notice made him anxious. This indicated that those who were supposed to be close to him and share information were either being monitored or distancing themselves from him. Either way, it was not good for him or the Nangong family. What happened? Nangong Bo asked, concerned about his nephew, wanting to know what was going on with Chu Feifei. Chu Feifei, not daring to hide anything, explained about Yunbei and Si Nanzhao visiting the day before and that they were currently staying at Yunbei's place. Upon hearing Yunbei's name, Nangong Bo's expression changed. The current situation of the Nangong family was all related to this woman. Darn it! Why hadn't he dealt with her sooner? If he had, perhaps none of this would have happened. Uncle, Akai was taken away, and I don't know where he is now. What should we do? You go back for now. I will find a way, Nangong Bo replied. With that, Chu Feifei felt it was best not to say more and left. Why are you two here again? After sending Chu Feifei away, Nangong Bo finally met with Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang. At that moment, he was still unaware that his search for people had led to another arrest, so he was somewhat impatient with them. Moreover, he wanted to quickly deal with Nangong Kai's situation, so he said bluntly, if you have something to say, just say it.
I'm busy.
Busy? Zhou Yanfang sneered, mocking. Is the head of the Nangong family busy looking for people to silence them? At this remark, Nangong Bo's expression stiffened slightly. He is not foolish. He naturally picked up on the other's sarcasm and understood that the person he sent to eliminate witnesses had been caught. He silently cursed those people for being useless, unable to handle even a simple task, but he maintained a serious expression and said to Zhou Yanfang, Comrade Zhou, one can eat a lot, but one must not speak carelessly. Even though I am already half buried in the ground, my reputation is still important. If you continue like this, I may have to accuse you of defamation. Master Nangong, at this point, you are still pretending. Do you think we have no evidence, so you plan to deny everything? Unfortunately, the people you sent out confessed last night. They must be lying. How could I possibly do such a thing? After saying this, he feigned realization and added, Oh, I see. Someone must be framing me. Keep pretending. Watching Nangong Bo act, Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang felt disgusted. Do you really think I am that kind of person? If you don't believe me, go ask around. I, Nangong Bo, always take responsibility for my actions. If I really did it, why wouldn't I admit it? But the truth is, I didn't do it, so I won't admit to it. Unless you have evidence, you should leave. My family does not welcome you. Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang were furious, wishing they could arrest Nangong Bo right then and there. However, they only had the assassin's confession and no evidence linking Nangong Bo to the murder. In the end, they had to leave empty-handed, both wearing unhappy expressions. What should we do now? Zhou Yanfang asked Qin Hua. How about we find Nanzhao and see if he has any solutions? When they sought out Si Nanzhao, He and Yunbei were already at the courtyard where Chu Feifei currently lived, accompanied by police officers, community workers, and housing authority representatives. Chu Feifei was at home waiting for news. When she heard a knock on the door, she thought it was someone from the Nangong family bringing her information. However, when she opened the door, she saw Yunbei, Si Nanzhao, and several unfamiliar people. Seeing Yunbei bring so many people, Chu Feifei immediately panicked and asked tremulously, Yunbei, what do you want? What do you think? Yunbei glanced at Chu Feifei and said, "This house is mine. Are you going to move out yourself, or do you want me to help you?" Chu Fei wanted to say she wouldn't leave, but after glancing at the people following Yunbei, she swallowed her words. She wasn't foolish. She could see these people were there to support Yunbei. Although she didn't know them, she understood that Yunbei wouldn't bring anyone unimportant. "I'll move myself," Chu Fei said, then quickly went inside to pack her things. She hadn't been there long, so she didn't have much. As for the other items, she wasn't sure if they belonged to Nangong Kai or were left in the house. However, Yunbei knew because his mother had left him not only the property deed, but also a list of valuable items. The people who came with Yunbei were ready to leave without getting involved. Still, Yunbei kept them there as witnesses, as it would be troublesome if things got complicated later. She didn't like trouble, so witnesses were essential. Chu Fei quickly packed her belongings and looked at Yunbei, saying, "Don't get too pleased with yourself. One day, I'll get back at you." "Sure, I'll be waiting. By the way, are you not taking the other things? If not, I'll throw them away." Yunbei pointed to some household items in the room that clearly weren't from the original house. Chu Fei glanced at those items, but ultimately left without looking back. After she left, Yunbei thanked the people he had called and gave each of them a small gift before they departed. Once it was just the couple left in the yard, Yunbei smiled and said to Sinan Zhao, "I didn't expect Chu Fei to be so timid. I thought she would stubbornly stay here. She's not foolish. Staying here wouldn't benefit her, so she had to leave. If Nangong Kai hadn't been caught, she definitely wouldn't have gone." "You make a good point. She relied on Nangong Kai or the Nangong family's influence. Now that the family is in trouble, she has no choice but to back down. I wonder how things are going on their side." "Don't worry, the Nangong family is bound to fall this time." "All right, I'll be waiting for that." After chatting for a bit, Sinan Zhao pointed to the items in the house and asked, "What do you plan to do with these? Are you really going to throw everything away?" "Yes, I'll throw them away. Why keep things that others have used?" Yunbei said, as she wouldn't use second-hand items. "All right, I'll go find someone to take the things away. You check which ones we should keep." "Okay." The couple divided their tasks. One went to find someone to remove the items to be discarded, while the other stayed behind to check the list and organize the things to keep. After about 10 minutes, Si Nanzhao returned with a person pulling a cart. Seeing that Yunbei had marked the items to keep, he told the person he brought, "Take away everything that isn't marked." "Are you sure? These items look good and can still be used." "Yes, I'm sure. Take them away." With a confirmed answer, the person quickly loaded all the unmarked items onto the cart. There were too many items to take in one trip, so he had to leave and come back for the rest. The activity at Yunbei's place soon caught the attention of the neighbors, especially Granny who, upon seeing a cart full of items coming from Yunbei's yard, curiously inquired and learned that they were things the owner no longer wanted. She suddenly remembered what Yunbei had told her the day before. So, without an invitation, she entered the yard and found Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. "Little Yun, are you taking back the yard?" Granny Hu exclaimed in surprise. She was well aware of how arrogant the Nangong family was. She didn't expect Yunbei to manage to have them take away the items and reclaim the yard. It seemed she had some skills, but then she thought it made sense. If the Yun family hadn't been framed, leading to their downfall, the Nangong family wouldn't have had any business in the capital. "Yes, Granny, I got the yard back." "That's good to hear. We'll be neighbors now, so just call me if you need anything." "Thank you, Granny." Yunbei expressed her gratitude and chatted with Granny Hu for a bit. When the cart came back for more items, they paused their conversation. The cart made 5 trips before finally taking away all the items left by Chu Feifei. Looking at her empty home, Yunbei decided to buy some furniture. Although she wouldn't be living there often, she could still stay occasionally when she returned to the capital. Seeing that it was still early, Yunbei took Si Nanzhao to a furniture store and bought quite a bit of furniture. However, since they spent a lot of time choosing, the delivery couldn't happen today. The store promised to deliver the items first thing tomorrow morning. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had no objections. They were free anyway. They could just come a bit earlier tomorrow. While Yunbei was busy setting up her new home, things were not going well for Chu Feifei. Nan Gongbo frowned when he saw Chu Feifei returning with her luggage. He asked, "Feifei, why did you bring everything back?" "Uncle, you have to help me. Kai was just arrested, and I was kicked out by Yunbei. I have nowhere to go, so I had to come back. When will Kai be released?" Hearing this, Nan Gongbo's expression darkened. He had already asked several people for help, but it had little effect. Not only was there no release, but he couldn't even get any news. He even approached his powerful connections, but this time he couldn't even get in the door. This made him feel anxious, and he was thinking about how to get through this tough time. "Uncle?" Chu Feifei noticed his silence and felt her heart sink. "I will find a way to help Kai. You go find the housekeeper and have him arrange a place for you to stay." "Okay, Uncle." Chu Feifei wisely didn't ask more questions and went to find the housekeeper. However, she felt increasingly uneasy, thinking she might have lost this gamble again. As for Nan Gongbo, after sending Chu Feifei away, he went straight to his study. He hesitated for a moment, but still dialed the number he had kept for decades. The Nangong family's success today and his comfortable life over the years all depended on that person. Now that the Nangong family was in trouble, only that person could help. With each ring of the phone, Nangongbo grew more anxious. He hadn't called this number in over a decade and didn't know if the person was still there. Just as he was lost in thought, the call connected, and a familiar voice he hadn't heard in a long time filled his ears, making him very excited. It was that person. That person was still there, which was wonderful. He didn't know who the other person was, but he knew that as long as that person was around, the Nangong family would be fine.
What is it?
Hearing the question, Nan Gongbo quickly composed himself, like a student facing a teacher, and explained everything that had happened to the Nangong family recently. After listening, the other person simply replied, "Got it," and hung up the phone. But Nan Gongbo felt relieved. He knew that even though the other person hadn't said much, they would definitely help him and the Nangong family. His confidence stemmed from the help he had received from that person twice before. The first time, they helped the Nangong family take credit for something that should have belonged to someone else, allowing the family to survive that crisis. The second time, they found a strong supporter for the Nangong family. While many people were being sent away, the Nangong family was thriving. Thanks to a phone call, Nangongbo felt more confident. He decided to deal with Yunbei, making sure she would stay in the capital. Yunbei had no idea that Nangongbo was planning trouble again. After she and Si Nanzhao finished buying furniture, they tidied up the yard, putting away sensitive items that were not needed or suitable to display for now. By the time they finished, it was already dark. They were too tired to go out for dinner, so they ate in their space before heading home. They had called ahead to avoid making the old man wait for dinner. When they got home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. The old man was getting ready for bed and asked Yunbei, "Yunbei, did you get the yard back?" "Yes, I did." Yunbei nodded and said, "Thanks to Grandpa Zheng's help, we got it back so quickly." Old Zheng is always efficient. Grandpa Si praised his old friend and then asked Yunbei, "What are your plans for the yard?" He knew they would likely return to the army, leaving the yard empty. If left unattended for too long, someone might try to take advantage of it. "I want to find someone to keep an eye on the yard, so we can stay there for a day or two when we come back to the capital." Not planning to rent it out? No renting. Yunbei didn't want to risk her yard being damaged by bad tenants. "Then I will help you find someone to watch over the yard." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." After discussing the yard, the old man went to his room to sleep. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao washed up and then headed to their room. They slept soundly until morning. After having breakfast with the old man, they went to the yard to check in. They had arranged for furniture to be delivered early that morning, so they needed to wait. Otherwise, if the delivery arrived and they couldn't get in, it would be a problem. The delivery people arrived quite early and they didn't have to wait long for the truck to show up. Once the items were unloaded and the furniture was arranged, it took most of the morning. For the rest of the time, Yunbei and Xin and Zhao stayed busy setting up their home. Yes, this was their home. Although there were rooms for them in the courtyard, it was still the old man's place. It felt a bit uncomfortable, not as cozy as their own home. So they decided last night that once everything was set up here, they would stay for 2 days. The old man did not oppose their decision. He understood that young people like to have their own space, so he didn't insist they stay in the courtyard with him. After spending most of the morning, their new home was finally arranged. Yunbei felt a great sense of accomplishment looking at the home she had set up herself. With a smile, she looked at Xin and Zhao and asked, "This is our new home. What do you think? Are you happy with it?" "Very happy," Xin and Zhao replied with a smile, nodding. Seeing Yunbei's proud expression, he couldn't help but pull her into his arms and give her a big kiss. "Wife, to celebrate, let's go out for dinner." "Sure,"
Yunbei replied, blushing.
She felt a bit shy and annoyed about Xin and Zhao suddenly kissing her. However, she was too happy to dwell on it. After this mission, her feelings for him had grown deeper. The couple happily locked the courtyard door and rode their bikes to go out for dinner. However, they didn't go far before sensing something unusual. "Wife, it seems we're being watched again," Xin and Zhao said quietly to Yunbei as they rode ahead. Yunbei felt it too and frowned, saying, "It seems Nengongbo is too idle. Since that's the case, should we find something for him to do tonight?" "Sounds good. I'll follow your lead," Xin and Zhao nodded, agreeing that Nengongbo was indeed too idle. Otherwise, why would he still dare to watch them at this time? Pretending not to notice anything, the couple went to a state-run restaurant and had a nice meal. After eating, they returned the same way. Once they got home, Yunbei and Xin and Zhao went straight into their space to prepare for their outing that night. However, before they could leave, thieves broke into their home. "Wife, it looks like we won't be going out tonight." "Not necessarily. We can wait until we deal with these thieves before going out." "All right, I'll follow your lead." While the couple was talking, 5 thieves had already entered the courtyard and were approaching the room where Yunbei and Xin and Zhao were sleeping. Knowing that Yunbei and Xin and Zhao were not easy to deal with, they had prepared some good tools. They first pushed a tube through the window and then blew something inside. Seeing this, Yunbei felt speechless. In this day and age, they were still using ancient methods, even resorting to smoke. However, if it were an ordinary person and Yunbei didn't have space abilities, these people might have succeeded. The drug, especially in a stronger dose, was quite effective. Unfortunately, they encountered Yunbei, so their failure was inevitable. Xin and Zhao and Yunbei entered the space and quietly waited for those people to fall into their trap. Sure enough, after a short while, when those people thought the two were unconscious, they pried open the window and jumped inside. Yunbei quickly sprinkled a sleeping powder to knock them out and brought them into the space, then took them to find Nengongbo. The night was deep, and the streets outside were completely empty. Yunbei brought out her car and headed straight for the Nangong family. Her yard was not far from the Nangong family, and it took just over 10 minutes to drive there. When she parked the car and looked at the place before her, she was momentarily stunned. She thought to herself, "No wonder it's a prestigious family. This grand estate is quite intimidating." The couple got out of the car, and Yunbei stored the vehicle in her space. She then looked at Si Nanzhao and asked, "Have you been here before?" Si Nanzhao shook his head. He had joined the army in his teens and had never been here. "Since you haven't been here, let's take a walk around outside first and think about how to get in." "Okay." Si Nanzhao nodded and followed Yunbei as they walked around the Nangong family estate. Not far into their walk, Yunbei found a suitable spot to climb over the wall. However, she didn't rush into the Nangong family, but instead circled the area first. After surveying the entire Nangong family's territory, She returned to the original spot and said to Si Nanzhao, "Let's enter from here." Then Yunbei took out climbing tools from her space and tossed them over the wall. Fortunately, the Nangong family was far from certain special institutions, so there were no night guards or patrols nearby, making it easier for Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. At this time, Chu Feifei, who lived in the Nangong family, was having trouble sleeping. The thought of Nangong Kai being missing made her very uneasy. Although the Nangong family's power seemed vast, her woman's intuition told her that the Nangong family might be in trouble. If that were the case, she would surely be implicated. She didn't marry the older Nangong Kai to suffer. She married him to enjoy a good life. But now, before she could enjoy that life, Nangong Kai has been arrested. This made her think of her father, who has been imprisoned and hasn't been released. If he can't be set free, she might face a tough life ahead. It seems she needs to find someone else to rely on. Fortunately, this is the capital, where there are many influential people. She doesn't believe she can't find someone powerful enough to deal with Yunbei. With this in mind, Chu Feifei realized she couldn't just stay at home. She needed to go out and explore, otherwise, how would she meet someone important? She even thought of an excuse to gather news about Nangong Kai. She believed Nangong Bo would agree, since Nangong Kai is his nephew, and he wouldn't just ignore him. Meanwhile, Nangong Bo was sleeping soundly. He trusted the person on the other end of the phone completely, even though they had never met. He believed this person could save the Nangong family from trouble. Unbeknownst to him, someone was sneaking into the Nangong residence, Yunbei, the very person he wanted to eliminate. If he had known, he wouldn't have slept at all. He would have set traps early, waiting for Yunbei. Sadly, he was unaware. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao easily entered the Nangong residence and found the courtyard where Nangong Bo lived. Initially, Yunbei planned to kill Nangong Bo directly, but after some thought, she decided to knock him out first and then see whether to kill him, injure him, or leave him incapacitated. Yunbei was eager to deal with Nangong Bo for two reasons. She was tired of him constantly sending people to assassinate her, and their time was running out. She felt she might not wait for the order to arrest Nangong Bo from above. Therefore, she wanted to take revenge in her own way and make Nangong Bo suffer. Si Nanzhao naturally supported Yunbei's decision. He understood better than she did that the struggle above would take time, perhaps a month or even a year or two. This time was too long for them, as Nangong Bo could hire countless assassins to target Yunbei during this period. It's said that a thief can only thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard can't defend against a thief forever. Even if Yunbei was vigilant, even a tiger can doze off, let alone a person. If she let her guard down, she might lose her life. There's also a child named Fu Guang. If Nangong Bo finds out about him, it would be too easy for him to deal with. To prevent future troubles, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei agreed to take action first, planning to either eliminate Nangong Bo or incapacitate him. He had investigated and found that everything in the Nangong family is decided by Nangong Bo. The people below him listen to his orders. If something happens to him, the Nangong family will no longer be united and may become disorganized, each pursuing their own interests, even competing for leadership positions. At that point, the Nangong family wouldn't have time to deal with them, let alone send someone to assassinate Yunbei like Nangong Bo would. Another reason is that the younger generation of the Nangong family holds no grudge against Yunbei, unlike Nangong Bo, who harbors hatred due to issues with his daughter's family. Yunbei entered Nangong Bo's room and took out a silver needle, using it on him while he was still asleep. Once he was completely unconscious, she stored him away. "Wife, where should we go next? First, let's check Nangong Bo's study for anything valuable, then we'll look around the Nangong family's storage." "Let's go then." Si Nanzhao glanced around and led Yunbei to the study. The study was only 2 rooms away from where Nangong Bo was sleeping. They arrived quickly. The study was locked, but that didn't pose a challenge for Yunbei. She took a piece of wire from her storage and fiddled with the lock until it opened. Once inside, Yunbei took out night vision goggles and put them on one by one, starting to search for useful information. She knew that places like studies often have secret rooms, which are the real hiding spots for treasures and secrets. So, after entering the study, her second task was to look for any hidden mechanisms for secret rooms. However, after searching around, she found nothing. Yunbei didn't believe that Nangongbo wouldn't hide anything in the study, so she searched again but still came up empty. This left her feeling frustrated and unwilling to give up, so she began to look around once more. At that moment, a painting hanging on the wall caught her eye, causing her to frown. "What's wrong, wife?" Si Nanzhao asked as he noticed Yunbei standing in front of the painting for a while. "This painting has some issues," Yunbei said, pointing to a corner of the artwork where a flower was depicted. However, she knew it wasn't just a flower. It was a totem, a symbol of an overseas reactionary force. She didn't expect to make such a surprising discovery. The Nangong family had this painting, and it was displayed in the study. It was hard not to be suspicious. "Isn't it just a flower? What's the problem?" Si Nanzhao asked, confused, thinking Yunbei might be overreacting. Although the flower was rare, it was indeed a flower. "This isn't just a simple flower. It's a totem. You might not have seen this totem before, but I'll draw it for you so you'll understand," Yunbei explained as she reached to take the painting down. But as soon as she touched it, her gaze flickered. The texture felt wrong. There seemed to be a hidden layer inside, possibly concealing something. "Let me help," Si Nanzhao offered, seeing that Yunbei struggled to take the painting down. He thought she couldn't reach it. Yunbei accepted his help but warned him to be careful, as she believed the Nangong family's secret might be hidden in the painting. Once Si Nanzhao removed it, he surprised Yunbei again. Behind the painting, there was a hidden compartment. Yunbei opened it to reveal a box inside. Holding the box, she felt pleased and said to Si Nanzhao, "Let's keep this for now, and check out the Nangong family's storeroom." "Honey, there probably isn't anything valuable in the storeroom right now. Are you sure you want to go?" he asked. "Of course. We can't leave empty-handed," Yunbei replied with a smile. Since they were there, they might as well explore. So, they headed to the Nangong family storeroom. As Si Nanzhao suspected, there wasn't anything good there, just some worthless trinkets. Yunbei looked around, feeling a bit disappointed. She had hoped to find something valuable to compensate for her troubles. However, it seemed the Nangong family had a strong backing and kept their treasures hidden. But that was okay. She still had Nangongbo in her grasp. She was confident she could get the information she wanted from him. Yunbei didn't take anything from the storeroom, feeling impatient to uncover the Nangong family's secrets, so she directly entered her space. After entering the space, Yunbei took out the painting and studied it carefully, soon finding a way to open it. Indeed, there was a hidden layer in the painting, and inside was something unexpected, a treasure map. It likely pointed to the wealth accumulated by the Nangong family over the years. No wonder there were only some ordinary items in the storeroom. The real treasures were hidden here. After looking at the map, Yunbei handed it to Si Nanzhao and said, "It seems to be on a mountain near the capital. Can you see where it is?" "All right, let me take a look," Si Nanzhao replied as he examined the map. Yunbei kept busy by drawing the totem and then handed it to Si Nanzhao, saying, "What do you think? Do you still see it as just a flower?" Seeing the drawing, Si Nanzhao was shocked and looked at Yunbei, asking, "Wife, how did you know about this totem? You've seen it too?" Yunbei was surprised. She recognized it from a past mission abroad. "Yes, 2 years ago, I saw a similar totem, but it was tattooed on someone's body." "Do you think Nangongbo has the same totem?" Yunbei suddenly had an idea and asked Si Nanzhao with a smile. "Who knows? But we can check," Si Nanzhao said casually as he started to lift Nangongbo's shirt. He didn't take Yunbei's words seriously, so his actions were a bit careless. However, when he uncovered Nangongbo's back, he froze and looked at Yunbei, saying, "Wife, did you have a vision or something? Are you saying he really has this totem?" "Yes." Si Nanzhao nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. He never expected to find such a totem on Nangongbo. 2 years ago, he had seen a similar totem while on a mission involving a radical planning a terrorist act. If they hadn't acted in time, the consequences would have been dire. At that time, only one person had it, so he thought it was just a family totem. Now, it seemed necessary to investigate further. The Nangong family might be connected to radical forces. Yunbei didn't know what Si Nanzhao was thinking, but the totem on Nangong Bo reminded her of some things from her past life. Considering those events, she felt that the Nangong family's claims of loyalty to the country might be questionable. Because she knew that the foreign forces had always opposed Huagua, how could they possibly help when Huagua was being established? They wouldn't even hinder it. However, at the moment, she had no evidence and could only guess. Thinking of this, Yunbei shook her head and turned her attention to the box she found in the hidden compartment. This box was intriguing. It had no lock but couldn't be opened, appearing to be a single piece. Yet Yunbei knew there must be something inside. But how could she get it out? She was afraid that using force might damage whatever was inside. So, Yunbei patiently began to study it closely. She turned the box over, trying to find a way to open it, but couldn't find anything. Just as she was feeling frustrated, Si Nanzhao said, "Wife, I think I know where this map leads." "Where?" "You were right. It is indeed in the suburbs of Beijing. However, this place is rarely visited and is said to be private property. It seems this so-called private area likely belongs to the Nangong family." Yunbei glanced at the time and suggested to Si Nanzhao, "How about we go check it out another day?" "Sure, it's up to you," Si Nanzhao replied casually. He had no particular interest in the Nangong family's wealth. Even if they obtained it, he would hand it over to the country. After all, the country was developing and needed money, lots of it. The more the Nangong family's wealth, the better. Then, Si Nanzhao looked at Nangong Bo and asked, "Wife, it's getting late.
What should we do about him?"
"First, wake him up and interrogate him." Yunbei didn't want this trip to be in vain. She wanted to see if she could extract any information from Nangong Bo. "Okay, I'll follow your lead," Si Nanzhao agreed, helping to dress Nangong Bo before bringing him to the living room. Yunbei directly gave Nangong Bo a shot to wake him up. As he opened his eyes, Nangong Bo was startled to see Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yunbei glanced at Nangong Bo with a cold smile, then threw the captured assassins in front of him, saying, "You may not know who we are, but these people should recognize us, right?" Seeing the assassins he had sent to kill Yunbei, Nangong Bo immediately understood that the two in front of him were Yunbei and Si Nanzhao. He never imagined he would fall into Yunbei's hands. What a turn of events. "What do you want?" After realizing his situation, Nangong Bo felt scared but quickly calmed down. He believed that Yunbei wouldn't dare to kill him. Not only because of Yunbei's and Si Nanzhao's identities, but also because he was the head of the Nangong family, which made them hesitant to harm him. Once he understood this, he felt less afraid. How about a tooth for a tooth? Yunbei noticed the change in Nangong Bo's expression and quickly guessed what he was thinking. Yes, she couldn't kill him easily, but she could make his life miserable. She could make him have nightmares every night or turn him into a person everyone despised. Of course, if she really wanted to kill him, she could, but she would just have to keep him hidden away. "Do you dare?" Nangong Bo laughed, feeling a mix of pride and mockery. He was sure that Yunbei wouldn't dare to do anything to him. "Want to find out?" Yunbei laughed back, saying it was about whether she wanted to, not whether she dared. Honestly, dealing with someone like Nangong Bo required unconventional methods. "You?" Indeed, Nangong Bo felt fear and didn't want to take the risk. Although he was not young, everyone wants to live, right? He also knew that Yunbei was skilled in medicine, and if she wanted to harm him, others might not find out. So, to protect his own life, he decided to be cautious. "All right, I won't waste time. I just want to ask you a few questions," Yunbei said, getting straight to the point and not wanting to argue with Nangong Bo. If they waited until morning to leave, it wouldn't be easy. Also, she hadn't drugged the people from the Nangong family, so they would wake up at dawn. If they didn't see Nangong Bo, they would definitely call for help. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't like it either. "Are you going to interrogate me?" Nangong Bo laughed, looking at Yunbei with increasing mockery. "Little girl, you haven't even grown up yet, and you want to interrogate me? Who gave you the courage?" Yunbei couldn't stand his smugness and slapped him hard, saying, "Just because you are colluding with foreign hostile forces, I have the right to interrogate you. Are you going to behave?" Yunbei coldly looked at Nangongbo, ignoring the anger and hatred in his eyes. "If you don't cooperate, I will keep slapping you. Wanna try?" Nangongbo was filled with rage, but, being under her roof, had to back down and endure for now. Thinking about it, once he goes out, I will make him pay back tenfold, no, 100-fold. By then, he will be beaten so badly that even his parents won't recognize him. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Seeing that Nangongbo was silent, Yunbei smiled and asked, "So, what's the deal with your totem? How do you know?" Nangongbo looked shocked, then realized and asked, "Did you take off my clothes?" Yunbei didn't have time to answer him. Instead, she took out a painting and pointed to the flower on it, saying, "You think I wouldn't recognize the totem just because you painted it as a flower? You're naive. Now, tell me what's going on." Before Nangongbo could respond, Yunbei added, "If you don't want to suffer, don't try to trick me." "I don't know anything." Nangongbo decided to keep quiet, thinking that if he didn't want to talk, Yunbei couldn't do anything to him. "Fine, if that's how it is, then don't blame me." Yunbei didn't have time to waste and took action. She pulled out a silver needle and poked him a few times. As he moved, Nangongbo felt a sharp pain starting in his body. It hurt more than an injury and was unbearable. At first, he tried to endure it, but in less than 2 minutes, he couldn't hold back anymore and looked up at Yunbei, saying, I'll tell you, it would have been better if you had done this sooner." Yunbei smiled and gave him a needle to ease his pain. The pain lessened, but Nangongbo didn't dare to be clever anymore. He hadn't expected that Yunbei's silver needle could not only heal but also cause suffering. Nangongbo became honest, answering whatever Yunbei asked. Seeing Nanzhao listen nearby, his expression growing darker. He realized that the Nangong family, while appearing glamorous on the surface, had done many disgusting things behind the scenes. What angered him the most was that the so-called achievements of the Nangong family were stolen from others. They not only took credit for someone else's work but also framed them, leading to their downfall. It was simply despicable. Nanzhao clenched his fists, wanting to hit someone. However, he ultimately held back and said to Yunbei, "Ask him again about that totem." "Okay." Yunbei nodded and asked about the totem again. This time, Nangongbo answered honestly, saying it was their family's totem. As long as someone is a member of the Nangong family, whether direct or collateral, they will have this totem. His words made Nanzhao's expression even worse. This means that the person from 2 years ago was also from the Nangong family. So, the Nangong family, relying on their powerful connections, is actually doing things that undermine the country's foundation. I wonder if their supporter knows about this? Or perhaps that supporter is actually in cahoots with the Nangong family. Yunbei and Nanzhao finished asking everything they wanted to know, then gave Nangongbo a few more needles to keep him dazed for a few days. Yunbei did this because she planned to gather evidence and hand him and the evidence over to the authorities for prosecution. People like him and families like the Nangong family must be dealt with by the state to ensure their complete downfall. By the way, there's also the phone number mentioned by Nangongbo and the mysterious person who answered the call. If possible, Yunbei wants to track them down. She realized that the Nangong family's current social status was all orchestrated by the other party. Yunbei and Nanzhao tossed Nangongbo back into the room and hung the painting back in the study before leaving the Nangong family home together. As for the small box, Yunbei decided not to return it just yet. She had a feeling that what was inside would surprise her. Meanwhile, not long after Yunbei and Nanzhao left, Nangongbo woke up. However, he couldn't remember anything and seemed very slow to react, almost as if he were foolish. This frightened the housekeeper of the Nangong family, who immediately called for a doctor. After examining him, the doctor found no issues and assumed he was just suffering from age-related memory loss. This news alarmed the housekeeper, who quickly called the other members of the Nangong family to come home. Although not everyone in the Nangong family held high positions, many were involved in powerful departments and were usually quite busy. rarely coming home. As a result, the current Nangong family had few residents. Besides Nangong Bo, there were only a few younger children and Chu Feifei, who had just moved back. Chu Feifei was shocked to hear that Nangong Bo had become foolish. This made her feel even more that she needed to find a way out for herself. With Nangong Kai already in trouble and now the head of the family, Nangong Bo, also incapacitated, she knew her future wouldn't be easy. After all, she had just married into the Nangong family and was not familiar with everything. She hadn't even met all the members of the Nangong family, let alone anyone else. The changes in the Nangong family had caught the attention of some people, with some feeling happy and others worried. As the ones directly responsible for all this, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao returned to their residence, where they dealt with a few people who had tried to assassinate them. They taught them a lesson before handing them over to Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng. Seeing Si Nanzhao throw a few more people their way, Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng were speechless and said, "Is Nangong Bo out of his mind? Even now, he still dares to attack you. Does he think he won't die fast enough, or does he really believe the Nangong family is untouchable? Who knows?" Si Nanzhao smiled, knowing well what Nangong Bo was relying on. However, once he and Yunbei obtained the evidence, not just Nangong Bo, but even his backer would fall. Of course, for now it was crucial to gather evidence first. Thinking of this, Si Nanzhao didn't waste any more time talking to the two and returned to meet Yunbei after handing the people over. Today, they planned to visit the Nangong family's treasure vault to see if there was any evidence to bring Nangong Bo to justice. When they got home, Yunbei was already prepared and waiting for him. Before leaving, Si Nanzhao made a phone call to inform Old Master Si that he and Yunbei were going out for business, with an uncertain return time. Old Master Si didn't ask too many questions and just reminded them to stay safe. After hanging up, the two rode their bicycles and set off. Once they reached a secluded area, Yunbei switched their bicycle for a car. The treasure location of the Nangong family was about 100 kilometers from the city center, taking around 2 hours by car. Of course, that was at a slow pace. With Yunbei driving, they definitely wouldn't be slow. Thus, they arrived in about an hour. After parking the car by the roadside, Yunbei stored it away, and they began walking up the mountain together. Although it was daytime, there weren't many people around since everyone was busy in the fields. The map was already memorized, so they didn't need to stop and check it frequently. They kept moving, only pausing to rest and drink water when they were tired or thirsty. After 2.5 hours, they finally reached a ravine marked on the map as the treasure location. Once they arrived, they didn't rush to find the entrance, but sat down to rest. Of course, the two weren't just resting. They also explored the nearby terrain and environment. Once they felt rested, they began to search for the treasure's entrance. For others, this entrance might be hard to find, but it was easy for Yunbei, as she spotted the totem right away. Indeed, the Nangong family had carved their unique totem at the entrance. After finding the entrance, they followed the method described by Nangong Bo to open the mechanism. Fortunately, since this was a remote mountain, not many people came here, and the sound of the flowing water in the ravine effectively masked the noise of the mechanism activating, so they weren't noticed. Otherwise, they might have encountered some trouble. When the mechanism opened, it revealed a 2-meter-wide passage. Because it had been dark for a long time, the passage felt a bit gloomy. Yunbei took out a powerful flashlight, and she and Si Nanzhao slowly walked inside. Luckily, the passage wasn't very long, only about 10 meters. At the end of the passage was a thick stone door. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao searched around and found the mechanism to open it. As the mechanism activated, a burst of golden light shone through, almost blinding them. Once their eyes adjusted, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao were stunned by the sight of rows of gold bricks, momentarily speechless. Oh my gosh, there are so many gold bricks, at least 5 or 6 tons. Yunbei had never seen so many gold bricks before and was truly amazed. The amount of gold bricks exceeded her imagination. It should be even more, Si Nanzhao said, feeling as if he were dreaming upon seeing so many gold bricks. If he had a little less self-control, he might have fainted from excitement. After a while, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao calmed down and looked around. Besides the gold bricks, there were also many boxes in the cave, likely filled with valuable items. So, they approached and opened the boxes one by one, finding them filled with jewelry. Yunbei wasn't very interested in these and closed the boxes after a glance. What caught her attention was a large black box with a totem carved on it. Yunbei thought it might contain the secrets of the Nangong family. However, this box was locked, and it had a Lubon lock. Fortunately, Yunbei had learned to open various locks in her past life. Although the Lubon lock was tricky, it wasn't beyond her skills. Soon, she managed to unlock the box. She never imagined that what was inside was not a secret of the Nangong family, but the genealogy of the Yun family. "What's in the box?" Si Nanzhao asked, noticing Yunbei's strange expression. He leaned in curiously and was stunned when he saw it. How can this be the Yun family genealogy? It was strange that the Yun family's genealogy was in the Nangong family's treasure vault. Confused, Si Nanzhao picked up the genealogy and flipped through it. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. He said to Yunbei, "This doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Why are there so many red marks on this genealogy?" Si Nanzhao asked as he handed it to Yunbei. As he did, he suddenly understood the meaning of the red marks. Yunbei realized it too, and her expression darkened. She hadn't expected the Yun family to be connected to the Nangong family. The red marks likely indicated that the Nangong family had harmed members of the Yun family. Each name with a red mark represented a person who had been harmed. Thinking of this, Yunbei quickly flipped to the back and indeed saw Yunye's name with a large red mark next to it. No wonder her father had to change his appearance and even his name. It seemed that, besides the need for the mission, it was also because someone was always after him. Remembering how her father hadn't visited her and her mother in 10 years, it seemed he wanted to protect them. This made Yunbei think of the repeated attempts on her life by Nangong Bo, likely because he knew her identity and wanted to eliminate the threat. It seemed necessary for her to confront Nangong Bo and get some answers. "What do you plan to do with this?" Si Nanzhao asked, watching Yunbei deep in thought. They couldn't stay here long. It could lead to trouble. It was better to leave soon. But with so many treasures left behind, he felt uneasy. Now that Nangong Bo had been incapacitated, others from the Nangong family would surely have ideas. If someone discovered this place and took the treasures, it would be a problem. "Let's put it in the space first," Yunbei said, waving her hand to store everything in the cave into the space. Since they had come and found these items, she definitely wouldn't leave empty-handed. As for how to use these things in the future, she hasn't figured it out yet. However, after seeing the Yun family's genealogy, she suspects that this wealth might actually belong to the Yun family, not the Nangong family. No matter who these things originally belonged to, she will not leave them here any longer. Nangong Bo is unaware that Yunbei has already found the hidden treasures of the Nangong family and has emptied them out. At this moment, he is surrounded by a large group of people, making so much noise that it feels like his head is about to explode. But he is in a daze and doesn't understand what they are saying, so he can only rudely push them away. "Get out! Get out! Get out! All of you, just leave!" Nangong Bo shouted loudly while holding his head. The noise from the crowd was louder than a flock of ducks. Seeing Nangong Bo like this, the members of the Nangong family felt complicated emotions. Previously, when he was fine, they didn't have any thoughts about him because the family's secrets and wealth were in his hands. But now that he is like this and they know nothing, how could they not feel anxious? Even if they hadn't seen it, they knew that the Nangong family had a lot of wealth. If Nangong Bo continues like this, who knows who will end up benefiting from it? They need to find a way to help him, no matter the cost. Thinking this, the members of the Nangong family gathered to discuss a plan. Xu Feifei watched the crowd discussing but didn't dare to join them. Instead, she quietly left the Nangong family. She knew that as an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for her to get involved in their matters. It was better to find out about Nangong Kai's situation. No one noticed Chu Feifei's departure. They were only concerned about whether Nangong Bo could be cured and if the Nangong family's wealth could be passed down to them. After their discussion, they unanimously decided to take Nangong Bo to the hospital. Although Nangong Bo was in a daze, he refused to go to the hospital. He caused a scene at home, but how could he resist a large group of people? In the end, he was tied up and taken to the hospital. Originally, Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng planned to go to the Nangong family to cause trouble for Nangong Bo again and, if possible, take him to the police station for questioning. However, as soon as they arrived at the Nangong family, they saw Nangong Bo being tied up and put into a vehicle. Seeing this scene, they were taken aback, thinking, how did Nangong Bo, the head of the Nangong family, end up like this? However, they were afraid that this was a trick by director Nangong Bo, so they decided to follow and see what was really going on. When the two arrived at the hospital and inquired, they found out that Nangong Bo had not only become confused but also didn't recognize anyone and couldn't remember anything. At this point, they didn't know what to say. Just 2 days ago, he was fine, and now he had suddenly changed. If they hadn't confirmed that the doctor was telling the truth, they would have thought it was a performance staged by Nangong Bo and his younger relatives. I didn't expect him to become confused so suddenly. It seems he has done too many bad things, Qin Hua said with some emotion, feeling that Nangong Bo's condition was a form of retribution. However, Zhou Yanfeng thought more deeply. He looked at Nangong Bo surrounded by doctors and then at the worried faces of the other Nangong family members, feeling that something was off. It was too coincidental that Nangong Bo became confused at such a critical moment. Qin Hua, I think this situation is not so simple. What are you thinking? Qin Hua looked at his friend, showing no surprise. The two had grown up together and later worked together. Zhou Yanfeng was usually quiet, but he often thought of things others didn't. I can't say for sure. It's just a feeling, but it's very possible that someone has interfered with Nangong Bo. I just don't know if this was done to help him avoid an investigation or for some other reason. Why don't we visit the Nangong family and see if any strangers came by yesterday? Let's go check it out together. Yunbei had no idea that Zhou Yanfeng was thinking so quickly and deeply. However, her intention to confuse Nangong Bo was not to help him avoid an investigation but to prevent him from causing trouble in the short term. When the two returned from the treasure house, they saw Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng waiting at the entrance of their yard. Did you need something from us? Si Nanzhao asked the two childhood friends with a smile. Have you been waiting long? Nanzhao, we specifically came to see your sister-in-law. We have a few questions for her. Upon hearing this, Si Nanzhao and Yunbei exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of unease. However, they didn't say anything and invited them inside. Si Nanzhao welcomed the two to sit down, while Yunbei went to the kitchen, actually retrieving 2 cups of water from her space and placing them in front of the two. After pouring the water, she sat down next to Si Nanzhao and asked, I wonder why you two are looking for me? Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfeng exchanged glances before looking at her and said, Sister-in-law, we went to the Nangong family today and happened to see Nangong Bo being taken to the hospital. Out of curiosity, we followed and found out that Nangong Bo had become foolish. Hearing this, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao exchanged looks, both realizing how sharp these two were to suspect her. However, she had indeed interfered with Nangong Bo, so there was nothing to deny. With a smile, she looked at them and asked, What do you want to say? The two glanced at Yunbei, but did not answer her question. Instead, they continued, Yan Feng thinks that Nangong Bo became foolish at just the right time and suspects someone tampered with him. So we went back to the Nangong family to check if any strangers visited yesterday. This led us to Chu Feifei. She was the one who went to the Nangong family yesterday and is our prime suspect. After a pause, Qin Hua added, We then brought Chu Feifei to the police station for questioning. Unexpectedly, she provided us with a clue that your acupuncture skills are quite impressive and that you once made someone mute for a month. At this point, Qin Hua stopped again and looked at Yunbei, asking, Sister-in-law, though it may be a bit intrusive, We still want to know if Nangongbao becoming foolish is related to you? Seeing both of their gazes on her, Yunbei smiled and nodded, openly admitting it was me. The two were taken aback by her admission and quickly regained their composure, asking why. Because I didn't want to be watched by Nangongbao every day and live in constant fear. You know he sent someone to assassinate me last night, right? Sister-in-law, what you did is taking the law into your own hands, which is wrong, Qinhua said disapprovingly, looking at Yunbei. You should have let us handle it. Upon hearing this, Yunbei scoffed and replied, Let you handle it? Can you catch him or even eliminate him? Of course not. I'm not complaining. I just think it would take too long for you to handle it. Plus, with Nangongbao's abilities, he could easily escape. That would create even bigger problems for me. That's why I took this drastic measure. Of course, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, his foolishness is temporary. I can make him normal again anytime, so it won't affect your questioning of him. Hearing this, Qinhua's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, Zhou Yanfang stopped him. He looked at Yunbei and smiled, saying, Since sister-in-law says so, we will trust her. Yanfang, you? Qinhua turned to Zhou Yanfang, looking disapproving. He didn't understand why Zhou Yanfang didn't try to persuade her, knowing that what Yunbei was doing was wrong. Zhou Yanfang ignored Qinhua and stood up, pulling him along. He said to Si Nanzhao and Yunbei, Nanzhao, sister-in-law, we have things to do, so we'll leave now. After saying this, he pulled Qinhua out of the room. Si Nanzhao and Yunbei exchanged glances and then stood up to follow them outside. Once in the yard, Qinhua broke free from Zhou Yanfang and said unhappily, Yanfang, why did you pull me? I wasn't finished talking. Zhou Yanfang glanced at him and said, Is what you were saying meaningful?
Me?
Qinhua was taken aback, realizing that it didn't seem meaningful. If they could really capture Nangongbao, there wouldn't have been any need for him to send people to assassinate Yunbei later. Since it has no meaning, why waste your breath and upset sister-in-law? Also, if you were in her position, what would you do? Qinhua had nothing more to say. Seeing Si Nanzhao come out, he couldn't help but say, Nanzhao, why didn't you try to persuade sister-in-law? How do you know I didn't? Si Nanzhao shot Qinhua a look and replied. Hearing this, Qinhua's eyes widened in surprise, as if he were seeing something unusual.
He said, Really?
Sister-in-law doesn't listen to you? Then he added, You're not being controlled by your wife, are you? Si Nanzhao was done talking to Qinhua and turned to Zhou Yanfang, saying, The situation with the Nangong family is complicated. Nangongbao might be involved with some rebellious forces, so you should stay out of it for now. Okay, I understand. But you all need to be careful. The Nangong family is not simple.
I'm aware.
After a few more words, Si Nanzhao sent them off. Yunbei saw Si Nanzhao enter the house and smiled, asking, Did they leave? Yes, they have left, Si Nanzhao nodded. Thinking about how they got their information from Chu Feifei and began to suspect Yunbei, he felt a bit worried and said, What are you planning to do about Chu Feifei? From what I know about her, she probably won't say anything to the Nangong family. So, let's not worry about that for now. The main thing is to find out from Nangongbao about the connection between the Yun family and the Nangong family. He is in the hospital now, so it won't be easy. That's okay. Let's go to the hospital and gather some information. I'm not worried about anything else, just afraid that the mysterious person might take action. If they think Nangongbao is no longer useful, they might just get rid of him, and that would be a problem. Then let's go check it out.
All right.
The two quickly arrived at the hospital. They saw the Nangong family members surrounding the doctor, asking about the situation, while no one was guarding the hospital room, which made them feel like they had a chance. They sneaked into the hospital room and immediately took the person to their space. Once in the space, Yunbei eagerly helped Nangongbao regain consciousness and placed the Yun family genealogy book in front of him. When Nangongbao came to and saw the genealogy book that should have been in the treasure vault, his expression changed instantly. Tell me, what is going on? Nangongbao glanced at Yunbei and said, I really regret not killing you earlier. Then, without waiting for Yunbei to urge him, he began to reveal the buried truth. It turned out that decades ago, both the Yun family and the Nangong family were well-established families in the capital, with deep roots and substantial wealth. The Yun family, being patriotic, decided to donate their wealth to support the war effort. Seeing the Yun family take action, the Nangong family felt they couldn't do nothing, so they planned to donate together. What the Yun family didn't know was that this was just a scheme by the Nangong family, a plot to wipe out the entire Yun family. On their way to make the donation, they not only killed the Yun family's leader, but also took the supplies for themselves. At the same time, the Nangong family launched an attack on the Yun family back in the capital. Since most of the Yun family's main members were busy delivering supplies, the Nangong family quickly succeeded. Except for Yun Yi, who was sent away by a servant. Everyone else was silenced. Of course, the Nangong family didn't do it themselves. They hired people from the underworld. Later, the Nangong family donated 1/5 of the Yun family's wealth, keeping the rest for themselves. This created the illusion of merit, but it was merely a case of taking credit for someone else's efforts. The real contributors were the Yun family, but unfortunately, apart from the young Yun Yi at that time, everyone else had died. After hearing Nangong Bo's words, Yun Bei's eyes turned red. She seemed to see the scene of the Yun family being wiped out and how arrogant the Nangong family had been. "You are a remnant of the Yun family, aren't you?" Nangongbo looked at Yun Bei with a malicious expression and said, "I didn't expect anyone from the Yun family to be alive. I should have killed you sooner. Nangongbo, what goes around comes around. You and the Nangong family will eventually face consequences." "Consequences?" Nangongbo scoffed and replied, "That's just an excuse for the weak. If there were consequences, how would the Nangong family have such a high status today? How could we hold such power? Is that so? The lack of consequences before was because I wasn't here. Now that I am, your good days are over. What a joke. Just because of you? How arrogant." Nangongbo did not look down on Yun Bei. He simply had never seen anyone capable of destroying a family on their own. Not to mention the Nangong family's wealth and resources, Yun Bei couldn't bring them down. Plus, they had a powerful ally and the support of a mysterious figure. "Just because of me." Yun Bei knew Nangongbo didn't believe her. That's fine. She would show him. She only hoped that by then, Nangongbo would still be as proud and arrogant as he was now. "Yun Bei, if you're joking, at least make it believable. Otherwise, you'll be looked down upon. Let's wait and see." After saying that, Yun Bei didn't waste any more words with Nangongbo and quickly made him look foolish again. Then, she checked the hospital room and saw no one around, so she swiftly got Nangongbo out. After that, she confidently left the hospital with Si Nanjiao. On their way out, they ran into some members of the Nangong family. The Nangong family members were surprised to see them and asked, "Who are you? And how did you get here?" "We are friends of the head of the Nangong family. We heard he was ill and came to check on him." Upon hearing Yun Bei's words, the Nangong family members didn't think much of it. They glanced into the room and saw some fruit, which made them less suspicious. Seeing their reaction, Yun Bei raised an eyebrow at Si Nanjiao, pleased. Luckily, she had thought ahead and bought some fruit earlier, otherwise, they might have been caught. Si Nanjiao smiled and squeezed her hand, leading her out of the hospital. "Dear, are you tired? Do you want a rest?" Back home, Si Nanjiao noticed Yun Bei's weary expression and felt a bit sorry for her. "Okay, let's take a break." Yun Bei nodded, not wanting to be stubborn. They had indeed had a long day, first visiting the Nangong family's treasury, then being questioned by Qin Hua, and finally going to the hospital. They had been so busy that they hadn't even had a sip of water. Thinking of this, Yun Bei directly entered the space, poured out 2 cups of water, and then asked Si Nanjiao, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" "A little," Si Nanjiao said, patting his stomach. He was indeed hungry. However, he was used to this situation from previous missions. "Then, let's make some noodles first," Yun Bei suggested, and she went back into the space to prepare 2 bowls of instant noodles. After eating the noodles, both of them felt a bit more comfortable. Yunbei had rested enough, so she looked at Si Nanzhao and asked, "Do you know who the Manhwa family's backer is?" "Yes, why?" Si Nanzhao looked at Yunbei in confusion, thinking she wouldn't want to directly confront the Nanhwa family supporter, right? That wouldn't work. The person held a high position and lived in a heavily guarded place, making it hard to get in. Moreover, if discovered, they would be labeled as enemies. "Nothing, just asking," Yunbei smiled. She wasn't foolish enough to recklessly invade that person's home. She just wanted to know who it was and see if she could gather some information. Of course, she hoped to focus more on the Nanhwa family. She believed that someone like Nanhwa Bo, a cunning old fox, would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of this, Yunbei remembered the box that had not been opened yet. Perhaps there would be surprises inside. "Let's go into the space and take a good look at the things we got from the Nanhwa family. There might be unexpected discoveries." Okay, Si Nanzhao nodded and followed Yunbei into the space. If he remembered correctly, in the Nanhwa family's treasury, the large black box that Yunbei opened contained not only a genealogy of the Yun family, but also some other items. However, at that time, they were too shocked and focused all their attention on the genealogy, so they didn't pay much attention to the rest. Now, they had time to see what else was inside. Once they entered the space, they headed straight for the treasure room. Thanks to Yunbei's spacious area, there were many rooms inside. Otherwise, these items would have to be stored outdoors. Entering the room, Yunbei and Si Nanzhao went straight to the large black box. When they opened it again, they found that besides the Yun family's genealogy, there was also a personnel roster from the Nanhwa family and some account books. Yunbei temporarily set aside the roster and picked up the account book. By chance, she grabbed the top one, which contained records of recent years of bribery by the Nanhwa family. Looking at the large expenses, Yunbei couldn't help but sigh. The backing of the Nangong family is really greedy. The money they collected this year is almost as much as what others earn in a lifetime. However, what surprised Yunbei even more was that the Nangong family helped their supporter eliminate rivals using underhanded methods, getting rid of many competitors. Some were killed, while others were demoted. To ensure these people could not make a comeback, Nangong Bo even had their hands and feet destroyed. Even if such people return in the future, their injuries would prevent them from returning to their jobs. It must be said that Nangong Bo and the Nangong family supporter are truly ruthless. "Wife, these account books are from the last few years and are very beneficial for us. If they get out, many people will be in trouble. Since that's the case, should we do a good deed and release these account books?" Yunbei glanced at Si Nanzhao, wanting to expose it in the newspaper again. However, she knew Si Nanzhao would definitely not agree. After all, many high-ranking individuals are involved. If they find out that she was the one who exposed the account books, they would surely cause her trouble. "Wife, please don't act recklessly. If it leads back to us, it could be a big problem." Si Nanzhao was very worried, as his wife often acted unpredictably. But it must be said that her actions had significant effects. "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly," Yunbei smiled, already thinking of someone to take the blame. The current issue is finding a newspaper willing to expose this, and it needs to be a reputable one. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort with no impact. Moreover, even the rivals of those people might not resort to such methods. It seems she needs to think this through carefully. After hearing Yunbei's words, Si Nanzhao became even more uneasy. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said seriously, "Wife, this is very serious. You really can't act on your own instincts, understand? How about this? I'll handle this matter. You can trust me. I will ensure these people receive the punishment they deserve. How does that sound?" Okay, I'll listen to you." "Look at how worried you are," Yunbei said, feeling a bit speechless. However, she also knew that despite her past experiences, her political instincts and sensitivity were still lacking. So, someone like her could never be a government official. Si Nanzhao finally felt relieved and smiled, saying, "Wife, keep a copy of this." "Okay, I understand." Yunbei nodded and took the account book to make a copy. The original had to be kept safe, otherwise, it would be a hassle if it got lost. It wasn't that she doubted others' intentions, but such things had happened before. After all, you never know if there are traitors within the same group. While Yunbei was making copies, Sinanjiao picked up the Nangong family's directory and began to read. As he saw one familiar yet unfamiliar name after another, he realized how extensive the Nangong family's network was. No wonder they were so bold, able to harm anyone they wanted and even connect with foreign powers. It turned out the Nangong family had multiple supporters. They were clearly members of the Nangong family, yet they didn't carry the Nangong surname. Without this directory, even if they brought down the Nangong family, it wouldn't have a significant impact. In a few years, the Nangong family would rise again. After reading the directory, Sinanjiao sought out Yunbei again and asked her to make a copy as well. Yunbei was a bit curious and couldn't help but take a glance. To her surprise, she saw a familiar name and thought, no way, he is also from the Nangong family? Wife, what's wrong? Sinanjiao noticed the change in her expression and asked. Nothing, I just saw someone I know. Yunbei smiled and pointed to a name, saying, I know this person, I even helped him once. I didn't expect he was also from the Nangong family. Oh, I've heard of him. When I was in Liangcheng, people said he got lucky to become the director of a certain committee. I didn't know you helped him. Yes, if I had known he was from the Nangong family and about the connection between the Yun and Nangong families, I wouldn't have helped him. It's not too late to realize now. Just avoid dealing with him in the future. Plus, being on the list means he might be held accountable. Yunbei didn't dwell on it any longer and continued to make copies of the directory. By the time Yunbei finished copying the account book and directory, over an hour had passed. She stretched her sore arms and said to Sinanjiao, You must make sure these things are useful. Otherwise, all my hard work will be in vain. Wife, don't worry. I will make sure these items are put to their best use. After speaking, Sinanjiao smiled and gently pushed Yunbei onto a nearby chair, then moved behind her to massage her shoulders. Wife, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage. Yunbei didn't refuse. She let Sinanjiao massage her and even closed her eyes to enjoy it. Seeing her like this, Sinanjiao smiled and, while massaging, stole a quick kiss. Yunbei opened her eyes in surprise and playfully glared at him, saying, Focus on the massage. Don't get distracted. Yes, ma'am. Sinanjiao laughed and then seriously continued the massage. Feeling too relaxed, Yunbei fell asleep. When Sinanjiao noticed she was asleep, he couldn't help but smile. He carefully moved in front of her, gently picked her up, and took her back to their room. The bed in their space was big, soft, and comfortable. Honestly, after sleeping there once, Sinanjiao didn't want to get up. However, they usually didn't sleep in the space. Most of the time, they slept outside. Now, having the rare opportunity to sleep in the space again, Sinanjiao happily held Yunbei close and watched her peaceful face as she drifted into dreamland. When Yunbei finally woke up, 2 hours had passed, and it was already dark outside. Originally, they planned to go out for dinner, but now they probably missed that. So, Yunbei cooked some noodles in the space for a quick meal before leaving with Sinanjiao to return to the main house to see the old man. When they got back, the old man was still awake. Seeing them, he smiled and asked, Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? We've eaten. After that, Sinanjiao turned serious and said to the old man, Grandpa, I have something to discuss with you. All right, let's go to the study. The old man led Sinanjiao into the study, while Yunbei went directly back to their room. When Sinanjiao took out the account books and the list, the old man was startled and asked, Where did you get this? Grandpa, I got this from the Nangong family. I can't tell you how I got it. Fine, if you can't say, then don't. But with these, the Nangong family and that person won't escape. With your words, Grandpa, I'll leave these with you.
What?
Are you planning to give them to someone else? The old man glared at his grandson, feeling that he was still the same as before, speaking in an unpleasing way. Even though he was married, he still didn't know how to talk properly. He wondered how Yunbei could stand it. I do have that plan, Sinanjiao admitted. He originally intended to give it to old Master Zheng, but since there was another person at home, he felt he should mention it first. Otherwise, if old Master Zheng found out later, he would surely be upset. Now, he was glad he hadn't given the items directly to old Master Zheng. Otherwise, the old man would have been furious. Xin and Zhao still trusted the old man. After handing over the items, he didn't worry about it anymore. He believed the old man knew better than he did about the value of these items and to whom they should be given for the greatest benefit. "Are you done?" Yunbei asked, looking at Xin and Zhao as he returned to the room, smiling as she set down the book she had been reading. She had been idly flipping through a book from her space when Xin and Zhao came back. She thought the two of them would talk for a long time. "Yes." Xin and Zhao nodded, stepped forward, and embraced Yunbei, smiling as he said, "Wife, marrying you is the best decision I've ever made. You are my lucky star." "Just speak properly, don't get too touchy," Yunbei said, trying to push Xin and Zhao away. But he only held on tighter, not worried about making her angry anymore. However, Yunbei wasn't actually angry. She just felt a bit uncomfortable. After trying to push him away a few times without success, she decided to let him hold her. With her warmth in his arms, Xin and Zhao couldn't help but feel excited. He leaned down to smell her hair, gently nuzzling her neck, and whispered in her ear, "Wife, is it okay?" Yunbei's face turned bright red, and she turned her head, unsure how to answer such an embarrassing question. Seeing her silent and not resisting, Xin and Zhao took it as a yes, a smile spreading across his face as he pulled her toward the bed. At the moment they fell onto the bed, Yunbei remembered that there were more people in the house, so she quickly brought him into her space. She had already locked the door when Xin and Zhao entered. However, the two in the space were unaware that the old man had not gone to sleep. Instead, he had taken the evidence they provided and was heading to find the higher-ups. Looking at the evidence in hand, the leader held an urgent meeting and issued arrest orders. Since it was nighttime, everyone was unprepared. As a result, those on the list, including the main supporter of the Nangong family, were all taken into custody. Yunbei and Xin and Zhao were unaware of the leader's swift actions. In their private space, they enjoyed their time together, without any interruptions. Xin and Zhao was very attentive, and after 3 rounds, he finally let Yunbei rest. Seeing Yunbei asleep in bed, Xin and Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction. He gently got out of bed, went to the bathroom to get warm water, and wiped down Yunbei's body before returning to bed to hold her as they drifted off to sleep. Yunbei was exhausted and didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xin and Zhao smiling at her and couldn't help but lightly punch him with her small fist. While playfully hitting him, she said, "You idiot, can't you show a little restraint? This was my first time."
Dear, I'm sorry.
Xin and Zhao quickly admitted his mistake, holding her weak little fist. "Are you hungry? I made breakfast. Would you like some?" "Yes," Yunbei replied, trying to get out of bed. After all that activity yesterday, she was already hungry. Seeing her attempt to get up, Xin and Zhao quickly stopped her.
"Dear, don't move.
Let me help you wash up." He brought over the prepared water so she could wash up in bed. Yunbei had little strength, so having someone to help was a relief. Once she finished washing up, Xin and Zhao, like a diligent little bee, brought breakfast into the room. When he tried to feed Yunbei, she refused. She had hands and feet, and it was fine to be pampered occasionally, but it couldn't be all the time. Otherwise, even the best relationships could fade. After breakfast, Yunbei felt energized. Checking the time, she realized it was getting late, so she pulled Xin and Zhao out of their space together. Outside, the time and space were different. When they stepped out, it was still dark. They decided to take another short nap before getting up. As soon as they woke up, they realized something had changed in the capital. The old man still hadn't returned, and some people from the courtyard had been taken away. "Our grandfather works fast. He managed to make arrests in just one night." That's wrong. It's not about Grandpa's speed. It's about the big leader giving timely orders. Otherwise, if any news leaks out, things could get complicated.
Exactly.
The big leader truly deserves the title. Their decisiveness is unmatched. That's right. When talking about the big leader, Si Nanzhao couldn't help but feel proud. He had met the big leader when he was a child. Seeing Si Nanzhao's proud expression, Yunbei shook her head in silence and asked, "Are we going back to the yard or going out for a bit?" "Let's go out for a bit and gather some information." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The two had breakfast again before heading out on their bicycles. They first went near the stronghold of the Nangong family to gather information. Both knew that the fate of the Nangong family depended on whether their stronghold had fallen. Fortunately, the news was good. Last night, the Nangong family's stronghold was captured in their sleep. As for where they were taken, that was still unclear. However, they knew that this time the stronghold was definitely finished. With the stronghold gone, the downfall of the Nangong family was not far off. The couple then went to other places to inquire and received more good news. In just one night, not only had the Nangong family's stronghold fallen, but many members of the Nangong family had also been captured. Those who were captured were all restricted in their freedom. For Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, this was undoubtedly good news. However, before they could celebrate, a few people in plain clothes approached them and invited them for tea. Looking at the people in front of them, Yunbei glanced at Si Nanzhao, as if asking, who are they and what do they want? If they were bad people, Yunbei would definitely resist. She hadn't forgotten that behind Nangongbo, there was a mysterious strategist. Right now, the big leader had ordered the capture of everyone on the list, but that mysterious strategist was not on it. Not even Nangongbo had seen them.
Don't worry, dear.
They are from the big leader, Si Nanzhao said. Even though he hadn't seen them before, he recognized their identity. At this moment, the only ones who could invite them for tea were those connected to the big leader. Hearing Si Nanzhao say this, Yunbei relaxed. However, her mind was racing. She knew that the big leader was likely looking for them because of the evidence. They gave the big leader a copy, while the original document is still in their hands. This time, the big leader will likely ask for the original to be submitted. Fortunately, with those people being caught, the originals in her possession are not very useful anymore. If the big leader really wants them, she can just hand them over. Thinking about the evidence, Yunbei remembered the small box she hadn't opened yet and wondered what might be inside. It seems she needs to find some time to study it and figure out how to open the box. The plainclothes officers noticed that Si Nanzhao and Yunbei did not resist, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that these two were not easy to handle. If they had resisted, it would have been difficult for them to manage. They might not be able to take them down quickly. Indeed, Si Nanzhao was right. They were from the big leader. When they arrived, they not only saw the big leader but also the old Master Si and Mr. Zheng. Almost everyone in the courtyard was there, except for those who had been caught. Seeing so many important figures, especially the big leader, Yunbei felt some pressure. However, she did not shy away and stood confidently, allowing the big leader to assess her. "Big leader, this is my mischievous son and his wife, Yunbei," the old Master Si quickly introduced them, worried they might feel out of place. After speaking, he shot them a glare and said, "What are you waiting for? Go greet the big leader and the others." As soon as the old master finished speaking, the elders in the courtyard chimed in, saying, "Old Si, why are you being so harsh? Nanzhao and Yunbei are good kids. If you don't want them, let them be our grandchildren instead. Go away, you all are dreaming." The big leader smiled at the joking group and waved at Yunbei and Si Nanzhao, inviting them to come forward. The two approached the big leader respectfully and greeted, "Hello, big leader." "Good. You are indeed two good kids," the big leader said, looking them over and nodding in satisfaction. Then he turned to Yunbei and said, "I heard your medical skills are impressive. You've treated them all, so since I have some time today, why don't you take a look at me as well?" "Sure, big leader." Yunbei nodded and stepped forward to check the big leader's pulse. Although the big leader always had a health doctor by his side, his health wasn't much better than anyone else's. After all, they had all been through many hardships, and he had his fair share of old ailments. After checking the pulse for a while, Yunbei shared the issues with the leader's health and said, "If the leader trusts me, I can make some health supplements for you. Taking them daily will greatly improve your condition. Sure, I've seen how much better everyone feels after taking the supplements you made. That's right, leader. At first, we thought Yun was too young to trust her skills. But after a few days of taking them, they were really effective. The leader, still busy, exchanged a few pleasantries before asking about the account books. As Yunbei suspected, the leader wanted the original documents. Yunbei and Sinan Zhao informed each other that the originals were in her yard. If he wanted them, they would need to go get them. The leader pointed to a few people and followed Yunbei and Sinan Zhao to her yard to retrieve the originals. Wife. Luckily, the leader didn't ask about the origin of these documents. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. Yes, the leader probably knows they're not legitimate, so he didn't ask. It shows some respect for us. Sinan Zhao nodded, thinking that the Nangong family might be in trouble. Eventually, their possessions might be confiscated. The problem was that the Nangong family's treasury was already in Yunbei's space, which complicated things. Thinking of this, Sinan Zhao said to Yunbei, "Wife, what should we do about the treasures in the Nangong family's treasury? When should we turn them in? There's no rush. We'll turn them in when the Nangong family falls. Keeping them in my space is actually safer for now." Sinan Zhao considered this and agreed with Yunbei's reasoning. Although many from the Nangong family had been captured, some were still active outside. If those individuals discovered the treasury's existence and took the items, it would be problematic. While those on the Nangong family's list were caught, there were still some who slipped through the cracks. They were secretly gathering information and learned that the Nangong family's troubles were due to the account books and lists. Such documents are usually well hidden and not easily accessible. Yunbei had anticipated this situation and subtly pointed the blame at Chu Feifei. Coincidentally, she had just moved into the Nangong family and soon after, they faced problems. Yunbei felt no guilt for shifting the blame onto Chu Feifei. Meanwhile, Chu Feifei was completely unaware. Although she was scared by the Nangong family's troubles, it only strengthened her resolve to find a way out. Therefore, she did not stay at the Nangong family, but went out as usual. Coincidentally, since she wanted to associate with important people, she went to places where they would be. When those who were looking for her discovered this, they were filled with anger and immediately captured Chu Feifei and locked her up. Chu Feifei never imagined that she would be captured and held in such a dark place. When she understood why they had taken her, she firmly denied it. It wasn't that she didn't want to admit it. She truly hadn't done anything wrong. If she had that kind of ability, how could she have ended up in this situation? No matter what she said, they were convinced she had betrayed the Nangong family, so all they did was continue to torment her. However, they could only take their anger out on Chu Feifei in secret and could not prevent the downfall of the Nangong family. Yunbei saw that the time was right and made a special trip to the hospital. When the weather changed outside, Nangong Bo was still at the hospital. Because he was foolish, he was left until last. When Nangong Bo woke up and realized he was in the hospital, he didn't have time to figure out what was happening before several uniformed people approached him and said, "Nangong Bo, you are under arrest."
What?
Nangong Bo doubted his ears. How could he suddenly be arrested? He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Oh wait, he had sent someone to assassinate Yunbei. But even so, they had no real evidence against him. So how could they arrest him? Nangong Bo couldn't understand. The truth didn't require him to think. They directly put handcuffs on him. It was then that Nangong Bo truly felt he was not dreaming. He was really being arrested. But he couldn't understand how he could be caught when the Nangong family had powerful backing. The only possibility was that something had happened to his supporters. The thought of his support possibly being in trouble made Nangong Bo feel terrible. At that moment, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to pretend to be sick or foolish. But the people who came didn't give him that chance. His earlier behavior had already revealed that he wasn't really foolish. Soon, Nangong Bo was taken away and locked up. Those who arrested him reported his situation to their superiors. Shortly after Nangong Bo was imprisoned, a team of doctors arrived to conduct a full examination. The results showed that not only was Nangong Bo not foolish, but he was also in very good health. Of course, during this time, Nangongbao tried to play dumb. However, there is a clear difference between real and fake foolishness. As a result, he not only failed to act dumb successfully, but also left a bad impression on his guards. They became more cautious, fearing he might try to escape punishment again. When Nangongbao was taken away, Yunbei was not far from him. She saw him being taken, which made her realize she was lucky to have acted first. Otherwise, it would have been much harder to help him return to normal after he was captured. After all, that place is not easy to enter. Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang were also keeping an eye on Nangongbao's situation because Yunbei had mentioned she would help him return to normal. Now that he was captured, he would surely be interrogated. If he was still acting foolish, they wouldn't be able to question him. Fortunately, they soon learned that Nangongbao had already returned to normal. This made them admire Yunbei's acupuncture skills even more. With just one needle, she could make someone act foolish or return to normal. They felt that they should never provoke Yunbei, as they didn't know when she might make them act foolish too. Yunbei was unaware that they were secretly afraid of her. After seeing Nangongbao being captured, she felt relieved and happily went home. When she got home, she found that Si Nanzhao was not there, which surprised her. Earlier, when she went to the hospital, Si Nanzhao wanted to go with her, but she had refused. Now, she was surprised to find him not at home. Not thinking too much about it, she sat down for a while and then decided to make something delicious to eat. Since they moved in, she hadn't cooked yet. She had already bought firewood, and there was running water, thanks to Nangong Kai. Otherwise, they would have to use well water. It's not that well water can't be used, but the yard hadn't been occupied for a long time, so the water might not be clean if it hadn't been used regularly. If they really needed to use it, they would have to find someone to clean the well first. However, they didn't plan to stay there long, so they didn't bother with that. As for food, Yunbei had supplies in her space. She took some out and started to get busy in the kitchen. While she was working, she heard a sound at the gate. Peeking out, she saw Si Nanzhao returning with an elderly man. Seeing Yunbei, Si Nanzhao immediately called out, "Wife, this is Uncle Lin, the person Grandpa helped us find." Hearing this, Yunbei stepped out and approached the two, looking at the elderly man before smiling and saying, "Hello, Uncle Lin. Welcome." Previously, the old man had mentioned that he would find someone named Lin to help guard the yard. This Lin was once a soldier who returned home after being injured. Unfortunately, his hometown faced a disaster, and he lost his family. Unable to stay there, he sought out the old man for work to support himself. Initially, the old man arranged for him to guard a factory gate, but as he grew older, it became unsuitable for him to stay there. When he learned that Yunbei needed someone to watch over the yard, he thought of Lin Zhong. The old man wanted Lin Zhong to help Yunbei, not only to give him a place to stay, but also to suggest that Si Nanzhao and Yunbei could support him in his old age. Lin Zhong had no children and had once saved the old man's life, so it was only natural for him to be cared for in return. However, the old man had not yet discussed this with the two. Fortunately, there was no rush. They could let Lin Zhong stay with Yunbei for now, get to know each other, and build a bond before bringing it up later. "Sorry to interrupt you," Lin Zhong said, feeling a bit shy and awkward. He understood the old man's intentions but worried that Yunbei might dislike him since he was disabled and alone. "Uncle Lin, don't say that. We're happy you're here. It's not an interruption at all."
Yunbei replied quickly.
He then instructed Si Nanzhao, "Nanzhao, I'll go make dinner. Please take Uncle Lin to his room to put his things down. If he's tired, let him rest. If not, show him around." "Okay, I understand." Si Nanzhao nodded and led Lin Zhong back to the room. Yunbei and Si Nanzhao had already prepared the room in the west wing, and everything was ready for someone to move in. When Lin Zhong saw the new items in the room, a wave of warmth filled his heart, and he let out a big sigh of relief. It was clear that they had put thought into arranging the room, and it was evident they truly welcomed him. With the burden lifted, Lin Zhong relaxed completely. After Si Nanzhao showed him to the room, he quietly stepped out to help Yunbei with dinner. After sitting in the room for a while, Lin Zhong came out and saw the two in the kitchen. He wanted to help but was politely declined by Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao. Yun Bei said to him, "Uncle Lin, if you're not tired, take a stroll in the yard. It's big, and you can decide whether to plant vegetables or flowers." "Okay, I'll take a look first," Lin Zhong replied happily, wandering around the yard. Before coming to the capital, he used to farm at home. After arriving in the capital, he worked as a security guard and couldn't grow anything. Now that Yun Bei had given him the chance to plant something in the yard, he was naturally pleased. As people get older, they often want to stay active, like planting vegetables or flowers. Having something to do keeps a person healthy and happy, preventing them from overthinking. After walking around the yard, Lin Zhong had a good idea of what to do. The yard was spacious, and both vegetables and flowers would work well. However, he planned to use half the yard for flowers and the other half for vegetables. After all, once Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao left, he would be the only one living there and he wouldn't be able to eat all the vegetables. It would be better to plant some pretty flowers to lift his spirits. When it was time for dinner, Lin Zhong shared his plans with the two of them. Yun Bei and Si Nanjiao had no objections. After all, they wouldn't be staying long, so Lin Zhong could plant whatever made him happy. After dinner, the three of them relaxed and chatted in the yard. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, someone knocked on the gate. Who could it be at this late hour? Si Nanjiao said as he stood up to answer the door. When he saw Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang outside, he greeted them with a smile. "What brings you here? Have you eaten?" "We've eaten. We're here to see your sister-in-law," they replied. Yun Bei had overheard their conversation and came over, asking, "Are you looking for me?" "Yes." They nodded and glanced at Yun Bei, saying, "Actually, it's not us who want to see you, but Nangong Bo wants to meet you." "He wants to see me?" Yun Bei was surprised and didn't understand why Nangong Bo would want to meet her at this time. "Yes, he specifically asked to see you," Qin Hua and Zhou Yanfang said, surprised that Nangong Bo would request to see Yun Bei while they were questioning him, stating that he wouldn't say anything without meeting her. "Okay, I understand." Yun Bei nodded and looked at Si Nanjiao, saying, "It seems I need to go. Are you staying home or coming with me?" "I'll go with you." Si Nanjiao couldn't let Yun Bei go alone, so she decided to go with her. "Let's tell Uncle Lin." "I'll go tell him." Si Nanjiao turned back to the courtyard and informed Lin Zhong about their outing. "Uncle Lin, we don't know when we'll be back, so don't wait for us. Just lock the door and go to sleep. If it gets too late, we won't come back." "Okay, just be careful on the road." After Si Nanjiao finished talking to Lin Zhong, she took her bicycle and left with Yun Bei, following Qin Hua and the others. Lin Zhong saw them leave and locked the courtyard gate. Then, he went to the kitchen to boil some water for washing up and went back to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Nangong Bo, after spending some time in prison, began to understand some things. He realized that he ended up in this situation because of Yun Bei. She not only made him look foolish, but was also the main reason for the downfall of the Nangong family. Thus, he hated Yun Bei deeply and decided that, even if he died, he would take her down with him. That's why he demanded to see Yun Bei, otherwise, he would say nothing. He wanted to set a trap for Yun Bei, turning her achievements into mistakes, making those above her suspicious, and ensuring she would not have a good end. Nangong Bo sat quietly in his chair, waiting and thinking about whether there were still any members of the Nangong family who hadn't been caught. If there were, could they help the Nangong family rise again? And what about the mysterious person on the phone? Did they know about the Nangong family's situation, and would they help? Just then, he heard footsteps and looked up to see Yun Bei. His eyes filled with hatred as he glared at her and said, "Yun Bei, you really have some skills." "Thank you, but compared to you, I'm still far behind," Yun Bei replied with a smile, ignoring the hatred in Nangong Bo's eyes. They say the one who initiates is at a disadvantage. The Nangong family's downfall was entirely due to Nangong Bo's own actions. If he hadn't repeatedly tried to have her killed, she wouldn't have fought back. If she hadn't fought back, the Nangong family would still be doing well, and he would still hold power in the capital, getting whatever he wanted. But all of this was ruined by his own mistakes, wasn't it? You? Nangongbao was so angry he couldn't speak. After a while, he managed to say, Yunbei, the reason my family got caught so quickly is because you got the list, right? That's correct. Yunbei nodded and smiled, saying, I have to thank you for this. You not only left a list but also the account book. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I wonder if your supporter is angry with you now. If it weren't for the account book you left, he might not have known anything. Nangongbao originally wanted to use the list to expose how Yunbei obtained a large fortune from the Nangong family, hoping to get the higher-ups to investigate her. But who knew that Yunbei's words would infuriate him? Yunbei, don't get too proud. When the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Do you think that if you bring down the Nangong family, you'll gain anything good? You're mistaken. If the higher-ups find out that you took a large sum of money from my family, will you still be so carefree? You might soon find yourself in my position, stuck in jail. Nangongbao, if you called me just to say this, then let me tell you that what you worry about will never happen. Not to mention that the wealth originally belonged to my Yun family. I may be a woman, but I plan to honor my ancestors' wishes and donate all that property to the country for its development. Even if I didn't, I wouldn't keep it for myself. A gentleman values wealth, but only through proper means. I will never take what doesn't belong to me. You're lying. You must be trying to fool me, right? With so much wealth, you wouldn't be tempted? You are not me, so how do you know I would be blinded by money? Don't worry, once we go out, I will notify the higher-ups to have them take everything from your Nangong family's treasury. Just when the country needs money, your family's wealth is truly a timely help. All right, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. After saying this, Yunbei prepared to leave. Nangongbao, seeing her intent to walk away, became agitated and shouted in frustration.